Chapter 1 Sister Skyfall. Li Mu. We're not suitable at all, so break up. A fair-looking girl in front of him raised her high neck and said with a look of disgust. Hearing these words, Li Mu suddenly froze and his heart ached. The girl in front of him was no one else. It was his classmate that he had been pursuing for a year. Lin Yuxin. Lin Yuxin looks like a middle-aged person. If a woman's beauty is 10 points out of 10, she is also 7 points, but she wins in the body hot, especially the chest waves, so the pursuers are endless. Originally, Li Mu had planned to take Lin Yuxin to Happy Valley today, but he hadn't expected that Lin Yuxin would suddenly change her face and want to clear her relationship with himself. Li Mu asked himself. Over the past year, he had been very attentive to Lin Yuxin, and it was not too much to say that he was a dog licker, but he did not expect that in the end. It was the other party who took the initiative to break up with him. Why? Li Mu stared straight at Lin Yuxin and asked. Why? You still have the face to ask why. Can you afford to buy a house in Magic City? Can you afford a car? Does your family have money? Lin Yuxin opened her mouth and acted as if she was supposed to own a caravan. Li Mu was somewhat speechless. Who doesn't want to buy a house and a car? But the house prices in Magic City were simply unattainable. I told you a long time ago not to chase me, and you just don't listen. Seeing that Li Mu didn't say anything, Lin Yuxin continued to strike. Dealing with such a licking dog, Lin Yuxin had already done it not once, and every time while getting rid of such a licking dog, she had a great sense of accomplishment. The old lady is the charm is not reduced, and there are countless licking dogs under the pomegranate skirt. Thinking about that picture, Lin Yuxin is excited to pee spray. When Li Mu saw Lin Yuxin's attitude, he was really heartbroken. Although he himself cannot afford to buy a house in Magic City, but at least in order to pursue Lin Yuxin spent half a year working to earn money, usually for her to buy branded bags and cosmetics not to mention, and every time it is also attentive to it. What's worse, he hasn't even held her hand yet. As a result, after draining Li Mu's money, it now became that it was Li Mu's fault instead. Until now, Li Mu was considered to have completely seen through it. TMD Lin Yuxin was a green tea whore. Lin Yuxin, you're really a green tea. Li Mu laughed back in anger, hating himself for not seeing through this B*TCH earlier. Who are you talking about? You're the green tea. Lin Yuxin didn't expect that the dumping process this time was not the other party crying bitterly to retain her, but directly scolded her, which was really unacceptable to her. If you're not green tea, who's green tea? After spending all of Lao Zi's money, I guess you found your next home again, right? Li Mu's eyes penetrated with a cold light, making people uncertain. Lin Yuxin was disliked with shame and anger. Was this still the original licking dog Li Mu who let her bully him? Could it be that the breakup had irritated Li Mu? Right at this moment, from a nearby BMW, a fat man walked down. This fat man had a face full of acne and a lewd look. Honey, you're here. Seeing this fat man, Lin Yuxin's face changed 3 times in a row, immediately currying favor, and her entire body was even more obediently pasted over like no money. Seeing this scene, how could Li Mu not understand the reason for this? Lin Yuxin, is this the reason why you broke up with me? Li Mu couldn't help but mourn for himself for 3 minutes. How come he didn't realize that Lin Yuxin was so cheap before? Li Mu asked himself that although his looks weren't super handsome, he was at least handsome, and this fat guy's looks were too ugly for this Lin Yuxin to be able to go down on him. What do you think? People have cars and houses, they haven't graduated yet, and they are already far beyond you poor people. Your end point is but the starting point of others. How is it possible to let my mother follow you to fight after graduation? Lin Yuxin had a righteous face. Hearing these words, Li Mu's heart sank again. He had known that Lin Yuxin was more materialistic, but he hadn't expected her to be so materialistic. Today, he finally understood his position in this woman's heart. All along Lin Yuxin was nothing more than treating him as an ATM. Now that there was a better one, who would he kick off if not him? Thinking about this, Li Mu's heart simply exploded. Surprisingly, he was bullied into the head of the old man. Hey, kid, get lost and don't come looking for Yuxin again. Do you hear me? The fat man with a face full of acne threatened Li Mu. Hearing this, Li Mu clenched his fists and cackled. Just when Li Mu wanted to beat up this fatty with a king's fist, a fiery red Ferrari sped up and stopped in front of Li Mu and the others. Under the trio's gaze, a beautiful woman with a 9+ look walked down from the car. This beauty was wearing a burgundy trench coat, with tight long legs wrapped in black silk shiny socks underneath, black high heels on her feet, bright red vermilion lips, long hair flowing in the wind, fair face, and soulful eyes as she sashayed in. Li Mu's eyes looked straight. This person is also too good looking, completely no less than a star, both mature and sexy, completely beating the pure female students in the university. The beauty came in front of Li Mu and seriously sized him up. Are you Li Mu? The beauty's vermilion lips lightly opened. Yes, and you are? Li Mu swallowed and asked instinctively. In the future, call me sister. the beauty said without question. Sister? Li Mu couldn't help but freeze as he looked at the great beauty in front of him. He had obviously never seen this beauty before, so how could he let someone call him sister as soon as he opened his mouth? Are all the beauties nowadays so good at playing? There must be a ruse. Zhang Wuji's mother had said that the more beautiful a woman is, the less trustworthy she is. Li Mu was on guard, but it seemed that he didn't have anything to let anyone fool him. And beside him, Lin Yuxin and the acne man were likewise completely dumbfounded. Women love to compare. In the face of such a beautiful woman, even Lin Yuxin is also self-conscious about the difference in appearance. And even her proud of the body, Lin Yuxin also think than the other side. She herself is E-cup, but the other side borrowed the advantage of height. Seems to be more dropsy than her chest. Under the contrast, Lin Yuxin unconsciously ashamed of herself. As the saying goes, people are more angry than people, and goods are more than goods to be thrown away. The acne man also hurriedly wiped the corners of his mouth, put away his piggish appearance, shook off Lin Yuxin's hand, and then bumbled his way closer to the 9-point beauty in front of him. This sister, do you have time in the evening, to have a meal together? The acne man, where there was still the ferocious aura just now, he was attentive as if he was a pug. Who are you? I don't know you. This beauty frowned slightly and said unhappily, Miss Sister, don't reject so quickly. Once you're back from the dead, you're familiar with me. The acne man was still deadpan. With those words, he was about to pull this beauty's hand. Scram! You deserve to treat me to dinner. The beauty snapped and slapped her ears. The slap sound was so crisp, Li Mu's face twitched. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? My dad is Light Red Group's real estate manager Wang Xihong. The acne man covered his face with a ferocious look. When had he ever suffered such an insult? Oh, so it's Light Red Group's real estate manager? The beautiful woman said disdainfully. Why are you afraid? The acne man was full of smugness. Light Red Group's real estate was also famous in the country. The one who could be the real estate manager in it was naturally not an ordinary person. Believe it or not, I'll let him get out of the company with one word. The beauty was not only not threatened, but instead was full of sarcasm, and casually picked up the phone and called out. In less than 30 seconds, the phone call was finished, and the beautiful woman didn't care about the acne man anymore. Let's go, brother, everyone is waiting for you. Right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiaomuyu. Light Red Group is run by our family. The beautiful woman pulled Li Mu's arm and sat in the sports car, then went all the way away. Just wanted to go up again. The theory of the acne man. Heard the Light Red Group. Suddenly froze. Could it be that he kicked the iron plate today? At this time, the phone of the man with the acne rang. Hello, Dad. What the hell are you kid up to? You messed with the Xiao family's fourth miss, and now you've even dragged Dad out of the company. Hanging up the phone, the acne man was depressed. Not only did he not pick up a beautiful woman today, but he also caused Dad to be dismissed. Brother Wang, are we still going shopping? Lin Yuxin next to him hugged the arm of the prickly man and pampered him. The prickly man had just been scolded by his father, and was already angry. When he saw Lin Yuxin, he was even more angry. If it wasn't for Lin Yuxin, how could he have offended Li Mu and the fourth miss of the Xiao family today? And how could his old man have lost such a good job? Scram! Shopping for a Nimrod. You green tea whore. I never want to see you again. The acne man raised his hand, so he snapped and gave Lin Yuxin 3 slaps. Chapter 2, Father's Richest Woman. In the sports car, Li Mu was still confused at this point. I know you have a lot of questions, but in a moment, the answers will be revealed. Xiaomuyu spoke to Li Mu while driving the car. After 30 minutes or so, the car drove to a villa area called Famous Court on the Lake. If Li Mu remembered correctly, he had heard his classmates once say that the famous residence on the lake was supposed to be the most impressive villa district in Magic City. The neighborhood is located by the mountains and the water, with beautiful scenery. It is a rare feng shui treasure land in Magic City, and the price is said to have soared to 300,000 per square meter. And can buy a villa here? Not you have money to buy. It is said that before the development of the district, it was booked by some mysterious tycoons. It can be said that those who can afford to buy a villa here are undoubtedly non-rich or noble, making ordinary people look up to the existence. Getting down from the car, Xiaomuyu eventually brought Li Mu to the front of the No. 1 villa. This villa had 5 floors up and down, a wide yard, and was also planted with various kinds of rare flowers and plants. After Xiaomuyu pressed the doorbell a few times, a servant opened the door. Li Mu followed him in, and after he came to the living room on the first floor of the villa, he saw that there was a graceful woman sitting on the sofa in the living room, as well as a dark-skinned man, and this dark-skinned man was no one else but Li Mu's dad, Li Jian. Li Mu was instantly surprised. Dad, why are you here? What's going on here? Li Mu busily walked over and asked. If it wasn't for those dark cheeks, Li Mu wouldn't dare to admit that this was his own father. Li Jian is now covered in high-grade clothes, human-like, where there is still the appearance of a construction site bricklayer. Li Jianli lost his wife at an early age, and he raised Li Mu alone from a young age, the hardships of which can be imagined. Originally, after he got into college, Li Mu hoped that Li Jian could take a break, but Li Jian refused to do so, saying that he wanted to save money for Li Mu to buy a house. Looking at his father in front of him, Li Mu had a lot of questions. The noblewoman who had been sitting beside Li Jian, at this moment, also stood up full of nervousness. This noblewoman was dressed in a green-colored cheongsam. Her figure was petite, but her aura was powerful. Although her age was not small, but her figure was not out of shape, and it could be seen that she was also a beauty in her youth. This is Xiao Mu, right? I've heard your father say that you are attending college at the Magic City Finance and Economics College, and I didn't expect to finally meet you today. The noblewoman spoke with an enthusiastic face. Xiao Mu, this is your Aunt Xiao Qinghong. Quickly call Aunt Xiao. Li Jianjiang introduced at the right time. Aunt Xiao Qinghong. Aunt Xiao. Li Mu didn't know how to respond and was a bit stumped. Anti-Light Red Group. Could it be that she is the chairman of Light Red Group, the richest man in Magic City? Li Mu's heart had already set off monstrous waves. No wonder it looked familiar. It seemed that he had seen it on the TV. Light Red Group is Xiao Qinghong's white-handed enterprise. In the Magic City can be said to be second to none. In the country is also well known, in addition to the main real estate business, but also to expand the business to jewelry, food and beverage, finance and e-commerce and other fields. Xiao Qinghong even won the title of Queen of Business and the richest man in Magic City. It was unthinkable that this powerful woman was standing in front of her today. Look at you. This child. What are you staring at? Li Jianjiang scolded. Don't blame the child. It's normal to not be used to meeting someone for the first time. Xiao Qinghong was busy rounding up the situation, and cordially invited Li Mu to sit on the sofa, while Xiao Qinghong and her old man settled down side by side to sit opposite Li Mu, while the big beauty Xiao Muyu sat on the side, quietly listening. Dad, what's going on here? You and Auntie Xiao? Li Mu finally couldn't hold back and opened his mouth to ask. Hearing Li Mu's question, Pops looked at Xiao Qinghong. Xiao Qinghong looked at Pops again, and the two seemed to be a little embarrassed. This scene froze Li Mu in his tracks. It's better for you to say it. Old Li. Xiao Qinghong, where there was still a little bit of the business queen's frame, just like a little daughter's feelings. The thing is like this, you know that Dad works at a construction site. One day, your Auntie Xiao inspected the progress of its real estate development. When your Auntie Xiao suddenly fainted, happened to be met by me, I promptly pinched your Auntie Xiao's middle to save over. Later, your Auntie Xiao and I talked. We recognized each other. It turned out that when she was young, she had been to our village, and also worked as a youth in our village, and I used to adore your Auntie Xiao, but that era you know. Later on, your Auntie Xiao returned to the city, and we never contacted each other again. After saving your Auntie Xiao, she knew how to return the favor and was even more grateful for that year. After that, we had exchanges, and over time, we became familiar with each other. Although your Auntie Xiao is a big boss, but there is not a bit of shelf. To me, this civil laborer also did not have the slightest look down on. In the relationship, we found each other chatting very much, and then at first we did not want to get married. At that time can only be said to be considered a confidant. After all, we are older, and your Auntie Xiao is still the richest man in the Magic City. To say that I'm afraid of the bad influence. But, one night, your Aunt Xiao came to see me. We drank some wine at that time. Who thought that the love was deep? That night we were in love. Li Jianjian scratched his head in embarrassment and held Xiao Qinghong's hand with a naive smile on his face. That naive smile was so smug that the folds on his face were almost overflowing with water. Li Mu secretly sighed. Pops is great. He's actually managed to get the richest woman in the world. It's just like listening to a story. A rich woman falling in love with a laborer. I'm afraid even a novel wouldn't dare to write this, right, Xiao Mu? So we want to get married now. Dad wants to be with your Auntie Xiao, but you are my son after all, so I need to ask your opinion. Li Construction and honest folk. Let him stumble and say so much. This is really hard for him. At this moment, Li Construction's palms were a little sweaty. He didn't know how many times he had rehearsed these words before meeting his son, and Xiao Qinghong was also a little nervous. This was even harder than talking about a big business. Xiao Muyu was sitting on the side, quietly listening and waiting. In fact, as the fourth daughter of Xiao Muyu, only hope that their own mother Xiao Qinghong can be happy in their old age. Although Li Jian is a construction site bricklayer, some too bottom, but contact down, people are also quite honest and reliable. In short, as long as the mother is happy is good. She is just worried that a few other sisters will have opinions, especially the eldest sister who is now gradually taking control of the group. Hearing these words of the old man, Li Mu is also a moment head, not because can not accept a stepmother. After all, the real mother in Li Mu died when he was a child. These years Li Construction, that is when the father and mother, It is indeed very difficult. Just this Auntie Xiao is too uncomplicated, but also the richest in the magic city and is a woman of strength. The old man can really handle it? However, looking at how happy Pops was, what else could Li Mu say? Of course I'm in favor of it. Dad, Auntie Xiao, you don't have to worry about me. I support your choice. Li Mu spoke happily despite his worries. That's great. Thank you for your support. Xiao Mu, receiving Li Mu's answer. Xiao Qinghong was obviously relieved and let go of her hanging heart. Li Jian was also very happy. After all, there were many twilight romances that children were firmly against. Your Auntie Xiao and I, we don't intend to organize a grand wedding. After all, we are all this old. We plan to travel and get married, and go around the world. We'll probably leave in a few days. Your Auntie Xiao has been busy all her life. She should rest and take a break too. Having received his son's approval, Li Jianjiang had a relaxed look on his face, and was now gently embracing Xiao Qinghong's shoulders in complacency. Li Mu secretly praised that his old dad was really dashing. Xiao Mu, I don't have any gifts for our first meeting. There is $1 million in this card. Please accept it. As Xiao Qinghong spoke, she took out a bank card and handed it to Li Mu. Auntie Xiao, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. When both parties met for the first time and gave such an expensive gift, Li Mu obviously couldn't accept it. Although $1 million, for this richest woman, might be a hair's breadth, for ordinary people, it could take decades to accumulate. Xiao Mu, just accept it. Consider it a gift from the elders to the juniors. Xiao Qinghong was a bit anxious once she saw that Li Mu wasn't accepting it. Xiao Mu, you take it. This is a piece of your Auntie Xiao's heart. If you don't accept it, your Auntie Xiao will be unhappy. Li Construction also persuaded from the side. Alright, seeing that the two men were persuading each other and couldn't push it away, Li Mu reluctantly accepted it. He could keep the money and wait for the right opportunity to exchange it for a gift or something to send back to Auntie Xiao. Although Auntie Xiao didn't care about the money, Li Mu couldn't care less. Xiao Mu, when I was young, I was emotionally wounded and only focused on my career to fight, but I also adopted 9 daughters during that time. Nowadays, the eldest daughter is mainly helping me with my business. The other few daughters are busy with their own careers overseas. By the way, our family's oldest 4, Mu Yu, I believe you've just met her. She usually accompanies me around. Seeing that Li Mu accepted the bank card, Xiao Qinghong was very pleased and introduced the family members intimately. Hearing Xiao Qinghong talk about her daughter, Li Mu's heart was also unsettled. It is rumored that Xiao Qinghong, the richest man in Magic City, has 9 daughters. All of them are as beautiful as flowers, beautiful and powerful, and several of his daughters are either business geniuses or specialists in certain areas. That is to say, the old man married Xiao Qinghong, not only Li Mu more than a rich stepmother, but also more than 9 outstanding sister. Li Mu always felt that old dad was playing too big a game. However, looking at Pop's look of calmness, Li Mu was also speechless for a while. Chapter 3, Saving Stepmother. After some conversation, Li Mu became familiar with Xiao Qinghong. In front of Li Mu, Xiao Qinghong didn't have any big boss's frame, and she treated Li Mu with courtesy, completely like a kind and compassionate elder. During this process, 4th sister Xiao Muyu had also been observing Li Mu. Xiao Muyu grew up with a strong character, liked to dance with guns and sticks, and had been following her master to learn martial arts and close combat. Usually it was easy to knock over a few big men, so after she left the school, she basically followed Xiao Qinghong around and became Xiao Qinghong's personal bodyguard. Xiao Muyu actually didn't like things that took a lot of brainpower, but today, for the sake of the group's interests, she had still been carefully observing Li Mu. There were actually many people who had pursued Xiao Qinghong over the years, but most of them were for money or shares in the group. However, judging from Li Mu's performance today, it should be quite alright, at least when it came to accepting $1 million. Li Mu really didn't want to accept it. Xiao Muyu thought about it and took her cell phone to introduce Li Mu's performance today to her sister group, accompanied by a picture of Li Mu. Wow, I didn't realize that this cheap brother is still a handsome man. Second sister Xiao Yuling licked her lips across the cell phone screen. If this kid hits on the group, I'll castrate him. Big sister Xiao Nishang's usual domineering presidential tone. What school did he graduate from? 6th sister Xiao Royal Jun, who rarely ventured out, surprisingly appeared as well. As long as mom is happy, it doesn't even matter to me. 3rd sister Xiao Feishue was all happy-go-lucky. This kid is quite handsome. If the character is good, want to join the entertainment industry? 8th sister Xiao Yuqing was painting her makeup on an international stage, idly typing on her cell phone. I hate men the most. 5th sister Xiao Rongrong had a disdainful look on her face. In short, the 9 sisters spoke one after another in a lively manner. At this time, seeing the sun setting, Li Mu was left to have dinner. In the villa's dining room, the servants brought plates and plates of delicacies to the table. Looking at the delicacies in front of him, Li Mu's fingers twitched. Li Mu, since we're all family now, I suggest you move in together as well, Xiao Qinghong invited as she ate her meal. That's not good. I'm graduating from college soon, so it's more convenient for me to rent outside. Li Mu didn't expect Xiao Qinghong to invite herself, so she hurriedly refused. Hey, there's nothing to it. Why do you have to rent outside when you have a villa at home? And there are also enough rooms in this villa. You can familiarize yourself with your two sisters at the same time. Xiao Qinghong followed her advice. She could tell that she liked the feeling of a big family, otherwise she wouldn't have adopted 9 daughters. Alright then, seeing that she couldn't push it off again, Li Mu reluctantly agreed. Mu Yu, you first take Li Mu around the villa and let him choose a room, Xiao Qinghong instructed. Okay, Mom. After the meal, Xiao Muyu took Li Mu around the villa. The entire villa was quite large and the rooms were even more numerous. Li Mu finally chose a room on the second floor. After arranging Li Mu, Xiao Muyu didn't leave immediately. Sister Mu Yu, is there anything else? Li Mu had experienced a lot today, and was eager to lie down and smooth things out. Li Mu, sister is meeting you for the first time today. There's nothing to give. This watch is for you. With those words, Xiao Muyu handed over an exquisite small gift box. Li Mu took it and opened it to see that it was a men's watch. A water ghost green watch with an elegant dial and a diamond-encrusted inner disc. It wasn't cheap at first glance. Sister Muyu, this gift is a bit expensive. I'm afraid I can't take it. This is Sis's intention. If you don't want it, you're disowning me as Sis. Sister is going to be angry. Alright then, thank you, Sister Muyu. The words had reached this point. What else could Li Mu say? Closing the door and lying on the bed, Li Mu picked up his cell phone and searched, not realizing that the watch that fourth sister Xiao Muyu had given herself was a Rolex collection model, worth $500,000. Today, he received Xiao Qinghong's $1 million bank card, and then he received fourth sister Xiao Muyu's $500,000 watch. Li Mu was really a little anxious. After all, friends need to be on equal footing to get along, and the Xiao family is a top wealthy family, while he and his old man are at the bottom of the social ladder. In terms of wealth, this is too unequal. This Xiao family was a big family, and now that Pops and Xiao Qinghong were together, would her several daughters be able to accept it? Li Mu didn't know if such a relationship could be maintained in the future. Just at this time, an electronically synthesized voice came from Li Mu's mind. Ding! Matching host found. Life support system binding in progress. Ding! System binding successful. System? Is this the golden finger of the novel world? Li Mu was very surprised. System? What function do you have? Li Mu fixed his mind, then silently asked. The system is called the Life Aid System. It is to build the host into a multi-golden all-around male god, and assist the host in achieving a perfect life. Ooh, there's such a good thing. Li Mu, who was still a bit worried about his old man's marriage, was overjoyed inside at this moment. With the system, he wasn't going to be awesome and fly into the sky, leveling the gap between their family and the Xiao family. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie gift pack, Divine Medical Arts. Will you receive it now? Surprisingly, there was a newbie gift pack. Li Mu was happy in his heart. Claim it, Li Mu recited silently. A wave of warmth instantly filled his entire body, which was incredibly comfortable. At the same time, Li Mu's mind was filled with brand new knowledge, all about medicine, both Chinese and Western medicine. Li Mu was completely familiar with this knowledge, just like an old professor who had been immersed in the medical path for many years. At this exact moment, the sound of a quarrel came from outside the room. Although the villa room was soundproofed very well, but it couldn't help that the sound of the quarrel outside was too loud. Li Mu got up and opened the door to find out what was going on, only to see that in the living room on the first floor, an outstanding beauty was quarreling with Xiao Qinghong. This beautiful woman has fair skin, long hair with big waves and curls, a pair of peach blossom eyes, wearing a brown small suit with a white pattern shirt, chest dropsy, calling out, and wearing a black hip skirt underneath, hips rounded abnormally, black stockings wrapped around the long thighs, feet on high-heeled shoes, a powerful aura, a pair of workplace queens look, not inferior to Xiao Qinghong. This quarrel was so loud that Pops and Xiao Muyu opened the doors of their respective rooms and were watching towards downstairs. Mom, I don't agree with you guys being together. This is a fight for the family fortune. Daughter, we can sign a prenuptial agreement. Mom, you've been overwhelmed by love. Your Uncle Li is sincere. The Xiao family's estate cannot fall into the hands of an outsider. Listening to the quarreling conversation, it was obvious that this beauty was also Auntie Zhao's daughter, and seemed to be strongly opposed to Pops and her mom being together, only to see that Auntie Xiao, after being disliked by this daughter for a few sentences, she became so anxious that she almost fainted on the sofa. Li Mu, Pops and Xiao Muyu rushed down to talk out the fight. At the same time, Xiao Muyu was busy calling the doctor next door to come over immediately. In just a few seconds, coming to the living room on the first floor, Auntie Xiao had already fainted on the sofa in anger, unconscious. At this time, the beautiful woman who was still mouthy a moment ago was also nervous. Mom, are you alright? This beauty shook Auntie Xiao's arm while shedding some tears. It was just that no matter how she shook it, Auntie Xiao had no intention of waking up. Things were obviously a bit big. This beautiful woman. Step aside for a moment. Li Mu borrowed a set of silver needles from the maid and was about to apply the needles to Xiao Qinghong. Who are you? Who are you to tell me to get out of the way? The beauty didn't know whether she was anxious or angry. Her words were harsh. If your mom is not saved, her life may be in danger. Li Mu asserted with a single word. Auntie Zhao's anxious fire attacked her heart, needing to drain the fire, and the heart is the ruler of the 5 organs. And then according to Li Mu's observation, Xiao Qinghong, in addition to the heart problem, apparently there are other basic diseases such as high blood pressure, and at this time it is even more of a flare-up. Therefore, Li Mu believes that Xiao Qinghong needs immediate medical treatment, or else her life will be in danger. You even cursed my mom. The beautiful woman stared at Li Mu with increasing anger. Li Mu was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Pulling her to the side, he was about to give Auntie Xiao a needle. At this time, Xiao Muyu just happened to pull an old gentleman into the door, who lived in the second villa next door and was a famous local doctor. Only to see, after Li Mu put Auntie Xiao flat on the sofa, he started to apply needles with an extremely fast technique. In a short while, he had administered a dozen or so needles. The speed of his technique was so fast that one would actually think that there was only the illusion of hand shadows moving. Xiao Muyu and the professionally dressed beauty somewhat couldn't believe their eyes. Li Jian was puzzled in his heart. When did Li Mu know acupuncture? Could it be that he learned it on his own when he went out to work? The old Chinese doctor who had just entered the door and saw Li Mu applying needles was even more shocked. As the saying goes, the outsider sees the big picture, but the insider sees the big picture. The speed of Li Mu's hands and the way he applied the needle was just like an old Chinese doctor who had been practicing for decades. And several acupuncture points are bold and aggressive. Very precise. The fire grasped just right. Can be said to have profound strength. Immediately after the needle, Xiao Qinghong opened her eyes and woke up. Li Mu pulled out the needle again. Xiao Qinghong's originally pale face, with a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly recovered. Xiao Qinghong immediately stood up, completely recovered. Where were the signs of fainting just now? This means of raising the dead was truly shocking. Xiao Mu, thank you. I didn't expect you to know medical skills. If it wasn't for you, maybe this time, Auntie would have passed out on her back. Where did Auntie Xiao not understand now that it was Li Mu who saved her? Not at all. Auntie, Li Mu hurriedly said modestly. Humph. Xiao Nishan looked high and mighty, completely disdainful. This little brother. Dare I ask if what you used just now was the Xianyi divine needle? The old Chinese medicine practitioner from earlier, incomparably excited, walked to Li Mu's front, where there was still the stance of a Chinese medicine master, as if he was a young student who was being taught. Aha! Old sir knows it too? That's of course. I saw it once when I was young, but I never thought that I would be able to see the Xianyi divine needle again today. I have no regrets when I die. The old gentleman was incomparably excited. No regrets? The crowd was shocked. The one in front of him was the director of a Chinese hospital and was a famous doctor in the area. Although he had retired, there was an endless stream of people who wanted to come to his door every day to seek treatment. If this old Chinese doctor could say such words, then Li Mu's medical skills must be very good. The old gentleman is overstating it. It's just a small skill. People respect me 1 foot. I respect others 1 foot, let alone facing an old man. Li Mu naturally had to be modest. I don't know if the old man can. The old gentleman stumbled a bit. The old gentleman but say no harm? Can the old man worship his teacher and learn this Xianyi divine needle from you? The old man trembled as he spoke. One could hear that he was afraid that Li Mu would refuse. Worship the master to Li Mu? The crowd in the villa was shocked again. Originally, they thought that Li Mu was just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat, but they didn't realize that the famous old doctor wanted to pay homage to Li Mu. Why does it sound so unbelievable? Chapter 4, 9 Daughters Marry One. Li Mu was a little unsure of how to answer for a moment. Li Mu looked at Xiao Qinghong, who gently nodded her head. Li Mu would understand. Does old sir really want to learn the Xianyi divine needle? Little friend is willing to teach? The old Chinese doctor said urgently. Of course. That's great. In the future, you will be my master. The old fellow's name is Qin Guanhua. Master above, please grant my disciple a bow. With those words, Qin Guanhua was about to kneel down. Alas, old sir is polite. I wouldn't dare to be your master. We'll just learn from each other in the future. Li Mu hurriedly went to help. This can't be done. Once a teacher, always a teacher. The old man was afraid that Li Mu wouldn't teach him Xianyi divine needle, so he insisted on making this master-disciple relationship a reality. Li Mu couldn't twist him around, so he had to let it be. The behavior of this old man and young man surprised the onlookers. If the students of the Magic City Medical College saw this scene, they would probably drop their jaws. The honorary professor of the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Elder Qin, was actually paying homage to a young man who was not yet a milksop. This was too unbelievable. As it was getting late, Qin Guanhua decided to come back tomorrow to ask Li Mu for advice. Hastily bidding farewell to the crowd, he went back. Once Qin Guanhua left, Xiao Qinghong grabbed Li Mu's hand and thanked him again. There's no need to be so polite. Aunt Xiao, we are all family, and I see that you still have a problem with high blood pressure, so I'll use acupuncture again in the next few days to regulate and tune you up. Okay, thank you so much Li Mu. I really didn't expect you to know medicine. And even the famous old Chinese medicine practitioner Qin Lao in Magic City wants to worship you as his teacher. Xiao Qinghong had already had a good impression of Li Mu, and now that Li Mu had shown his amazing medical skills, she naturally liked him a lot. Originally worried that her daughters wouldn't be able to fully accept Li Mu and Li Construction, but now that she sees that Li Mu also has real skills, it seems that Li Mu is just young and lacks opportunities. Watching his son being praised, Li Construction was also very happy in his heart. Just how did Li Mu learn medical skills? He didn't know anything about it. Li Mu, let me introduce you. This is your big sister, Xiao Nisheng. She's good at everything, but she's just a bit overbearing. Xiao Qinghong pulled the professional dress beauty from earlier, and now solemnly introduced her. Mom, Xiao Nisheng pouted at her mom. How can she talk about her own daughter in front of others? This pair of mother and daughter now can still see the appearance of the fight just now. Hello, I'm Li Mu, please take care of me. Well, thank you for saving my mom just now. Xiao Nisheng bristled, still a little unhappy. After all, in her eyes, the new brother was competing with her for the family fortune. At night, Xiao Qinghong and Xiao Muyu both gathered on Xiao Nisheng's bed, and the mother and daughter three whispered, Mom, I didn't mean to argue with you. I know, too many people have pursued you over the years, so I'm old and uneasy. Aha, you have to trust your mom's ability to recognize people. Your Uncle Li and Li Mu aren't trying to covet anything from us. By the way, you're not too young anymore. You're about to turn 26. You should also think about your marriage. Mom, why are you talking about me? I think Li Mu is quite good. I didn't realize that his medical skills are so powerful. Even Elder Qin was convinced. Mom, what are you talking about? Li Mu can't be good. Besides, he's his younger brother. What's wrong with that? It's not like he's his own brother. If either of you guys fall in love, you can try to get along. Mom's not closed-minded. This, Xiao Nisheng and Xiao Muyu were instantly somewhat speechless. But remembering Li Mu's handsome appearance today, the two of them actually blushed a little. I raised 9 of you, but up to now, none of you have gotten married, and you don't even have a date. This really makes me not know what to say. No need. We are all career-oriented. All of us are like Mom when she was young. The 9 sisters have admired their mom since they were young and have all lived up to her from different sides. But you all have to marry eventually. When old Mom was young, she pounced on her career only because of her hurt feelings. 9 of us used to say that men can't be relied on. We have to rely on ourselves, and even if we have to get married, we have to marry the same person. Marry the same person? Old Mom Xiao Qinghong couldn't help but be surprised. How can these little nieces be so bold? What tiger and wolf words dare to say After sleeping all night in the villa room, Li Mu woke up the next day. From the second-floor balcony, he saw Xiao Muyu practicing boxing. This girl's body is already beautiful, and then she dances in a wide-open martial arts stance, and her curves are suddenly concave and convex, making people want to get into her head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine-level martial art. Will you receive it now? I didn't think that watching someone else practice martial arts would have such a reward. Claim, as Li Mu recited silently. Immediately, a stream of warmth spread all over Li Mu's body. A never-before-seen sense of relief caused Li Mu's bones to undergo a qualitative change, and his small belly unexpectedly turned into 8-pack abs, as if his body had been refined and gnarled with muscles. At the same time, Li Mu's mind was filled with all kinds of fighting knowledge. Even his face value had vaguely improved a lot. Want to come down for a few moves? While Li Mu was digesting this brand new martial arts knowledge, Xiao Muyu, if she felt something, looked up and saw Li Mu on the second-floor balcony. Xiao Muyu was already a practicing martial artist and liked to find people to challenge, so he extended an invitation to Li Mu. Yes, Li Mu surprisingly ghostly agreed. Perhaps he also wanted to know how much he really weighed now. Without much thought, Li Mu instinctively jumped from the second-floor open-air balcony to the front yard without taking the stairs. I can't see that you actually have 2 tricks up your sleeve. Xiao Muyu couldn't help but sigh in admiration as her beautiful eyes rounded. From the second-floor balcony to the ground is just 4 or 5 meters. This height is not very daring for ordinary people to jump, and Li Mu's movements are dashing and flowing. His body is like a lightweight, so he obviously has a certain level of skill. Soon the two people will be you to and fro, bare hands and fists sparring. Li Mu didn't use his full strength. He was just looking for a feeling. However, Xiao Muyu's speed was incredibly fast, but in front of Li Mu, it was slow. It was mainly Xiao Muyu attacking and Li Mu resisting. Xiao Muyu's punches were all neutralized by Li Mu, which gave Xiao Muyu the feeling of hitting cotton. After a dozen punches in a row, Xiao Muyu was tired, but she didn't even get an inch. At the same time, this also surprised her. Xiao Muyu asked herself that she was also considered a well-informed expert. Normally, under her, a person would be knocked out in just a few rounds, but she didn't expect Li Mu to last for so long. At this moment, seeing Xiao Muyu lost her concentration, Li Mu took the opportunity to attack, and eventually Xiao Muyu couldn't stand it and took a few steps backward. About to fall, Li Mu flew forward, waist hugged Xiao Muyu. She did not fall, only, this posture, skin to skin. Smell this Li Mu body coming from the manly atmosphere. Xiao Muyu eyes some confused, and even want to reach out to touch Li Mu's strong muscles. Thinking of this, Xiao Muyu couldn't help but blush a little and hurriedly stopped her thoughts. Alright, we'll stop here today. Count today as your win. We'll fight again tomorrow. Standing up in a panic and breaking away from Li Mu's embrace, Xiao Muyu waved her fists before running back to her room. On the third-floor bedroom balcony, Xiao Qinghong smiled heartily at all this as she looked on. Chapter 5 Picking Up Antique Street. Li Mu went upstairs to take a cool shower and was just about to go downstairs when there was a knock on the door. Li Mu didn't change his clothes and only wrapped a bath towel around him before opening the door. Standing outside the door was none other than big sister Xiao Nishang. Ah, you. Looking at Li Mu's naked body, Xiao Nishang let out a shriek. I'm sorry big sister. I just got out of the shower and just opened the door. Seeing Xiao Nishang's reaction, Li Mu hurriedly went back to his room and put on a jacket. Xiao Nishang still had some heart palpitations. Who would have thought that just opening the door into the eyes was the naked body of a boy? However, just now a quick glance, this cheap brother's body is very outstanding. Even have 8-pack abs? Compared to male models I'm afraid it's not much better. Since she was a child, she didn't have any contact with any boys, and this was the first time she saw a boy's body in reality. Such a close distance made Xiao Nishang's cheeks become more and more flushed, where there was still the appearance of a business queen. Big sister, is something wrong? Looking at Xiao Nishang's strange expression, Li Mu didn't know if this would turn on himself. After all, he was still arguing with Auntie Xiao yesterday. I heard Muyu say that she gave you a gift yesterday. As a big sister, I naturally have to give you one too. Thinking about her reaction just now, Xiao Nishang hated that she couldn't slap herself a few times. Returning to her senses, she handed an exquisite gift box to Li Mu. This is. Li Mu took it and opened it. It turned out to be a pair of silver needles. The jacket was sewn with finely crafted cowhide, while the silver needles inside were beaten with pure silver, and there were various sizes and dimensions. Visually there were 70 to 80 silver needles. At this look it was costly, and the key is that Xiao Nishang is really attentive. I saw that you borrowed the servant's silver needles yesterday, so I ordered someone to buy them for you this morning, expecting you to like them. Xiao Nishang explained while relieving the visual shock she had just experienced. Thanks, you are too thoughtful. I happen to be missing a pair of silver needles. This gift, Li Mu was naturally happy to accept it and was quite fond of it. By the way, big sister, do you know if there is an antique street nearby? You want to go antique shopping? My dad and Auntie Xiao are getting married. I can't just give them nothing, so I want to go and see if I can come across a suitable gift. So that's how it is. But there are more fakes. I happen to be free this morning, so I can take you to take a look. Then it's troublesome, big sister. Actually, Xiao Nishang wanted to observe this brother properly. After all, there were too many crooks nowadays, and although Li Mu had saved her mom yesterday, Xiao Nishang had been in the shopping mall for a long time and knew the horrors of human nature. She would not meet once or twice and then completely trust the other party. After the two of them had breakfast, they said goodbye to their old man and Xiao Qinghong, and then they had to leave. Coming to the villa's underground garage, there were a dozen or so luxury cars of various colors. Ferrari, Cadillac, Maybach, Aston Martin. Li Mu looked dumbfounded for a moment. The world of the tycoons was indeed very luxurious. I'm afraid that just one car here alone is something that an ordinary person working for a lifetime may not be able to earn. Yet there are actually a dozen of them here. Li Mu, which one do you want to drive? Sister will give it to you. Seeing Li Mu's dumbfounded eyes, Xiao Nishang blinked and tried. Sister, this is too extravagant. I can't afford any of these cars. I can't afford to pay for it if it gets wrecked. Alright, then you can ride in my car first. Xiao Nishang didn't expect this kid to be quite sensible. Unlike some people, when they see a high-value item, they want to take it for themselves. Her heart couldn't help but increase her favor towards Li Mu's. Xiao Nishang drove a black Big Ben, low-key and luxurious, which was in line with the style of a businessman. Soon, they arrived at the famous antique street in Magic City. In this antique street, what objects are sold? Jade, strings, paintings, porcelain, everything. Xiao Nishang and Li Mu walked on the street and strolled around. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the appraisal prompt box. Will you receive it now? Worthy of being an auxiliary system. Sure enough, it came back. In the morning, when he saw Xiao Muyu obtaining a divine grade martial art just by practicing martial arts, Li Mu was thinking about the trigger mechanism of this system, and now it looks just like what he thought. Claim. In the blink of an eye, many prompt boxes appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes. A fake vase, worth $10. An enlightened string, worth 100 yuan. A fake painting, worth 200 yuan. Any item that Li Mu saw, a hint box would collectively pop up on it. This was too useful. It's almost as if it's open. Li Mu exclaimed. Li Mu, is there nothing that catches your eye? I told you that this place has too many fake things. Xiao Nishang turned around for half a day, but she didn't buy anything. In fact, Light Red Group had a jewelry business under its umbrella, and it was somewhat related to jade. Xiao Nishang had also learned some knowledge of appraising antiques and had a certain appraisal ability. It's alright. Let's go to that stall over there and take another look. Li Mu walked towards a nearby stall and eventually stopped in front of a painting. It was a forgery of a Song Dynasty painting, worth 500 yuan. However, there are genuine paintings sandwiched inside, and their value is incalculable. The value is incalculable? Curiosity rose in Li Mu's heart. This hint box was too amazing. Even the fact that there was a mezzanine inside prompted it. The other items were all simple hints, but this one even gave so many words. As for the said mezzanine layer, it looked as if there wasn't one. While touching it, if it was hidden, it seemed that there was really a layer. Young man, like it? Like 1,000 yuan to take away. Also let brother open his business today. The stall owner is a middle-aged man in his 40s. A look full of smooth, shrewd. Of course, to be able to mix in this antique street, who is not a veteran? This price is a bit expensive. It looks like an imitation. Before Li Mu could say anything, Xiao Nishan opened her mouth and reminded, Boss, will you sell this painting for $500? Li Mu cut the price. $500? That's too little. It should be at least 900 yuan. The stall owner and Li Mu bargained for a few rounds, and finally Li Mu bought it for 700 yuan. Li Mu, this painting is really ordinary. Xiao Nishan was a bit upset for Li Mu. This piece of artwork was a painting of a rich and noble phoenix, and this kind of crappy painting could be sold for 700. It's simply unreasonable. Sister, this painting is definitely not bad. I'll go and choose 2 more things. Li Mu was full of confidence. Anyway, he had the system to back him up, so he was afraid of nothing. Chapter 6, Treasure Hunting Against All Odds. A pair of jade bracelets, worth $50 million. A jade trigger finger, worth $100 million. In front of a stall specializing in jade, Li Mu found 2 more goodies, so he bargained for them and eventually bought them for $1,000. If the stall owner knew their true value, he was probably going to vomit blood. Similarly, in Xiao Nishang's eyes, both of these things were trashy goods. Li Mu, the things you bought are too average, aren't they? These things can't be given away, right? The things Li Mu bought were ordinary, so naturally, they couldn't enter Xiao Nishang's eyes. Ha ha, that's not necessarily true. Li Mu had the system with him, so of course he was confident. Could it be that these ordinary objects are still something good? Xiao Nishang, as the female president who said no one was wrong, was naturally a little displeased. No one had dared to negate her opinion for so long. No way, let's bet? Sister, do you know any experts who appraise antiques? Yes. Why? I want someone to help me look at the treasure I've chosen. Good. Just let you die. There's a store on this street that I happen to know. Xiao Nishan was actually not happy to go in her heart, because she felt that Li Mu's things were too ordinary and not worth much money. So what would be the point of having to appraise them? It wasn't humiliating enough. Although she was not happy in her heart, she still brought Li Mu to a store called Jade Shin Pavilion. This store was ancient and well decorated. It was filled with all kinds of objects, each of which was very distinctive, and it was obvious that the owner of this store was powerful. Yo, eldest Miss Xiao, why are you here? As soon as he saw Xiao Nishang enter the door, the old man who looked like a shopkeeper greeted him. Elder Gua, I want you to give me a palm today. Xiao Nishang opened the door. This is my brother, Li Mu. He just bought 3 things today. Good to say, good to say. Guo Lao then invited the 2 into the elegant room on the 2nd floor. Li Mu placed the 3 items on the table in turn. Guo Lao put on his presbyopic glasses and then carefully observed them. The first thing he looked at was the jade bracelet, which had a stale appearance and no luster, and looked very roadkill. But in the spirit of professionalism, Guo Lao picked up the magnifying glass and carefully observed it. Ha! The more Guo Lao looked, the more surprised he became. What's wrong, Guo Lao? Xiao Nishang hurriedly asked when she heard Guo Lao's exclamation. but Guo Lao didn't have any answer and turned to take out a square towel from his clothes pocket and used some maintenance grease from the room to fetch over the jade artifact. He dipped the square towel in the maintenance oil and carefully wiped the bracelet. Not long after, this pair of bracelets faded away from the dark dust and became crystal clear and lustrous. Seeing the changes before and after, Shanghai couldn't help but be surprised. Li Mu, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything. Elder Gua, this jade bracelet has come to life. Shanghai picked up one of them and watched it repeatedly, and even tried it on her hand, loving it very much. It had to be said that women were all in love with beauty, and this bracelet was also verdant in color, quite suitable for a young lass. Congratulations, Missy. This pair of bracelets, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Song Dynasty's skilled craftsman made. It looks like it should be the royal supplies. There is a small character engraved here. Song Dynasty jade bracelets would have been less. This pair of bracelets and so intact. The value of this conservative estimate is certainly in the 30 million or so. Guo Lao finally put down the bracelet and opened his mouth to savor it. Really? Elder Gua. Shanghai was shocked. Originally, she was just looking at this pair of bracelets, but she didn't expect them to be worth $30 million. This cheap brother's luck was too good. $500 turned into $30 million. This is simply a money grab. After commenting on the bracelet, Guo Lao observed the jade trigger finger. This jade trigger finger, luster dark, does not seem to have any special. Guo Lao once again picked up the magnifying glass, carefully observed. He saw that this jade trigger finger was dark and obscure, like an ancient monk, with an introverted atmosphere. The more Guo Lao looked at it, the more mesmerized he became, the more surprised he was. The first look was average, the second look was astonishing, and the third look was mesmerizing. If I'm not mistaken, this jade trigger should be a relic of Emperor Qianlong. After looking at it for a long time, Guo Lao finally asserted, "What? Emperor Qianlong's relic? Elder Gua, you haven't lost your eyesight, have you?" Shanghai couldn't believe that something that Li Mu had casually bought was still a Qianlong relic. Can't be wrong. There are canonical records that Emperor Qianlong liked to play with triggers, and one of the triggers that he often wore was dark green in color, with a dark pattern on the inner ring, and it had the effect of meditating and calming the mind when viewed. And this triggering finger matches almost all of them. The price of this jade trigger finger is definitely above $100 million. No more, no less. Hearing Guo Lao's words, Shanghai was shocked. This wrench that was casually bought for $500 was actually worth $100 million. This Li Mu's luck was simply heaven-defying. In the end, Guo Lao's gaze landed on the painting. Guo Lao looked at it and couldn't help but be disappointed. This painting is a forgery. It's not worth a few dollars. At most it's $500. Li Mu couldn't help but admire Guo Lao's discerning eye. This pricing was simply similar to the price of the system tip box. Elder Gua, are there any tools here for dismantling the painting? Li Mu opened his mouth and asked. Tools? Yes, I want to dismantle this painting. There should still be a sandwich inside. I don't know if you've noticed, Li Mu reminded. There are still interlayers? Guo Lao rushed over and carefully touched it with his hands, and sure enough there really seemed to be a sandwich. Just that this sandwich is extremely cleverly done. If you don't look carefully and touch it with your heart, you won't be able to find it at all. Let the store fellows to bring tools. Guo Lao will be on the hand, with a delicate knife carefully dismantled up. In the end, a new painting came out from the inside. Guo Lao took a look, and was instantly thrilled beyond measure. This painting was none other than the authentic work of the southern Tang painter Sushi, Jade Hall of Fortune. How could Guo Lao not expect this painting to appear? Guo Lao's hands holding the painting couldn't help but tremble. Elder Gua, this painting is very powerful? Shanghai asked when she saw how excited Guo Lao was. That's natural. Missy, you don't know. Oh, this painting was said to have been burnt during the war back then, and it was said that the ones placed inside the museum were actually fakes. I didn't expect to be able to see such a painting again today. This painting is the real thing? Absolutely not wrong, and it's hard to estimate its value. That is, to estimate the price. At least it should be more than $500 million. Shanghai was also surprised. This Li Mu was too heavenly. Could it be that he has very strong appraisal skills? All three items were surprisingly picked up by him, and all of them were of very high value, especially the last painting. It was simply priceless. Even Guo Lao didn't dare to give a price. One or two pieces could still be considered luck. Picking up 3 consecutive pieces successfully was not a matter of luck. Chapter 7, A Chance Encounter in a Restaurant. Antique Street, Jade Xin Pavilion. At this moment, Shanghai looked at Li Mu with eyes full of shock and disbelief. Her emotions were a bit complicated. At first, she was worried that Li Mu would cheat them out of their family fortune, so she was wary and observant of Li Mu, and even brought Li Mu to this antique street in order to observe Li Mu's character. However, last night, Li Mu saved his mother's life with acupuncture and showed amazing medical skills. Even the next-door neighbor, Xin Lao, had to lick his face and worship him as a teacher. And now he had shown amazing appraisal skills. The antiques that were casually picked up were surprisingly worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. If this was a fraud, would he still need to come and cheat their family? Did he still need to covet the Shao family's fortune? Next to him, Elder Guo looked at Li Mu with complete envy and admiration. He had been an appraiser of antiques for such a long time, but he had never been so refreshed as he was today. The three pieces were surprisingly all treasures of great value, especially the jade trigger finger and the jade hall of fortune. If they were to be put up for auction at an auction house, they would definitely fetch over $100 million. Moreover, listening to Miss Xiao's family, these were all picked up by Li Mu with more than $1,000. Mr. Li, awesome. I'm very impressed with your ability to win big with a small amount of money. Originally, for the young man beside Miss Xiao, Guo Lao regarded him as a little white boy mixing with Miss Xiao and didn't care much about him. I didn't realize that people are the dragon in Phoenix. A few $100 to pick up the treasures. This is a master of connoisseurship. Where? It's just for fun. Li Mu smiled blandly. These words made Guo Lao almost vomit blood. The old man had played with antiques for his whole life, but it was not as good as a kid's casual play. Mr. Li, are these three objects willing to be parted with? If so, I'm willing to recover them at a high price. It's rare to see such a nice object. Guo Lao was very moved. Forget this one. I have other arrangements. Li Mu smiled blandly. Mr. Li, another arrangement, could it be that you want to auction it? I'm very familiar with all the auction houses in Magic City, so if you want to put it up for auction, I can also introduce it. Guo Lao thought that Li Mu was selling it for a price, so he still didn't want to give it up easily. If it was put up for auction, it would certainly set off a scramble in the antique world. Can't. This is a gift I'm giving away. A gift? Mr. Li is truly a man of nature. Seeing Li Mu's breezy appearance, which did not look like a fake, Guo Lao secretly gave a thumbs up for this young man in his heart. Nowadays, everyone in society valued interests, and those who could give away goods worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. This person must be light on money and heavy on righteousness. Mr. Li, is there any contact information? There is an auction at the end of this month? I hope that Mr. Li will be able to participate in it at that time. Oh, there is an auction. Li Mu was naturally interested and left each other's phone numbers. He also asked Guo Lao to help him with the framing and packaging, before leaving with Xiao Nishang. Sister Nishang, the time is now going to be noon. In order to thank you for accompanying me shopping, let's go and fix a meal. Li Mu thought about speaking. Good. Xiao Nishang naturally agreed. Her legs were tired from shopping all morning. Soon, the two chose to eat at a nearby upscale Western-style restaurant. After being seated, the two ordered steak and foie gras, as well as a salad. Previously, it was Xiao Nishang who ate with her other sisters, while she had never had a dinner date alone with a man. Spending time together like this made Xiao Nishang feel a little strange in her heart. Right, Sister Nishang, this is for you. As he spoke, Li Mu handed Xiao Nishang an exquisite gift box, the very same jade bracelet that had just been wrapped up in the curio store. This, Xiao Nishang was a little hesitant, although the Xiao family did not lack money. But when Guo Lao said that this bracelet could be worth $30 million, Xiao Nishang was a little hesitant. Sister Nishang, you can't not accept it. After all, I also received Sister Nishang's silver needles in the morning. Li Mu had seen that Xiao Nishang liked this bracelet a long time ago, that's why he planned to give it to her. Alright then, Xiao Nishang took it, so she opened the package and put the bracelet on her wrist, loving it in her heart. This verdant-colored bracelet with her slender jade hands and fair skin was simply not too beautiful. Sister Nishang, this bracelet is a perfect match for you. Even Li Mu couldn't help but praise it. It's not bad, Xiao Nishang said arrogantly. This was another dinner alone. Another gift. Xiao Nishang was used to being in the middle of business. She hadn't been this happy in a long time it seemed. Looking at Li Mu's handsome face on the opposite side, Xiao Nishang's cheeks couldn't help but redden a little. Right, Li Mu, have you studied antique appraisal before? Xiao Nishang asked, the doubt in her heart. After all, the three pickups were all treasures. This probability of success was too high. It's okay. I was interested before, so I read some books and studied some. Li Mu casually bluffed. He couldn't tell the secrets of the system. Besides, that is, if he said the secret of the system, I'm afraid others wouldn't believe him. So it's self-taught. I didn't expect your appraisal skills to be so great. The day after tomorrow we have a gambling stone deal. I can take you there to take a look. Sure. Anyway, Li Mu was currently on a university internship and was currently on standby. A meal had brought Xiao Nishang and Li Mu very close, and just as the two were about to get up and leave, a man walked over. Mr. Xiao, I really didn't expect to see you here. The man was dressed in a straight suit, his big back hair combed with oil, and a cigar in his mouth, just like a big brother's temperament, and behind him were two pugnacious men. more than 1 meter 9 in height, all wearing black suits with black sunglasses, just like the hacker's empire. How is it you? Shanghai's brows wrinkled slightly, her expression somewhat disgusted. Yo, which family's white boy is this? Didn't Ms. Xiao say that she never eats alone with men? This big back pulled a chair and sat next to Li Mu. Li Mu's face went cold. Shu Liang, how many times have I said that I don't like you? Shanghai, as a great beauty and the current president of Light Red Group, naturally had countless suitors, and Chu Liang was one of them. It was just that Chu Liang's family had some relationship with the officials, so Shanghai generally did not offend if she could. So you found a little white boy. Chu Liang held a cigar in his mouth and spat out a smoke ring towards Li Mu. Li Mu was a bit enraged. Let's go. Shanghai saw that Li Mu was about to get angry, so she pulled Li Mu's hand to leave. Ugh, don't leave so soon? The two brawny men beside Chu Liang blocked Li Mu in Shanghai's way. What do you want? Shanghai twisted her face to question. Let's play a game. If this white boy can beat my men, I'll let you go. The woman that Chu Liang had his heart set on was actually shortchanged by this brat. How could he not hate it? As a result, before Chu Liang finished his sentence, the two big bodyguards fell to the ground with a bang, almost instantly losing their fighting ability. Beep. The crowd in the restaurant looked at the commotion over here and all looked at Li Mu in surprise. You. Chu Liang was even so shocked that he couldn't close his jaw. Chapter 8, The Shock of the Richest Woman. In the restaurant, Chu Liang still wanted to be ruthless, but two of his men had already fallen to the ground. This Li Mu had casually put down two big men. He was too fierce. Kid, don't leave if you have the guts. Although Chu Liang had palpitations in his heart, he was still tough on his face. What? Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Li Mu usually didn't like to cause trouble, but that didn't mean he was afraid of it. As the saying goes, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. You have the guts. Leave your name behind. I will definitely come to the door to retrieve the offense in the future. Chu Liang said viciously. Li Mu couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Shanghai also had a headache. This Chu Liang was a madman. If he was stalking him, he would end up being a trouble in the future. One could be a thief for 1,000 days, but not a thief for 1,000 days. Besides, the Xiao family was a large family. If there were often villains who made bad moves from it and made underhanded moves behind the scenes, it would be too annoying. Right at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the little brother card. As long as the host chooses who to bind, that person will become the host's little brother, and will do whatever the host says. Ding! Will the host please choose who to bind the card to? Listening to the voice coming from his mind, Li Mu was happy in his heart. This system is really timely rain. Just when he was worried about not having a pillow for dozing off, he was sent a pillow. Choose the little brother card to bind Chu Liang. Li Mu softly recited silently. Instantly, a layer of spiritual connection was established between Li Mu and Chu Liang, which was similar to bloodline suppression in general. In the first second, originally Chu Liang was still cursing at Li Mu and Shanghai, but the next second, he stopped talking, and his gaze towards Li Mu changed from sudden hostility to worship. Big brother, I'm sorry, it's me who had eyes and didn't recognize Tai just now. You are generous. Let my little brother go. Little brother is willing to be a cow and a horse for big brother. Chu Liang immediately changed to a pleasing look and came to Li Mu to beg for forgiveness. Shanghai was momentarily stunned. Why did this Chu Liang suddenly change his temper? There wouldn't be any setups, right? Remember, my name is Li Mu. Shanghai is my sister. You are not allowed to bother my sister in the future. And you are not allowed to do anything unfavorable to the Xiao family. Hear me? Li Mu thought to himself. This little brother card really works well. It's worthy of being a support system. It's really what's missing. Yes, big brother, from now on, I, Chu Liang, will be at your disposal. Chu Liang obediently acted like a lapdog. Li Mu exchanged contact information with Chu Liang before leaving the restaurant with Shanghai. This kind of little brother will always be useful in the future. Sitting in the car, Shanghai was still a bit confused. Why did this Chu Liang suddenly obey Li Mu? Shanghai was puzzled. She felt more and more that Li Mu was mysterious and powerful. Not only does Li Mu know how to practice medicine, he can also appraise antiques, and now she realized that Li Mu even knows martial arts. Li Mu, sis, thanks you today. You're welcome. You're my sister. Seeing others bully you, how can I hold my tongue? When Li Mu said this, Shanghai was very touched. Her gaze towards Li Mu became more and more gentle. Thinking about the bad attitude towards Li Mu at the beginning, Shanghai couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. She thought that she needed to treat Li Mu well in the future. Soon, the car drove back to the villa. At this time, it was already afternoon, and it just so happened that Li Construction, Xiao Qinghong and Xiao Muyu were all at home. Humph, you two secretly went shopping, but you didn't even call me. Xiao Muyu pouted her little mouth and launched her temper for no reason. I left in a hurry in the morning, and Auntie Xiao needed you to protect her, so it was just me and Sister Nishang who went together. I'll definitely bring you along next time." Li Mu laughed. This girl had locked herself into her room since she was defeated by herself in the morning and didn't even come out for breakfast. "Humph." Xiao Muyu twisted her face, with a look of "I won't listen to your explanation." "Sister Muyu, don't be angry. I've chosen a gift for you. I hope you like it." As Li Mu spoke, he sent a small exquisite gift box in front of Xiao Muyu. "A gift? I'll reluctantly accept it." Upon hearing that there was a gift, Xiao Muyu's face instantly turned from cloudy to sunny and leapt for joy. Li Mu could see through it now. This Xiao family's oldest seems to have a fiery temper and a preference for martial arts, but is actually a little girl's nature. He would be angry if he was defeated, and would be unhappy if he wasn't taken out on the street. Unwrapping the gift box, inside was that jade trigger finger. This jade trigger finger is simple and elegant. Viewing it makes one's heart quiet and wise. "Thank you, brother. I love it." Xiao Muyu was overjoyed and couldn't stop playing with it in her hand. Fourth sister. This was bought by Li Mu in the antique street. When he bought it, it was a few $100s, but later, he found Guo Lao from Jade Xin Pavilion to appraise it, and it turned out to be a jade wrench used by the Qianlong Emperor, and it's worth at least $100 million or more. Big sister Xiao Nishan recounted the events of this morning. "Ah, so it's such a treasure." Hearing this, Xiao Muyu was even happier. Although the Xiao family was rich, a gift of over $100 million wasn't something that could be taken casually. "Li Mu, this is too expensive." Xiao Qinghong was also a little surprised when she heard it. "It's not in the way. It's all picked up and returned. I didn't spend a few dollars." Li Mu smiled bashfully. "As long as everyone is happy." At the same time, the father is valued by the son, and also pulls up the status of Li construction in the family. "Right. I also have gifts for Dad and Auntie Xiao." As he said that, Li Mu handed Xiao Qinghong the Jade Hall of Fortune picture again. "And a gift for us." Xiao Mu was really thoughtful. Xiao Qinghong was all smiles. Unpacking the package and opening the painting, the entire Jade Hall of Fortune was presented in front of everyone's eyes. The painting was ancient and simple, with exquisite workmanship and a sense of wealth and peace. "This painting is very pretty. I like it a lot." Xiao Qinghong couldn't help but praise it. "Mom, this painting is the authentic work of the southern Tang painter Su Shi, called Jade Hall of Wealth, and according to Elder Gua, the value is incalculable, at least several $100 million or more." Xiao Nishang introduced from the side. "What? It's worth so much?" Xiao Qinghong and Li Construction were both shocked. The Xiao family just had 200 billion, but it was mostly assets, not cash flow, and this painting was surprisingly worth a few $100 million. This made Xiao Qinghong very unsettled inside. "Auntie Xiao, don't take it to heart. It's just a painting. I picked it up and bought it. It's only $700. Li Mu smiled blandly. A few $100s to pick up and miss the Qianlong Emperor's jade trigger finger, and a few $100s to pick up and miss this national painting worth over $100 million? Xiao Qinghong's heart set off huge waves. A businessman's profit is just to buy and sell goods to earn the difference in price in the middle. But Li Mu's price difference is also too amazing. Xiao Qinghong was repeatedly shocked. This Li Mu is obviously not a pool animal. Xiao Qinghong was more and more satisfied with her decision to marry Li Jianli. And next to him, Li Construction still had a black question mark on his face. "Is this my son? Is my son this powerful? How come I didn't know?" Chapter 9, Old Qin's granddaughter. The family was naturally very happy to receive the gift. "Sister, what's your gift?" Xiao Muyu suddenly asked. "This." Xiao Nishang stretched out her hands and displayed the jade bracelet on her hands. "Wow, sister, this bracelet of yours seems to look better." "It's alright. It was also picked up by Li Mu with a few $100s, but it's worth more than $30 million. Listening to Xiao Nishang's words, everyone no longer had too many waves in their hearts after being shocked repeatedly. In short, this Li Mu kid is simply too divine. Seeing the family happy, Xiao Qinghong was also very happy. She was once worried that Li Mu's arrival would make her daughters unhappy. Now, they were getting along harmoniously. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the villa, and not too long after, the maid brought over an old gentleman and girl. The old gentleman was no other than the next-door neighbor, old Chinese Dr. Qin Guanhua, and behind him was a girl. This girl was wearing a plain cheongsam, noble and generous. Her body proportions were perfect, her chest was full of dropsy, her hips were curvy, her skin was unusually fair, her long hair was waist-length, and she looked like a fair lady. "Hello master, we meet again. I said I'd come to ask you for medical advice today." Qin Guanhua was greatly generous, not the least bit embarrassed because he was old. "Elder Qin, it's better for you not to call me master. It's a discount." Li Mu always felt that he himself was embarrassed to let the old man call himself master. How can that be? There is no order in learning medicine. The one who achieves is the master. Qin Guanhua, on the other hand, didn't think so and still insisted on calling Li Mu master. This is my granddaughter, Qin Ruobing. I heard that master knows Xian divine needle, so she also wishes to see it. Qin Guanhua introduced the girl next to him as soon as he took her hand. Hello, hello. The girl stared at Li Mu with eyes full of curiosity. Both sides reached out and gently shook hands before separating. Since he had promised to teach the other party Xian divine needle, Li Mu naturally wouldn't be stingy. After all, old Chinese medicine Dr. Qin's reputation as a pot of mercy was out there, and Xian divine needle was just an acupuncture technique, and the divine medical techniques learned through the system were not just this Xian divine needle. In a separate room, Li Mu showed Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing how to use the Xian divine needle, and Qin Guanhua marveled at it, while Qin Ruobing nodded her head as she watched. Such a handsome little brother who knew medical skills was too eye-catching. Qin Ruobing's little heart was pounding. Is this what it feels like to be moved at first sight? At night, before going to bed, Xiao Qinghong and Xiao Muyu came to Xiao Nishang's room again. The three mothers were again lying shoulder to shoulder, talking in whispers. Nishang, Muyu, have you noticed that Elder Qin's granddaughter, Qin Ruobing, is dressed up so beautifully today? That girl is quite pretty. Xiao Nishang nodded her head in recollection. It's average. What's wrong, Mom? Xiao Muyu, on the other hand, spoke with a big grin. What do you think it means that Master Qin brought his granddaughter to see Li Mu? Xiao Mom said point blank. How do we know this? Xiao Nishang didn't understand why her mom was speaking about this today. Don't you think that Qin family girl has a crush on Li Mu? Mom, isn't that pretty good? You're silly. A good boy like Li Mu definitely won't lack girlfriends in the future. So whoever you are, seize the opportunity. Xiao Qinghong said again. Mom, I don't want to fall in love yet. I'm currently pursuing my career first. Xiao Nishang said with a righteous face. If Sister Nishang doesn't want to, I don't want to either. Xiao Muyu also followed suit. Ha! We who are women will eventually have to marry someone. Besides, Xiao Mu is so outstanding. I don't want to see him being abducted by another girl. Mom, Xiao Nishang thought about what Li Mu had done in the past 2 days, and his handsome appearance, and actually involuntarily blushed a little. And Xiao Muyu was also a little physically hot when she thought about how Li Mu felt this morning when he hugged himself in his arms. The days flew by. Li Mu, who originally wanted to move out, was stopped by Xiao Qinghong, and after getting along, the people in the villa were basically kind to Li Mu. Therefore, Li Mu didn't think about moving out anymore. For a few days in a row, Li Mu and Xiao Muyu competed in the morning, and this girl almost never won. Of course, in order to give the girl's face, Li Mu sometimes slightly let go of the water and let himself lose. And Qin Ruobing from Villa 2 came to ask Li Mu for medical advice from time to time, which made Qin Guanhua very happy. While seeing Li Mu and Qin Ruobing chatting happily, Xiao Nishang and Xiao Muyu were slightly uncomfortable in their hearts for some unknown reason. A few days later, Xiao Qinghong boarded a plane to a foreign country with Li Jianzhu and began their plan to travel the globe. In order to protect Xiao Qinghong, Xiao Muyu also followed them all the way, and after they all left, Li Mu and Xiao Nishang were left in the villa. Occasionally the scene would be a bit ambiguous. That morning, after having breakfast, Li Mu, there's a jade trade today, do you want to go together? Xiao Nishang invited. Sure, Li Mu had nothing to do around, so he went along. Chapter 10, Opening in Imperial Green, Magic City. The Jade Market was filled with guests today. Li Mu and Xiao Nishang had just entered the venue and attracted the attention of everyone. Wow, this is Xiao Nishang, the president of Light Red Group. So beautiful, looks like a fairy. If I could marry her home, my life would be worth it. You're not even worthy. Don't even take a piss and look in the mirror. The entire venue was abuzz with talk. Right, do you guys know? Xiao Qinghong seems to have fallen for a migrant worker. No way. How could the richest woman fall for a migrant worker? You don't have to believe me. The kid beside Xiao Nishang is said to be the son of that migrant worker. No wonder. So it's because the old man has fallen for a rich woman, and his son has followed suit. The looks of this little white boy. He's really born to eat soft rice. Hearing these voices of discussion, Xiao Nishang couldn't help but frown. Li Mu, can't you go back first? Xiao Nishang asked tentatively. It doesn't matter. Just a bunch of clowns. Li Mu, however, was calm and collected. Seeing Li Mu's response, Xiao Nishang was also slightly relieved. Right at this moment, a young man walked up to him. The man was dressed in a suit and wore a big back hair. Bashful. Mr. Xiao. The man came to Xiao Nishang attentively, with a pleasing look. Mr. Su, farewell. Xiao Nishang responded indifferently. And this one is? The man asked, pointing at Li Mu. This is my brother, Li Mu. Although she didn't like this Mr. Su, Xiao Nishang still introduced him out of politeness. So it's that little white boy. The man smiled contemptuously. Mr. Su, I hope you speak politely. This is my brother. If you mess with my brother, I'll be unhappy. Well said, Mr. Xiao. I'll sell Mr. Xiao a face today. Then, this Mr. Su spun around on his own. Sister Nishang. Who is this? Li Mu poked around to find out more about this Mr. Su. He's the second youngest master of the Su family in Magic City. Su Kuahai. He usually doesn't have any skills, just likes women and gambling. Xiao Nishang said disdainfully. I'm afraid he also wants to chase Sister Nishang. Li Mu heatedly smiled. Just you poor mouth. Joking about sister isn't. Xiao Nishang spoke and grabbed Li Mu's ear. The two of them turned around. Xiao Nishang then went to socialize, and Li Mu wandered around on his own. This venue was very large, and it was filled with stones of all colors that hadn't been solved yet, and the pricing varied. Those with good appearance were priced high. If it's average, the price is a little worse. Of course, if you buy the stone after cutting, if really open the jade, that is to earn. Therefore, this jade market, people also called gambling market, if you are lucky, you may get rich overnight. Of course, there were also those who bought a stone at a high price and ended up with nothing inside, and then became destitute overnight. Just as Li Mu was wandering around slowly, that Mr. Su just now, Su Kuahai, came over to Li Mu's side. Brother, do you have a favorite stone? Do you want my brother to give you a recommendation? Su Kuahai looked like he was familiar with himself and put his arm on Li Mu's shoulder. Oh, do you have a good stone in mind? Li Mu pretended to ask. He couldn't figure out what this person wanted, but having just called himself a little white boy, it made Li Mu very annoyed. That's natural. Look at that stone in front. The color is bright and shiny, with a slight greenish glow on it. It's a good stone at first glance. Su Kuahai spoke with a sincere face. Indeed not bad. Li Mu glanced at it, and indeed, as Su Kuahai said, that stone seemed to be able to decode jade, and it was also because of the good quality that the price tag for this stone was 5 million yuan. However, when Li Mu blinked, the system's alert box showed, a broken stone, worth $20. Ha! This Su Kuahai was really interesting. Is this to pit himself? Can't buy it. Brother, Su Kuahai egged on. Why don't you buy it? Li Mu glanced at Su Kuahai and asked in return. Brother, isn't this a lack of money? Moreover, old brother looks like he has a blessed face. Su Kuahai continued to snub. This stone. I'm not interested. Li Mu thought to himself. If you want to undermine me, this is it. You're also a little too tender. This Su Kuahai obviously thought of Li Mu as a little cutie. Snubbing, Li Mu shook off Su Kuahai and strolled around on his own. Muddy. This kid didn't even fall for it. Su Kuahai knew early on that this stone would most likely not be able to decode jade. After all, the Su family is engaged in the jade business, immersed in the jade market for many years. The ability to look at the stone and taste the stone is still there. After a few rounds of browsing, Li Mu found that either the price of good stones was too high, or the stones were not worth the price tag. In the end, Li Mu came to a piece of stone. This piece of stone is ordinary, and the price tag is 2,000 yuan. However, the tip box showed a gemstone containing the finest imperial green, worth $100 million. Seeing such a price, Li Mu was overjoyed in his heart. You're it. Pay the money. Buy it. Su Kuahai in the distance saw that Li Mu had bought a piece of broken stone, but he had a face of ridicule. Sir, do you want to decode the stone here on site? The staff next to him asked when he saw Li Mu paying. Yes, please. Okay, I'll get the staff to cut the stone, but the manual fee is 1,000 yuan. Okay, no problem. Not too long after, a worker who cuts jade stone came, and the machine to cut jade stone was available in the market. The stone that was just bought was placed under the machine. This worker then asked Li Mu about the angle and direction of the cut, and then got down to start cutting the stone. This cut went down. The green color was immediately seen. Wow, no way. It's green. Is this imperial green? The price tag of this stone is only $2,000, right? That's a great deal. There were not many people paying attention to the market, but at this moment, 3 or 2 people gathered in front of this stone. Su Kuahai had been paying attention to Li Mu's side. When the green was solved, Su Kuahai was also shocked, and Xiao Nishang heard the commotion at the venue and also walked towards Li Mu's side. Li Mu, you bought the stone? Xiao Nishang came to Li Mu and asked. I cut it just now. Li Mu smiled blandly. As before. Sir, do you want to continue cutting? The worker master asked. Of course, cut it out completely. The teacher master who cut the stone was also a bit excited, but his hands were still very steady. Not long after, the stone was completely cut out. The people at the venue were getting more and more gathered. Holy, such a big piece of imperial green. I'm not blind. This is a superb imperial green. This is too divine. A stone worth $2,000 has produced a superb emerald green. Oh, my god. This kid's luck is too good. It's simply a stroke of luck. A stone realizes financial freedom. Chapter 11 Temporary Intentions. The Jade venue was packed with people. Xiao Nishang was dumbfounded. She had obviously just stepped away for a while. So how come Li Mu had created such a big commotion? Just now, the onlookers thought that Li Mu was a white boy and despised him. But now that this group of people saw that Li Mu had solved a piece of imperial green, there was nothing but envy and jealousy in the eyes of the crowd. The complexity of human nature is no more than that. Sir, this is the stone you opened, right? At this moment, an old man in a tang suit walked briskly next to Li Mu and respectfully said, You are? Li Mu nodded his head. I am, the manager of Fortune Jade Trading Company, Wang Tianfu. I don't know if this piece of superb emperor green of yours can be favored? The tang-suited old man's eyes were full of anticipation. This is better to ask Sister Nishang? I don't know anything about these things. Li Mu looked towards Xiao Nishang. Once Xiao Nishang heard Li Mu's words, she was very happy in her heart. Because light red groups also did jewelry business, she was now worried about not having good jade materials. With this piece of imperial green, at least the problem of lack of jade material could be solved. I'm sorry, Boss Wang. Our light red group happens to need this piece of jade material as well, so we don't intend to sell it. Xiao Nishang directly refused. Mr. Xiao, I am willing to offer 20% above the market price to acquire it. Do you see it? Hearing Xiao Nishang's refusal, Wang Tianfu didn't give up easily, but raised the purchase price. Mr. Wang, we won't sell this piece of imperial green even if you give it a higher price. Alright then, Mr. Xiao, if this little brother is willing to sell, he can come to me at any time. Seeing Xiao Nishang's resolute attitude, Wang Tianfu turned to Li Mu and also handed Li Mu a business card. Okay. Li Mu took the business card and didn't say anything more. There were still some people beside him who wanted to come over and ask if it was for sale, but when they heard Xiao Nishang's answer, they naturally didn't come forward to ask anymore. However, many people still greeted Li Mu, and the number of business cards in Li Mu's hand continued to increase. Seeing that there were too many people, Xiao Nishang let her own staff take over the piece of jade, and then dragged Li Mu to the nearby restroom. Today, Xiao Nishang is still in professional attire, a small suit with a hip skirt and black silk stockings. Her figure is well balanced, sexy and charming. Okay, Li Mu, I went away for a while and you made such a big commotion. Xiao Nishang's charming eyes were like silk, holding Li Mu's arm, also angry and delicate, where there was still the appearance of a domineering female president. Just luck, I just happened to see it, so I went ahead and bought it. Li Mu was held by Xiao Nishang's arm came from the round soft touch. His mind could not help but wander out of the sky. Is Nishang's sister being pampered? It's so tempting to go up and pinch her cheeks. Li Mu, thank you for not directly agreeing to Boss Wang just now, but asking my opinion first. Xiao Nishang thanked Li Mu from the bottom of her heart. You're welcome, sis, we're family. Naturally the first thing I thought of was your opinion. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from Xiao Nishang's body, Li Mu also solemnly said, well said, I love to hear it. As for this piece of imperial green, I won't let you suffer either. Light Red Group will acquire it from you at a price that is 2% over the market price. Xiao Nishang was in business and gave a price that wouldn't let Li Mu lose out. The two of them had another conversation, and in the end, Xiao Nishang had her secretary Xiao Li transfer $120 million to Li Mu. Looking at the collection text message from the bank, Li Mu secretly sighed that the Light Red Group was really rich and powerful, and the system was really powerful. In just a short while, the stone costing 2,000 yuan was sold for $120 million. Go, brother! The second session of the jade trade should be starting soon. Xiao Nishang pulled Li Mu out of the lounge. The so-called second session was actually an auction. The merchant organizing this time brought those stones that no one had purchased and those stones that they wanted to sell after cutting them, and auctioned them together. The Emperor Green that Li Mu had just solved was also available for auction if he didn't want to sell it directly. Xiao Nishang and Li Mu found a seat in front of them. Not long after they sat down, Su Kuai sat next to Li Mu. Brother, we're really destined for each other, Su Kuai said with a face of proximity. Brother Su, you're welcome. Li Mu smiled bashfully. Previously, Su Kuai wanted to trap Li Mu into buying a worthless piece of broken stone with $5 million. Li Mu naturally didn't like to make friends with such a sinister person. Just now, brother, you solved a piece of imperial green, which made me so hot. I don't know if you're selling it, brother? Brother is willing to pay a high price. Although Su Kuai didn't like Li Mu and even wanted to pit Li Mu, he really liked that piece of emperor green. How many years had it been since a piece of emperor green had appeared in this jade market? Moreover, Su Kuai was operating in the jade business, so if he could buy this piece of emperor green, it would definitely bring his business to a higher level. I'm sorry, brother Su, I've already sold this stone to the Light Red Group. If you want to buy it, you'd better ask Sister Nishang. Li Mu just had it, but he wouldn't sell it to someone like Su Kuai. Oh, then is Ms. Xiao willing to sell? Su Kuai turned to Xiao Nishang and asked, "What do you say?" Xiao Nishang said icily, "Against such a person, she did not have a good face in the first place. Ha! It seems like I'm the one who has curried favor." Su Kuai got up and left, returning to his original position. In fact, Su Kuai knew that the probability was that he wouldn't be able to purchase it, but he still wanted to take his chances. He just didn't expect to run into dust. For Li Mu to be able to open a piece of imperial green with a cost of $2,000, Su Kuai was naturally envious and jealous. What's more, Li Mu was also so close to his favorite woman, which made Su Kuai jealous. Soon, the auction began. Piece by piece, the stones were brought up to the stage. Eventually there was a stone that had been cut with a small slice carried to the front of the stage. The only thing that could be seen was that the stone was very huge and had been cut with a small slice, and the cut marks were covered in green jade. Everyone, as you can see, this stone is already green. Looking at the character, it's most likely still imperial green, so the starting price for this stone is $1 million. The auction can now begin. As the host's words finished, there was a constant increase in price. Li Mu, this stone should be good, right? Xiao Nishan wanted to listen to Li Mu's opinion. After all, Li Mu had demonstrated a very strong appreciation ability. Looking at the constant increase in price and the fact that Xiao Nishan was also very interested in this stone, Li Mu gently shook his head. He could only say that this stone was too confusing, and he didn't know how many people were going to fall for it. Sister Nishan, this stone is not good. Don't ever buy it, Li Mu solemnly reminded, because when this stone was brought up, the prompt box had already given Li Mu the answer, a stone containing a small amount of jade, worth 9,000 yuan. Oh, alright then. Xiao Nishang skimmed her lips, and was about to make a bid, but she chose to trust Li Mu's judgment. It's just that the public thought that this was a superb piece of jade, with green coming out from a single cut, and the whole piece being cut that wouldn't be worth a huge amount. Soon the price was shouted to 80 million, 100 million, 120 million. Competition is still very fierce, and finally shouted 120 million is sitting in front of the position of Su Kuai. After 120 million, no one continued to raise the price. This gentleman bid 120 million. Is there anyone else bidding now? 120 million once, 120 million twice. When the host took the gavel and was about to finalize 120 million three times, $130 million, Li Mu suddenly raised his card to increase the price. Chapter 12, The Pearl of Wisdom. $130 million. The crowd was surprised. The people in the venue turned their heads and twisted in the direction where Li Mu was. Xiao Nishan looked at Li Mu with the same puzzlement. I don't know why this guy suddenly backtracked. Didn't he say that the stone was not good? Could it be a lie to her? When Su Kuai turned his head and saw that it was Li Mu who made the bid, his expression was clearly stunned and his eyes became gloomy. And the host, who was just about to pick up the gavel and knock it down, was also stunned, immediately stopping his hand from knocking it down. Sweat rose slightly on his forehead, but after all, he was professionally trained, and he immediately adjusted and said, "This gentleman is bidding $130 million, $140 million. Su Kuai was bidding again. Li Mu was with the woman he liked, and now he was robbing the stone from himself. No way, the stone he favored. Of course he couldn't give it away. $150 million. Li Mu looked indifferent and raised his card to shout. Xiao Nishan's face was full of questions. Li Mu, are you alright? The two of them sat next to each other. Li Mu smelled the faint body fragrance emanating from Xiao Nishang's body and gently patted Xiao Nishang's hand, signaling her to be quiet and watch the show. After holding his tongue for a long time, Su Kuai did not make a sound, but in the end, he couldn't help but shout, $160 million. At that moment, the people in the venue were talking. They were all waiting for something, and sure enough, not long after that voice rang out again, $170 million. Li Mu raised his card, still calm as hell, but the crowd was not calm anymore. It's like this, 10 million upwards. Even if this stone is all green, it's still about the same price, isn't it? If it doesn't come out all green, it's a big loss. 200 million. Su Kuai shouted out while holding back his heartache. $200 million. The crowd gasped. This auction going on was too exciting. It was too mind-blowing. The price soared to 200 million in the blink of an eye. But this is the charm of gambling. Everyone was expecting Li Mu to continue bidding, but this time Li Mu didn't make a sound. Everyone thought that Li Mu had conceded. In the end, the stone was sold for $200 million, and Su Kuai won the stone. When the auction gavel fell, Su Kuai smiled proudly at Li Mu and asked the organizer to decode the stone on the spot. Su Kuai is not proud of this. He just wanted to show off. He wanted to show off and let everyone know that his vision and vigor completely overpowered Li Mu. He wanted to win in style. Brother Su, you've got a lot of gumption. Congratulations to Brother Su for obtaining the jewel. Li Mu got up and brought Xiao Nishang to congratulate him. Brother is polite. Su Kuahai patted Li Mu's shoulder, his face blossoming with smiles. The organizer immediately started to cut the stone on the spot according to Su Kuahai's request. Some green color emerged just after cutting into it a little. The crowd all opened their eyes wide to witness the emergence of this imperial emerald. Just as it continued to cut downwards, the green color disappeared and turned into the earthy color of the stone. This crowd was stunned. Su Kuahai was a bit dumbfounded. Completely cut after a cut, cutout or stone. Inside, in addition to the edge of some green, is the earth color. The crowd in the meeting hall sighed a piece. This is playing a bad game. How is this possible? Su Kuahai did not believe it, and continued to let the workers cut from another position. As a result, the cutout is still the same earth color, not the slightest green. Su Kuahai was anxious. Once again, he let the workers cut from another position, and the result was still the same earth color, without any green. The crowd on the field once again looked at Su Kuahai. There is sympathy. There is ridicule. A variety of emotions vary. Su Kuahai inner some collapse. Treadmill. $200 million to buy a piece of broken stone. This is impossible. How is this possible? Although Su Kuahai was unwilling to admit it, but he couldn't change the established facts either. Brother, you're really ruthless. Xiao Nishan looked at Su Guahai's frantic appearance. If she was enlightened, she couldn't help but look at Li Mu a few more times. This Li Mu seemed to be unobtrusive, but in reality, he was wise, and he led Su Guahai into the pit step by step. It's not my fault. He was trying to trap me before. I'm doing the same thing to him. When Li Mu told Xiao Nishang about Su Kuahai pitting him, Xiao Nishang began to understand. So there is such a thing. This Su Kuahai did deserve it. Xiao Nishang was also a bit upset on behalf of this cheap younger brother. It's not because you're too good looking, sister, that so many people are jealous of your brother me. Li Mu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Xiao Nishang's red-faced beauty. These people are really bad in character. It's better to have a younger brother. The more Xiao Nishang looked at Li Mu, the more she felt that Li Mu was handsome. Li Mu is you. You're a traitor to me. Right at this moment, after continuously cutting the stone several more times without opening the green color, Su Kuahai finally reacted at this moment, and he walked towards Li Mu with a furious face. So what if it is? You're still trying to trick me into spending $5 million on a piece of crap. Li Mu immediately nailed it. You know all about it. Su Kuahai sighed darkly. He still underestimated Li Mu. Oh, I'm just returning the favor in the same way that I did against someone who had victimized him like this. Li Mu naturally didn't have a good tone. You wait, I won't let you go. Su Kuahai threw down a sentence and left angrily. At this moment, he had just become a mad dog. Li Mu, nothing will happen, right? Xiao Nishang was quite worried. It's fine, don't worry, even if something goes wrong, I'll hold on. Li Mu patted Xiao Nishang's hand. After settling some matters, Xiao Nishang left the venue with Li Mu. Only on the way, Li Mu always felt that someone was following them. Back at the villa, it was already evening. The servants had prepared dinner, but Xiao Nishang didn't have any appetite. Sister Nishang, what's wrong with you? Li Mu asked with concern. You offended Su Kuahai today, and I guess he's going to retaliate against us. You have to be careful when you see him in the future. Xiao Nishang frowned slightly. Good. Li Mu didn't care much about it. After all, with the system on his side, soldiers come to stop, water comes to cover the earth. Soon after dinner, Li Mu washed up and was about to go to bed when the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eagle Eye Vision. Is it time to receive it? Eagle Eye Side Effect? What the hell is this? The Eagle Eye Side Effect will assist the host in obtaining superb vision and help the host to see at night as if it were daytime. There's such a special effect? Claim it. Li Mu recited silently. Instantly, his eyes were unusually soothed, as if he had rubbed them with cooling oil. When he opened his eyes again, the room where the lights had been turned off and the curtains had been closed was completely clear in front of Li Mu's eyes. Li Mu just didn't understand how the system suddenly gave him this ability. According to the system's previous nature, it would often give an ability in order to assist the needs of reality. Could it be that? Li Mu carefully observed the room, and when he saw the closet, he realized that there seemed to be a black shadow standing motionless next to the closet, and that black shadow seemed to be staring at himself tightly, like a hunter on the hunt. Chapter 13, The Woman in Black. The room was dark. However, Li Mu clearly saw the black shadow move. Under the eagle eye vision, Li Mu could clearly see that this black shadow should be a woman, because despite being wrapped in darkness, the figure had a very prominent figure. Could it be an assassin sent by Su Kuahai? Li Mu asked himself that he hadn't offended anyone. That is, he had offended Su Kuahai today. Moreover, Li Mu felt that someone had been following them ever since they left the Jade venue. Could it be the black shadow by the closet? Li Mu put aside his doubts for the time being. He pulled up the quilt and lay down to sleep. Of course, Li Mu was pretending to sleep. He wanted to see what this black shadow wanted to do. Not long after, Li Mu's breathing was long, and he seemed to have entered dreamland. That black shadow quietly approached and then came in front of Li Mu. She looked Li Mu up and down. Suddenly, Li Mu opened her eyes and got up to hold the black shadow's hand. The black shadow was stunned but couldn't break free. Who are you? Li Mu grabbed this black shadow with one hand and went to turn on the bedside lamp with one hand. The light turned on and this black shadow froze. In a glance, Li Mu clearly saw that it was a woman, and it was also a beautiful woman with a top-notch figure, who was wearing a black sportswear and a black mask. Although there was a mask covering it, it could be seen that it was a big beauty, but after freezing for only a moment, the black-clothed lady had a dagger in her hand, which suddenly stabbed at Li Mu. Li Mu hurriedly retracted his grip on the lady in black's hand. While Li Mu was dodging, the lady in black retrieved the dagger and ran out of the room. After Li Mu chased out of the room, the woman in black was nowhere to be found. Li Mu touched his head and couldn't figure out who this was. Was it really sent by Suqua Hai? The next day, during the morning meal, Li Mu told Xiao Nishang about this matter. Xiao Nishang was shocked. The black-clothed girl who liked sneak attacks. Killer black girl? Xiao Nishang was enlightened and didn't say that she would call the police or that she would send bodyguards to watch over the villa. She just laughed it off. This Xiao family is really big-hearted. Li Mu thought to himself. I really don't know how many people you guys have offended by making your business so big. Li Mu skimmed his lips and spoke. Oh, we are not afraid. Other than this girl Xiao Muyu, we have other guards protecting us in secret. Xiao Nishang had a mysterious face. Other guards? Maybe the ones you encountered last night were the secret guards. Secret guards? Li Mu was a little curious, but asked a lot. But Xiao Nishang was unwilling to reveal more. Right. I won't be back for lunch at noon. You be good at home alone. Xiao Nishang even pinched Li Mu's cheeks when she left, clearly treating Li Mu as a little puppy. These past few days, the two of them had spent more time together, and their relationship wasn't as formal, and it seemed that Xiao Nishang was quite enjoying this feeling of having a younger brother. Hey, don't touch my face. I'm not a child. Li Mu was pinched by Xiao Nishang's face and was a little angry. However, Xiao Nishang didn't care about Li Mu's anger, and with a giggle on her face, she stepped on her high heels and left quickly, leaving Li Mu with a slender waist, twisting and twisting her back, which made people think of her. What's the matter? Li Mu touched his face. Could this be the coddling from his elder sister? Seeing that on the dining table, Xiao Nishang didn't eat any meals, and Xiao Nishang didn't eat much last night. Li Mu suddenly had the idea of cooking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine level cooking skill. Will you receive it? What a thought! Claim, as Li Mu recited silently. Immediately, a warm current spread throughout Li Mu's body. Li Mu's understanding of cooking had reached an unprecedented level. Li Mu now felt that no matter if it was Chinese or Western food, he could easily manage it. Coming to the kitchen and looking at the ingredients in the refrigerator, Li Mu was eager to try. Li Mu decided to start with frying eggs. Soon, he took out a few eggs, cracked them in a bowl and stirred them evenly. Taking out a pan, he placed it on the stove, turned on the fire, and added olive oil to the pan. Once the oil was heated, pour in the egg mixture at the right time. Li Mu skillfully used the spatula, and finally sprinkled fine salt and turned off the fire. All of a sudden, the aroma of the egg pancake was overflowing. It filled the entire villa hall. The servants in the villa immediately salivated when they smelled the aroma. Even though they had eaten breakfast, the aroma of this egg pancake was exceptionally rich, and could not be compared to ordinary food. Seeing the servants looking towards the kitchen from time to time, wanting to ask but too embarrassed to go forward, Li Mu smiled in his heart, greeting them to come over to taste his handiwork. Before a few cooks working in the kitchen came over. Wow, the eggs made by Mr. smell so good. I've never had eggs that smell so good. Seeing that the crowd ate them in 3 tries, Li Mu was very satisfied in his heart. Sending the servants away, Li Mu decided to make another egg cake out for himself. Just now, he had only focused on giving it to the servants, but he hadn't tasted it himself. But right after the egg pancake was made, Li Mu turned around and scrubbed the pan. And in just a moment, when Li Mu turned around again, the newly made egg pancake that had just been placed on the dining table had disappeared into thin air. There's a thief in the house. Did the servants steal it? Li Mu looked around but didn't find anything strange. A few maids were quietly cleaning the villa. Strange. So Li Mu opened fire again and made a copy of the egg pancake. After doing it this time, he deliberately turned around and pretended to go to the refrigerator to get something. At this time, he realized that there was a ringing behind him and immediately turned around, only to see a girl in black clothes about to take her egg pancake. This girl had a concave and delicate figure, and it looked like the girl who had sneaked up on Li Mu last night. She was still wearing a black mask, but she couldn't see her face. but a pair of large peach blossom eyes were shining. The skin on her cheeks was also as white as jade, although there was a mask covering her. Li Mu knew that this was definitely another absolute beauty. "So it's you," Li Mu said, about to go up and catch the black-clothed woman. Chapter 14, Foodie Xiao Ziying. Inside the kitchen, the black-clothed woman was alarmed. The dagger was sheathed and pointed straight at Li Mu. Li Mu took a look and hastily dodged. An expert could tell if there was one or not. This girl in black was clearly a super expert, and it wasn't any worse than fourth sister Xiao Muyu. However, Li Mu had obtained divine-grade martial arts, so it was more than enough to deal with this black-clothed girl. After a few moves between the two sides, the black-clothed girl lost the battle. At this time, the servants and security all came over to urge the fight. "Little Mr. Li, don't fight. Miss, don't fight. Mr. Li is your brother, not an outsider." "Miss? Brother?" Listening to the persuasive words of the servants, Li Mu instantly understood the identity of this black-clothed woman. Therefore, she was not a female assassin at all, but one of Xiao Qinghong's adopted daughters. Hearing the people's persuasion, the black-clothed woman was able to find a step down. Oomph! The woman in black stopped her attack and left with a lack of interest, looking like a condescending rooster. Li Mu couldn't imagine that Xiao Qinghong had such a daughter. Why wasn't she introduced in advance before? He thought that all of Xiao Qinghong's other daughters were out of town or abroad. "Who is this?" Li Mu asked Wu Ma, the housekeeper in the villa. "This is Madame's seventh young lady, Xiao Ziying." Wu Ma was in her 50s, with silvery hair on her temples, a kind face, decent speech and conversation, and answered Li Mu's question with a smile on her face. "Oh, this way," Li Mu mused. "Seventh Miss is so godlike that sometimes even us underlings are startled." Seeing that Li Mu was puzzled, Wu Ma explained. "So that's how it is." Li Mu said so with his mouth, but there were still many questions in his heart. Returning to her room, Li Mu picked up her cell phone and launched a message to her big sister. "Xiao Nishang, Sister Nishang, what kind of person is seventh sister Xiao Ziying?" Xiao Nishang, who was working in the company, saw the WeChat sent by Li Mu and couldn't help but be interested. After meeting her over the past few days, she had to say that she had completely changed her opinion of Li Mu, and was even becoming more and more fond of this younger brother. "You met her?" Xiao Nishang typed. "Aha, it's not convenient to say on the phone. It's better to meet up and tell you." Xiao Nishang sold a lie. Alright then, Li Mu was a little depressed. What couldn't this be said? However, it was good that it wasn't an assassin. He thought it was an assassin sent by Su Kuai. Thinking about Xiao Zixing stealing his egg cake just now, Li Mu felt amused. It seems that seventh sister Xiao Zixing also likes her cooking. Looks like she's still a little greedy cat. "Right, Sister Nishang. I see that your appetite hasn't been too good these past 2 days. What do you want to eat for lunch today? I'll make it and bring it over to you. You still know how to cook?" Originally thinking that the conversation ended there, Xiao Nishang became interested again when she heard that Li Mu wanted to send her a meal. It's average. More than just being able to cook. Having obtained a divine level cooking skill, he naturally had excellent cooking skills. "Yeah, surprise me." Xiao Nishang wanted to see what tricks this brother could make. In fact, usually the company has a working meal, and there are also restaurants nearby. Of course, usually because it is too busy. Usually Xiao Nishang is eating the working meal in the company. Putting down his cell phone, Li Mu thought about it and had an idea in his mind. If he wasn't wrong, Xiao Nishang should be about to have her period. At this time, he should make her some meals that replenished her blood and benefited her qi. Li Mu had an idea in his heart and was about to go to the kitchen to look at the relevant ingredients. As a result, there was a knock on the door. Li Mu opened the door. Standing outside the door was none other than the black-clothed female, seventh sister Xiao Ziying, but now she had removed her mask and changed out of her black clothes. Instead, she was wearing denim shorts and a white casual t-shirt. A pair of invincibly long legs were bare and white and tight, and the chest was even larger in size. Fair face, watery peach blossom eyes, agar nose, cherry mouth. Cannot help but let a person want to go to taste the fragrance. Needless to say, another absolute beauty. "I heard that you are Li Mu." Xiao Ziying's shell teeth lightly opened, her expression indifferent. Yes, your seventh sister Xiao Ziying?" Li Mu didn't expect that it was her who knocked on the door. And the two outfits before and after were so different in style that they were like two people. Especially the youthful and invincible beauty girl scent that came to his face made Li Mu's body a little hot. You're not bad with your hands, but don't let me know that you're bullying our sisters, or I definitely won't stand by and watch." Xiao Ziying's tone was cold and stern. I won't." Li Mu always felt that the conversation between them was weird, like a child playing with his temper. The two of them didn't mention anything about the sparring match last night and just this morning. "Since I ate your egg pancake just now, here, a gift for you." Xiao Ziying had one hand behind her back just now. At this time this hand turned to the front, holding a gift box in her hand. Li Mu was a bit overwhelmed and wanted to push back. Since you received the gifts from big sister and fourth sister, you can't not receive my gift. Xiao Ziying saw that Li Mu wanted to push back, so she worded it this way. Alright, thank you, Sister Ziying. Li Mu accepted the gift. That's right, since you're my brother and I'm your sister, I'll cover you from now on, Xiao Ziying said with a domineering face, but paired with her pink and beautiful face, it was a bit middle-aged how she looked at it. After sending the gift, Xiao Ziying went back to her room. Picking up her cell phone, she initiated WeChat in the sister group. This kid, his kung fu is indeed awesome. It's almost a tie with me. Xiao Ziyang had a stiff upper lip, but in reality, she felt that Li Mu was going to surpass her in kung fu by a lot. Right, I told you, he's great. Fourth sister Xiao Muyu was abroad, accompanying Xiao Qinghong and Li Construction as they went shopping. What's so great about being able to fight? It's important for boys to be cultivated. How can you be good and brave all day long? That's it. That's right. No, if a man can't fight, is he still a man? The sister group was again lively. On this side, after Xiao Ziying left, Li Mu opened the gift box Xiao Ziying had given him, and he found that it was an ancient token with the word shadow engraved on it. What is this? Li Mu was speechless for a moment and casually placed it in his room. Li Mu then went into the kitchen, and in a short while, 3 dishes and 1 soup were made. Just as he was about to put it into the bento box, he saw Xiao Ziying quietly walk over. Although her walking voice was very soft, Li Mu heard it clearly. What are you doing? Xiao Ziying seemed a little embarrassed. She was just in the courtyard when she suddenly smelled a fragrance and walked over. Just in time to see Li Mu making something in the kitchen. Come and have a taste. Seeing Xiao Ziying's drooling appearance, how could Li Mu not see it? It just so happened that Li Mu had made a bit too much, so he evened out some of it and put it on a plate, handing it to Xiao Ziying. Looking at Li Mu enthusiastically handing over the food with his handsome face, thinking about her own gluttonous appearance, Xiao Ziying's cheeks reddened a little. Looking at the food on the table, at first, Xiao Ziying was still a little restrained, but as a few bites went down, Xiao Ziying let go. This food was surprisingly so delicious. This was something Xiao Ziying hadn't expected. She had been to many countries and had tasted all kinds of food, but the seemingly ordinary dishes in front of her made her fingers tingle and cry out. How is it? Looking at Xiao Ziyang's constraint from the beginning to her current gorging, Li Mu had a smile on his face. Good pool, Xiao Zixing said as she ate. Where was the girl's reserve left? It had to be said that this girl was very capable of eating. In 3 tries, she ate everything. Is there any more? Just after finishing eating, Xiao Ziying subconsciously said. However, as soon as these words were said, Xiao Ziying regretted it a little. Where is a girl's elegance? Where was the girl's reserve? Chapter 15 Delivering lunch. There's still leftovers, but it's for Nishang-san. If you want to eat it, I'll make it for you again tonight. Li Mu laughed. This Xiao Ziying was actually a foodie. Less complacent. It's your honor that I can eat your food. If it's made by ordinary people, I won't eat it. Xiao Ziying skimmed her mouth, without the coldness from before. Instead she was a bit naive. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Li Mu took the packed bento box, went out of the neighborhood villa, took a car, and headed to the Light Red Group building. The headquarters of Light Red Group was in the core area of Magic City. Because she started out as a real estate developer, Xiao Qinghong bought a plot of land in this area at an early stage and built a building of her own to serve as her headquarters. Nowadays, in the capital of Magic City, this 30-story building may be worth tens of billions of dollars. Li Mu came to the Light Red Group building and sighed at Xiao Qinghong's boldness and vision while lifting his steps and walking in. He came to the counseling desk on the first-floor lobby. 2 beautiful young ladies were working. May I ask what floor President Xiao Nishang is on? Li Mu opened his mouth and asked one of the young ladies. Sir, do you have an appointment? What is your last name? Seeing the handsome boy in front of her, the receptionist lady immediately brightened up. Sort of have an appointment. My last name is Li. Surname Li? The receptionist lady checked on the computer and did not find any appointment for Mr. Li. Sorry, Mr. Li, the computer shows that Mr. Xiao does not have an appointment with you. The receptionist lady smiled politely. She had seen many such handsome gentlemen. It couldn't be another one pursuing Mr. Xiao, could it? No? Can't you give your Mr. Xiao a call to ask? Sorry, Mr. Li, I can't just call General Manager Xiao from my side. The front desk young lady was a bit embarrassed. Forget it, then I'll make a direct call with her. Li Mu didn't make things difficult for the young lady in front of him. After all, they were all working people. Li Mu picked up the phone and directly called Xiao Nishang. Not too long after, the phone was connected. Hello, Sister Nishang. I've brought you your noon meal. I'm already in your first floor lobby. Good. I almost forgot. I'll have the receptionist send you up. Xiao Nishang's voice was slightly tired. After hanging up Li Mu's phone, Xiao Nishang gave another notice to the front desk. The front desk lady then took Li Mu on the elevator. "Excuse me, Mr. Li, just now I really didn't know that you have an appointment with Xiao." This front desk young lady was actually a bit surprised. There was almost never a boy delivering food to Mr. Xiao. Could this be Mr. Zhao's boyfriend? Thinking about this young lady didn't dare to offend Li Mu. "It's fine, you're right to be official." Li Mu smiled blandly, so handsome that the receptionist couldn't help but blush. Soon, the elevator came to the top floor, the 32nd floor. At the secretary's reception outside the door of the president's room, there was again another pretty young lady, who by the looks of it should be Xiao Nishang's secretary. "Mr. Li, inside please, President Xiao is waiting for you." This female secretary, wearing a professional outfit, had an outstanding figure, a pretty face and a smiling face. Li Mu nodded and pushed open the president's room. In the room, Xiao Nishang was burying her head in front of the case, somewhat anxious, because recently, Light Red Group was shifting from real estate to other industries, one of which was the cosmetics industry. Although a few formulas had been developed, after they were put into the market, the response was mediocre, and since investing in cosmetics for the past 2 years, it also remained unprofitable and was constantly losing money. As the saying goes, if you don't advance, you will retreat. Light Red Group seems to be powerful, but in fact, there are many internal contradictions. At that time, it was Xiao Nishang who strongly advocated to join the cosmetic industry, and now there are no results for 2 years, which makes Xiao Nishang feel doubly frustrated, and at the same time, it also makes other people under her to start to doubt Xiao Nishang's leadership ability. "Sister Nishang, your lunch has arrived." Li Mu entered and spoke. "Thanks, I really didn't expect you to cook." Xiao Nishang raised her head and smiled sweetly, detaching herself from her work. "Sister Nishang, taste it." Li Mu opened the bento boxes one by one and took out all the dishes and put them on the table. Li Mu made 3 dishes and 1 soup with rice, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried pork with sharp peppers, 4 red soups, and a bowl of rice. Looking at the dishes in front of her, Xiao Nishang's eyes lit up. Also, after working all morning, she was indeed a little hungry. "You have the heart. Then I'll start eating." Xiao Nishang picked up the rice bowl and first chucked a piece of tomato and egg. The fragrant glutinousness of the rice, the sweet fragrance of the tomato, plus the fragrant softness of the egg, instantly exploded Xiao Nishang's taste buds. She couldn't help but clip another piece of sweet and sour pork, which was sweet and sour in her mouth, and with the rice it was simply a masterpiece. As for the fried pork with bell peppers, it was even more spicy and delicious. Not too long ago, Xiao Nishang had finished the 3 dishes and a bowl of rice. Xiao Nishang had also eaten all kinds of delicacies from the sea, but she had never thought that Li Mu's cooking would be even better than Chef Michelin's cooking. "Sister Nishang, try this 4 red soup again. It has red beans, purple glutinous rice, red dates, and red kidney beans added to it. It helps replenish qi and blood." Li Mu sized a bowl of soup and handed it to Xiao Nishang. "This soup is so delicious." Xiao Nishang took a sip and then praised it. After a bowl of soup went down, Xiao Nishang was exceptionally comfortable, and her face, which was originally a bit pale, was also rosy. Without realizing it, she actually finished all the meals that Li Mu brought. Looking at the naked plate butterfly, Xiao Nishang burped, and at the same time, she was a little shy. "Wasn't it too indecent to eat just now?" "Thank you, Li Mu. Sister hasn't eaten so happily in a long time." Xiao Nishang was so full that she didn't spare any praise. "Sister Nishang, it's good if you like it." "No, I can't. I'll come and bring you lunch for the next few days." "I see that Sister Nishang's face looks a little worse these days." "That's fine. If you don't have anything to do, then come over." Such a meal did make Xiao Nishang's heart flutter. This younger brother was really getting better and better. "Right, what exactly does 7th sister Xiao Ziying do? Last night she even lurked in my bedroom, while this morning she even secretly ate the egg cakes I made." Li Mu couldn't help but ask curiously, "She even stole the egg cakes you made?" Xiao Nishang was greatly curious, but she was relieved when she thought about Li Mu's cooking skills. It's a shadow guard, specializing in serving the official sector, but I'm not too clear about her specific job." Xiao Nishang spoke with a smiling face. "Shadow guard?" Li Mu had never heard of this name before. "She only came back last night as well, and I haven't had time to introduce you. She probably wants to see what this brother of yours is capable of, and doesn't mean to intentionally target you." Xiao Nishang thought about it, then spoke. "So that's how it is." Li Mu sighed. Xiao Qinghong had 9 daughters, all of them outstanding. Now Li Mu had only met the eldest sister Xiao Nishang, the 4th sister Xiao Muyu and the 7th sister Xiao Ziyang. He didn't know what the other 6 were like. After packing up, Li Mu left Light Red Mansion with his bento box. Watching Li Mu leave, the 2 front desk ladies began to chatter. "Oh my god, big news, the great demon king Mr. Xiao is in love. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of being heard by Mr. Xiao. That boy is so handsome. Even I'm tempted. Handsome indeed. He's a perfect match for Mr. Xiao. And he even brought lunch to Mr. Xiao. He's just too warm. In the president's room, Shanghai burped, took her cell phone and opened her sister group, showing off the food photos she took during lunch. Although the lunch was very homely, Li Mu's craftsmanship is so great. Surprisingly, it's made at the level of a 3-star Michelin chef. Shanghai cozily leaned back in her boss chair, unimaginatively resting her feet folded on the boss table. A pair of black silk shiny socks wrapped around her tight long legs, glittering under the light of daylight. Chapter 16, Shanghai's Crisis. Wow, sister, you don't speak of martial virtues. At first you said Li Mu was a liar. I didn't expect you to have fallen now. That's, you're hitting yourself in the face too hard. Big sis doesn't have a crush on Li Mu, does she? This younger brother is also too stinky. I can't help but pinch his little face. I'll go back next month and meet the stinky brother as well. In the sisters group, after seeing Shanghai's speech about basking in sweetness, the sisters flirted with Shanghai. Sister, I don't care what you guys say. Shanghai smiled heartily, put down her cell phone, and plunged back into her work. Just how should the cosmetic formula be optimized? Shanghai was once again anxious. At night, when Shanghai returned, it was almost 12 o'clock. Sister, why are you back so late? Li Mu looked at Shanghai's pale face and asked with concern. Just a little busy with work. Shanghai frowned, took off her jacket, and sat down on the sofa with a tired face, as if she was a salted fish. Where was there any trace of a domineering female CEO? Sister, have you eaten dinner yet? I'll cook you another bowl of noodles. During dinner, Shanghai never came back, so Li Mu wasn't sure if Shanghai had dinner or not. This girl was simply a bit desperate at work. Yes, thinking of the food that Li Mu had made, Shanghai was immediately interested. Not long after, a bowl of tomato brine noodles was placed on the table. Li Mu, how come you know everything? Smelling the bowl of noodles on the dining table, Shanghai's fingers twitched. It's okay. I happen to know a little bit of everything. Li Mu smiled handsomely. Good you guys are eating delicious food and you didn't even call me. Shanghai was just about to start, when 7th sister Xiao Ziying, who was wearing pajamas, rubbed her eyes and walked over. This girl was about to go to sleep, but when she smelled the fragrance of the noodles, she actually got up from the bed again. Sister Ziying, want to eat noodles too? Wait a moment. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziying's eyes staring at the bowl of noodles, and couldn't help but feel amused. This Xiao Ziying, who was a dragon all day long, didn't expect to be a foodie. Not long after, the noodles were ready, and the two sisters huffed and puffed and ate. The next day at noon, Li Mu once again went to send food to Shanghai. This time, no one stopped him along the way, and the front desk ladies looked at him as if he was a VIP. Moreover, it was rumored in the company yesterday that the great demon king Shanghai had found a boyfriend, so wherever Li Mu passed by, a lot of people's eyes were looking towards Li Mu, curious, envious and jealous. Just when Li Mu came to the door of the president's room, Li Mu, who had a very good ear, heard noisy voices coming from the room. Mr. Xiao, this cosmetic project, I think it can be cut now. An icy cold man's voice. I don't think it should be cut. We should try harder. We can't give up so easily. Shanghai's voice was slightly tired. Not giving up. Do we still have to continue to lose money? We are businessmen, not charitable. Since it's not profitable, just give up. Mr. Xiao. The man's attitude was decisive, as if he did not put Shanghai in his eyes at all, and his words were full of mockery. Yes, Mr. Xiao, the board of directors is very skeptical about your decision-making over the past 2 years, and expresses deep doubts as to whether you should continue to hold the position of president. An old voice rang out, with a slightly euphemistic attitude, but it was also a cut above the rest. What do the several uncles mean? Shanghai was already on the verge of violent anger. These people were all shareholders of the company, and had once shared in the group's shares during the era of Xiao Qinghong's rise to power, earning a lot of money, not realizing that they wanted more now. Shanghai felt threatened. After all, the combined shares of these shareholders could equal the shares occupied by the Xiao family. There were several more voices inside, clearly telling Shanghai to give up the cosmetics project, and even starting to question Shanghai's leadership ability. The implication of forcing the palace was already very obvious. This is a business founded by my mom. Now you guys want to revolt? Shanghai finally said angrily. Not too long after, the crowd came out grayly, with different expressions on their faces. Mr. Li, can you go in now? But Mr. Xiao doesn't seem too happy. Secretary Xiao Li kindly reminded Li Mu. I'll handle it. Li Mu took the bento box and opened the door to enter. Sister Nishan, angry? Looking at Shanghai sitting tiredly in her boss chair, Li Mu asked carefully. Li Mu, you're here? Xiao Nishang's mood improved a little when she saw Li Mu come in. Look, what I made for you for lunch today. Li Mu opened the bento and took them out one by one. They were braised pork, dry-fried cauliflower, silverfish eggs, plus silver ear and lotus seed soup, and a bowl of rice. Looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup in front of her, Xiao Nishang did not have any appetite. Sister Nishang, what specific difficulties have you encountered? Seeing Xiao Nishang's lack of interest in eating, Li Mu changed the topic and asked. It's that its cosmetic company has not been able to develop a fist product, and the products that have come out in the past 2 years have been met with a mediocre response from the market. So the company has been losing money in the cosmetics segment. Xiao Nishang frowned and slowly spoke. She didn't know why she herself was sharing with Li Mu. So it's like this. How about if I provide you with the formula? Li Mu thought about it and preached. After all, being a god-level medical practitioner, he naturally knew a lot of Chinese medicine formulas for beauty and skin care. You have a recipe? Xiao Nishang rightly thought that Li Mu was comforting her. Their company had been researching and developing for 2 years without a good product appearing, and this good product could not be made overnight. Sister, you can't underestimate me. Your brother, no matter what, knows a little bit about medicine, and there are quite a few ancient recipes for beauty and skin care in Chinese medicine. Li Mu spoke confidently. Count on you to have some sense. Xiao Nishang thought. Even her neighbor, old Chinese Dr. Qin, wanted to worship Li Mu as his teacher. Li Mu still knew something. However, could medical skills and cosmetics be the same? Xiao Nishang was a little less convinced. Sister, you have to believe me. How about we work together to develop a cosmetic product? Li Mu was very confident, and when he picked up the pen and paper on the table, he wrote out an ancient formula. This ancient formula was the formula used by the women in the ancient palace to maintain their skin, and Li Mu slightly optimized it. This will work? Looking at the formula Li Mu took out, Xiao Nishang was a little hesitant. Just try it and you'll know, Li Mu confidently said. But, sis, you'd better finish eating first. Good. Xiao Nishang immediately came to her heart. During this meal, Li Mu's cooking skills were still online, and Xiao Nishang ate quite happily. However, she was still a little skeptical about the formula given by Li Mu. Chapter 17, Miraculous Cream. After lunch, the secretary Xiao Li drove Xiao Nishang and Li Mu to the factory in the suburbs. This factory that produced cosmetics was a factory under the Light Red Group, set up specifically to develop the cosmetics market. 2 years down the line, the factory was still maintaining a relatively small scale, as the market response to the cosmetics it produced was very mediocre, and it was even losing money all the time. The factory is small, but it has all the essentials. There was also a research and development department within this factory, specializing in developing new products. Factory R&D department. Master Hua, according to this formula, you first make a sample out and show it to me. As soon as Xiao Nishang arrived at the R&D department, she opened the door and handed over the prescription Li Mu had prescribed. This is an ancient Chinese medicine prescription? Master Hua couldn't help but stumble a bit when he saw that the name of the herbs was all over the prescription. The factory had also acquired some ancient Chinese medicine formulas for beauty and skin care in the private sector, but the results of using them were all very average, and some of the formulas were downright confusing. Good, Mr. Xiao, I'll go and do it right away. Although Master Hui is the mainstay of the R&D department, he is also a part-timer, since the boss had given the word. What else could he say? Except that in his heart, he was not optimistic about this so-called ancient formula. Following the detailed steps written by Li Mu, 3 hours later, the sample was finally made. This sample? Xiao Nishang looked at the selling appearance of the sample in her hand, gray and earthy, and couldn't bear to spit it out. Like some big international brands were all white and tender, while the sample made from this ancient recipe was too earthy. Mr. Xiao, this is made by an ancient process, completely following the production process on the ancient formula. Master Ho bristled. He was also afraid that Xiao Nishang would blame him, so he brushed off the responsibility beforehand. In short, it's not my fault. That's how the ancient formula was written. If you want to blame, you go blame the person who wrote the formula. Sister Nishang. Although the selling look is a bit non-mainstream, the effect is very good. No, you'll know if you find someone to try it. Li Mu, however, was calm. The selling look was average, but wouldn't it be better to package it a bit? And the main thing to look at is the effect. Alright, Xiao Nishang ordered down, and in a short while, Master Ho found a volunteer. The Light Red Cosmetics Department had recruited some volunteers for a fee, and often the volunteers were paid very well, so the volunteers didn't lose out. And if there was an accident with the experimental product, the volunteers also enjoyed the corresponding perfect protection such as medical care. Therefore, there were still many people who came to Light Red Group to apply for volunteers. The volunteer brought in front of her was a girl with dark skin and freckles on her face. Little Feng, You try. Seeing that Zhu Xiaofeng's name was written on the volunteer's identity tag, Xiao Nishang commanded. Okay, This freckled girl followed the standard steps of the trial, first washing her face, then picking up the ancient aspect cream in front of her and evenly applying it to her face. After waiting patiently for a while, 20 minutes, she then washed off the cream. When she washed her face again and saw her appearance in the mirror, the freckled girl named Xiao Feng was so excited that she even squealed out. Originally, her somewhat dark skin had become somewhat white and tender, and even her original freckles had become lighter. Wow, is this an illusion? Xiao Nishang and her secretary Xiao Li were both rubbing their eyes, unable to believe the sight they were seeing in front of them. It's a pity that they didn't take any pictures just now, otherwise the before and after would be completely like two people. How is this possible? Master Hui of the development department was equally surprised and grew his mouth so big that he could stuff down an egg. He had been practicing for more than 20 years, and had never seen such a miraculous formula before. The other people present were also shocked. Master Hua, go find a few more volunteers to come over. It was Xiao Nishang who was the first to calm down, and instructed the frothing Master Hua. Good. I'll go do it right away. Master Hua immediately understood Xiao Nishang's intentions. It was just one volunteer which was too small a probability, and it was necessary to try a few more people together in order to get an objective result. Soon, Master Hua was looking for a dozen more volunteers. Their skin texture varied, but after using Li Mu's ancient aspect cream, all of them had different degrees of improvement. There were even a few volunteers who, after using it once, had their skin become surprisingly fair and rosy, and their entire temperament improved dramatically. Seeing the results of the experiment, the crowd naturally admired Mr. Xiao in their hearts and patted their asses to the sky. General Manager Xiao, what a discerning eye. This product will definitely be a big seller. What big sale? I think this product will definitely take over the international market. Mr. Xiao is a god. From now on, Mr. Xiao will be my goddess. With all the people talking, the R&D department was bustling with activity. They had a deep sense of crisis in these 2 years, and even felt that if they didn't develop a good product, I'm afraid they would all be out of a job. But they didn't expect that today's peaks would turn around, and the light would come out of the darkness. Mr. Xiao, can I try it out too? I want it too, Mr. Xiao. This product is amazing. I want it too. My girlfriend will love me to death if she uses it. In the office of the R&D department, seeing the magic of this product, both men and women were eager to try it. Okay, alright, everyone has a share, but now it's the early stage of production. We still need to work together to optimize the production steps, and strive for this product to hit the market as soon as possible. Seeing her colleagues jumping at the chance, Xiao Nishan could think about the sensation this product would bring after it was listed. However, as an enterprise boss, she still gave some encouragement to the crowd. Only after ensuring many work details did Xiao Nishan free herself from her busy schedule. Li Mu was sitting next to her, sipping his tea in a leisurely manner. Looking at Li Mu's relaxed appearance, Xiao Nishan smiled heartily. This younger brother always gave her so many surprises. With this ancient formula, absolutely no one can question her leadership as the president again. Li Mu, how did you get this ancient formula? Xiao Nishan came to Li Mu's side and asked curiously. I've learned some medical skills and happen to have some insights, so I combined them and wrote out this formula. Li Mu was already quite smooth when he lied in a round way. He couldn't tell Xiao Nishan that this was what the system had told him. Could he? Li Mu, you're really great. Xiao Nishan knew that Li Mu was powerful before, but he didn't expect Li Mu to be so powerful that he could even write a beauty formula. And this one was so amazing. If such a miraculous face cream was pushed to the market, it wouldn't make those beauty-loving little girls and Amazons go crazy after it. Li Mu, what do you think this face cream should be called? Since Xiao Nishang had such a high-quality product, she naturally expected to push it to the market as soon as possible. Sister, can't we just call it Nishang? Li Mu thought about it and spoke. Nishang? Surprisingly, she used her own name. Xiao Nishang couldn't believe her ears. This cream was so good, it would definitely take the market by storm, and by then, I'm afraid Nishang would be known by everyone. Good, I'll listen to you. The brand name of the new product will be Nishang. Xiao Nishang was incomparably excited. All along, Xiao Nishang had been living in the shadow of her mother, Xiao Qinghong. Mom Xiao Qinghong seized the opportunity of the times in the real estate business to achieve takeoff. And now when people talk about Qinghong Group, the first thing that will come to mind is real estate. Xiao Nishang Tri-Cosmetics Industry is to get rid of the shadow of the mother, hit their own world, and now have Li Mu to the formula. Xiao Nishang saw the breakthrough of the mother of the miracle of the possibility. Thinking about getting rid of her mom's shadow, Xiao Nishan was so excited that she couldn't help herself. This brother was simply too handsome. She even had the urge to hug Li Mu and give him a stamp on his face. Chapter 18, My sister is a big star. Li Mu, how do you think I should thank you for helping me so much? Xiao Nishan looked at Li Mu with charming eyes. You're my sister. Saying thank you would be too out of place. Li Mu was just doing it casually, not thinking that Xiao Nishan would return anything to him. That won't do. Since this formula was provided by you and is the fruit of your labor, then I have to pay accordingly. Xiao Nishan stubbornly said, Sister, I really haven't thought about using this formula to make money. I just didn't want to see you fret and feel sad since the beginning. Li Mu swore with conviction. His words directly made Xiao Nishan very moved. Xiao Nishan's body came close to Li Mu and unexpectedly kissed Li Mu's cheek. Li Mu was stunned. This old sister was also too fierce. Experiencing the softness that came from his cheek just now, Li Mu's internal fire rose. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Nishan didn't make any further moves. I know you don't care, but you know what? Li Mu, how important this formula is to me. Xiao Nishan straightened the hair scattered on her temples, her cheeks slightly red. Just now it was also a moment of emotion that made her make such a shy Mamma Mia. These few young red group seems to be solid. In fact, internal and external problems, the group is in urgent need to open up other projects market. However, in the cosmetics project, invested more than 2 years of time or not big progress, even has been in the loss, did not see any profit, and the appearance of this formula of yours has solved my urgent need. It even allowed me to see the possibility of light red group going further. So, for this brand, Neishang, I have decided that you will hold 50% of the shares, while I will hold the other half. Xiao Nishan organized her thoughts and spoke without any hesitation. Sister, this isn't appropriate, right? It's not like I know how to run a business. Li Mu only wanted to be an idle cloud, not wanting to be tied up by anything. What's more, he had a system on his side, so he could easily make money by just messing around with anything. And with the Imperial Green that he opened last time, he had $120 million in cash in his account right now. In short, Li Mu just wanted to be a dashing salted fish. That won't work. It has to be shared in half with you. Otherwise I won't agree. Xiao Nishan hugged Li Mu's arm with a tone that sounded like anger and petulance. Soon, under Xiao Nishan's command, Secretary Xiao Li drew up a share contract. As soon as Li Mu saw that he couldn't resist, he signed it. With this agreement, half of the future earnings of Nishang brand cosmetics would be Li Mu's, and after talking to Li Mu, Xiao Nishan once again returned to her busy work, and now that she had obtained such a good formula for a face cream, Xiao Nishan planned to make this face cream go on the market within half a month. In the next few days, Xiao Nishan didn't go back to the villa, and even ate and lived in the office. On the other hand, Xiao Ziying was out of sight, and Li Mu didn't know whether she was staying in the villa or not, only that sometimes when she was eating, she would come down to eat when she saw the food that Li Mu had made. On this day, Li Mu was planning to go to the pool behind the villa and take a swim. As a result, he was surprised that Xiao Ziying was there. Xiao Ziying was wearing a bikini, with a curvy figure, because she had just come out of the water. She was dripping wet. It was simply tempting to commit a crime. Li Mu almost even had a nosebleed. Hey, have you seen enough? Looking at Li Mu's piggish appearance, Xiao Ziying's face turned slightly red and she didn't have the good sense to say, Sister Ziying, where did I look? Li Mu hurriedly looked away to cover up. Humph, still saying you didn't look. Men are all big pig's hooves, Xiao Ziying said angrily. This made Li Mu not know how to answer for a moment. Li Mu, accompany sister out in a while. We're going to the airport to pick up someone. Seeing that Li Mu didn't answer either, Xiao Ziying changed the subject. Pick up someone? Pick up who? Li Mu said curiously. You don't need to care about this. In any case, you just accompany me. Xiao Ziying sold a lie. Alright then, around at home. He was also a salted fish lying down, so Li Mu agreed. Soon, the two of them drove straight to the Magic City airport. As an airplane slowly landed, at the VIP pickup gate, a young woman walked out. This woman wore a black mask, toadstool glasses, a beret, plus a wide black coat, almost wrapping herself in full armor, although she couldn't see her exact face, from the fair skin exposed on her cheeks. This should be a big beauty. Moreover, the way she raised her hands and feet was indescribably elegant. Sister, this way. Xiao Ziying waved her hand towards this woman. Sister 7. When this woman saw Xiao Ziying, she walked over quickly. Soon, Xiao Ziying and this woman hugged each other, as if they were bosom friends incomparably intimate. This is Li Mu's younger brother, right? Breaking away from Xiao Ziyang's embrace, this elegant woman took off her tea-colored toadstool glasses and looked Li Mu up and down. You are? Li Mu was somewhat stunned. This woman had a pair of large peach blossom eyes. Her eyes were soulful. Her eyelashes were long and fluttered between blinks. Indescribably soulful. Although she didn't take off her mask, she could tell that she was also a big beauty. I am your 8th sister, Xiao Yuqing. This elegant woman smiled and introduced herself. 8th sister, Xiao Yuqing? Li Mu's eyes were filled with curiosity. These sisters, one more beautiful than the other. One had really fallen into a nest of beautiful women. Remember, call me sister in the future. Xiao Yuqing winked playfully and preached to Li Mu. In fact, she was equally curious about Li Mu. It was because in the sisters' wisdom group, she heard her elder sister, Xiao Nisheng, say that not only did Li Mu know how to appraise treasures, but he was also good at kung fu, and he could cook as well, making him a rare treasure boy. And Li Mu's state was always a bit mechanical and dumbfounded, because this woman seemed like he had seen somewhere before, yet he couldn't tell at once. And just at this moment, suddenly in the crowd at the airport, I don't know who shouted out, "Wow, it's the big star Xiao Jiwei." The crowd in the airport froze, then looked at the source of the voice, a petite loli. "It's Xiao Jiwei." "That's right," this loli shouted while pointing her finger towards Li Mu's side. Instantly, the crowd at the airport boiled over. In an instant, Xiao Yuqing was surrounded by people of all colors. "Miss Shi Wei, can you give me an autograph? Miss Shi Wei, can you take a photo with me? Miss Shi Wei, when will your new album come out?" The crowd of fans were incomparably enthusiastic. Cell phone photo flashes continued. Until this moment, Li Mu finally woke up to the fact that the eighth sister, Xiao Yuqing, was the top-tier domestic actress, Xiao Jiwei. It seems that Xiao Jiwei is Xiao Yuqing's stage name. No wonder Li Mu looked familiar just now. In the big magic city, many subways and stations had her advertisements. It was just that it was curious that no one knew about the relationship between Xiao Jiwei and Light Red Group. This hides so deeply. Looking at the entanglement of a bunch of fans, Xiao Jiwei still maintained her smile and satisfied her fans' requests one by one. However, the more and more people gathered in the airport, Xiao Yuqing became a bit overwhelmed. Even the security guards at the airport had to come over to maintain order, which showed Xiao Yuqing's popularity. What's worse, some fans were not only satisfied with signing autographs and taking pictures, they even moved to hug and kiss Xiao Yuqing. In the face of the surging fans, fortunately, Li Mu and Xiao Ziying were both practiced. Taking Xiao Yuqing with them, they eventually got rid of the fans' entanglements and ran to the airport's parking lot. Li Mu drove the car, and on the way, the two sisters sat in the back row laughing and whispering. For Xiao Yuqing, Li Mu was getting more and more curious. At this time, Xiao Yuqing removed her mask and glasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Her beauty was not inferior to big sister Xiao Nisheng and seventh sister Xiao Ziying, but she was superior in her dusty temperament. She was simply a heavenly fairy. Between her knitted brows and smile, she moved the hearts of the people. This top-stream star, not only was her singing great, but her acting skills were also very good. It just didn't occur to me that she was also Li Mu's sister. Chapter 19, Musical Talent Arrives. In the villa, Xiao Yuqing took a shower, changed into a white t-shirt and 7-point khaki pants, took a beautiful picture in front of the mirror, gathered the hair that was spread out a bit, tied it up high with a leather band, and made up a makeup, before she walked out of the room in a cool manner. Looking at this big star sister, walking down from the upstairs room, she looked like a well-behaved girl next door. Li Mu's eyes were a little straight. Although Xiao Yuqing was wearing a loose t-shirt, she still couldn't strain the trembling in front of her chest, and the scale could be described as thrilling. This sister was simply beautiful beyond human. Li Mu, first time meeting, I hope you like this gift. Coming next to Li Mu, Xiao Yuqing handed over an exquisite small gift box. Li Mu was a bit speechless. Why did these sisters give gifts as soon as they met? However, after all, it was a good intention, so Li Mu couldn't not accept it. Receiving the gift box, Li Mu unwrapped it, and inside the box was a car key. I heard that no one has given you a car yet. It just so happens that I often run in the field, and the car I bought before was hardly driven, so I thought of giving it to you. Xiao Yuqing's voice was like ice falling on a jade plate, with a strong texture. Thank you, sis. Li Mu didn't think that his big star sister would send such a gift, but it was very practical. He was just short of a car. Go, take you to see the car. Seeing that Li Mu accepted the key, Xiao Yuqing was naturally very happy, so she pulled Li Mu to the parking lot under the villa. Here, it's that one. You sit on it and try. Xiao Yuqing pointed her finger at a silver-colored sports car. Li Mu picked up the key, pressed it twice, and saw the silver sports car's headlights blasting on. Li Mu opened the car door and sat in. The interior of this sports car was spacious and not the least bit crappy. The leather seats were quite elaborate, and the steering wheel was even more technologically advanced. Starting the car, an instant roar sounded. The car was like a beast about to come out of its cage. Soon, Li Mu drove the sports car out of the villa, turned around a few times in the neighborhood, and then ran to the road for a drive. In a word, this car is really cool. Li Mu deliberately looked up the car on his cell phone, and realized that this car turned out to be the Pagani Son of the Wind, limited to 50 units worldwide, with a price tag of at least 40 million. This gift looked like it was really not cheap. Sis, thanks a lot. I really like it. Returning to the villa, Li Mu spoke to Xiao Yuqing with great joy. It's good that you like it. Looking at Li Mu's excitement, Xiao Yuqing was naturally very happy as well. In the evening, Xiao Nishang, who had been working overtime for several days in a row, finally came back. Seeing Xiao Yuqing, Xiao Nishang gave her a big hug. Yuqing, this time it's really troublesome for you. Although Xiao Nishang had a tired face, she was still very happy to see Xiao Yuqing, who she hadn't seen for a long time. No matter what, since you guys have developed a new cosmetic product, it's only right that I come back to help endorse my own company. Xiao Yuqing was generous and laughed happily. But Yuqing, will this conflict with the contract of the Sky Entertainment company you're in? After all, this invitation did not go through your company. Xiao Nishang said with some concern. This won't get in the way. I'll do it first. Just give the assistant a word afterward. Xiao Yuqing said without thinking. Ha, it's this way again. You won't be sneaking out again, right? Pretty much. Xiao Yuqing spat out her tongue, completely lacking the appearance of an actress. Ha, I didn't expect it to be like this again. Xiao Nishang rubbed her eyebrows, not knowing what to say about this sister. Right, you said that the new product developed by your company is outstanding. I wonder if I can try it out in advance. Xiao Yuqing asked expectantly. Of course you can. As Xiao Nishang spoke, she took out a sample from her bag and handed it to Xiao Yuqing. Let me try it. Girls really had no immunity to cosmetics and such. Xiao Yuqing was naturally no exception. Not long after, Xiao Yuqing took the mirror and exclaimed, wow, this face cream is simply amazing. How can it be so amazing? Xiao Yuqing couldn't believe her eyes. In just over 10 minutes, her own face was simply radiant and beautiful as if she was a fairy. Sister, this endorsement is not to be given to anyone else. You must let me do it. Xiao Yuqing said as she hugged Xiao Nishang's arm in a sticky manner. Good, give it to you. Xiao Nishang laughed with a fluttering smile. Right, this cosmetic was developed by your company? Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but ask curiously. How come our company couldn't develop it? It isn't. What you guys developed before was too average, but how come it's so good this time? Guess who developed this formula? Xiao Nishang smiled mysteriously and sold a secret. Sister, why don't you say it? Xiao Yuqing pouted. It's actually all Li Mu's doing. It was Li Mu who wrote the herbal formula all by himself. What? Is brother Li Mu so powerful? Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but look at Li Mu, who had been sitting quietly at the side. This younger brother was incredibly handsome, and he didn't expect to be able to develop cosmetics. It's just luck. Li Mu laughed. In fact, just now, Li Mu had been thinking about how to return the favor. At the first meeting, Xiao Yuqing had given him a sports car worth $40 million, and Li Mu was a little overjoyed not to send a gift back. And just at this moment, the system's voice came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine-level musical talent. Is it time to receive it? Chapter 20, Xiao Yuqing's shock. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine-level musical talent. Will you receive it now? God-level musical talent? Li Mu was happy in his heart. It was really what was missing. Claim. Instantly, all kinds of music theory and instrumental knowledge flooded into Li Mu's mind, and he instantly turned from a music novice into a music master who had been immersed in music for decades. For this feeling, Li Mu felt so amazing. Having a system was awesome. However, how to write a song for Xiao Yuqing? It needed a good opportunity to do so. Xiao Yuqing was now vaguely known as the little diva of music, so if she added a few more good songs, she might be able to further stabilize her position in the music industry. Li Mu returned to his room and listened to the music of this world. Taking out a pen and paper, he brewed up his emotions, and in a short while of writing and drawing, a song came out. It should be okay to give this song to Sister Yuqing, right? Li Mu looked at the song on the paper and nodded with satisfaction. The song, written on an impromptu idea, was at least not out of grade, and was at the first tier level. The next day, Xiao Yuqing was put into the commercial shoot for the Nishang brand. Under Xiao Nishang's arrangement, Li Mu acted as a driver and bodyguard, guarding Xiao Yuqing without moving an inch. On the shooting site, a few shots came down in a row. All of them passed at once, and the shooting was quite smooth. It was finished early at noon. Sister Yuqing, let me treat you to dinner at noon, Li Mu invited. Yesterday, Xiao Yuqing had given herself a supercar, so naturally Li Mu should show something. Great! Xiao Yuqing was naturally very happy. This younger brother was handsome and very attentive to her. Soon, the two of them arrived at a nearby Western food restaurant. This restaurant was located on the 100th floor of the Magic City Universal Tower, and from the windows, one could overlook the entire core of Magic City. So naturally, the prices of the dishes here were quite expensive. In order to enhance the style of the restaurant, in addition to the luxurious decoration, a Steinway piano was placed in the center of the restaurant. Li Mu chose a window seat. Of course, in order to avoid the stirring of fans, Xiao Yuqing wore a mask the whole time, until the time of eating, only took it off. Li Mu ordered a 7-minute cooked steak and French foie gras, while Xiao Yuqing ordered a pasta and vegetable and fruit salad. Wow, sister, are you eating so little? Do you want to order some more? Nah, I've been on a diet recently. Looking at Xiao Yuqing's concave and convex devilish figure, Li Mu was speechless. Does this still need to lose weight? Xiao Yuqing could be described as big where she should be big and thin where she should be thin. And she couldn't see fat at all. She wore a pair of tight white pants today, with a lace blouse on top, plus a shawl. Very intellectual. At this time, in the center of the restaurant, a long-skirted girl sat at the piano. Not too long after, a beautiful piano song rang out. The two of them were eating while listening to the piano music, which was very pleasant. However, Xiao Yuqing frowned slightly in the middle. This girl's playing level seemed average. At this moment, Xiao Yuqing's phone rang, and in the middle, she didn't know what things were being talked about. And after hanging up the phone, Xiao Yuqing was sullen. Sister, are you alright? Li Mu asked with concern. I'm fine, it's just career matters. In fact, the one who just called her was her manager, who complained about Xiao Yuqing sneaking away to Magic City, and the cold sales of the song album that had just been released. Sis, how about you take a look at this song? When Li Mu saw Xiao Yuqing moping, he remembered the song he wrote last night. At this moment, he took it out of his pocket and then handed it to Xiao Yuqing. You can still write songs? Xiao Yuqing took it and couldn't help but look at it curiously. She didn't care much about it at first, only the more she looked at it, the more excited she became, and even ended up humming it herself. Did you really write this song? It was only after a while that Xiao Yuqing opened her mouth and asked. Its excitement was overflowing. Aha, how is it? Li Mu was curious to know what this singing diva thought. Very outstanding. It has the potential to become a classic. Xiao Yuqing gave an objective evaluation after thinking about it. Seeing that you just said you're having trouble with your career and don't know how to help you, I hope this song can help you. Li Mu spoke indifferently. You want to give me this song? Xiao Yuqing was shocked. This song had a lot of potential. It might be able to bring her singing career a step closer. Of course it's for you. I wrote it last night. I just didn't have the right time to give it to you. You wrote this last night? Xiao Yuqing marveled once again, as if what was happening in front of her was not so real. After all, how could such a song that could become a classic be written casually? Don't believe me? Then let me play you another piano piece. Li Mu smiled confidently. When he had just come in, he had seen the piano in the center and had been a bit eager to try. You can still play the piano? Xiao Yuqing was not expecting it. Well, I know a little bit. As Li Mu spoke, he got up and walked towards the piano in the center of the restaurant. Since he wanted to pretend, then let's pretend for the full set. Hello, can I use the piano? I just got a little inspired and want to try playing it. Li Mu spoke to the long-skirted girl who was playing the piano. Okay, Seeing the handsome boy in front of her, the long-skirted girl brightened up and got up to make way for the piano. Sitting down in front of the piano, Li Mu first played casually to try his hand. After warming up almost, Li Mu closed his eyes and emptied his mind. As his thoughts and emotions were brewing and engaged, a beautiful tune started to sound. The tune that Li Mu played was an impromptu creation, with a soft and gentle style that penetrated deep into one's heart, rather like the modern flavor of autumn private rain. A wonderful thought was narrated with deep emotion. Not too fast, not too slow, not too mannish. This song is like a flowing brook, slowly flowing through, washing one's soul, and like the autumn breeze, light and fragrant, soothing the human soul. At this time, the restaurant was at noon. The crowd was large, and it was originally a bit noisy, but when this piano piece sounded, the restaurant suddenly quieted down. The crowd looked to the piano position, and immediately stopped their hands, as if they were transformed into statues. Some waiters forgot to serve the food and stood still. A guest holding a cigar ash fell down his pants without realizing it. The long-skirted girl who had just played the piano was even more surprised and her mouth grew as if she could stuff an egg into it. Xiao Yuqing thought that Li Mu was just joking at first, but she didn't expect Li Mu to actually play it, and play it so well. What made Xiao Yuqing even more shocked was that she, who had been exposed to the piano since she was a child, didn't know what piece Li Mu was playing. Could this be another original by Li Mu? Chapter 21, named Rainy. The piano piece ended. Li Mu stood up and silently walked back to Xiao Yuqing's side. Only at this point did the crowd react. Suddenly, as if time was flowing again, the crowd returned from their state of confusion and thunderous applause erupted. Li Mu had to stand up again, waving his hands in salute to the audience. It took a while for the crowd's applause to subside. At this time, an old gentleman in a suit walked up to Li Mu. This gentleman, hello, I'm the owner of this restaurant. My name is Lu Hanyan. The piece you just played was just amazing. Lu Hanyan loved classical music and had a beard, an old sea-style look. Where, Mr. Lu mused. In front of the elders, Li Mu naturally didn't dare to be arrogant. Thank you for playing such a beautiful tune. I wonder what is the name of this tune. Lu Hanyan curiously said. At the same time, this was also what Xiao Yuqing's wanted to ask. This tune as well. It's my improvisation just now. I hadn't thought of a name before, but now I think it can be called Yuqing. Li Mu had a bright idea and spoke. Improvisation? Yuqing? Xiao Yuqing and Lu Hernian were both shocked. This tune was simply a classic, and it was actually improvised. This is too astonishing. What do you mean? You just composed a classic? How can those famous pianists be embarrassed? What shocked Xiao Yuqing was not just the improvisation, but the fact that Li Mu named the piano piece Yuqing. Isn't that his own name? But the soothing tune just now was really like the feeling after a rainy day. The name and the tune complemented each other. Ahem. This gentleman is awesome. I also run a piano store, and I also have some contacts in classical music. If Mr. Li wants to release a piano piece, the old man can help. Lu Hanyan rightly thought that Li Mu was young and arrogant words. He simply did not believe that such a classic tune could be improvised. However, young people who haven't had a time of youthful arrogance, and the tune also deserves such arrogance. I currently have no plans to release a piano piece, so let Mr. Lu down. Li Mu made it up as he went along, naturally not thinking of publishing and distributing it. This would be a shame. Such a good tune. I don't know. Is it possible to part with it? If I can't hear it afterward, I'm afraid I'll be very sad. The tune just now was simply a 3-day aftertaste around the beam. It would be a pity to hear it only once. If Mr. Lu likes to hear it, I'll play it again sometime, then record it and send it to you so that when you like to hear it, you can listen to it often. Li Mu saw that the old gentleman really wanted to hear it, so he couldn't afford to thin the other party's face. That would be great, Lu Hanyan immediately said happily. With that, the two sides exchanged contact information. Moreover, when Li Mu and Xiao Yuqing left the restaurant, their order just now was directly exempted from the bill, and Lu Hanyan also personally sent Li Mu a VIP card of the restaurant, enjoying a 50% discount every time he came. Coming out from the restaurant, Xiao Yuqing was still confused. Li Mu, this is too powerful for you. Xiao Yuqing had gone from dismay to shock to now. She was completely numb. This Li Mu's younger brother was a musical genius. If he were to debut, with his handsome looks and unparalleled talent, wouldn't he still be able to hang on to these young love tease stars and whatnot nowadays? It's just average. Li Mu was modest for a moment. Returning to the villa, Xiao Yuqing couldn't wait to drag Li Mu to his room. Since Xiao Yuqing had loved music since she was a child, her room consisted of 2 remodeled rooms. One was a music room and one was a bedroom. In her music room, there was no shortage of instruments such as piano, guitar, guzheng, and so on, and there was also a small recording room. Looking at these top-notch equipments, Li Mu could only sigh. Rich people are so luxurious. I'm afraid that these equipments add up to a few $1,000,000. Li Mu, let me try out the song you wrote for me. See if there's anything you need to pay attention to. Good. Soon, after practicing for about 30 minutes, Xiao Yuqing had basically mastered the song that Li Mu had written. Li Mu secretly sighed, truly worthy of being a little diva in the singing world. Just when Li Mu and Xiao Yuqing wanted to continue practicing the previous piano song, Xiao Yuqing's phone rang. Yuqing, I'm already outside your house. It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. Okay, Sister Rong, I'll come out right away. Xiao Yuqing hung up the phone, said to Li Mu and walked towards the villa doorgate. Not long after that she welcomed a woman who was dressed up in a flamboyant manner. This woman was around 40 years old, but because of proper maintenance, she didn't look old at all, and even because of her age, her figure became more and more plump and rounded, completely a ripe peach. Ha, this handsome man is? Just as soon as she entered, this woman asked, Sister Rong, this is Li Mu, my younger brother. Xiao Yuqing hurriedly introduced him and also spoke to Li Mu. Li Mu, this is my manager, Sister Rong. Hello, Sister Rong. Hello little handsome. The two of them separated with a light touch of their hands. Li Mu, are you interested in entering the acting industry? My sister will cover you. This Sister Rong looked at the handsome Li Mu with glowing eyes. Thank you, Sister Rong. I don't have any plans to enter the showbiz industry. Li Mu refused. He just wanted to lay low and salty and lie flat. He didn't want to be in the limelight. Of course it didn't matter if he was in the limelight sometimes. That would be a pity. Thanks to you having such a handsome face, Sister Rong lamented. Yuqing, your album sales are so bad this time. Sky Entertainment won't keep tilting its resources toward you, and usually you often play some little temper tantrums. This time, the senior management of Tian Entertainment intends to refrigerate you for a period of time. Sister Rong sat in Xiao Yuqing's room and seriously spoke to Xiao Yuqing. Sister Rong, this is too much for them. I made so much money for them before. I didn't expect that they would do this to me now. Xiao Yuqing was somewhat aggrieved. Yuqing, this society is realistic. You can't sing a hit song now. There's no way to continue to make a profit for the company. so they naturally don't want to continue to tilt their resources towards you. Sister Rong spoke meaningfully. Who says there are no good songs anymore? I have one right now, but I want to terminate my contract with Sky Entertainment now. Xiao Yuqing looked like she had made up her mind. Terminate the contract? Yuqing, you've thought this through. Your contract with Tian Entertainment still has 2 more years before it expires. I'm afraid you'll have to pay several $100 million in liquidated damages if you terminate your contract at this time. Sister Rong worried. I'm not afraid of this. I want to start my own entertainment company, especially after meeting brother Li Mu. Li Mu? Sister Rong didn't understand what Xiao Yuqing meant. However, after showing the song that Li Mu had created, this Sister Young was instantly astonished. This is a song written by Li Mu? Sister Young was a little surprised. Yes, what do you think of this song? It's simply fantastic. With this song you can return to being the first sister of Tian Entertainment, and Tian Entertainment will continue to tilt its resources in your favor. Sister Rong spoke with an excited face. I don't want it. I don't want to use such a good song to make money for Tian Entertainment. It seems like you're determined to tear your face off with Tian Entertainment? Yes. Chapter 22, The Internet is on fire. Internet. The video of Li Mu playing the piano in the restaurant was uploaded by passers-by and quickly went viral. Wow, it's so good. Amazing. Too handsome. Is there anything more handsome? How come I've never heard this song before? My ears are getting pregnant. Not long after, there were thousands of messages under this video. That night, the famous domestic piano master, Yun Hao, was currently chatting online in a bored manner. Suddenly, someone in the group sent a video link. Yun Hao was curious and clicked on it. The video opened to a handsome boy playing piano music. This piano music is exceptionally good. Yun Hao, immediately on the microblogging, forwarded the link to this video, and also accompanied by the words, amazing, as he had millions of Weibo followers. At once the hits on the video link climbed. The messages below the video were also increasing, but the sharp-eyed netizens also found an egg in the video. Ha, isn't that Xiao Jiwei, the little diva in the singing world, with that boy? It seems to be true. Wow, the actress has become a backdrop? The video is a bit shaky. Not necessarily. In the villa, Li Mu didn't know anything about it, and didn't even care at all. In these few days, Xiao Nishang was busy as always, because soon the Nishang Ancient Method face cream would be on the market. And after Xiao Yuqing finished filming the advertisement for the Nishang series, she didn't go out. Instead, she locked herself in her room and practiced hard on the song that Li Mu had given her. She had also specially named the song with a resounding name, Above the Wind. Li Mu, come and see how I'm doing with my singing? Sister Yuqing, you've sung it quite perfectly. Li Mu couldn't help but praise. Xiao Yuqing was originally born with a good voice, and had no pressure in handling songs of various styles. Li Mu, how do you think I should thank you? You sent me such a good-sounding song. Xiao Yuqing's charming eyes were like silk. She was wearing a dress today. She was simply a fairy descending to earth. Sis, you've already sent me a sports car. I'm still afraid that one song is too little. No, you're giving me that piano song called Rain Clear as well? Xiao Yuqing playfully laughed. Sis, since that piano song is named after you, it's naturally for you as well. That's great. Xiao Yuqing simply cheered, embracing Li Mu with both hands. She felt the round soft touch coming from her arms. Li Mu couldn't help but feel his heart swirl. Li Mu, can I upload this song Above the Wind and Rain Clear to Penguin Music? Of course you can. Sister, since it's all given to you, it's yours to do with as you please. Good. I love my younger brother the most. As she said that, Xiao Yuqing actually barfed a kiss to Li Mu. Soon after, Xiao Yuqing uploaded the recorded Above the Wind to Penguin Music. At the same time, Xiao Yuqing also put Li Mu's recorded piano song Rain Clear on Penguin Music as well. Capitol, the headquarters of Sky Entertainment Company. Tramp, Xiao Yuqing, this stinking is actually trying to break the contract. Jin Yuhai angrily shattered the coffee he had just made on the ground. As the boss of Tian Entertainment, Jin Yuhai had single-handedly founded this entertainment company and made Tian Entertainment the top of the 4 major entertainment companies. At first, Xiao Yuqing became popular with her super high face value and playing and singing the songs she wrote on the internet. At that time, Tian Entertainment went along with the trend and signed Xiao Yuqing, and gave Xiao Yuqing many favorable treatments. With Tian Entertainment's powerful capital and connections, Xiao Yuqing gradually became a popular sister. I didn't expect. In these 2 years, Xiao Yuqing has never produced a good song, and her popularity has vaguely landed. Mr. Jean, you calm down. This girl has been going downhill these past few years, so if she wants to terminate her contract, you can just extort her hard at the highest price. The actress next to her, He Fengfei, had an alluring look, with a luscious figure that was hot in the front and curved in the back. She was a second-tier star of Tian Entertainment, relying on betraying herself to get to the top, and was fighting with Xiao Yuqing openly and secretly. Cheap for her. Jin Yuhai had passed over many female stars. However, what made him most unable to let go was that Xiao Yuqing never refused his requests, which made him lose face. Mr. Jin, why do you have to be so angry over this kind of woman? What's so good about this kind of? He Fanfei wrapped around Jin Yuhai like a water snake. If Mr. Jin wants to get Xiao Yuqing, I do have an idea. Oh, what idea do you have? Tell me. Jin Yuhai hugged He Fanfei, groping her on one side and asking on the other. He Fanfei was ruffled by the floral branches, ambushed in Jin Yuhai's ear, quietly spoke up. After listening, Jin Yuhai smiled he, reached out and slapped on He Fanfei's backside with a sound. The buttocks. Mr. Jin. He Fanfei's eyes were filled with tears, her small hands covering her buttocks, her face aggrieved. Buttocks, a face of aggression. Soon, images of juvenile misbehavior came from the room. Chapter 23 Hot Sales. For a few days in a row, the video of Li Mu playing the piano in a Western restaurant could be said to have become a hit all over the internet. There were even music celebrities who claimed that the piano piece in the video would surely become a classic, whether it was the playing skills or the style of the piece that was deeply rooted in the essence of the classical school. But the maddening thing is that the crowd still do not know the name of this handsome piano player. For a while, all the major internet searches were even looking for this mysterious handsome piano player. Who the hell is this? He actually played such an amazing piano piece as this. Looking for the genius pianist. Where the hell are you? Li Mu naturally saw these hot searches as well, but he didn't intend to mix with the entertainment industry, so he took it lightly. However, the others were not calm. Li Mu, you really don't intend to mix with the entertainment industry? No, I don't have that talent. I'm dizzy. Li Mu's answer left Xiao Nishang and Xiao Yuqing speechless. However, this younger brother, the more they looked at him, the cuter he became. However, some sharp-eyed netizens gradually discovered something fishy. You guys quickly go and look. There's actually a piano song on Penguin Music that's exactly the same as the one played by the video dudes. I don't know who posted such a post in the bar, and also attached a link address. Driven by curiosity, the crowd of netizens clicked on the link. They realized that it was really the interface of Penguin Music, and it was a piano song that had just been uploaded not more than a few days ago, which was called Rain Clearing, and the performer was called Li Mu. Driven by curiosity, they all downloaded it to listen to it, and sure enough, the piano piece was exactly the same as the one in the video that had gone viral on the internet. Li Mu? Who is Li Mu? Li Mu? Who is Li Mu? Could it be the handsome guy in the video? This song is called Raining? Does rain clear mean anything? There was a lot of speculation from the crowd of netizens. This led to more people flocking to Penguin Music to download the piano song called Rain Clear. Because it had just been uploaded, there was a 15-day free period, so the number of downloads exploded for a while. At the same time, sharp-eyed netizens realized that under this account that released Rain Clear, there was also a song released called Above the Wind, while the lyrics and composition were both by Li Mu, and the singer was Xiao Yuqing. Again, for reasons of curiosity, many netizens had downloaded this song Above the Wind. As a result, after listening to the song, the netizens were confused. Heavens, this is too good. This song will surely become a classic. Isn't this voice the voice of singing diva Xiao Jiwei? You guys forgot that in the background panel of the piano song video, there seems to be the singing diva Xiao Jiwei. And isn't Xiao Jiwei's real name Xiao Yuqing? Yuqing, Xiao Yuqing. Could it be that this handsome guy named Li Mu gave Xiao Yuqing the piano song? Wow, this is too romantic. You don't say. The handsome guy in the video and Xiao Jiwei are really a good match. How is it possible? The goddess has a boyfriend? With the massive amount of netizens downloading Rain Clear and Above the Wind, the two tracks began to gradually appear on the music charts. In particular, the pop track Above the Wind climbed to the 20th position on the song chart in just a few days. According to the current rise, it should soon break into the top 10. Xiao Yuqing was very happy about the songs rushing up the charts and the massive downloads. This time, she didn't do any publicity and public relations, and didn't make any use of her previous fame, just to see if she could still be read if she broke away from Sky Entertainment. However, the reality had already given a very good explanation, which strengthened the determination to leave Sky Entertainment. It had been 2 years, she hadn't even produced a good song, now it was finally taking off again. Thank you, Li Mu. Looking at the internet, where the ranking of the song was rising, Xiao Yuqing spoke happily to Li Mu. You're welcome, sister. It's all because you sang well. Li Mu smiled bashfully, and right at this moment, Sister Rong came to Xiao Yuqing's side. Yuqing, General Manager Jean has finally relented. He's agreed to terminate your contract with Tian Entertainment. Really? That's great. But, Mr. Jean has a condition. Conditions? What condition? Xiao Yuqing frowned slightly. Mr. Jean expects to meet with you personally before terminating the contract. Meet? I'm afraid this person doesn't have a good heart. right? Xiao Yuqing naturally knew that Jin Yuhai was a womanizer who had slept with countless actresses. I don't know about this. Sister Rome was equally worried. Tomorrow my sister's cosmetic launch is over. I'll go to the capital to meet him. Even though Xiao Yuqing was not happy to see Jin Yuhai, she had to go for the sake of breaking the engagement. Good. I will accompany you then. The next day, Magic City Taiku Shopping Center. Today is Saturday. White-collar woman Yu Jing and her girlfriends came out to go shopping. Ha! Look guys, it's an advertisement endorsed by Xiao Jiwei. Wow, it's for real. There's even a free trial. But how come I've never heard of this brand? I don't know. The name Neon. It sounds good. Let's go take a look. Okay. Yes. Women were naturally immune to cosmetics. Soon enough, Yu Jing and her girlfriends arrived in front of the counter of Nishang Cosmetics. The Nishang sign had been set up high and was designed with a flower-like logo. Welcome to Nishang Cosmetics. We're having an event today. Please feel free to try it out. The counter lady warmly greeted Yu Jing and her girlfriends. Wow, this one smells good. So moisturizing. I'll try it too. I'm going to use it too. Several of her little girlfriends picked up the cream in front of them and rubbed it carefully on their faces in the mirror on the counter. What's the price of this face cream? Yu Jing asked curiously. The original price is 688 yuan, but the store is having an event. Now it only costs 388 yuan. It's a little expensive. The group of girlfriends hesitated and planned to go to another store, but half an hour later, they came back, because they found that the cream was unexpectedly good. Yu Jing's freckles actually faded a little. Originally not willing to purchase the cream, this time they had purchased a box. Such a scenario basically appeared in all the major shopping malls where the product was being shopped. Within less than a day, tens of thousands of boxes were sold. Looking at the sales summarized today, Xiao Nishang was in a great mood. The busyness of the past few days had finally paid off. However, Xiao Nishang knew that this was all due to her younger brother, Li Mu. Thinking of Li Mu's handsome face, Xiao Nishang involuntarily blushed a little. Chapter 24, Pool Battle. Tonight, Xiao Nishang returned home early on a rare occasion. Now after half a month of hard work, Nishang's ancient method face cream had finally hit the market, and the hot sales were simply staggering. The efforts she had been making had finally paid off. Returning to the villa, she saw Li Mu lying salty on the sofa cushions of the backyard pool. Xiao Nishang couldn't help but hold her forehead. How cozy this brat is. Old lady, I'm exhausted all day long. Xiao Nishang was suddenly playful. She quietly returned to her room and pulled open the closet. Inside the clothes a wide range of beautiful colors. And finally Xiao Nishang chose a set of red bikini swimsuit. Xiao Nishang took off the professional set of skirt and black stockings on her body. So she put on this red bikini. After putting it on, standing in the mirror, looking at the large expanse of bare white skin, as well as the explosive figure with a convex front and curved back, Xiao Nishang was a little shy and a little excited. In fact, this set of bikini Xiao Nishang bought for a long time, just almost never worn in front of people, because she is still a more traditional and conservative woman inside. I don't know if Xiao Nishang figure is too explosive, or this clothes workmanship is too save fabric, only to see this T-shaped chaps to hoard petal perfect strangulation open, from the back to see, this makes the original peach shape of the big hoard, more and more complete, and the top of the small bra is designed into a triangle, tightly strangled the bare part, but also only covers 1/3 of the parts, while the other 2/3 is white flower bare outside. Dropsy full and spurt, coupled with Xiao Nishang's perfect face, it was simply a special thing on earth. It was no wonder that even Xiao Nishang herself would blush when she looked at it. Taking advantage of the moonlight and light, Xiao Nishang boldly wore out as she quietly came to the poolside in the backyard. At this time, Li Mu was still lying salty on the floating mat in the pool, his eyes closed in a cozy and enjoyable manner. Xiao Nishang quietly dived into the water and came to where Li Mu was, then she violently got up, cupped a handful of water with both hands, and suddenly splashed it at Li Mu, who seemed to have fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Suddenly hit by the water, Li Mu winced, instinctively getting up. As a result, his body on the floating mat lost balance, and Li Mu fell into the water, momentarily stirring up waves in the pool. Looking at Li Mu's somewhat wretched appearance, Xiao Nishang clapped her hands and laughed, almost trembling with flowers. Good Sister Nishang, you don't speak of martial virtues. Li Mu, who had stabilized his body in the water, only reacted at this moment, and similarly cupped water with both hands and splashed it towards Xiao Nishang. Even Li Mu ran over and picked up Xiao Nishang before dropping Xiao Nishang in the water. At once, the pool turned into a water war. There were waves for a while, however, Xiao Nishang was no match for Li Mu, and within a few rounds, Xiao Nishang was defeated. Quit it, not doing it, spare my life, Xiao Nishang cried out. Ha, Sister Nishang, you started this, it's not my fault. Li Mu looked at Xiao Nishang's exploding figure and swallowed his saliva. He knew before that Xiao Nishang's figure was very great, but he didn't expect it to be so hot, and even Li Mu had the impulse to suddenly want to run his nose. Seemingly noticing Li Mu's gaze, Xiao Nishang hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Mu, and Xiao Yuqing, who heard the sound, also rushed over at this moment. You too, what are you doing? How old are you? Xiao Yuqing was speechless. Hey, Sister Yuqing, do you want to come down together? Li Mu asked with a bad smile. I don't want to. However, before Xiao Yuqing could finish, Li Mu had already pushed Xiao Yuqing into the water. Xiao Yuqing was wearing a dress today, and suddenly her skirt flipped underneath. Xiao Yuqing was greatly embarrassed. Li Mu, I don't share the same fate as you. I'll fight you. Xiao Yuqing cupped up a handful of water and splashed it at Li Mu, not caring at all that she might have been unimaginatively naked. All of a sudden, there were once again waves in the swimming pool. Li Mu knew that he was at a disadvantage, so he let these two people, and in the end, Li Mu was woefully pushed into the water several times before the two women were satisfied. At night, Xiao Nishang's bedroom, Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Nishang were lying side by side on the bed, and the sisters whispered, Sister, what do you think of Li Mu? This person? Xiao Nishang chatted seemingly casually. He has looks if he wants looks, and talent if he wants talent. What's wrong, sis? Are you heartbroken? Xiao Yuqing teased at the right time. You're the one who's moved. I heard that he wrote you a song and a piano piece named after you? Xiao Nishang quickly changed the topic, and at the same time, her heart was a little tart up at the fact that Li Mu had written a song for her sister. How did you know? You guys are almost rumored to be a couple on the internet. What the heck? It's all blindly rumored by the entertainment tabloids. Sis, you can't believe it. Xiao Yuqing blushed. Hee, you little ninny. You're being sophomoric, aren't you? No, I didn't. It doesn't matter if there is. Do you still remember our previous agreement? What agreement? Xiao Yuqing blushed. If the 9 of us sisters were to marry, we would definitely marry the same person. Xiao Nishang blushed like fire. Sister, are you going into heat? You're the one in heat. The two absolute beauties, again, fought on the bed. Chapter 25, coming to the capital city airport. As an airplane slowly landed, Li Mu, Xiao Yuqing and Sister Rong came out from the airport exit. Li Mu, thank you for coming with me. Xiao Yuqing thanked with a smile. Originally, she had planned to come to the capital by herself and Sister Rong, and then come to finalize the termination of her contract with Jin Yuhai, but she hadn't expected that Xiao Nishan would do her best to recommend for Li Mu to follow her over. It's okay, I have nothing to do at home. It just so happens that I also want to come out to get some air. Li Mu gave a handsome smile. Soon, the three of them caught a cab and went straight to Xiao Yuqing's house. Since Xiao Yuqing had been attending school in the capital during her college years and had already made her debut at that time, she had bought this house during her freshman year. Of course, this house was not a villa, and it was a 3-bedroom house with 3 rooms, 2 halls and 1 bathroom. But even if it's a 3-bedroom, in this part of the capital, the price is also quite expensive, and Xiao Yuqing froze in the first year just debut will be bought in full. Visible Star's ability to absorb money. Walking into the house, Li Mu's eyes could not help but light up. Although not as luxurious as the villa, but better than the decoration is exquisite. Full of pink department of the girl's wind came out. Li Mu, you live in this 2nd bedroom. What else do you need? There is a supermarket in the neighborhood. I will go down to buy in a while. Xiao Yuqing brought Li Mu to the 2nd bedroom, then spoke a little shyly. This was the first time she brought a boy over, and this boy was going to live here for a few days. Thinking about the next few days and having to share a room, Xiao Yuqing was naturally a bit shy and awkward. Okay, Sister Yuqing, trouble for you. Li Mu put his backpack on the bed in the 2nd bedroom. Only his eyes caught sight of the fact that there were several pieces of teenage-style underwear neatly folded on the bed of this 2nd bedroom. There were pink ones, black ones, and blue ones, because she had just opened the door to the 2nd bedroom. Xiao Yuqing had not yet looked into the bedroom. At this time, seeing that Li Mu's eyes were not right, Xiao Yuqing hurriedly looked towards the bedroom. Yikes, I forgot to put it away. Xiao Yuqing's face turned red, completely on fire as she hurriedly took away these pieces of teenage underwear. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Li Mu even for a glance, and flew into her own room. This girl. Li Mu looked at Xiao Yuqing shyly running away and couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. Sister Rong was resting in the living room and didn't notice what was happening. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. Jean. Sister Rong's voice was slightly apprehensive. After all, right now Jin Yuhai had only agreed to terminate the contract with Xiao Yuqing, but this Jin Yuhai was not a good person, and now she didn't know how he was going to pin down her and Yuqing. Aha! Wang Rong, you bring Yuqing to me at night. I'll sign the termination contract with her. Jin Yuhai's voice was a bit cold and puzzling. Mr. Jean, you know that Yuqing is unwilling to do those dirty things. Please can you spare Yuqing? Mr. Jean, Wang Rong said with earnest words. Since Xiao Yuqing's debut, Wang Rong had acted as Xiao Yuqing's agent and assistant, and Xiao Yuqing had always treated her very well, so they had deep feelings for each other, and Wang Rong was naturally unwilling to see Xiao Yuqing being toyed with. Wang Rong, what do you take me for? Am I a breeding pig? Am I that colorful and anxious? Jin Yuhai laughed out loud, as if Wang Rong's groveling in front of him had endeared him. Of course, this is also Jin Yuhai several years to save up the power. Jin Yuhai was a down-and-out returnee, but his father-in-law is a party official. The power can be said to be monstrous. Jin Yuhai and his wife married. He relied on his wife's family to help. Only in the entertainment industry mixing of the wind and water, and black and white, are very to his face. But Jin Yuhai's wife is a typical domineering role in the family, not moving to Jin Yuhai all kinds of insults, which led to Jin Yuhai's character is a bit perverted and twisted, not being able to get love at home and being insulted. Jin Yuhai vented his anger wantonly on other female stars. Mr. Jin, you know my family Yuqing. She is particularly stubborn. Although Wang Rong was somewhat afraid of Jin Yuhai, he also wanted to protect Xiao Yuqing in every way. I also appreciate Yuqing, but tonight she came over. I won't make it difficult for him, and there are many people from Tian Entertainment present. Don't believe me? You can ask. Besides, I don't like to force people to do things they don't like, right? Jin Yuhai spoke with a smile. Mr. Jin, I don't know what kind of game is tonight? Upon hearing that there were many people present, Wang Rong was slightly relieved, and although Jin Yuhai was toying with women, it was basically those women who were in hope that they could gain benefits from evening Jin Yuhai, and it was true that Jin Yuhai didn't really count forcing them. Come, you will know. After hanging up the phone, Jin Yuhai sent an address to Wang Rong in a short while. Wang Rong took a look at the address. It was in the capital Lido Hotel, but there was no specific room number. To go, or not to go? This is really a problem. Soon, in the living room, Wang Rong told the words of Jin Yuhai. After listening, Xiao Yuqing slightly frowned, but finally decided to say, go, good, I'll accompany you. Wang Rong was very righteous. Then you guys should bring me along as well. Since Sister Nishang asked me to accompany her, I must protect your safety. Li Mu could tell that tonight it was estimated that Xiao Yuqing was going to have a tearing battle with Sky Entertainment. Time rushed to the evening, and after an early dinner, Xiao Yuqing, Wang Rong and Li Mu headed to the Lido Hotel. The Lido Hotel was located in the outer circle of the capital, by the mountains and by the water. It was a famous 5-star resort hotel, with luxurious decorations inside, meticulous services, and a fairly high grade. When Xiao Yuqing's group arrived at the front desk of the Lido Hotel, Fanfei from Sky Entertainment was already waiting for them at the front desk. Yo, Sister Yuqing, Mr. Jin has kept you waiting. When Fanfei said waiting, she deliberately aggravated and elongated her tone. At the same time, she was wearing a light gold halter dress today, which shone under the hotel lights, coupled with the exaggerated makeup on Fanfei's melon face. Between her knitted brows and her smile, she was bewitching and wild. Where is Mr. Jin? Take us over. Xiao Yuqing's voice was cold, as if ice had fallen from a jade disc. Being able to become the first sister of Tian Entertainment naturally attracted the envy and jealousy of many people, and Fanfei was naturally one of them. This woman had long climbed into Jin Yuhai's bed in order to rise to the top. However, because of her lack of singing talent and pompous acting skills, even with Jin Yuhai's help, she has obtained many resources, but she has not been hot. In the eyes of the audience, she is a big-breasted and brainless vase character. Xiao Yuqing naturally disdained her. Hearing Xiao Yuqing's indifferent and commanding voice, Fanfei's face immediately drooped. However, thinking that Mr. Jin would properly fix Xiao Yuqing tonight, Fanfei temporarily pressed down her anger. Twisting her arched buttocks, she walked ahead to lead the way in a bewitching manner. Between her walks, her concave and convex figure was revealed, as if she wanted to compete with Xiao Yuqing. Chapter 26, $100 million bet. Soon, Fanfei took Xiao Yuqing and the three of them on the elevator. Fanfei whispered a few words to the elevator boy. Then, the elevator closed and opened. Only instead of running upwards, the elevator went straight downwards. Isn't the underground a parking lot? Xiao Yuqing and Sister Rong frowned. Li Mu, however, was full of curiosity. The elevator button panel clearly showed that there were only 2 underground floors, yet the elevator seemed to be constantly traveling downwards. Li Mu looked at the elevator boy and was enlightened. What this little brother was holding in his hand should be a remote control device. It should be that the little brother was manipulating the elevator downward through the remote control, or contacting and communicating with the surveillance, letting the surveillance control the elevator. In short, this design was exquisite. The three of them forced themselves to hold back their curiosity and did not ask questions. Soon, the elevator stopped and the doors opened. What came into their eyes was a passageway, not some underground garage. The entire passageway was spacious and tidy, not at all suffocating because it was underground. The marble floor on the ground was covered with a red carpet, and the decorative style was still gorgeous. The passageway wasn't long, and at the end was a thick gate, with 4 security guards standing on both sides of the gate. "Come with me." Seeing that the 3 were a bit surprised, Fanfei smiled smugly and wiggled her hips as she walked ahead. After arriving in front of the gate and confirming her identity with the security guards opened the gate. Lifting his step inside, what came into his eyes was, the glorious hall was filled with slot machines, pai gao, and gambling tables. A group of gamblers swallowed clouds and fog. Some were excited because of their winnings, some were frustrated because of their losses, and there were unwilling, and so on expressions varying. Under the illumination of the sparkling crystal chandelier, it can be said that there are many different kinds of people. Seeing this, Li Mu, Xiao Yuqing and Sister Rong were all startled. This was an underground casino, and by the looks of it, it was still a very large-scale casino. Who would have thought that there were other places underneath this hotel? In the lobby, Jin Yuhai was sitting at the poker table in the center, a cigar in his hand and 2 women beside him. "Mr. Jin, Xiao Yuqing is here." Fanfei walked over and hugged Jin Yuhai's arm with her hands, looking pleasing and pampered. "Oh, has someone come?" Jin Yuhai turned his head slyly and looked at Xiao Yuqing, his eyes meaningless, but he revealed a smile. "Yo, Yuqing is here." Jin Yuhai threw the cards onto the table, and this game directly released the cards. "Come, open up a VIP room for us." Jin Yuhai beckoned and spoke to a casino manager-like person. "Sir, please follow me." This casino manager then led Jin Yuhai's group to a VIP room. This room was very spacious, and there was a bar at the entrance, which contained a variety of famous wines in the wine cabinet, and a customized cigar cabinet next to the bar. Of course, apart from these, what attracted the most attention was naturally a huge circular gambling table in the center of the room, with all sorts of gambling equipment on it. Behind the circular gambling table stood a beautiful dealer, specializing in dealing cards or shaking the sieve and so on. Jin Yuhai sat in front of the gambling table and looked at the group of people who entered with him and Xiao Yuqing. These people were basically the artists and managers under Tian Entertainment. This game today, it's Yuqing who wants to terminate her contract with Sky Entertainment, and as we all know, I've always valued love and affection. Since Yuqing wants to leave, I won't force her, but I can't let her go. I always believe in luck, so I want to bet with Yuqing. If I win, Yuqing stays and continues to stay in Tian Entertainment. If I lose, I will sign the contract with Yuqing on the spot. What do you think? Jin Yuhai appeared to be asking the crowd, but his gaze was staring slyly at Xiao Yuqing. Obviously, in this bureau today, he was going to kill the chicken to show the monkey. Hearing Jin Yuhai's words, Xiao Yuqing was hesitant. She didn't want to use her luck to make a decision. "Mr. Jin, I just want to make peace with Tian Entertainment. Why do we have to make it like this?" Xiao Yuqing spoke calmly. "Ha, so, you don't want to give me face?" Jin Yuhai's face was cold. Seeing Jin Yuhai like this, Xiao Yuqing and Sister Rong could not help but change color. It seems that this bureau cannot be good today. And just at this time, a voice rang in Li Mu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine gambling skill. Will you receive it now?" Li Mu was happy in his heart. It was really what was missing. "Receive," Li Mu recited silently. Instantly, Li Mu's mind was filled with gambling knowledge and techniques. At the same time, his temperament couldn't help but change, and his eyes became deep and unfathomable. "Mr. Jin, can I come and gamble with you on behalf of Sister Yuqing?" Li Mu sat down in front of the gambling table in a big prickly manner, and Jin Yuhai was face to face. "Li Mu you." Xiao Yuqing just wanted to discourage Li Mu, but before Xiao Yuqing could finish her sentence, Li Mu patted Xiao Yuqing's hand and gave her a "don't worry, everything has me look." "You? What kind of barley are you?" Jin Yuhai looked at the little white boy in front of him and spoke with disdain. The moment he said this, it instantly drew laughter from the room. Fanfei was even more florid. Jin Yuhai had just noticed this handsome boy beside Xiao Yuqing, and when she saw the intimate interaction between him and Xiao Yuqing, she was even more jealous. I am Yuqing's younger brother, couldn't I represent her?" Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Li Mu smiled blandly. "Kid, do you know what the minimum chip is to play in the VIP room?" Jin Yuhai looked at Li Mu with a contemptuous face. "Oh, how much is it?" Li Mu came to be interested. "Sir, in the VIP room, the minimum chip for the guests is 500,000. The casino manager next to them, who had just brought them over, spoke at Jin Yuhai's gesture. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but stare. This price was so expensive. Although the stars were more lucrative, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to gamble for a few rounds with a minimum chip of $500,000. How about it? Kid, do you have that much money? Just you. You dare to sit in front of this table. Jin Yuhai looked contemptuous. This is obviously a rash young man who doesn't know anything. Ha! Isn't it just money? Take it and check how much money is in this card. Li Mu pulled out a bank card and handed it to the casino manager. Jin Yuhai was disdainful. This kid has millions of dollars. In a while, we will also let him lose his pants. Not long after, the casino manager walked back. Sir, please keep your bank card. The casino manager handed it over almost respectfully with both hands. Then he turned towards the crowd again and said, "This gentleman's card has $120 million in it, enough to qualify to sit at the gambling table." Ah, the crowd exclaimed. They thought that this little white guy should have a few million, but they didn't expect him to have more than 100 million. This little white boy was young and rich. I really don't know which family's rich son is it. Even some of the female artists looked at Li Mu with a softer gaze. Can I bet with you now? Li Mu smiled slightly and looked at Jin Yuhai. Good, kid, count yourself as qualified. Let's put it this way. Let's each take out 100 million as chips and play Texas Hold'em together, to see whoever ends up winning more chips wins. How about it? Okay. Li Mu thought about it and opened his mouth to agree. Texas Hold'em, as the name suggests, is a card game. Players are dealt 2 base cards each, and the table is dealt 5 public cards in turn. Players use their 2 base cards and 5 public cards to freely combine them to decide the winner according to size. Of course, each time you look over the public cards, you can raise your bet. This is one of the most frequently used ways of playing in the God of Gamblers TV series. If you lose, all the chips on the table belong to me, and Xiao Yuqing is at my disposal afterward. She must not go against my wishes. If I tell her to go east, she can't go west, and if I tell her to go west, she can't go east, and she can't leave Tian Entertainment within 10 years. What do you think? Jin Yuhai smiled ominously, as if he had already gotten a hold of the pearl. Hearing Jin Yuhai's conditions, the artists couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Jin Yuhai was really ruthless. If he loses, he's going to make Xiao Yuqing work for him like a cow. And Xiao Yuqing and Sister Wrong's faces are full of sadness. The stakes are too high. It's practically a lifelong delay. Ah, what if you lose? Li Mu asked smilingly. If I lose, I'll be at your disposal and do whatever you want to me. What do you think? Looking at Xiao Yuqing and their gradual entry, Jin Yuhai also laughed. Jin Yuhai had never thought that he would lose, not to mention that he had invited an expert into the game today, so he would definitely not lose. For Xiao Yuqing, he was determined to win. Interesting. Let's bet on it then. Li Mu nodded his head while patting Xiao Yuqing's hand as a sign of comfort. Although Li Mu could take Xiao Yuqing and kill her out, but if he didn't gamble today, I'm afraid that the termination of the contract couldn't be settled. Moreover, Li Mu had divine-level gambling skills in his hand, so he was not afraid to gamble with Jin Yuhai on the gambling table. Soon, both sides set up their troops and horses to fight on the gambling table. Chapter 27, the gambling game begins. Inside the VIP room, the crowd held their breath. Please check the cards. 2 gentlemen. Jin Yuhai took a general look and didn't find any problems, while Li Mu took the cards and touched the cards evenly on the table, then picked up the very first card and moved this card perpendicular to the spread-out cards quickly. Wherever it moved, the originally face-down card would quickly warp up, thus revealing that it was that card, moving it back and forth twice. The evenly spread-out cards didn't have any out of shape, because the speed of Li Mu's card checking was so fast. It ended before the crowd could be surprised. Xiao Yuqing and Sister Wrong were originally worried and thought that Li Mu was being too presumptuous, but after seeing Li Mu's means of examining the cards, they couldn't help but be slightly surprised inwardly. Could it be that Li Mu was also an expert card player? And Jin Yuhai's face twitched. It seems that this little white boy is not simple. The others were too late to be surprised, but some of their mouths were wide open, and some of the women let out a yah, but they felt it was too risky, so they quickly covered their mouths again. In short, Li Mu's card checking was so handsome that it blinded everyone's eyes. After Li Mu finished checking the cards, he also signaled the dealer that he didn't find any problems with the cards. Then, the first game started. Li Mu realized that the one sitting next to Jin Yuhai was no longer He Fangfei, but a woman wearing a bustier with big waves exposed. This woman seemed to be even more bewitching than He Fangfei, with her heavy makeup, long fluttering eyelashes and seductive eyes, just like a vixen incarnate. Soon, both sides received 2 cards. Jin Yuhai took a look at them, then snapped them on the table again, and then placed a bet of $500,000 seemingly at random. $500,000 was the smallest chip at the VIP room table. Li Mu similarly glanced at the 2 cards he was dealt, then bet $500,000 as well. In the first game, before the public cards were opened, both sides bet a total of $1 million. The beautiful dealer then began to turn over the first 3 public cards, which were the Jack of Clubs, the 7 of Diamonds, and the 9 of Spades. Jin Yuhai seemed to be signaled by the beautiful woman next to him, and chose to continue to raise the bet by $1 million. Li Mu chose to fold, because Li Mu's hand was very poor. and he didn't intend to take any risks in the first game, just testing Jin Yuhai's path. Li Mu realized that Jin Yuhai seemed to be particularly dependent on the big wave girl next to him. She is holding Jin Yuhai's arm and pointing her fingers, obviously sending out signals to direct Jin Yuhai to play his cards. Of course, these small actions can only be observed by careful observation, and a quick glance does not reveal anything. Ha, kid, so gutless to follow. Folding in the first game? Jin Yuhai saw Li Mu folding his cards, so he mocked. My cards are bad. What can I do? Li Mu didn't care about Jin Yuhai's mockery. Gambling is not about being angry. To win, you need to observe your opponent, analyze rationally and cheat appropriately. Of course, Li Mu could have cheated from the beginning, but he didn't plan to do so. On the one hand, not knowing the opponent's way, if he was caught cheating, he would lose the whole game. So Li Mu wanted to test and observe the opponent through a few games. On the other hand, since Jin Yuhai could set up a game with confidence, he must have come prepared. So Li Mu didn't want to startle the snakes. The second game begins. Both sides received 2 cards again. Li Mu received a 5 of hearts and a 6 of spades, which are already considered small cards, but in order to continue testing, Li Mu chose to bet 500. 000 this time. Jin Yuhai received a king of spades and a king of hearts. 2 old kings. This is a big hand, so naturally Jin Yuhai chose to bet 500. 000 to follow. Seeing both sides betting, without any party folding, the beautiful dealer lifted the first 3 public cards. They are, the ace of clubs, the 9 of diamonds, and the 6 of hearts. Li Mu laughed and continued to raise his bet by 1 million. The cards in his hand only made up a pair of 6s, very small cards, but in order to test his opponent, he still chose to continue to raise the bet. Seeing that Li Mu raised another 1 million, Jin Yuhai frowned slightly, took a puff on his cigar, glanced at Li Mu, and saw only a smile on Li Mu's face. He finally chose to follow suit and raised 1 million. Jin Yuhai has 2 kings in his hand. He is confident that this card is very big. Li Mu can't win unless he has an ace. He just watched Li Mu look at the public cards and then quickly raise the bet, which makes him doubt whether Li Mu's bottom card is an ace, but he still intends to continue to call, and at the same time, this is also the suggestion of the next big wave of women. Watching the 2 sides raise their bets, the beautiful dealer continued to lift the 4th card in the public deck, which was a jack of hearts. Li Mu looked at the 4th card that was turned over and quickly raised his bet by $5 million again. Based on Jin Yuhai's reaction just now, Li Mu judged that his bottom card should not have an ace. That's why he slightly frowned and hesitated. Li Mu planned to cheat a little bit, letting the other party think that Li Mu's bottom card was very big, or even an ace. So, raising the bet from 2 million to 5 million, Li Mu wanted to see his opponent's reaction. Seeing Li Mu continue to raise 5 million, this time Jin Yuhai's eyelids jumped straight up. He thought to himself, could it be that Li Mu has got an ace? If so, he is going to lose with the pair of kings in his hand. The woman next to him is also gently nodding on Jin Yuhai's arm, seemingly trying to make Jin Yuhai fold his hand. What, mister? Jin is so bold that he wants to fold? Don't dare to call? Seeing Jin Yuhai's frown, holding his cigar and thinking, Li Mu said, why don't you dare to call? It's just $5 million. Under the excitement, Jin Yuhai didn't fold and chose to continue to follow. After all, in his opinion, 2 kings are already big. Unless Li Mu has 2 aces, he is sure to win. Seeing that both sides raised their bets again to follow, the beautiful dealer then proceeded to lift the 5th card. This card was an ace. Since then, all 5 public cards on the table were lifted, which were the ace of clubs, the 9 of diamonds, the 6 of hearts, the jack of spades, and the ace of hearts. Surprisingly, there were 2 aces on the table. After seeing the 5th card open, Li Mu deliberately raised his bet by 10 million quickly. In fact, the 2 cards in Li Mu's hand were both small, a 5 of hearts and a 6 of spades. Pairing them up with the public cards will only result in 2 pairs of 6s at most. Jin Yuhai's bottom card is a pair of kings, and after pairing with the public cards, it's 2 pairs of aces and 2 pairs of kings. So if the cards are completely open, it's obvious that Jin Yuhai wins, but Li Mu didn't fold, but quickly raised his bet. This action is to confuse the other party, to put pressure on the other party, to make the other party think that he has a big hand, to make the other party think that he has an ace in his bottom card. Because through the observation of Jin Yuhai's micro-expression and the interaction with the big wave girl, Li Mu was sure that Jin Yuhai definitely didn't have an ace in his bottom card. Seeing Li Mu raise his bet by 10 million, the crowd was slightly shocked. Now on the table, after several rounds of raising, there was already 23 million accumulated. Artists are very capable of making money, but it's all hard-earned money, and a large portion of it has to be taken away by the company. This round of betting required more than 20 million, which made them internally surprised. Xiao Yuqing was sitting on Li Mu's side, and it was obvious that Xiao Yuqing had just caught a glimpse of Li Mu's bottom card. The cards were very small, but she didn't expect that Li Mu would dare to place such a large bet. This was too risky. Xiao Yuqing knew that it was best for her not to show any facial expressions that would be captured by the other party, but drops of sweat froze in her hands under the gambling table. She was worried. Her whole little heart was about to rise to her throat. On Jin Youhai's side, seeing that Li Mu continued to raise his bet by 10 million, he couldn't help but frown as he was hesitant. What's the matter, mister? Jin doesn't dare to call? Li Mu laughingly continued to stimulate. Jin Youhai thought for a moment, then chose to fold under the big wave girl's hint. Count you in. Jin Youhai spoke viciously, because Li Mu's several raises were too decisive. After a few rounds of raising, he was on the verge of forming an inherent impression. Although he had a pair of kings, what if his opponent had a pair of aces? Several times the raises were getting bigger and bigger, and his psychological pressure was also getting bigger and bigger. Ha! Sorry about that, Mr. Jin. Seeing that Jin Youhai had folded and that he had one, Li Mu turned over his bottom card, a 5 of hearts and a 6 of spades. Seeing Li Mu's bottom card, the room was silent and a pin could be heard. The crowd was astonished. It turned out that Li Mu never had a big card from the beginning. He had been cheating the whole time. How much the crowd had just underestimated Li Mu. How loud the slap to the face was at this moment. Seeing that Li Mu's bottom card was so small, Jin Youhai pointed his finger at Li Mu and was momentarily stagnant, treading horse. Surprisingly, he was teased by this little white boy, and the eyes of the big wave girl looking at Li Mu also became solemn. Chapter 28, Cheating. The card game continues. Jin Youhai spoke as he stared coldly at Li Mu. He eventually stabilized his emotions under the hints of the big wave girl. Jin Youhai lost 5 million in this game. While there were still a lot of chips on the table, the third round began. The cards Li Mu received were a queen of hearts and a 4 of spades. Li Mu bet $500,000. Oh boy, 500,000 is too little. Jin Youhai raised the bet to 5 million. The crowd was shocked. He started to raise the bet before the public cards were even turned over. Could it be that Jin Youhai is crazy to win money? Okay, keep raising. Li Mu also continued to bet 5 million. He wanted to see what Jin Youhai was up to. Seeing the two people finished betting, the beautiful dealer flipped up the first 3 public cards, which is a Q of diamonds. Li Mu's side. You can form a double Q. So far, the card is very big, but Li Mu chose not to raise the bet. Directly look at the card. Jin Youhai thought that Li Mu's cards were not good. He chose to continue to raise 5 million, to put pressure on Li Mu. Li Mu laughed and also bet 5 million, choosing to continue to call. The beautiful dealer turned over the 4th public card, which was an ace of diamonds. Li Mu continued to choose to look at the cards. However, Jin Youhai directly chose to raise 10 million. Li Mu had to call again for 10 million. Seeing that both of them have raised their bets, the dealer continues to turn over the 5th card, which is a queen of spades. Now the public cards on the table are the 6 of clubs, 9 of spades, queen of hearts, ace of diamonds, and queen of spades. Li Mu's side and the public cards with 3Q is already considered a very big hand. Li Mu didn't raise his bet in a hurry, but was slowly observing Jin Youhai and Big Wave Girl. Big Wave Woman is leaning on Jin Youhai, and it seems that Jin Youhai is very popular with her. She is pointing her finger on Jin Youhai's arm, which seems to be trying to make Jin Youhai raise the bet. She seems to be trying to make Jin Youhai raise the bet. Jin Youhai once again turned over the bottom card and looked at it, and smiled with satisfaction. At once, he pushed all the chips into the betting pool and all in. Kid, if you have the guts to call together, how about we settle this game? Jin Youhai laughed, seeming to have a great deal of bravado. Ha, since you have said so, then I'll call. Li Mu also pushed all his chips into the betting pool. The crowd gasped in shock. It's only 3 games to see the real thing, but both sides didn't go to open their bottom cards anytime soon. Ha, interesting, kid, before we open the bottom card, how about we continue to add something? Jin Youhai spoke unhurriedly. Oh, what do you want to add? Li Mu asked. If you lose, I'm going to scratch a flower on your face for you. Jin Youhai picked up the cigar cutter next to him and spoke as if he had a bad taste. Li Mu's looks were too handsome, which made Jin Youhai extremely jealous, and he was now full of destructive desire. When the crowd heard Jin Youhai's words, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Mr. Jin was really ferocious. Good. If you lose, I will castrate you. You'll never be humane again. Li Mu naturally showed no mercy when dealing with this kind of ruthless person. Hearing Li Mu's reply, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were all really ruthless, one more ruthless than the other. Good. I'll let you cry in a moment. You open the cards first. Jin Youhai seemed to be unable to wait and urged. The crowd held their breath. Li Mu picked up the 2 bottom cards in his hand and gently lifted them. They were 2 queens, and with the public cards they could form 3 queens, which was obviously already very big. Ha ha, So that's all you've got. Jin Yuhai flipped over his two bottom cards, and it was two aces, and the public cards can form three aces. Obviously from the face of the cards, Jin Yuhai won. Seeing Jin Yuhai's cards, the crowd gasped. 3 queens is already big. I didn't expect to be able to open 3 aces. Xiao Yuqing looked lost, sitting on the chair like she had no soul. Sister Rong was also dumbfounded. Li Mu had unexpectedly lost. Kid, come over here. I'll open up your face, teach you how to be a human being. Jin Yuhai picked up the cigar cutter with a ruthless face like a demon. Wait a minute first. Li Mu, however, was calm and collected. Why are you afraid? Kid, tonight I will not only break your face, but I will also strip Xiao Yuqing's clothes. Jin Yuhai laughed loudly, his demeanor perverted and twisted. Xiao Yuqing's face turned even paler when she heard this. I didn't lose. The ones who lost are you guys. You're cheating. Li Mu was still seated with a calm demeanor. Cheating? What cheating? You can't afford to lose, right? Jin Yuhai had a playful look on his face. Li Mu didn't answer his words, but looked at the lotter in the center. Beauty, I demand a card check. Okay, sir. This beautiful lotter, after all, had been professionally trained. She hurriedly spread out the remaining cards on the gambling table. In the remaining cards, there were 2 aces, an ace of hearts and an ace of spades, and there was also an ace of diamonds in the public cards. However, Jin Yuhai's bottom card was an ace of clubs and an ace of spades. Surprisingly, there were 2 aces of spades, and there is a missing 3 of spades in all the cards. The crowd could see something fishy, and their eyes unconsciously shifted to Jin Yuhai. Xiao Yuqing, who was originally in a lax state of mind, had her eyes wide open. Li Mu didn't lose. This isn't real, is it? I'm not dreaming, am I? If it wasn't for the presence of so many people, she would have wanted to give herself a few mouthfuls. This a moment of hell, a moment of heaven. Life should not be so exciting. Jin Yuhai was so proud of himself just now, but now he was so disillusioned. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his body was shivering. At this time, the big wave girl wanted to get up and leave. However, Li Mu said coldly, now you want to escape? Sit down. Li Mu rushed up with an arrow step, pulled up the big boomer's arm, and without any mercy, pulled her bustier downwards, and hurrah, a 3 of spades floated down from underneath the big boomer's bustier. Big wave female let out a scream, rushed to hold the upper body of the spring light. Until this moment, the crowd could not understand. This big woman cheated. She changed the original 3 of spades to ace of spades to make 3 aces. This big woman's cheating is very smart, although she is very fast, but Li Mu still saw the clues. The only thing is that the cards she switched out were not transferred in time, and were hidden in her breasts. However, after all, Li Mu's skill was superior, and now the stolen cards were found. At this moment, Li Mu calmly returned to his seat, and he stared at Jin Yuhai and Big Wave Girl with a playful face. Speak up, what should we do now? Chapter 29, Abolishing Big Wave Girl. In the room, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Jin Yuhai never thought that the expert he found in the casino was a waterboy, and a glance was even seen by Li Mu. This time play smash disc. In fact, it is not that the big wave woman has poor skill in cheating. Her speed of changing cards is already very fast. It may be hard to see her action in front of the video recorder by slowing down the speed, but she met Li Mu, and that's her misfortune. Li Mu had gained god-level gambling skills and nearly decades of gambling experience, practicing not just sharp eyes, but comprehensive judgment of micro-expressions and demeanor. This big wave woman sat with her arm around Jin Yuhai from the beginning, and sometimes she even sent hints on Jin Yuhai's arm. Many suspicions made Li Mu suspect that she was a Taza, and in the game just now, the big wave woman touched the cards on the gambling table, and after that, they poked with so much confidence, which made Li Mu have to suspect that they were cheating, and things really turned out that way. Well, Mr. Jin, what do you think we should do now? Li Mu faintly opened his mouth and asked, Kid, you, don't be too arrogant. This game is counted as a win for you. All the chips on the gambling table belong to you. Jin Yuhai spoke with a black face and an inadequate tone, always walking by the river, where there is not wet shoes. This time he conceded just the chips on the gambling table belong to me? Li Mu stared playfully at Jin Yuhai and the big wave woman. What else do you want? Jin Yuhai's eyelids jumped when Li Mu looked at him. Just now, you guys cheated. According to the rules of the casino, the cheater has to lose both hands. Li Mu's eyes burned. It's not my business. It was this woman who cheated. I didn't know the whole time, Jin Yuhai said with a cigar in his mouth. Hearing this, the big wave woman's face was miserable. Today she was called over by Jin Yuhai, saying that she wanted to make a bureau. She thought that she could take it down easily. Where did she think that the other party was actually an expert? Oh, it has nothing to do with you, right? Call your casino manager over. Li Mu spoke in an undeniable tone to the beautiful dealer in the middle of the gambling table. Okay, Mr. our manager will come over right away, the beautiful dealer replied. In fact, just after Li Mu had discovered the big wave girls cheating, the dealer had already pressed the alarm underneath the gambling table to notify the casino manager. Just after the words were said, the casino manager opened the door and came in, and he was followed by a group of security personnel. The casino manager came in, glanced at big wave girl and Jin Yuhai, and then came in front of Li Mu. Sir, hello, I am the manager here. You can talk to me if you have any requests or grievances. The casino manager was a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, and spoke without being overbearing. In fact, after receiving the alarm from the Dutchman, he looked at the surveillance of this room and already understood the whole thing. You're the manager. Come tell me, what should I do if someone cheats? Li Mu looked at this manager and asked in a faint voice. According to the casino rules, naturally, the hands should be wasted. But, sir, nowadays, in a legalized society, it's best not to get into trouble with the enemy. Peace is the most important thing. The casino manager smiled and spoke to Li Mu. What a good one to take peace as an honor. What if I insist on the other party's hands? Li Mu's tone stuttered. Tramp, it's already illegal for you to run a casino. How dare you talk about the rule of law? This is a joke. Sir, you'd better not dirty your hands. The casino manager's words revealed a threatening tone, as if he was defending Big Wave Girl and Jin Yuhai. This made Li Mu couldn't help but frown. You were asked to come here so that you could do the dirty work, and you ended up chirping here. Since you guys won't waste her, then I'll do it. Li Mu didn't talk any more nonsense, only to see that he suddenly stormed up, picked up the cigar scissors next to him, and as if he were a cheetah, he seconded to the big wave woman, grabbed one of her arms, and then ruthlessly stabbed down with the cigar scissors. The big wave woman was caught off guard and shrieked. One of her arm tendons was directly cut by the cigar scissors. Immediately, blood poured out, and Big Boob Girl sat paralyzed on the ground, almost fainting. Everything happened so suddenly that the crowd was shocked beyond repair. Li Mu had actually taken action himself. This young man was unexpectedly so ruthless. The women in the room even screamed in shock and directly covered their eyes. Today, I'll be kind and only waste one of your arms. Li Mu threw away the cigar cutter that was covered in blood, took a white cloth from the side and wiped the bloodstains on his hands and body. At this moment, Jin Yuhai's gaze towards him no longer had the previous contempt and underestimation. Nima, this little white boy was simply a demon. Even the casino manager's eyelids were jumping. I've seen ruthless ones, but not this ruthless one. You said, it is the big wave girl cheating. I ruined her arm. Now after settling the account of her cheating, what do you say about our account? Li Mu sat down again with a smile and stared at Jin Yuhai. Jin Yuhai's heart was a little hairy from Li Mu's look. Kid, what do you want? Jin Yuhai no longer had the contempt he had for Li Mu just now. I want Sister Yuqing to peacefully terminate her contract with Sky Entertainment, and Sky Entertainment shall not charge any liquidated damages. Li Mu preached. That's impossible. Terminating the contract is fine, but the liquidated damages must be paid. Jin Yuhai's tone was unkind. So, you don't want to cooperate? Li Mu coldly looked at Jin Yuhai. So what if I do? What can you do to me? Jin Yuhai was stunned by Li Mu's vicious strike just now, but he wasn't a good fighter either. Just now, you were the one who said that I'd win and be at my disposal, right? You also said that you would scratch my face. Li Mu could kind of see that this person wouldn't completely give in until he was taught a lesson. So what if I did? I won't admit it. So what can you do to me? Kid, do you know whose territory this is? Jin Yuhai took out his cigar, took a puff and said nonchalantly, I just said that if I win, I'm going to waste your dick. Li Mu replied, Kid, you do have a few skills, but you're not good enough in my eyes. This is my territory. It's not your turn to be wild. Jin Yuhai dropped the cigar in his hand and said condescendingly, he was really depressed today. He set up his own trap, but in the end, he fell into the hole he dug himself. Good, I'll waste you today. Li Mu didn't care whose territory this was. He quickly came to Jin Yuhai's side, raised his foot and kicked Jin Yuhai's penis. This time, the security guards and managers of the casino were alerted in advance, so several security guards rushed to resist, but Li Mu's leg was like a super buff, kicking away several security guards and directly attacking Jin Yuhai. Chapter 30 Li Mu's amazing talent. The crowd in the VIP room had clearly underestimated Li Mu's fighting strength. Li Mu instantly kicked several security guards to the ground one after another. He was like a god of war. And just at this time, the door of the VIP room was pushed open. A fat noblewoman walked in and was followed by a group of minions. Seeing this group of people come in, the people in the room stopped their movements, only to see that this woman had a face of horizontal meat. She had a rather bloated figure, and even the flowery dress she wore was an oversized style. Sister Hua, the casino manager hurriedly came in front of this fat woman. This fat woman scanned around the room and finally fixed her eyes on Jin Yuhai. Wife, you're here. Seeing Sister Hua's gaze, Jin Yuhai trembled and immediately crouched down. Seeing Jin Yuhai's appearance, the woman looked disgusted. Rising your skills, I'll let you disgrace me. With those words, Hua gave Jin Yuhai 2 slaps. Sister Hua had a lot of strength, and instantly Jin Yuhai was beaten into a pig's head. Wife, don't! Jin Yuhai screamed miserably. Let you come to the casino to gamble. Let you find someone to cheat. Let you play with women. Sister Hua didn't seem to be relieved and kicked Jin Yuhai 2 more times. For a while, Jin Yuhai lost all his face. Where is the spirit of a moment ago? Li Mu looked at Jin Yuhai, who had been beaten into a pig's head, and didn't bother to do it again. Perhaps the beating was almost over. Sister Hua raised her head and looked towards Li Mu. This little brother, I'll accompany you on behalf of old Jin. The fat woman bent down to apologize to Li Mu. He does owe a beating. Li Mu heard that the identity of the visitor looked like Jin Yuhai's wife and reluctantly responded. If it wasn't for the Sister Hua's appearance, it was estimated that Jin Yuhai would have already broken his balls. Little brother, give sister a face. Xiao Yuqing can terminate her contract with Tian Entertainment. There's no need to pay any liquidated damages, as well as all the money from the gambling game going to you. Do you think this matter should be settled like this? The fat woman spoke quietly. Fine, but if in the future, he comes to mess with me again, I won't give him a good face. Li Mu didn't want to do it completely. Moreover, if he smoothly let Xiao Yuqing terminate her contract, this matter would be considered complete. Good. I'll be sure to discipline him strictly in the future. The fat woman didn't talk nonsense and beckoned to her assistant-like person, who handed over a contract and asked Li Mu to look at it. Sister Yuqing, Sister Rong, come over and take a look. Li Mu didn't know much about contracts and such, so he had to hand it over to Sister Xiao Yuqing and Sister Rong. And Sister Rong and Xiao Yuqing were still in a daze at this point. Everything happened too fast and too chaotic. However, soon after looking at the contract and seeing that there were no problems, both parties signed it. And since then Xiao Yuqing completely cancelled her contract with Sky Entertainment. Seeing that things were done, Li Mu didn't want to stay any longer. Sister Hua, on the other hand, sent Li Mu's trio out of the hotel with a smile on her face. This Hua seems to be the boss here, but Li Mu doesn't intend to look into it any further. Li Mu made a net profit of $100 million from this bet, and also let Xiao Yuqing successfully terminate her contract with Sky Entertainment, which was already considered complete. Back in Xiao Yuqing's house, it was already 2 o'clock midnight. Xiao Yuqing didn't expect things to be settled just like that. She had thought that she would have to fight a few lawsuits and be stripped of her skin before she could terminate her contract with Sky Entertainment. As a result, Li Mu had easily helped herself out of trouble tonight. Li Mu, thank you so much for today. Xiao Yuqing's red lips slightly opened. This younger brother, she was liking him more and more. It's not polite. Sister Yuqing, since I called you sister, then this is all what I should do. Li Mu smiled handsomely. Hearing Li Mu's reply, Xiao Yuqing was touched. With a bark, she gave Li Mu a stamp on his cheek, then shyly ran back to her room. However, lying on the bed, Xiao Yuqing couldn't sleep. What happened tonight was too thrilling. Li Mu's performance was too bright. Early the next morning, Xiao Yuqing hadn't even gotten up yet when she smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen. Wow, Li Mu, what did you make? So fragrant? Xiao Yuqing woke up in her pink pajamas. Her appearance was quite cute. Sandwiches. Come over and eat it together. Li Mu smiled handsomely. Good. Good. Xiao Yuqing looked at the sandwiches that Li Mu had made and her mouth simply watered. She had already seen Li Mu's cooking skills before, so naturally this time would not be bad. Before Xiao Yuqing could take a few bites, her cell phone rang. Hey, Sister Rong. Yuqing, I've just successfully resigned from Tian Entertainment. You'll have to support me in the future. Sister Rong had thought that resigning today would be troublesome, but the other thing she didn't expect was that it would go so smoothly. That's great. Sister Rong, you can help me register a company first. We'll start fighting from scratch. Ro, what do you think should be the name of the company we register? Sister Rong, I thought about it all night yesterday. Let's call it Muyu. Xiao Yuqing looked at Li Mu next to her in embarrassment. Muyu? Isn't that a combination of Li Mu and Xiao Yuqing's names? How could Sister Rong not understand what Xiao Yuqing meant? Good. This name is not bad. This younger brother of yours is also really powerful. Thinking of Li Mu's heroic behavior last night, Sister Rong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yuqing looked at Li Mu, who was still eating his breakfast carelessly. Li Mu, why don't you write me a few more songs? Xiao Yuqing came to Li Mu's side and pouted. The previous Above the Wind written by Li Mu had already reached the top of Penguin Music's charts today, and the piano song called Rain Clear was even more popular throughout the internet. It was evident that Li Mu's creative ability. Ro, I'll write it when I'm inspired, Li Mu casually said. Don't. Look, I'm forming a new entertainment company and I also want you to be a shareholder. Will you just help your sister? Xiao Yuqing hugged Li Mu's arm and prayed. I don't know how to run a business, but I can write songs. Li Mu looked at Xiao Yuqing's wailing and supplicating appearance, and he was finally unable to argue. That's great, Xiao Yuqing cheered. Bring a pen and paper. I seem to be inspired now. Good. Xiao Yuqing hurriedly ran to get a pen and paper. Li Mu thought about it. In order to have less trouble in the future, it would be better to write a few more songs at once. After Xiao Yuqing brought the pen and paper, Li Mu started writing the song. Xiao Yuqing looked at the songs written by Li Mu and had to sigh. Li Mu's songs were so good. They were simply classic. However, after Li Mu finished writing a song, he didn't have the intention to stop. Oh dear, could it be that Li Mu was going to write 2 songs? This one good song was already rare. How could there be more? However, the next development of events completely shocked Xiao Yuqing beyond words, only to see that Li Mu had written one song after another, and now that he had already written 12 songs, Li Mu even had no intention of stopping. Gosh, you think that good songs are like cabbages on the market? This is too amazing. Xiao Yuqing fixed her mind and looked seriously. She only felt that every song was very good. Xiao Yuqing was also considered a talented musician, and also had strong creative abilities, but now compared to Li Mu, she was instantly discouraged. What does it mean to be a genius? This is a real genius. After writing more than 30 songs in a row, Li Mu finally stopped. Sister Yuqing, can you see if it's okay? If it doesn't work, I'll write some more. Li Mu rubbed his hands and spoke. Write some more? You have more? Xiao Yuqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she was directly petrified on the spot. Chapter 31 Airplane Scare. Xiao Yuqing didn't expect Li Mu to write so many songs in one go. Putting down the shock in her heart, she hurriedly went to the Huaxia music website to register the copyrights of these songs one by one. Sister Yuqing, these songs should be enough for you to start a company, right? Looking at Xiao Yuqing's excited appearance, Li Mu opened his mouth and asked, Enough! It's definitely enough. Brother, you're too good. Xiao Yuqing had an excited look on her face and barfed another kiss to Li Mu. With these 30 songs, Yuqing Entertainment would definitely be able to support itself and even rise rapidly. In the past few days, Li Mu watched Xiao Yuqing and Sister Rong get busy with the new company. He himself wandered around the capital for a few days before boarding a plane back to Magic City. Li Mu had booked business class. As soon as he entered the cabin, the flight attendant who greeted the passengers at the door of the plane personally took the suitcase in Li Mu's hand and helped him place it nicely on the cabin rack. Li Mu sat down comfortably, picked up a magazine and flipped through it. Not long after, the airplane took off. Sir, may I ask if there is anything you would like to drink? We have champagne, beer, liquor, coffee, and juice here. The young and beautiful flight attendant asked very attentively. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Li Mu felt that this curvaceous young lady seemed to be winking at Li Mu intentionally or unintentionally. Give me a glass of orange juice. Thanks. Looking at the gentle and lovely flight attendant in front of him, Li Mu smiled. Okay then. Sir, please wait. This pretty young lady smiled sweetly and twisted her body into the cabin. Not long after, she brought over a cup of orange juice. Sir, your orange juice. This pretty flight attendant, when she handed it to Li Mu, her small hand even gently tickled Li Mu's palm. Thanks. Li Mu received the orange juice and smiled. There was clearly a note stuffed in his hand just now. When the young lady saw Li Mu receive the note and orange juice, she shyly walked away. Li Mu drank the juice and opened the note given by the stewardess. Written on it was the flight attendant's phone number and wiki number. This young lady's meaning couldn't be more obvious. Li Mu laughed and put the note in his pocket. Although this flight attendant's face value was online, compared to his own sister, it was obviously a few levels behind. At this moment, the business class was not full, and the seat next to Li Mu was also empty. There were about 10 people in the business class. Among them, a young man and a middle-aged man caught Li Mu's attention. These two people were sitting side by side and seemed to be discussing something. The middle-aged man had short hair and a long scar on his face, which was so ugly that it ruined his originally handsome cheeks. The young man sitting with him had yellow hair, and wore a flirty bright diamond earring in his left ear. Halfway through the airplane's journey, the scar-faced man and the yellow-haired young man suddenly got up and headed for the front of the plane. Li Mu had thought that the two were going to the bathroom or something. However, what Li Mu didn't expect was that soon the entire airplane began to shake violently. At first, everyone thought it was a normal bump, but a minute later, the airplane was still bumping continuously. Holy, the orange juice in Li Mu's hand nearly fell to the ground. This Nima, what the hell? What was even more alarming was that the airplane's shaking not only didn't stop, but also became more violent. Even the oxygen masks on the seats were falling down. The crowd on the airplane began to cry out. What's wrong with the airplane? Is it going to crash? Nima, I'm not married yet? Mom, I'm scared. All kinds of screams and cries were intertwined in the cabin, but in less than 2 short minutes, the airplane once again returned to smooth, and at the same time, the broadcast on the plane also rang out, all passengers, Now the plane has been taken over by us. Now please gather your belongings in droves into the hands of the flight attendants. If you do not cooperate, do not blame us for not being polite. The broadcast just ended. From the nose of the aircraft service warehouse, the yellow-haired young man then grabbed a pilot-like person out, and the yellow hair in the hand even held a pistol. In front of the crowd, he was seen triggering the pistol, and then with a snap, the bullet passed through the pilot's stomach, and the pilot fell to the ground and fainted. At the same time, blood flowed from the pilot's shot stomach. Do you all hear me? Hand over all your belongings to the flight attendants. The yellow-haired youth preached with incomparable arrogance. The people in the passenger cabin were even more frightened by the scene. Holy, even Li Mu was in awe. He also didn't think that he would encounter a hijacker on an airplane. This luck is simply too much of a loss if he doesn't go buy a lottery ticket. It looked like the scar-faced man should have taken control of the airplane with yellow hair. Soon, from the front of the aircraft service warehouse, a stewardess trembling pushing the food cart out. And this flight attendant pushing the food delivery cart was the same young lady who had just given Li Mu the note. At this moment, only her long black stocking legs were seen, looking a little trembling, and her face was even paler. At the back of the stewardess, there was a yellow-haired young man with a pistol. The yellow-haired young man pushed the stewardess forward while holding the pistol and constantly intimidating. Hurry up, all obediently hand over your valuable things, and put your belongings on the delivery truck. Otherwise don't blame the old man for not being polite. The people in the cabin panicked, and in order to save their lives, they all began to pull out their wallets, gold and silver jewelry. After all, money is something outside the body. Without life everything is empty. But when it came to Li Mu took advantage of Yellow Hair's inattention. He quickly stormed up and snatched the gun from Yellow Hair's hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yellow Hair was furious. He didn't seem to expect someone to suddenly strike. As soon as he saw that Li Mu had taken hold of the pistol, he also rushed to greet him, wanting to snatch the pistol back. However, his speed was obviously slower than Li Mu. Li Mu thumped 2 punches on Yellow Hair's face, and instantly Yellow Hair's eyes were starry. His nose was bleeding, and he instantly hung up his colors. Damn it! Yellow Hair cursed and wanted to strike, but Li Mu had already steadily aimed his gun at him. Get down! Li Mu ordered. Under Li Mu's command, everyone stepped forward and tied up Yellow Hair. Li Mu knew that this was not the time to celebrate yet, as the scar-faced man should be in the cockpit, controlling the airplane. Therefore, Li Mu walked towards the cockpit again. Sure enough, after knocking on the cockpit door, the scar-faced man raised his gun and shot at Li Mu outside the door. Li Mu dodged and avoided it. The captain who was piloting the airplane took advantage of the scar-faced man shooting outwards. He tried to attack him, but the scar-faced man's gun instinctively fired, and as a result, it hit the captain's chest, and the captain collapsed on the ground. Taking advantage of the moment that these two men had just argued, Li Mu entered the cockpit and quickly threw a few punches over, finally knocking the scar-faced man down and rendering him incapacitated. However, although the thugs were all subdued, the airplane was sinking step by step. What was even more devastating was that the captain was no longer breathing, and the co-pilot had completely fainted. Li Mu was about to explode, and right at this moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine airplane piloting skills. Chapter 32, Flying an Airplane with Your Bare Hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine airplane piloting skill. Will you receive it now? Li Mu was overjoyed in his heart. At such a life-threatening moment, the system was so powerful. Claim. Instantly, Li Mu's head was filled with various airplane models and piloting knowledge. Looking at the various buttons and operating options on the airplane in front of him, not only was Li Mu not scared at all, he even felt a sense of closeness. Just like an old driver, he seemed to be able to sneak out 5 miles with his eyes closed. He removed the captain, who had just hung up, from his seat, and then he took the main driver's seat. Li Mu fixed his mind, pulled the elevator lever, and smoothed the airplane oil pressure. Under a series of operations, the nose of the airplane, which was still sinking, lifted up again and balanced with the tail. Because before, the thugs closed the radar, so Li Mu once again opened the radar to restore communication with the ground. The communication had just been restored when a series of impatient voices came. J9123. Hear me please answer. Here, this is J9123. Li Mu replied through his headset. J9123. How did the airplane turn off its radar just now? The communication was also completely cut off? A stern questioning voice came from the headset. The airplane just had a small glitch, but it's been resolved now. Li Mu spoke easily. Good. We've redirected your navigation route. Please fly strictly following the established navigation route. Okay. After a few operations, the airplane operated smoothly and was redirected back to its navigation route. With that, Li Mu turned on the airplane's broadcast system again. Attention all passengers, the 2 robbers have been completely subdued. Please rest assured, The airplane will continue traveling according to the original flight route and arrive at the end point. Li Mu's voice was like heavenly music that spread throughout the entire cabin. At once, the people in the cabin cheered excitedly. The mood seemed like a roller coaster. Originally, they thought it was over, but they didn't expect that they would even stage a Jedi comeback. The stewardess who had just handed Li Mu the note and the other two stewardesses also came to the cockpit after the plane had stabilized. Currently, the captain had been shot and died, and was no longer breathing, while the co-pilot had been shot in the stomach, and was still in a coma after a simple bleeding stop, leaving them 3 stewardesses. When they saw that it was Li Mu who was piloting the airplane, they were immediately very shocked. Such a handsome little brother could also fly an airplane? This is not a dream, is it? How could he drive so steadily? However, when they saw that the captain had fallen to the ground and died, they were still saddened. This is often run around colleagues. I did not expect today actually suffered such a disaster. If it is not the young man in front of me, I am afraid that the whole airplane people are in fear of their lives. And in fact, the 2 robbers are not how clever. Their original intention is to rob the property after the parachute escape, the plane into the appearance of a crash, to destroy the body. It's just that they didn't expect to meet Li Mu today. Shoo, don't let the other passengers know. Seeing the shocked looks of the young ladies, Li Mu hurriedly reminded them. Aha, we understand. The flight attendants were professionally trained after all, and understood Li Mu's meaning in seconds. The most important thing now was to stabilize the passengers' emotions. After the young lady organized the captain's body and tightened the rope on the scar-faced man, she returned to the passenger compartment with a smile. The 3 flight attendants began to distribute small snacks and drinks to everyone to calm the passengers. After doing all this, through the intercom, Li Mu called the 3 stewardesses to the cockpit, and then asked the stewardesses to tell the ground personnel everything about today's encounter with the thugs. The navigators on the ground were also very surprised after hearing this. They didn't expect that surprisingly the airplane had encountered a hijacker, and it happened to meet a heroic young man who defeated the bandits and saved the whole airplane. It was just like a movie blockbuster. Soon, the ground was also arranging for ambulances and paramedics to meet the plane on the ground. Because the co-pilot received a shot in the stomach, the stewardess simply bandaged just stopped the bleeding, and further surgery was needed to remove the bullet. And there were also some passengers who bumped their bodies in the process of the airplane sinking, all of which needed medical care to be handled in a timely manner. The airplane that was supposed to take 2.5 hours was dragged into 3.5 hours because of the appearance of the thugs. When the airplane slowly landed at the airport, the ground personnel's hearts were finally put down, because they were worried for a while that Li Mu would be able to pilot the airplane well enough to land. Even they had deployed firefighters on the ground. After all, there were 2 major tough moments in flying an airplane. One was taking off and the other was landing. But what they didn't expect was that Li Mu, like a veteran driver, landed the airplane very calmly on the airport. At this moment, the entire ground airport personnel boiled over, and the people inside the cabin were all even more excited. I'm afraid that this feeling of being alive after a robbery would be unforgettable to them for a long time. Li Mu got off the airplane. He didn't want to attract attention, so he quietly left and got into Xiaonishang's car. Li Mu, why are you out so late? The plane was late and there was a bit of a delay. Li Mu didn't want Xiaonishang to worry, so he didn't talk about today's hijacking incident. In the evening, the major news media reported, today, J9123 encountered a hijacking, and the 2 robbers were subdued by the heroic passengers. One of the valiant young men, after saving the crowd on the airplane, left quietly. On the TV screen, just a handsome face of Li Mu was captured. The netizens who were attentive discovered something fishy. Whoa, isn't that the piano prince? Isn't it him? There's absolutely no mistaking it. That's him. I've watched the video of him playing the piano more than 200 times. More than 200 times? You're great. The internet was abuzz with hot debates. Li Mu, on the other hand, was comfortably lying at home, turning a deaf ear to the outside world. He didn't want to be some hero or star. However, the next morning, someone rang the villa's doorbell. You guys are? The maid said that someone was looking for him, and when Li Mu arrived at the door, he saw 2 public officials in police uniforms. Hello, Comrade Li Mu. For your courageous fight against the robbers yesterday, we have decided to hold a commendation meeting, and we are going to present you with an award for bravery. With those words, the 2 policemen gave a military salute. Comrade police officer, I don't really want to attend such an occasion, so can you see if you can forget about it? Li Mu was a bit embarrassed. He was a salted fish. He didn't want to be in the limelight. How can this work? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the entire airplane would have been killed. So please do attend. The 2 policemen saluted again. Alright then. Li Mu saw that he couldn't get away with it, so he had to agree. And just as Li Mu sent the 2 policemen away, Xiao Yuqing called again. Wasn't it you who saved the plane yesterday, Li Mu? Sister Yuqing knows about it too? Li Mu said curiously. The whole internet is discussing it now. You say I can't know? Xiao Yuqing laughed good-naturedly. This younger brother was good at everything, but for such a big event, he didn't even say anything to himself. Isn't this for fear of you guys worrying? Li Mu could only admit it. Li Mu, in the future, don't be so desperate to protect yourself. Okay, sis, I know. Li Mu laughed and hung up the phone. As for the Xiao family's sister group, this time, it once again exploded. What? The airplane Li Mu was on was almost hijacked by thugs? Li Mu even fought the robbers with his bare hands. Li Mu can still fly a plane? This brother is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 33, The Schoolflower's Favor. The next day, the auditorium of the Magic City Police Headquarters. Dressed in a straight suit, Li Mu appeared in person. Originally, he didn't want to come, but the people from the police department had invited him in 100 different ways, so Li Mu had to be there. Today, his suit was specially customized by Xiao Nishang was also scared after knowing Li Mu's heroic deeds. However, Li Mu always had a relaxed look, which made Xiao and the other sisters very speechless. At this time, a long red banner had been hung above the auditorium stage, which read, J9123 Trail Recognition Meeting. Li Mu was arranged by the staff to sit in the front row. With that, rows and rows of people in police uniforms arrived. The commendation assembly began. At this time, there were roughly 2,000 people in the auditorium. An old police-like man walked to the stage microphone. Welcome everyone to the site where Li Mu received his award for his bravery. As you all know, just recently, there was a hijacking incident on J9321. The old man who appeared to be the leader of the police department on the stage spoke eloquently, recounting Li Mu's rescue of the airplane all over again. It had to be said that this leader was so eloquent that he spoke in a thrilling and marvelous way. Every time he heard a key point, there was even more applause from the stage. Alright, the following is the invitation for Li Mu himself to come up to the stage to receive the award. The old man saw that the atmosphere was almost over, so he cleared his throat. Amidst a burst of warm applause, Li Mu walked quickly towards the stage. Honestly, he was a bit uncomfortable facing so many people. Inside the huge auditorium, there were at least 2,000 people. After all, Li Mu wanted to be a salted fish. He didn't want to be famous or make a scene. Walking onto the stage, the old man personally hung a medal on Li Mu's chest and patted Li Mu's shoulder. Young man, you did a great job. In addition to the medallion, the old man also handed over a large red packet with a bonus of $100,000 written on it. The money was not much, but it expressed a profound meaning. Then, the old man gave up the microphone to Li Mu. Li Mu stood in front of the microphone, somewhat hesitant. It was his first time facing so many people, and it seemed that he hadn't been so nervous than when he faced the thugs. Just at this time, a voice came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine eloquence. Is it time to receive it now? Hearing the voice coming from the system, Li Mu's heart went sky high with joy. This is really what's missing. Now he just doesn't know how to express it. Claim, Li Mu recited silently. Instantly, a powerful wave of information surged into Li Mu's mind. It was as if his tongue became incredibly light and full of expression. Was this divine eloquence? The feeling given to Li Mu was that it was possible for him to talk about dead people as if they were alive. And coping with the current acceptance speech was a piece of cake. Only seeing Li Mu's calm demeanor, he slowly spoke into the microphone. Today, I was able to obtain this award for bravery, and I would like to thank my parents as well as all the leaders for their cultivation. In the face of thugs, I have also been very afraid, but in order not to let the people on the plane in distress, I know I have to go out. Li Mu spoke eloquently, just like a speaker. Where was he still half nervous? Unconsciously, he was getting more and more excited. The listeners' emotions were also substituted in. What's more thrilling is that at that time, the plane was completely straight down, and the captain was shot and killed, and the deputy captain was even shot and fainted. And I was reminded of the game of flying an airplane that I often played when I was a child, and that's how I drove the plane. Li Mu's words, tense with ease and jokes, were ultimately admirable. Finally, amidst the sound of laughter, Li Mu ended his speech. Thunderous applause erupted from below the stage. Even one by one, they all got up in a neat and tidy manner, straightened their posture, and then saluted Li Mu. On the stage, Li Mu also had to return a military salute in style before walking off the stage. But that wasn't all. I don't know whether it was because of Li Mu's eloquence or because of Li Mu's handsome looks. Not too long ago, many police ladies gathered around him. Li Mu, can you sign an autograph for me? Li Mu, let's take a group photo? Li Mu, how much prestige do you have? The ladies at the scene were too enthusiastic and froze to surround Li Mu. It was not easy to satisfy their requests one by one before he left the auditorium. Returning to the villa, Li Mu took off his suit, changed into a swimsuit, took a bottle of juice, and went to the backyard pool. After a few round trips in the pool, he laid flat on the seat next to the pool. the awards conference and all. It was really tiring. It was only at this moment that he completely relaxed. Just then, his cell phone rang. Li Mu, do you have time tomorrow? Let's get together as classmates. The caller was no one else but Li Mu's class president, Lu Qiaofei. Good, class president sir. Li Mu opened his mouth. When he was in college, the class president treated him well and often helped him, so the class president's face still had to be given. As for the others, Li Mu didn't have much good feelings, because Li Mu came from the countryside and had been working part-time in college. He had never quite fit in. It's a deal. I won't see you tomorrow. I've sent the specific address to the Weixin group. Hanging up the phone, Li Mu opened the Weixin group. Soon he saw that in the university classmates' Weixin group, the conversation had already been in full swing. Tomorrow, gathering at the Xanadu Hotel. That's great. Yeah, yes. This internship has been so exhausting, right? You'll realize that the campus is better after you're out in society. That's right. Yes. A group of graduating seniors chatted about their internships with a lot of emotions. At Li Mu, are you going? Right at this moment, a separate message at Li Mu, and the one who sent this message was clearly the class's school beauty. He Lingling, the school flower actually asked Li Mu? Didn't Li Mu, this licking dog, like Lin Yuxin? Please refer to the first chapter. When did Li Mu hook up with school flower He Lingling? The crowd was stunned when they saw this waiver. In fact, even Li Mu was stunned. He Lingling, he knew. She was quite pretty and had countless suitors in the university. It was just that he and He Lingling didn't seem to have any interactions, and he hadn't even said a few words in the 4 years of college. But why did she suddenly ask about herself? However, Li Mu thought about it but still typed and sent it to the prestige group. The class president just telephoned me. Of course I'll go. It's just that Li Mu didn't at He Lingling with this message he sent, but rather widely publicized it. Not too long after, He Lingling sent another Wi-Fi message. At Li Mu. That's great. See you then. Oh. Looking at He Lingling and Li Mu interacting in the class group, this couldn't help but make people think about it. And Lin Yuxin, who was holding her cell phone at this time and saw these messages, couldn't help but curse. Dog, boy and girl. In the first chapter, she had dumped Li Mu, and now she had fallen for a rich male. And tomorrow at the class reunion, she planned to bring her new boyfriend and show off a lot. Chapter 34, Obtaining a Luxury Hotel. At night, Villa 1. Sha Nishang dragged her tired body back home. After nearly a month of busyness, Nishang's ancient face cream gradually opened up the market in Magic City, and it was even being rolled out across the country one after another. Following this rapid development pattern, Sha Nishang believed that soon, she would be able to open up the overseas market. As soon as she entered the door, Sha Nishang lay flat on the sofa. Sister, why are you tired like this? Looking at Sha Nishang crossing her thighs without any goddess image, Li Mu couldn't help but ask, isn't it because the cosmetic formula you provided is too good to use? So the market is on fire and your sister is naturally very busy? Can't you come to the company to help me, so that I can take it easy too? Sha Nishang closed her eyes with a breathless look. Don't, sis, you know me. I just want to be a salted fish. Li Mu immediately refused. Right at this moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine massage skill. Please help your sister with a massage. And there is a probability of triggering a special reward. This is? Li Mu was a bit dumbfounded. This time there was even a mission reward? Massaging his sister can trigger a special reward? I wonder what the special reward is. In a blink of an eye, many massage knowledge and instinctive muscle reflexes appeared in Li Mu's mind, like a decades-old massage master. Sister, let me give you a massage? I see you're quite tired, so I'll give you some relief. Li Mu rubbed his light yet tough hands. Good, that couldn't be better. Sha Nishang flopped softly on the sofa, salted fish-like. At this moment, Sha Nishang was wearing a long-sleeved white blouse, a black wraparound skirt, and black silk bright socks wrapped around her feet, and since she was now lying on her back was seductive and moving. Li Mu came to Sha Nishang's body and swallowed his saliva. His hands were then placed on Sha Nishang's shoulders. Li Mu had already obtained divine-grade medical skills before, and at this time, he had also obtained divine-grade massage skills, and with the addition of the two, at this time, his understanding of massage was at the top of his game. After gently massaging the great vertebral points on Sha Nishang's neck for just a few times, Sha Nishang immediately felt a sense of relief, as if she was returning to nature. Li Mu, this massage technique of yours is fine. Sha Nishang didn't expect this treasure brother to massage so professionally as well. She sometimes also went to some professional beauty parlors for massage and wellness because her shoulders hurt more due to her busy schedule, but she didn't expect Li Mu's massage technique to be so professional as well. And she even vaguely felt that Li Mu's massage technique was going to be even more professional and old-fashioned, and far to hang on to those professional massage technicians. Sister, I'm increasing the force. Li Mu gathered his mind and opened his mouth to ask. Yes. Li Mu's hands kept wandering on Sha Nishang's back, The technique was light and gentle, lively and powerful. Under the added force, it made Xiao Nishang drift in a flash, without being able to hold back. Xiao Nishang's mouth unconsciously let out a soft murmuring sound. Xiao Nishang was instantly filled with shame and her cheeks turned red. She wanted Li Mu to stop, but Li Mu's massage technique was really good and comfortable. It simply made Xiao Nishang unconsciously indulge in it, while being unable to stop. The successive massages made Xiao Nishang's murmuring voice grow louder and louder. Even the servants in the villa unconsciously glanced this way. Ding! The host has completed the task of helping his sister with a massage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5-star luxury hotel, the Magic City Xanadu Hotel. The relevant documents have been placed into the system space, and can be collected and viewed at any time. Magic City Xanadu Hotel? Isn't this exactly the hotel where the class reunion will be held tomorrow? Li Mu was a bit confused. Finally, after 20 minutes of massage, Li Mu stopped. Xiao Nishang's murmuring voice also stopped. Why did Li Mu stop? Xiao Nishang was actually a little nostalgic. What exactly did she experience just now? Why was it so comfortable? But to think that she had just fallen into it and made strange noises, it made Xiao Nishang shy. Li Mu, thank you. I'm going upstairs to take a bath. Xiao Nishang left as if she was fleeing. You're welcome, Sister Nishang. Looking at Xiao Nishang's fleeing back, Li Mu lightly laughed. This was still the beautiful CEO who had dominated the party. Returning to his bedroom, Li Mu took out the relevant documents of Xanadu Hotel from the system space. I actually became the owner of Xanadu Hotel. Looking at the discretionary transfer document, the name that fell on it, Li Mu couldn't help but laugh lightly. The next day, Li Mu drove the Pagani wind child given to him by Xiao Yuqin, and sped all the way to Xanadu Hotel. Xanadu Hotel is a famous 5-star hotel in Magic City, and if it is not restricted by peers and its own low profile, it can even be rated as a 6-star hotel. In this inch of land in the Magic City, Xanadu Hotel is located in the Bund, opposite the South Jing Road, facing the Huangpu River. The location can be said to be unique. Coming to the front door of the splendid hotel, Li Mu got off the car and handed the car key to the porter. Receiving the key, the doorman's eyes actually trembled. As a doorman here, he had seen a lot. He had basically seen all kinds of luxury cars. He even had a certain amount of research and understanding of various luxury cars. And if he wasn't mistaken, this sports car was clearly a Pagani wind child. This was a top-class luxury car that was limited to 50 units worldwide. It was said to be worth more than $40 to $50 million. But of course this was just a basic valuation. Because of its high collector's value, the actual valuation could be over $60 million. The porter was extremely careful to park the car in the underground garage of the hotel, and then took several photos and sent them to his friends to show off. Li Mu walked into the hotel and came to the front desk on the first floor of the hotel. And at once 2 beautiful women dressed in black professional attire bowed and welcomed him. Welcome to Xanadu Hotel. How can I serve you? These 2 front desk ladies, with tall figures, pretty faces, convex front and curved back, were very eye-catching. I want to see your general manager. Is he in right now? Li Mu opened his mouth and asked. You want to see our general manager? You are? The 2 front desk ladies were puzzled, but the Li Mu in front of them was too handsome. Although he was wearing a casual t-shirt, his temperament was quite extraordinary. And they had just apparently seen through the glass in front of the door that Li Mu had come in a sports car. My name is Li Mu. Just contact your general manager. Li Mu responded. Okay, you wait a moment. One of the beautiful receptionists hurriedly dialed the general manager's office. What? He said his name is Li Mu? Soon on the phone, a shocked voice came out. What's wrong? General manager? You know him. The young lady holding the phone asked. You guys must entertain the people well. I will go down immediately. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly came to the front desk. Chapter 35 Godly Business Talent. The front desk of the Magic City Xanadu Hotel. Are you Li Mu? The middle-aged man who hurriedly arrived in front of Li Mu and asked cautiously. There was doubt and shock in his expression. The hotel had just changed ownership last night, and the new owner's name was Li Mu. But was the young man in front of him too young? I am. You are? Li Mu opened his mouth. My humble self is the general manager of Xanadu Hotel. Sun Zhiliang. Please also go to the general manager's office first. How about we talk in detail? The middle-aged man asked cautiously. Good. Li Mu opened his mouth to respond. Soon, the 2 came to the 53rd floor, the general manager's office. Xanadu Hotel had a total of 88 floors, and in order to facilitate management, General Manager Sun Zhiliang had set his office on the 53rd floor. Are you really Li Mu? Just after entering the door, Sun Zhiliang couldn't help but ask. As good as fake? Without any nonsense, Li Mu took out his ID card, as well as the hotel's transfer agreement. Sun Zhiliang inspected it seriously and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Xanadu Hotel. As the top 5-star hotel in Magic City, with a total of 88 floors. In addition to food and beverage and guest rooms, it also hosted large-scale business and entertainment projects, and its value should be at least 15 billion. And the young man in front of him had actually become the new owner of the hotel, and also so young. I wonder which big family's son is this. Boss, this is a statement of the hotel's financial status, as well as information on the hotel's personnel status, confirming Li Mu's identity. Sun Zhiliang hurriedly changed his words and let Li Mu sit on the boss chair. Then he took out another stack of documents for Li Mu to go through. Li Mu carefully looked at the documents, which were very detailed but too cumbersome. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level business talents. Is it time to receive it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wise Eye skill, which allows the host to obtain the ability to recognize and defend people. Do you want to receive it now? Li Mu was happy in his heart. This is really what you need. This system was also too thoughtful. Claim them all. Li Mu recited silently. Instantly, Li Mu's mind was filled with all kinds of business knowledge. Looking at the information in front of him again, Li Mu felt that everything was wide open and a piece of cake. Currently, the hotel was making a profit of 40 million per month, and there was still a lot of surplus on the books, while there were roughly 2,000 employees, and in addition to Sun Zhiliang, there were even several department managers. Good. You call the department managers first. Let's have a meeting. After reading the information, Li Mu had a plan in his mind and spoke to Sun Zhiliang. Sun Zhiliang made a call. Then he and Li Mu came to the conference room next to him. Not long after, there were about a dozen people in the conference room. Sun Zhiliang introduced them one by one, and they were the managers of the guest room department, catering department, welcoming department, business department and other departments. At this moment, the people were sitting on two sides. Li Mu calmly sat in the middle of the conference room. When Sun Zhiliang saw that the personnel had arrived, he introduced, "This is the new boss of our Xanadu Hotel, Li Mu." Just yesterday, Xanadu Hotel changed its owner. Just after Sun Zhiliang's introduction, the crowd was shocked. This news was too much of a shock. This young man is actually our new boss? Everyone, there's no need to doubt. I've already confirmed it, and the ex-boss has already spoken to me last night. Currently, the hotel's operations are all subject to Mr. Li's arrangements. Sun Zhiliang saw that the crowd was a bit puzzled and surprised, so he took out the hotel transfer agreement and let the crowd go through it. Only then did the crowd accept the facts in front of them, and they all got up and bowed to Li Mu in a hurry. Everyone, don't think that you guys are going to change the sky just because I, the new boss, took office. I won't treat you all badly as long as you work with all your heart and mind. And from this month onwards everyone's salary will go up by 300 renminbi. Li Mu raised his hand and pacified the crowd. He didn't want to make any drastic reforms, and since all aspects of the Xanadu Hotel were currently running well, business as usual would be fine. However, if someone does something wrong, they will naturally be punished as well. Li Mu pacified the crowd and again gave a warning that it was also necessary to establish the majesty of the boss. With that, each department began to report back on their situation, and Li Mu pointed out the problems one by one, which made the crowd admire him. After listening to the reports from each department, there was another exchange of ideas, and the meeting ended. At this time in the conference room, only Li Mu and Sun Zhiliang were left. Boss, you see that noon is approaching. I'll have the catering department prepare Chinese food for you. As it was about to be 12 o'clock, Sun Zhiliang asked curtly, as the saying goes, once a prince, once a courtier. Now that the hotel has changed ownership, it's hard to say whether he can keep the position of general manager. Sun Zhiliang is also trying to please Li Mu as much as possible. I have an appointment with my classmates in the upstairs restaurant. I will go over to eat with them in a while. Li Mu responded indifferently. Right, you're currently doing a good job in the general manager's seat. Don't worry that I'll replace you. As the saying goes, if you use someone, you don't suspect them, and I won't meddle in the day-to-day specific operations of the hotel. Li Mu saw that Sun Zhiliang looked worried, so he pacified him. From all aspects, this Sun Zhiliang has done a very good job. Working diligently for more than 10 years, the hotel business is even steadily rising. This is exactly the ideal candidate he needs. Thank you, boss. Sun Zhiliang was overjoyed in his heart. He was afraid that people who didn't know how to run a business would command indiscriminately. Now that Li Mu said so, he was instantly very relieved. Moreover, Sun Zhiliang realized that although Li Mu was young, he knew how to run a business, and had almost every department manager convinced. Leaving the conference room without letting anyone accompany him, Li Mu went to the 88th floor's top floor restaurant alone. The 88th floor had been divided into many separate restaurants, and Li Mu entered the Rose Hall, which was exactly where the class reunion agreed upon yesterday was held. Inside the Rose Hall, the 3 dining tables were already filled with classmates. Yo, Li Mu is here, class president Lu Xiaofei shouted enthusiastically. For years of classmates, Lu Xiaofei was both the class president and Li Mu's roommate, so of course the relationship was very good. However, because Li Mu's personality was not very social and he worked odd jobs during his college years, his relationship with other classmates was more general, and because Li Mu originally pursued Lin Yuxin, he was called a licking dog by everyone. At this moment, when school flower He Lingling heard Li Mu coming, she hurriedly got up from her seat and came in front of Li Mu, pulling Li Mu's arm. Li Mu, how have you been? He Lingling seemed to look like she was familiar with herself, as if she was an old friend for many years. When the crowd saw He Lingling looking like this, they were all envious and jealous. He Lingling was the school flower, and her suitors were even more numerous. It's okay, Li Mu responded indifferently, trying to pull away He Lingling's hand holding her arm. In fact, he didn't know He Lingling well at all, so he didn't know what kind of madness this girl was going through. Yo, looking at the groom and concubine, how enviable. A discordant voice suddenly rang out in the restaurant. The one who raised her voice was none other than Lin Yuxin, whom Li Mu had once pursued. When Lin Yuxin saw He Lingling's appearance, she naturally thought that Li Mu was looking for He Lingling to make a guest appearance in a play. After all, she knows Li Mu. Li Mu is a poor. As the school flower He Lingling, how would look at him? However, she was just looking for He Lingling to fulfill Li Mu's self-esteem as a man. Li Mu, you're looking for He Lingling to piss me off? You said how much money you gave He Lingling, right? Lin Yuxin scoffed smartly. As soon as her words came out, a needle fell in the restaurant. Chapter 36, Hotel Host. At this moment, the Rose Hall of the Xanadu Hotel, a group of students looked at Li Mu with interest. The gloating in their eyes was self-evident. In their eyes, it wasn't impossible for Li Mu, as Lin Yuxin's loyal lickspill, to hire the school flower to brush up his presence. However, the way everyone looked at Li Mu was more sympathetic. After all, Lin Yuxin changed boyfriends as diligently as she changed her clothes, and pursuing this kind of scum girl was really not worth it. Li Mu, go ahead. How much money did you spend in total when you found He Lingling to piss me off? Lin Yuxin looked at Li Mu with a look of contempt. Hearing Lin Yuxin's mockery, Li Mu was speechless. This woman was also considered invincible. He had originally pursued Lin Yuxin, but he had long since seen through that this woman was a green tea. Li Mu didn't even bother with her now. Lin Yuxin, shut up. Who the hell do you think you are? Li Mu paid to hire me? You're too self-absorbed, aren't you? He Lingling, who was holding Li Mu's arm, was furious when she heard Lin Yuxin's words. Lin Yuxin's words had obviously offended her Lingling as well. She was the school flower. Was she not employable? Is she a chicken? Is she a chicken who comes when she's invited and goes when she's called? The reason why He Lingling was so enthusiastic about Li Mu was because Li Mu seemed to be the legendary piano prince on the internet, and she wanted to take advantage of the reunion to get to know Li Mu. After all, He Lingling loved music and had a tendency to develop towards the entertainment industry. Didn't Li Mu hire you? Lin Yuxin retorted. Women were supposed to like to compare amongst themselves, especially since He Lingling was named the school flower and was pursued by many people, which made Lin Yuxin quite jealous. With goods like you, how could Li Mu look at you? Don't be too self-absorbed, okay? He Lingling's segment was obviously quite a bit higher than Lin Yuxin. Hearing this, Lin Yuxin immediately looked like a hen blowing up, her body trembling with anger. The crowd in the hall, on the other hand, watched the scene with interest. The scene of a school flower tearing down a scum girl was a rare one. Alright, we're having a class reunion today, so everyone should speak less. The class president next to him, Lu Xiaofei, saw that the two sides were about to tear each other apart and fight each other, and rushed to dissuade them. I'll give the class president face today. I won't give you a hard time. He Lingling pulled Li Mu and sat at the neighboring table. Lin Yuxin still wanted to continue tearing each other apart, but her new boyfriend Su Ming, who was sitting next to her, pulled her hand, which made her stop. At this time, there were 3 tables in the Rose Hall, and each table was almost full. Seeing all the students have been seated, the class president Lu Xiaofei announced the opening of the table. At once, a dish was served on the table by the waiters. Looking at the table full of delicacies, everyone was eager to eat. Xanadu Hotel's food ingredients were already very famous, so in a moment, everyone was excited to eat. Come on, all taste it. My boyfriend's father is the manager of the hotel here, so we specially instructed him to cook many hard dishes. These dishes in normal times it is estimated that you guys can't even eat them. If it wasn't for my boyfriend, I don't think we would have been able to book a table at this hotel. Normally, you have to book a month in advance to get a reservation. Lin Yuxin pulled her boyfriend Su Ming's hand and bragged with a proud face. The moment these words came out, Lin Yuxin and her boyfriend Su Ming became the center of attention of everyone present. One must know that to be able to be a manager here, it was quite impressive. It was said that to be a manager here one needed to go through a series of tests and also go abroad for half a year for training, and the annual salary was also above $1 million. Many people toasted towards Lin Yuxin and Su Ming. Looking at the crowd toasting themselves, Lin Yuxin was suddenly fluttering. She was enjoying the attention of the crowd. She looked as if she was the hostess of the banquet hall, and she even looked at Li Mu and he lingling proudly. Li Mu, on the other hand, was silent as he lowered his head and ate the dishes in front of him. Just at this moment, the door of the Rose Hall opened and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. This middle-aged man wore a nameplate on his chest that read Su Deshang, the manager of the catering department. Moreover, he was pushing a food cart in his hand, which was full of delicious delicacies. "Dad, why are you here?" This middle-aged man had just entered the door when Lin Yuxin's boyfriend, Su Ming, stood up excitedly. Dad was really giving face. Surprisingly, he personally came out to support himself, but Su Deshang didn't reply in the slightest. He just nodded towards his son and then walked straight to Li Mu's side. "Boss, knowing that you are dining here, our catering department is very honored. So for this side of the table, each table meal is free of charge, and each table is given a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite, as well as I've asked the kitchen to specially make a few small dishes, so please try them yourself." This catering department manager came in front of Li Mu and immediately bowed and hunched with a smile on his face to curry favor. Hearing this catering manager's words, a needle fell in the restaurant. What did he just say? A complimentary 82-year-old Lafite? Free for every table? Did he just call Li Mu the boss? This, Lin Yuxin and his boyfriend Su Ming, who had a smug look on their faces, were even more stupefied. It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. "Uncle, you didn't say it wrong, did you? He's Li Mu, a poor boy. Why are you calling him the boss?" Lin Yuxin was busy reacting, then opened her mouth to remind. Boyfriend Su Ming's dad wasn't old and blind. "Humph, how is Mr. Li a poor boy? It's you who has eyes but no pearls, right? Mr. Li just took over the Xanadu Hotel and is currently the owner of the entire hotel." Looking at his son's girlfriend, Lin Yuxin, the corners of this catering department manager's mouth couldn't help but twitch, itching to slap him directly over. What kind of vision does his son have? How could he even look at this kind of material that doesn't know what's important? How can he just slander Li Mu? How can he just slander Li Mu? If Boss Li got upset or left a bad impression on him, he might not be able to keep his position. "What did you say? How is this possible? Uncle, are you mistaken?" Lin Yuxin was still in disbelief. The crowd was also somewhat disbelieving. "What mistake? Just last night Mr. Li took over the entire hotel. How can this be a mistake?" This manager of the catering department looked at Lin Yuxin as if he was looking at a retard and instantly roared. If he wasn't in the way, he would have wanted to directly slap the hell out of her. The crowd heard their conversation, and at this moment, their hearts were even more turned upside down. "I didn't expect to eat such a big melon today. This is the Xanadu Hotel, the top hotel in Magic City. It's worth tens of billions of dollars, and Li Mu has actually become the owner of this hotel? Doesn't that mean Li Mu is worth tens of billions? Could it be that Li Mu is an invisible second-generation rich man? Why didn't the students see it in the past 4 years?" The hall was so quiet that everyone was petrified as if they were struck by lightning. Chapter 37, Punching Green Tea in the Face. Seeing the crowd's surprised appearance, Li Mu smiled blandly. The manager of the restaurant, Su Deshang, was even more attentive and stood by the side, directly transforming into a restaurant junior. He pushed the dishes on the dining car, one dish to Li Mu in front, as if offering treasure. The origin and practice of each dish have been told. What Emperor Hairy Crab, Supreme Lion Head, Braised Arctic Trout, Sugar Fried Pearl Chicken. As each dish was introduced, the crowd listened with wide-eyed wonder and swallowed their mouths furiously. These dishes were clearly several grades higher than the dishes they had originally ordered. This restaurant manager even opened a bottle of Lafite at the right time and personally served Li Mu half a glass. "Boss, this is 1982 Lafite. The hotel is fortunate to have cellared a few bottles. Today you are able to come. I took the liberty to take it out and invite you to taste it." "Forget it, I'm not drinking today. Li Mu drove here and didn't want to drink to miss the boat." "Okay, boss." The restaurant manager immediately put away the wine glass without any displeasure. Li Mu, on the other hand, was shallow and tasted a few bites of each dish on the table. Even he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that it was truly worthy of being a top-notch hotel. The dishes made were truly extraordinary. The crowd on the side was even more stunned. These dishes were simply too advanced, and the 1982 Lafite, they had never even heard of it, but they could tell that it was also worth a lot. "Li Mu, I didn't expect you to be an invisible rich second generation." He Lingling, the schoolgirl next to her, slowed down from her shock and pulled Li Mu's arm to speak with a smile. I've earned a little bit of money," Li Mu said casually as he held a dish. "A little bit of money?" The crowd in the room directly fainted. "Nima, Xanadu Hotel is worth tens of billions of dollars and this is called a small amount of money?" Hearing this, he Lingling froze for a moment. This Li Mu was too calm. It seems that Li Mu not only owns the Xanadu Hotel, but he might also be the son of some big family. No wonder Li Mu could play the piano. And it's also so handsome. At the same time, she felt some remorse in her heart that Li Mu was usually too low-key, so she hadn't paid much attention to him for 4 whole years. But fortunately it wasn't too late now. Schoolflower He Lingling had been waiting for a price. And at this moment, it was as if she had discovered her life's goal. She kept cheering herself up in her mind. She must take Li Mu down. And at this moment, where was Lin Yuxin's smug look from earlier? Only to see her face change 7 times in a row. Surprised, confused, pained, sad. At the same time, an idea appeared in her mind in a flash. Li Mu, you did all this to attract my attention, didn't you? I forgive you now. I can promise to be your girlfriend. Lin Yuxin came in front of Li Mu in a flash of her mind. Where was the contemptuous look she had just now? This changed her face not too fast. The crowd was speechless. You forgive Li Mu? You want to be Li Mu's girlfriend again? I've seen shamelessness before, but I've never seen such shamelessness. This woman's shamelessness is simply too heavenly. Li Mu looked at the pandering Lin Yuxin in front of him and was even more disgusted. Xin, what did you say? You are my girlfriend. How can you recognize him as your boyfriend? Lin Yuxin's boyfriend, Su Ming, immediately roared angrily. In front of his own face, Lin Yuxin turned to Li Mu. Where does this make his face go? Su Ming, listen carefully, I actually don't like you at all. What I've always loved is Li Mu. In the future, please also stop appearing in front of me. We're not suitable at all. Lin Yuxin spoke loudly and with conviction. Looking at Lin Yuxin's determined appearance, Su Ming was also helpless and heartbroken. Originally, he thought that Lin Yuxin was truly in love with him. He didn't expect that it would end up like this. Catering manager Su Deshang silently watched this scene and cast a comforting look at his son Su Ming. After this battle, his son should also grow up. If a young man doesn't break, he won't be able to do anything. Li Mu, what do you think about us getting a room and having a private chat alone? Lin Yuxin daintily hugged Li Mu and seduced him. Her green tea nature was on display. A room? Private chat alone? The implications of this were self-evident. Who are you? Do I know you? Li Mu, however, pushed Lin Yuxin away and spoke in a deep voice. You, could it be that you've changed your heart? I know you're still angry with me. I beg you to forgive me, okay? As long as you promise to be my boyfriend, I'll be devoted to you from now on, okay? Lin Yuxin couldn't give up that easily. She hugged Li Mu's leg and cried, selling her misery. Seeing that I'm rich, you're turning to me now? Women like you deserve to talk about love. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Li Mu raised his foot and kicked Lin Yuxin out. Lin Yuxin fell to the ground with a pop, and was instantly cloaked in her hair, as if she was a crazy woman. Sir, can't we change to a quieter room? Restaurant manager Su Deshang hurriedly said. That's fine. Li Mu got up, then turned towards the other students in the restaurant and said, Everyone, originally we are all classmates. I don't want to be so snobbish. Let's all be at peace in the future. Li Mu got up and left the restaurant. Originally, He Lingling wanted to follow her. However, Li Mu didn't call on her, and if she followed her hastily, it was possible that she would make Li Mu unhappy. As the crowd looked at Li Mu's departure, they only felt that from now on, they and Li Mu would be people from two worlds. On the top floor of the hotel, inside the VVIP presidential suite, Li Mu was sitting alone at the dining table, eating gourmet food while enjoying the beautiful view of the Huangpu River from the window. At this time, seventh sister Xiao Ziying called. Hey, Li Mu, are you not at home? I want to eat your cooking. Sister Ziying, you're home. You've been out of sight all day. I don't even know what you've been doing all day. If you want to eat something delicious, then come to the Xanadu Hotel. Xanadu Hotel? Are you over there? Sure. I'll send a few pictures to your wizards. Wow, surprisingly so much food? Xiao Ziying opened her Weixin and looked at the table full of food pictures sent by Li Mu and couldn't be more excited. Send me the address. I'll kill it right away. Good. After hanging up the phone, Li Mu sent the address of the top floor suite of Xanadu Hotel to Xiao Ziying. The seventh sister Xiao Ziying is so godlike every day. She even gave herself an ancient token as a meet and greet gift. I don't know what it is, and it seems that she hasn't returned the gift so far. However, this seventh sister likes to eat food. Wait for her to come over in a while. Let the chef make her a delicious meal to treat her. Not too long after, Xiao Ziying arrived in a hurry. Wow, Li Mu, you're awesome. Surprisingly, you're able to eat at this place. Xiao Ziying looked at the presidential suite, looking left and right. Although she had also stayed in a presidential suite, it was only for a day or two. Sister Ziying, let's see if you like it or not. I had the chef make another table. Li Mu pointed at the table of food in front of him and spoke. Like it too much? Xiao Ziying looked at the entire table of dishes and simply drooled. After a binge eating and drinking, Xiao Ziying beautifully burped. Seeing Xiao Ziying finish eating, Li Mu snapped his fingers. Immediately, the full-time service staff of this suite handed over a black card. Ziying sister, you can come over here if you want to eat in the future. With this black card, meals are completely free. Li Mu took the black card and handed it to Xiao Ziying. He had never had a suitable gift for Xiao Ziying, and now he had caught the opportunity. Wow, Li Mu, you're rich? Xiao Ziyang knew that Li Mu was powerful, but was the black card of Xanadu Hotel not something that could be obtained casually? It's alright, sister, just take it. Alright then. Xiao Ziying took it and didn't ask much. She loved food the most. If she could eat such delicious meals every day, she shouldn't be too happy. After the two of them finished eating, they came to the first floor hall. At this time, Li Mu's university classmates had also just finished eating down. They were quite satisfied with the meal, especially the bottle of 82-year-old Lafite, which made them rave about it. A group of classmates came to the glass door of the hotel lobby. Wow, the class president can I didn't expect you to drive an Audi already. The crowd was surprised to see Lu Xiaofei drive over from the hotel's underground garage in an Audi. Where? It's generally average. Are there any students who let me give them a ride? I can still sit down a few people in my car. Today, Lu Xiaofei also borrowed his dad's car. After all, they had all just interned, and the average student didn't have a car yet. Just getting compliments from the crowd. His vanity was extremely satisfied. And just at this time, Li Mu and Xiao Ziying also walked to the hotel lobby, only to see that, like a minister on a mission to another country, a group of hotel service staff unexpectedly stood on both sides of the red carpet leading to the hotel's main door, and bowed 90 degrees and said, "Greetings to the boss." The boss goes slowly. Xiao Ziying's mouth was open as if it could be stuffed into an egg. The students outside the lobby hotel door were even more amazed. This poker face was also too handsome, and there were girls who noticed the big beauty beside Li Mu and were even more self-conscious, only to see that this girl wore a tight-fitting dress with exquisite curves and a very outstanding temperament. Even the schoolflower He Lingling unconsciously sighed in admiration. Li Mu took Xiao Ziying's arm and waved his hand and laughed. Arriving outside the hotel door, the doorman had already driven the Pagani Windchild to the front door. Li Mu gave a thank you and then sat in the car with Xiao Ziying. The silver-colored sports car slowly started, then slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wow, that's the Pagani Son of the Wind. It's limited to 50 units worldwide. A student who recognized the car exclaimed, "What? So awesome? More than impressive. This car costs at least $60 to $70 million. Grass." The crowd exclaimed again. The class president, Lu Xiaofei, immediately felt that the Audi car didn't smell good anymore. The schoolflower He Lingling had wanted to pursue Li Mu, but just now she clearly saw that the face value of the woman beside Li Mu completely exceeded her own, whether it's her body shape or her face. So how can she still compete? Chapter 38, Touring Mountain Bike Race. Outside the door of the first-floor lobby of the Xanadu Hotel, Li Mu's group of classmates couldn't help but sigh. How could there be such a big gap between people? Many of them didn't even have a car yet, but Li Mu was already driving a limited edition top-of-the-line sports car. Some people were born at the end of the line, while others were born just from the beginning. I think he must have fallen for a rich woman. Didn't you guys see the beautiful woman next to him? Lin Yuxin, who had been hiding on the sidelines and secretly observing, suddenly became enlightened. Although she had been beaten up and humiliated by Li Mu, this still had a thieving heart. And what puzzled her the most was that when Li Mu was in college, he was clearly the son of a migrant laborer without any background. So how could he suddenly own a hotel? And when she saw Li Mu appear holding Xiao Ziying's hand, Lin Yuxin finally understood. Li Mu must have fallen for a rich woman. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become so rich? Right, it must be like this. Are you saying that Li Mu has fallen for a rich woman? It's possible. The beauty holding Li Mu's arm just now is a rich woman? If I were given such a rich woman, I wouldn't want to struggle anymore. The crowd of students were talking. On the road in Magic City, Li Mu drove his sports car and stopped in front of a traffic light. At this time, a red Ferrari sports car just happened to stop next to Li Mu's car as well. Ha! It's the Pagani Son of the Wind, yeah. On the Ferrari sports car, a pretty young girl sitting on the passenger seat shouted in surprise. This young girl was wearing a JK lowly dress, with a pale head and exquisite makeup. Very second nature. Seems like it seems like it's limited to 50 cars worldwide. I didn't expect to meet it here. The boy in the driver's seat glanced at Li Mu's silver sports car and also lamented. The boy was handsome, with a little milk dog look, and had an earring on his ear that was shiny and sparkling, which was a perfect match for the secondary girl in the passenger seat. Handsome boy, any interest in going for a run? The pretty girl in the Ferrari spoke to Li Mu, who was sitting in the car. Since both sides had pulled down the windows and were right next to each other, they could hear each other speak. Run a lap? Li Mu also noticed the Ferrari sports car next to him. Right, we have an amateur racing competition tonight. It's at Sheta Mountain. If you're interested, You can come along. The pretty secondary girl invited very enthusiastically. After all, a limited edition sports car like the Pagani Windchild must be very racy if you can go. When Li Mu heard this, he was instantly a little moved. After all, men, in addition to like eye-catching women, is not the luxury car? That kind of intense racing competition. Let a person adrenaline spike. It is estimated that every man loves. Sister Ziying, do you want to go? Li Mu turned his head to ask Xiao Ziying in the passenger seat. It's fine to go. There's nothing to do back home anyway. Xiao Ziying thought about it and replied. Good, let's go and take a look then. Li Mu spoke to the pretty girl in the Ferrari. Good, then you guys just follow us. Soon, the two cars traveling one behind the other arrived at Shitu Mountain. Shitu Mountain is a famous ring road mountain in Magic City. The More Oil Road is built around the mountain, winding and twisting, quite like the Autumn Name Mountain. It is said that every year many cars will have accidents here, but it attracts many people to race. Of course, this kind of racing is also self-organized by the private sector, kind of like the flavor of underground black boxing. Get to know each other. My name is Su Weiwei, and this is my brother Heron. When they arrived at the foot of Shitu Mountain, the pretty girl who led Li Mu and the others here opened her mouth to introduce them. Hello, I'm Li Mu. This is my sister Xiao Ziying. Li Mu didn't hide it. Anyway, he came to play, and the other party didn't seem to have any city. At this moment, at the foot of Shitu Mountain, a dozen or so luxury cars had already gathered. What Ferrari, Koenigsegg, Bentley, Bugatti, these cars were worth a few $1 million at the least, and tens of millions at the most. However, when Li Mu's silver sports car drove up, it still caused quite a stir. Yo! Surprisingly, it's the Pagani Son of the Wind. So handsome. This car is so cool. It's a limited edition, worth at least $60 to $70 million. The group of men and women who came in the luxury car were talking a lot. But soon, a discordant rang out. Humph, what's this? And is my Bugatti awesome? The one who spoke was a young man with a few gangly looks. This person was called Hua Fei, who was also the organizer of this competition, and was quite prestigious amongst these youths. Brother Fei's Bugatti is naturally no match for the Pagani Son of the Wind. If you ask me, it's still Fei's Bugatti. Not necessarily. The Windjammer is also very powerful. Don't you guys argue. Let's compare in a while, won't we know? Hua Fei smiled confidently. Every time he competed, almost every time he won. This time of course will be no exception. Of course, apart from the sports car being the envy of the people, there's also the fact that Li Mu and Xiao Ziying's face value is also very high, which makes a crowd of people very amazed. Shortly after getting out of the car, many people came over to say hello. When Hua Fei saw Xiao Ziying getting off Li Mu's car, Hua Fei was even more excited. His gaze towards Li Mu was then a bit fierce. Ziying, I didn't expect to see you here. Hua Fei came in front of Li Mu and Xiao Ziying and said with a pandering face to Xiao Ziying, Hua Fei, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Xiao Ziying's brows wrinkled slightly. She and Hua Fei were middle school classmates, and Hua Fei had once pursued her, but was rejected by Xiao Ziying. This brother is here for the first time, isn't he? Hua Fei similarly pats Li Mu's shoulder, but his eyes look at Xiao Zixing from time to time. Xiao Ziying is wearing a tight dress today. Her body is curvy in front and back, and she has a pretty face, which attracts the gazes of the boys present. Yes, brother Fei, we met them on the road today. Heron and Su Weiwei, who drove the red Ferrari, hurriedly introduced them. Good, since we're all friends here, but we'll have to join up every time we compete. Hua Fei enthusiastically introduced Li Mu. Join the head? Li Mu was a bit confused. Brother Li, it's the bet. It's usually a bet that starts at 1 million, but of course you can also add other jewelry and jewels or things of equal value. Seeing Li Mu's confusion, Heron explained. Obviously, Heron and Su Weiwei had already participated in this kind of competition many times and knew it very well. The rules of the race are also very simple. It's to drive from the foot of the mountain to the top and then drive back down. Whoever finishes first wins. How about it? Let's try a game first? Hua Fei jumped at the chance. Not only did he want to defeat Li Mu, he also wanted to show his hand in front of his former goddess again to win her favor. Good. Li Mu was equally excited. And just at this time, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine level car skills. Will you receive it now? Li Mu smiled in his heart. The system was really timely. Claim. Li Mu recited silently in his heart. Immediately, all kinds of knowledge about racing and driving skills filled Li Mu's mind, and it was as if his muscles all over his body had a memory of driving. And this knowledge and muscle memory made Li Mu transform into an old driver in general. Li Mu even felt that it was the god of cars that had come, and it was estimated that with his current strength, he would be able to fight. Chapter 39, Akina Mountain God of Cars. I'll offer $1 million as a bet. What are you going to take as a bet? Li Mu? Hua Fei boldly wrote a check and handed it to a woman with a hot body on the field. This woman was wearing a bustier on top and hot pants underneath. Her body was curvy in the front and back. She took Hua Fei's check and then placed it inside an exquisite square box. Me, I'll bet $1 million as well. However, I don't have a check, so I can only make a verbal promise. Li Mu thought about it and replied, good, cool, verbal commitment counts. Hua Fei laughed. Not long after, a dozen or so people who were going to participate in the tournament placed their bets, all handing over $1 million out. All of this money adding up to more than 10 million, I'm afraid. And the person who wins first place will be the winner takes all, getting all the money. In just a few minutes of a match, one could win $10 million. Li Mu could only say that this group of rich kids were really living it up. The entire race was guarded both up and down the mountain. And after making sure that the entire mountain road had been cleared, the participants first started driving around the track to get a feel for the entire track beforehand. Li Mu drove the car and walked around carelessly. As far as they could see, the higher the mountain road went, the more curved the road became. But there was nothing too special about it. After familiarizing themselves with the track, the crowd drew lots again, which set the starting grid for the race. Because the track was not wide, at most 3 cars were side by side, so the grid position became very important. Li Mu had average luck in the lottery and only drew the center position. However, he wasn't upset because of this. After all, the starting grid position wasn't the final grid position. Soon, the match was about to begin. Li Mu, how about we add in some more bets? Hua Fei came in front of Li Mu and Xiao Ziying with a hefty smile. Oh, what bets do you want to add? Li Mu frowned. Hua Fei, a man with a smiley face and a laugh, didn't know what tricks he was going to play. If I win the match this time, how about letting Xiao Ziying accompany me for one night? Hua Fei looked at Xiao Ziying with a hefty smile. Off. Hearing Hua Fei's words, Li Mu snapped and gave Hua Fei 2 slaps. Xiao Ziying's force value was already super high, but at this time, her temper flared up and she gave Hua Fei 2 more kicks, directly sending him flying. This scene falls in the eyes of the crowd, immediately leading to laughter. Humph, you guys wait. I'll have to win you guys in this competition. Hua Fei climbed up from his doggy state, patting the dust on his body with a vicious face. Sis, let me teach this kid a good lesson in this match. Li Mu spoke to Xiao Ziying. Good. It depends on your performance. I'll help you press the car. Xiao Ziying then sat in the passenger seat. Soon, the various cars took their positions. The hot beauty who had just collected the betting money walked to the starting track at this moment, only to see her hands raise 2 checkered flags, and as she waved the flags down vigorously, the race began. At that moment, a dozen luxury cars were like beasts coming out of their cages. The roar of the engines buzzed endlessly. Cord. A car shot out as if it were an arrow off the string, and even the ground was vaguely trembling, only to see that Li Mu was similarly unwilling to show weakness, as he skillfully drove the sports car straight ahead. Not long after, the silver-colored sports car arrived on the winding mountain road. With a beautiful drift, Li Mu ditched the 2 cars. His movements were so skillful and without any delay that I'm afraid even a professional racer would be amazed if he watched. Too cool, brother! Xiao Ziying couldn't help but open her mouth to exclaim. This younger brother was really surprising. She didn't expect Li Mu to really have 2 skills. Soon, Li Mu had shaken off another car and was about to come to the top of the mountain, the steepest part, and there was another car ahead that needed to be overtaken. The person who was driving this car was no other than Hua Fei. From the rearview mirror, seeing the car that Li Mu was driving, getting closer and closer to him, Hua Fei revealed a look of surprise, as if he too was not expecting Li Mu to be able to rush behind him. Kid, I'll make you look good this time. Hua Fei slammed on the gas and rushed forward, blocking Li Mu's way forward. The mountain road ahead is getting more and more curved, but Hua Fei's skills are getting more and more skillful as he has already raced on this mountain road for no less than 100 matches. Li Mu, what should we do now? Xiao Ziying frowned slightly. This road was getting narrower and narrower, trying to drift through side by side. It was simply impossible. At the next curve, get rid of him in one go. Li Mu calmly controlled the steering wheel. Soon, the road curved up even more, and this would be the last curve up the mountain. Li Mu quickly turned the steering wheel, only to see that the silver Pagani windchild was like a Chan wind, quickly going to cross the car in front of him, but the road was too narrow. This is Li Mu was still driving in a hurry, only to see the silver sports car front wheels have already crossed. The rear wheels in the corner of the instant was actually thrown out of the road. Xiao Ziying's heart was almost in her throat. If one maneuver was not careful, it was estimated that the car would have to fall down the hill and shatter into pieces. However, the moment the rear wheels are thrown off the road, Li Mu increases the gas pedal at the same time, and with a beautiful tail flip, he leaves Hua Fei's car behind. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. The crowd is stunned. This is too exciting, and it can even be done like this. This beautiful tail drift is textbook. Hua Fei's car almost collided with Li Mu's car. However, In the end, Li Mu steadily suppressed Huafei and became number 1. Whoa, Li Mu is so handsome, too handsome. Brother Fei's 10 consecutive championships are going to be broken. This technique is too awesome. To be able to play drift on such a steep mountain road, the slightest carelessness may fall into the valley. The crowd couldn't help but be amazed when they saw the exciting duel on the mountain, and Huafei was dumbfounded when he saw Li Mu's divine crossing. Nima, how is this possible? Originally, Huafei thought he would win this match easily, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this, only to see Li Mu drive all the way up to the top of the mountain and then start rushing straight down the mountain again. Huafei tries to catch up, but Li Mu drives steadily and quickly. In a flash, Li Mu rushed back to the starting point in his car. Wow, Son of the Wind wins. Li Mu is in first place. So cool, broke the record straight away. Only 3 minutes and 55 seconds this time. The crowd applauded. Chapter 40, Single Challenge. Amidst all the applause from the crowd, Li Mu won the first place in the competition. At the same time, the hot girl who had just collected the betting money had also handed over all the betting money to Li Mu at this moment. Even while handing it over to Li Mu, he also secretly slipped in a slip of paper, on which was obviously the hot girl's phone number. The other girls present were also not willing to show weakness, and they all asked for Li Mu's prestige and contact information. For a while, Li Mu became the meat and potatoes of the crowd. However, it is understandable. After all, these peripheral women, most of them come over here in order to get on a rich second generation. Li Mu is handsome and invincible, and also drove a top sports car, plus just won more than 10 million, which naturally let the women incomparable pursuit. However, these women were all rejected by Li Mu. It wasn't that Li Mu wasn't good with beautiful women, but his tastes had long been spoiled. His own sisters all had super high face values and superb bodies, and were far superior to these demonic goods. With better looking ones, he naturally couldn't look at other women. Li Mu, you're quite popular. Xiao Ziying looked at each and every sister coming to Li Mu's side, and was vaguely jealous in her heart, saying, "Sis, they're not something I can look at." Li Mu bristled. "Who can make you look at them?" Xiao Ziying asked curiously. Li Mu didn't answer, but he said in his heart, "Of course it's your Xiao sisters." Just then, Huafei finally stepped down from his sports car, only to see him come before Li Mu with a dark face. How could he not expect Li Mu to win, and in such a thrilling and exciting way? If Li Mu had just operated a little bit worse, it was estimated that Li Mu's car would probably have fallen off the cliff and Li Mu would have been shattered. So Huafei analyzes the car, and he thinks that Li Mu was able to beat him just now purely because of luck. "Li Mu, do you dare to compete with me again?" Huafei glared at Li Mu and spoke viciously. He was eager to get back what he had just suffered. He was confident that if he had another match, he would definitely be able to win against Li Mu. After all, he was immensely familiar with the track and just now, Li Mu was just lucky. "Good, how do you want to compete?" Li Mu stared at Huafei with interest. This person was like a dogskin plaster. He can't be absolutely convinced without a few painful beatings. "It's just our 2 cars racing, still on the original route, but this time we'll win by completing 8 laps. What do you say?" Huafei believed that if he amplified the length of the race, he would definitely win. Running back and forth 8 times? Interesting. Li Mu knew what Huafei meant as soon as he heard it. He was trying to win securely with his familiarity and experience with the track. "So, what to use as a bet?" Li Mu asked playfully. Just now, in just less than 4 minutes, he had gained more than $10 million in bets. This money was simply not too good to earn. Since Huafei was willing to bump into the gun and be the wrongdoer, Li Mu naturally wouldn't mind too much. "Take my Bugatti sports car as the bet. If I lose, this Bugatti is yours. What do you think?" Huafei pointed to his Bugatti sports car and spoke. The crowd was stunned when they heard the conversation between the two. Huafei's Bugatti, that's a much rarer model. Not only is it limited globally, but the cost is also $70 to $80 million. And Li Mu's Pagani Son of the Wind is not inferior compared to, and even higher than, the Pagani Son of the Wind is steadily higher than ahead. If I lose, the Pagani Wind Child I drive is yours." Li Mu laughed and opened his mouth to speak. Huafei wanted to use his sports car as a bet, so naturally Li Mu wouldn't show any shyness. "Good, cool." Hearing Li Mu's reply, Huafei laughed out loud. It seemed as if he hadn't expected to lose. The spectators who were still relatively excited after watching the match just now, their emotions were once again stirred up at this moment. Wow, directly using his sports car as a bet. I'm afraid that the Bugatti and Pagani Windjammer combined will be close to $200 million. My God, it's still true. The stakes add up to $200 million. It's so hot. Who do you think will win? The melon eaters were buzzing. It was no wonder they were so excited. After all, there had never been such a large bet on the circuit of Sheta Mountain, and most of the luxury cars were only a couple $1,000,000. Top-of-the-line sports cars like the Bugatti and Pagani Son of the Wind were too rare. "Li Mu, you have to be careful of Huafei. This person was a gangster when he was in school, Xiao Ziying reminded at the right time. I'm not afraid, Sister Ziyang. I'm still confident in my car skills. Li Mu smiled faintly. Very charming. Xiao Ziying looked at Li Mu's smile and was a bit taken by his handsomeness, even feeling that this brother was too confident. However, since Li Mu entered their family, it seemed like Li Mu had never had a crappy one yet. Soon, the track cleared once again. At the starting point, the black Bugatti and the silver Pagani Windchild were positioned side by side. Li Mu, how about raising the stakes a bit? Huafei opened the window of the car and smiled heatedly, revealing a gold tooth. Add what? What I said before. If I win, let Xiao Ziying accompany me for one night. If you win, I'll let the beautiful woman in my passenger seat accompany you for one night. What do you think? Huafei points to the red-skirted beauty sitting next to him and speaks with a deadpan heart. The red-skirted beauty on Huafei's co-pilot seat also has quite a high face value and a great figure, just that it's still a bit worse compared to Xiao Ziying. However, if the full score is 100 points, it is estimated to be 89 points, which is already very pretty. What's even more flirtatious is that once this red-skirted beauty heard that, she not only didn't have any unhappiness, she even looked at Li Mu with some hidden expectations. Scram! Hearing Huafei's words, Li Mu and Xiao Ziying spoke in unison. Ha ha, ha ha. Huafei laughed, proudly like a victorious general. Soon, at the starting point, the hot girl raised the checkered flag in her hand high in the air, then quickly waved it downward as the race began. The two top-notch sports cars, in the roar of their engines, shot out at almost the same time. Chapter 41, Godly Skills. The match began. Amidst the applause, Li Mu's Pagani Windchild and Huafei's Bugatti were like beasts out of a cage. The gas pedal was pressed to the maximum and the engines were turned on at almost full speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two cars shot out with amazing momentum, and even the road surface vaguely shook a bit. Obviously this time, the competition attracted even more attention. After all, it was a luxury car duel, and the bet was nearly $200 million, as well as both sides of the co-pilot were sitting on the stunning beauty. Thinking about all of this made people's passions surge. The moment the car is issued, Li Mu's Pagani Windchild has a slight head start, suppressing Huafei's Bugatti. The Pagani Windchild was like silver lightning, windswept and incomparably swift. After running into the curves of the mountain road, Li Mu's sports car even pulled away from the Bugatti. Since he wanted to beat Huafei severely, Li Mu naturally worked harder than the first time he ran. And this time, since there were no other runners involved, Li Mu almost completely threw his arms around the car. At every turn on the mountain road, Li Mu performs a perfect drift, maximizing the speed of the sports car. The 23 curves on the mountain road, which were getting steeper and steeper, became Li Mu's personal performance venue. Li Mu didn't drop his car's speed at all because of the narrowing of the curves. Holy, this is even possible? Ma da. This is too pleasing to the eye. My goodness, this car is a masterpiece. How is this possible? How is this possible? The spectators on the sidelines shrieked in shock. Is this a human being? A professional racer would probably be no better, right? Nope. In these 23 curves, Li Mu's sports car didn't have a trace of stagnation, and drove through it perfectly at almost the maximum speed. This was no longer a professional, but a pervert. Xiao Ziying, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, was also shocked beyond measure. As the Dragon Kingdom's secret guard, she also went through professional car skills training. In fact, her car skills are also very outstanding. Just did not think that Li Mu will be even more perverted, traveling in these curves, but there is not even the slightest bit of deceleration and buffer. This made Xiao Ziying feel that Li Mu was more and more powerful and mysterious. At the same time, it also made Xiao Ziying move to think about whether or not to recruit Li Mu into the Dragon Kingdom's Dark Guards. After all, Li Mu's martial arts were powerful, his hands were not bad, and he also possessed such a godly car skill. If he could be allowed to join the Dark Guards, he would definitely become a great help. Ma da. How is this possible? How is this possible? Huafei was confident at first, but reality hit him in the face not too fast. Each of Li Mu's drifts was extremely pleasing to the eye, while his drifts were stumbling, and his running style was simply woeful in comparison. The more perfect Li Mu's run was, the more Huafei felt like he was being humiliated. What's even more annoying is that Li Mu's Pagani Windchild has left his Bugatti behind by several lengths. Huafei had thought that he had won the race, but it turned out that if Li Mu continued to drive like this, it would be Huafei who would lose. The red-skirted beauty in Huafei's co-pilot's seat sees Li Mu's perfect drifting at every corner. Her gaze towards the Pagani Wendigo becomes brighter and brighter, and under the adrenaline rush, she tightly closes her long and slender legs. One lap of driving down, Li Mu had already thrown out Huafei by more than 10 meters. So damn careless. Since you kid is so good, I don't mind spicing things up for you, Huafei preached with incomparable malice in his heart. Finally, On the last lap of the mountain road, Huofei turns on a special red button under his steering wheel. Boom boom. Huofei's car seemed to rocket as a stream of flames erupted from behind the cars, but, under the strong propulsion, the speed of Huofei's Bugatti flew incredibly fast, only to see that the black Bugatti quickly rushed behind Li Mu's car. Wow day. Is this Fei's new modification? It can't be. Should this be considered cheating? This modification is so cool. Rich kids play with cars. It's all about fun. Huofei's rocket launcher was his secret weapon. It was originally used as a final card, but he didn't expect to use it today. But Huofei's Bugatti is not finished, only to see the front of the Bugatti's front end burst, and then there are two long steel stabbing sticks. Kid, take it. Huofei was very proud of his two modifications and drove his car towards Li Mu's car. This modified Bugatti, with a rocket launcher at the back to help accelerate, and a steel stabbing stick at the front to open up the road, can be called a vicious weapon on the road. Seeing that Li Mu's car was right in front of him, he was about to crash into it. Holy, brother, Fei's car is so powerful. If it gets hit, I guess Li Mu's car is going to be knocked under the cliff. Is there anyone here? Call an ambulance. This is too cruel. The sudden rise of a strange change on the bend of the hilltop surprised the crowd. This is going to play with people's lives. There were scared sisters who directly covered their eyes. Li Mu, quickly dodge. His car transformed. For the sudden movement of the Bugatti in the back, Xiao Xiang was also taken aback. Cold sweat broke out behind her back. This was on a cliff. If it was hit, it was estimated that the car would not only be ruined, and the person will also be ruined. Sister Xiang, sit firmly. Li Mu laughed, and the blood in his body continued to boil, only to see his steady steering wheel suddenly throttle to the maximum. Just when the Bugatti in front of the steel thorn stick is about to hit, suddenly the body drifted to the inner side of the mountain, realizing a lateral drift. At this time, Huofei's Bugatti has been completely side by side with Li Mu's Pagani Windchild. After doing these maneuvers, Li Mu didn't stop, but directly crashed into the Bugatti that was on the outer side of the mountain road. Dano! Sparks faintly appeared on the two vehicles. The Bugatti was suddenly stressed and crashed into the road guardrail that was over again. Ah! Huofei was startled and hurriedly slowed down, but his Bugatti still crashed into the guardrail of the mountain road. The impact force did not diminish, and the guardrail was able to break through, which brought it to a stop. The Bugatti might have been knocked off the cliff by just a little bit. Huofei breaks out in a cold sweat. The red-skirted woman in the co-pilot was even more dumbfounded. This scene happened in a few moments. The crowd was overwhelmed by this scene. This Nima almost killed someone. However, what they didn't know was that Li Mu was actually being merciful, and he had just mastered the force to impact. Otherwise Huofei was estimated to have fallen off the cliff. At this time on the track, Huofei no longer has the heart of the race. His Bugatti crashed on the edge of the cliff, and Li Mu's car has already turned the last corner of the mountain. After the last turn, driving rapidly to the bottom of the mountain, and finally came to the finish line. 8 laps were completed. In the end, Li Mu won. The crowd at the starting point screamed in shock. I don't know if it's because of the shocking scene they just witnessed, or if it's Li Mu's superb driving skills that left them in awe. With the help of Huofei's several juniors, the Bugatti drove down smoothly. Ma da! Li Mu, you almost killed me just now. Huofei pointed at Li Mu with a furious face and cursed. Oh, are you talking about me? Li Mu disdained him. It wasn't exactly Huofei who was going to crash his car under the cliff in the beginning. Mad! Huofei swung his fist at Li Mu. Li Mu struck with his long leg, and before Huofei's fist could reach him, he was kicked to the ground by Li Mu. Chapter 42 Li Mu's Iron Fist. Before Huofei's fist arrived, Li Mu viciously kicked Huofei in the crotch. Faced with this thunderous blow, Huofei instantly fell to the ground with his hand covering his crotch, and let out a miserable cry. Ow! This shrieking sound directly resounded through the night sky. It sent a chill down the spine of the crowd present. With this kick, it was estimated that Huofei was completely wasted. I'm afraid he won't be able to lift it again in the future. However, thinking about Huofei's family background, some people couldn't help but feel vaguely worried. But at the same time, they are also a bit happy, because Huofei is usually arrogant as he yells at them and acts like a bully. Unexpectedly, the heavens have a way of reincarnating, and retribution is ultimately unpleasant. At the same time, seeing the viciousness of Li Mu's strike, it made the crowd realize that Li Mu was not a character to be messed with either. Ho! Ho! Huofei covered his crotch with difficulty with both hands and tried to say something under his breath. Only the pain in his crotch once made him want to faint. The two big men in black who were originally following Huofei were even more enraged at this moment, because everything happened so fast just now. Before they could make a move, Huofei had already fallen to the ground. Nima, Huofamily's great young man, suffered this blow. They as bodyguards protecting their master is unfavorable. They are expected to be dismissed. Kid, how dare you take a shot at our Huoshao? I think you're impatient to live. The two black-clothed bodyguards' veins are bulging, their muscles arching up, wanting to burst through their suits, their bull-sized fists rapidly attacking left and right, directly towards Li Mu's face. If this was hit, I'm afraid that he would be crippled without dying. However, just when the two large fists were about to hit Li Mu, a sudden change occurred, only to see Li Mu's body style strangely flashed to the back of the two black-clothed bodyguards. The two black-clothed bodyguards' hearts were alarmed, and cold sweat broke out. They wanted to turn back to respond, but it was just too late. Li Mu's fist instantly blasted heavily into their backs. Splat! Splat! Instantly, the two big men's backs were in pain. It was as if they had been hit by a millstone weighing 1,000 pounds. Both of their faces were twisted and agonized, and their bodies flew uncontrollably to the ground. Both spit out blood. They want to stand up again, but the body is like the internal organs are shifted in general. Not the slightest strength. Almost. In an instant the two big men lost their fighting strength. Asterisk 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 this stance. Too fast. I didn't expect it to be a practiced fighter. This is also too handsome. The crowd of spectators marveled in awe. Originally, they thought that Li Mu would suffer a loss, but they didn't expect the two big men to be so unbeatable. Even Xiao Ziying next to him couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes open wide, and she didn't know whether she was excited or marveling. Just now, Li Mu's reaction was really too fast, which reminded her for a moment of the general and the dark guards. I wonder who would be stronger or weaker if the general and Li Mu went up against each other. Hua Fei had wanted to beat Li Mu up to ease his hatred, but at this moment, seeing Li Mu so capable of fighting, this left him speechless. Is the enemy too strong, or is he too weak? Seeing Hua Fei lying on the ground like a prawn in a painful and incomparably stifled manner, Li Mu clapped his hands in satisfaction and smiled. Give me the keys to the Bugatti? Li Mu stretched out his hand towards Hua Fei on the ground and spoke in an unquestionable manner. Even though Hua Fei was incomparably stifled, he still obeyed the order and tremblingly pulled out the Bugatti's keys from his pocket and handed them over to Li Mu. Come, record a video here and say that you voluntarily gave me the car for free. Li Mu took the keys and laughed, picking up his cell phone and pointing it at Hua Fei. Hua Fei holds his tongue. How could he not have thought that he would also have today? Originally, he hadn't thought of losing, but he didn't expect to lose so miserably. After recording the video, Li Mu smiles happily again. With this video, it was estimated that Hua Fei wouldn't back out, but this car Hua Fei had driven, and Li Mu, who had a slight cleanliness fetish, naturally didn't want to drive it again. But this Bugatti was worth $70 to $80 million, so if he sold it, he might be able to make a lot of money. Despite the fact that the Bugatti and the Pagani Son of the Wind had collided during the race on the mountain just now, both had some scuffs and dents, but there wasn't any damage to the interior or anything in the car, and with a little bit of repair, it was still brand new. Congratulations, Li, the car race just now was amazing. At this time, He Ren and Su Weiwei came over and congratulated Li Mu. They hadn't expected that Li Mu, whom they had met by chance on the road, would be such a great racer, and that he would be able to easily dry climb Hua Fei's bodyguard. So they thought that Li Mu's identity was by no means simple, and thus they were moved to befriend him. It's okay, just won this Bugatti. I don't know how to deal with it. Li Mu shook the key of the Bugatti in his hand and skimmed it. Brother Li, want to sell the Bugatti? He Ren stared at Li Mu as if he was a human being and asked. I don't want to get my hands on a car that someone else has driven. Li Mu preached. In that case, our family owns a 4S store. If Brother Li doesn't mind, our 4S store is willing to recover this Bugatti at a high price. He Ren was simply a bit overjoyed. This Bugatti is a global limited edition, and their family has a lot of quality customers who love collecting luxury cars. He Ren believed that this Bugatti, slightly repaired, will definitely be sold at a good price. This was simply a good deal with no loss. Good. In that case, then this Bugatti will be sold to you. Li Mu was also happy to be free. In the end, after the two negotiated, Heron acquired this Bugatti for $80 million, together with the $10 million or so he had earned earlier. Li Mu had almost won $100 million this night alone. The surrounding people couldn't help but be staggered when they heard the price Li Mu sold the Bugatti for. Nima, is the life of a rich man this luxurious? At this time, the red-skirted beauty who helped Hua Fei press the car walked over with a water snake waist. She had a curvy figure and long white legs under her short red skirt. Stroking her long hair in front of her, she seemed to be pampered and said to Li Mu in a cloying manner, "Brother, do you have time tonight? Sister, I adore you too much." As she spoke, her eyes rippled with water, and her flavor was especially strong. The hints in them couldn't be more obvious. My brother is not a casual person. Before Li Mu could reply, Xiao Ziying beside him took Li Mu's arm. When the red-skirted beauty took a look at Xiao Ziying's explosive figure and peerless looks, she lost her confidence in comparison and didn't dare to go up and speak to Li Mu anymore. On the way back to the villa, Xiao Ziying looked at Li Mu from time to time. "Sis, is there something on my face?" Why are you always looking at me? Li Mu turned his head and asked. I'm the one who doesn't have it. You drive seriously. Xiao Ziying hurriedly turned her head. Only she didn't notice that her cheeks were actually slightly red. After returning to the villa, Xiao Ziyang laid down on her bed and then sent the story of Li Mu's racing to the sisters' Weixin group, and also attached a video taken during the racing. At once, the sister group exploded. Wow, Li Mu even knows how to race? No way. Li Mu made $100 million in one night from racing. That's too much. What's wrong with that? You guys haven't seen how good he is at the gambling table. He also made 100 million in just a few games. He's practically the god of gamblers. Yes, his antique appraisal is also very good, and he even developed an ancient face cream for our company, and the effect is also very amazing. Is that so? Sister Nishon, send me a box to try. I want one too. Me too. Chapter 43, Assassination Failure. Shi-Tu Mountain. The passage of Li Mu's match just now was recorded by the audience at the scene and posted online. The moment this video was released, it immediately attracted a lot of attention and hot debate. Whoa, are you sure this isn't a video special effect? This is a one-shot to the end? It can't be. This video was obviously shot on a cell phone without any special effects. It's simply divine. His driving skills are no weaker than the god of cars. Schumacher, right? Schumacher is nothing. This little brother's maneuver is simply divine. Due to the explosive car skills, this video has just been posted on the internet soon after, and has attracted a crowd. Of course there were also some discordant voices. This one isn't good, is it? It's probably fake. Still, comparing with the god of cars, it's just not self-conscious. I've also run on the roads of Shi-Tu Mountain. This is too fake. It's impossible to have this kind of drift maneuver. The two sets of voices fought to a standstill. In just one night, the traffic of this video unexpectedly climbed. It even made it to the front page of the B station. The crowd speculated on what kind of god was driving the Pagani Windjammer. But Li Mu just left behind a young and handsome back, and on the night of the competition, the Hua family in Magic City was in chaos, when a bunch of juniors carried Hua Fei into the hospital operating room. A bunch of relatives from the Hua family then appeared outside the operating room. Master, you're going to make a decision for Fei? A graceful woman cries and wails outside the hospital room. Humph, loving mothers have many defeated children. If it wasn't for you spoiling Hua Fei all day long, how would he have gotten into this state today? The middle-aged man seemed to be speaking angrily. Master, Fei is our family's single heir for 3 generations. If this surgery... The woman again picked up her handkerchief and wiped her tears. Thinking about this middle-aged man also couldn't help but stare, his face heavy. These two are no one else but Hua Fei's parents. The middle-aged man called Hua Tianzheng and the noblewoman called Qining. The Hua family and the Qin family are powerful in the entire Shanghai region, and when they stomp their feet, the Shanghai region will tremble 3 times. As a member of a prestigious family, Hua Fei is the only son of 3 generations, and has naturally been favored since childhood. At this very moment, the lights in the operating room go out. Doctor, how is Fei doing? The white lab coat doctor had just stepped out of the operating room when Qining nervously asked. The patient's life is saved. It's just that. This white lab coat doctor stumbled a bit. Just what? Hua Tianzhang is also nervous and rushes to ask. It's just that I'm afraid that Hua Xiao won't be able to be humane in the future. What? The doctor's reply stunned the crowd. If that was the case, wouldn't the Hua family be extinct since then? Couldn't it be cured? Hua Tianzhang asked anxiously. I'm afraid there's no cure, the doctor said with a helpless face. Soon, inside the Hua family. Old 6, go and find out who the hell is the one who injured Hua Fei, no matter who he is. I want him dead. Hua Tianzheng's back teeth were almost clenched. As a 100-year-old family, a single lineage had been abolished. How could this be tolerated by him? Yes, Master Hua, Old 6 said in a deep voice. As the personal bodyguard of the Hua family's head, Hua Lao Lu had achieved the state of perfection in his horizontal training. He who hadn't fought for many years. Tonight his own hands were going to drink blood once again. In the villa, Li Mu took a hot bath and lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in his room. Because he had obtained the eagle eye vision effect, Li Mu could clearly see a black shadow. Please refer to chapter 12. Could it be Sister Ziying again? Li Mu's head was filled with black question marks. Does Ziying's sister like spying on other people's sleep so much? It was only when the black shadow got closer that Li Mu could see that the person was clearly a man. This person was dressed in black, tall, and holding a sharp dagger was coming towards Li Mu who was lying on the bed. Who sent you? Li Mu leisurely spoke. The man in black was obviously stunned. He hadn't thought that Li Mu hadn't fallen asleep and had known that he was lurking in the bedroom. He couldn't go in or out, which made it very difficult for him. However, it was finally exposed. Tonight is when he dies himself. He will also avenge his young master, only to see. The man in black took the dagger and swiftly stabbed towards Li Mu. Li Mu didn't retreat, but advanced, and his hand was even faster. As he held the black-clothed man's hand holding the dagger, the man in black was startled. He didn't seem to expect Li Mu to move so fast. Just as he was about to break free from Li Mu's hand, Li Mu's other hand had already arrived quietly. An alarm rose in the black-clothed man's heart. It was just that Li Mu had struck too fast and had grabbed one of his arms, which made it too late for him to dodge. With a popping sound, Li Mu's fist struck the black-clothed man's face with a powerful wind. At once, the black-clothed man's eyes were starry-eyed and his nose was in a state of disarray. After he fixed his mind, Li Mu was looking at him with interest, as if he was playing with a monkey. The man in black was furious, thinking that he was an expert of the Hua family. Where had he suffered such humiliation today? Under his anger, the man in black attacked again and again. However, his attacks were just like a child hitting an adult, and they were all neutralized by Li Mu one by one. At this moment, the man in black had realized that it wasn't that he was weak, but that the other party was too strong. Seeing that he couldn't take any advantage, the man in black hurriedly jumped out of the window to escape. Li Mu smiled faintly and chased after him. Xiao Ziying also heard the commotion at this time, and seeing Li Mu running towards the window, she thought about it and also put on her own black clothes and followed. The man in black escapes from the villa complex, turns on a motorcycle, and after circling around for many times, eventually arrives at the Hua family headquarters. Master Hua, I failed. As soon as he enters, Hua Laolu speaks to Hua Tianzhang, who has been waiting. What? Hua Tianzhang was stunned. Old Six as the Hua family's top hand even had a time when he failed? This was something that Hua Tianzhang had not expected. And just then, so it was you guys who wanted to assassinate me? Li Mu appeared from the darkness of the room. At that moment, both Hua Tianzhang and Old Six were startled. Chapter 44, Killing the Crowd in Seconds. The headquarters of the Hua family in Magic City. As the renowned Hua family in Shanghai province, it was naturally heavily guarded. However, how could Hua Tianzhang and Hua Laolu not expect that it would be easily broken into by someone? How did this person get in? What level should his martial arts be at? However, Li Mu didn't care about the two people's shock, only to see him sitting boldly on a chair in the middle of the house, not treating himself as an outsider in the slightest. Tell me, why are you guys trying to kill me? Li Mu glanced at the two people who were still in shock. This, Hua Tianzhang and Old Six glanced at each other. Master Hua, he's the one who injured Hua Xiao. Old Six hurriedly speaks. He still had palpitations about Li Mu's skill. He thought that he had been through 100 battles, and his martial arts had already reached the realm of a martial arts master a few years ago. He could easily defeat a dozen or so people, and could even scorn the so-called experts. But what he didn't expect was that Li Mu was even more powerful than him. So it's you. What do you think my Hua family is? Come when you say so? Hua Tianzhang looked at Li Mu with murderous intent in his eyes. To waste his own son and still enter his house with a big grin. Simply don't bully people too much. So it's Hua Fei's old man. Li Mu laughed. He was originally a bit baffled by the sudden appearance of the killer. Now that he looked at it, everything made sense. Although Li Mu was salty, he wasn't a fool. Since others were trying to kill him, he naturally wouldn't stop easily. Incoming. There's an assassin. Arrest him for me. As Hua Tianzhang roared, a group of Hua family bodyguards came to the house and surrounded Li Mu. And right at this moment, ding! The host is requested to flatten the Hua family and dry out the Hua family's crowd. Upon completion of this mission, the host will gain divine stock market experience. The system even released a mission? Looking at the vicious crowd, Li Mu smiled calmly. If you all surrender now, lose your arms, and submit to me forever, then I'm willing to forget about it. If you won't, I'll have to do it myself. When the crowd heard Li Mu's words, it was as if they had heard the most naive joke. Hua Tianzhang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He simply looked at Li Mu as if he was viewing a psychopath. Nima, there are so many of us, and you're asking us to tie our hands? Still letting us waste our own arms, and make us submit to you? Numb nuts. You have a big face. Although Hua Laolu's assassination of Li Mu was unsuccessful, he also felt that Li Mu's words were too ambitious. This is the Hua family's headquarters. There are 50 to 60 bodyguards, and almost all of them are first-rate. If Li Mu came here, he'd have to be crippled or killed. So how could he still make such wild claims? In fact, even Xiao Ziying, who was hiding in the shadows, secretly following Li Mu, couldn't help but frown, her palms sweating. The bodyguards here were all tall and big, and all of them were practiced fighters. If they were to face each other, it was estimated that Li Mu would be at a disadvantage. However, Li Mu had exposed himself in front of the crowd in a dignified manner, and had also said such weightless words. She thought to herself that if Li Mu couldn't withstand the crowd's siege in a while, then she would step in to save him and never let Li Mu get hurt. At this moment, Hua Tian was clenching his back teeth with a roar. All of you get on me. Give me a hard beating to death. Beat to death. Heavy reward. The 50 to 60 people who had originally surrounded Li Mu fought to attack Li Mu at this moment. They had punches, legs, daggers and sticks. All of them were fierce and vicious. These are the experts that the Hua family has been training since childhood. So naturally their strength is extraordinary. Wushu is a killing technique, so it's not that fancy. If one were to let an ordinary person easily take a hit from one of them, they would probably have to break their arms and legs, taking half their lives. However, under the blessing of divine-grade martial arts, Li Mu's physique had long surpassed that of ordinary people. At this moment, in Li Mu's eyes, the speed of the crowd's moves became so slow, it was like watching a movie at 0.01x times the speed. Surprisingly slow and strange. Li Mu was sandwiched in the middle of the crowd, comfortably striking out, or striking, or topping, or knocking, or kicking, or sweeping, or jumping. The movements were easy and flowing, smooth and natural, naturally rounded, and darkly compatible with the Great Tao. In less than a minute, more than 60 big men unexpectedly fell to the ground. The faces of these big men were distorted, covering their arms and wailing. Without exception, their right hands were ruined. Originally, they had just relied on the strength of the crowd, but at this time, they did not have half of the confidence that they had just had. The young man in front of them was like a devil in their eyes, absolutely the devil from hell. Hua Tianjing stared blankly at Li Mu and the crowd lying on the ground, his mouth open as if it could be stuffed into an egg. In just a minute, he had experienced the most unbelievable scene in his life. He was a business tycoon, the head of a 100-year-old family, through thick and thin, the object of many stars. How superb his insights were. However, the scene in front of him still made him feel flustered and unreal, and Hua Laolu wasn't much better. As a martial artist, and a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm, Hua Laolu naturally knew what it meant to be able to defeat so many experts at the same time. Moreover, Li Mu had just struck with such ease and comfort. The Great Tao was so rounded that he was clearly long above the martial arts patriarch realm. This was too powerful. It was he who had never seen a person who could achieve such a level of martial arts. However, the Li Mu in front of him was obviously still a young man. Xiao Ziying, who was hiding in the dark and saw the scene, was even more amazed by the beauty of her eyes, which were constantly glowing. She had known that Li Mu's martial arts were powerful, but she hadn't expected Li Mu to be this powerful. Just now, she was thinking of helping Li Mu, but Li Mu obviously didn't need her help at all. Looking at the crowd lying on the ground losing their fighting strength, Li Mu was again sitting on the seat he had just taken. Well, still want to get me killed now? Li Mu raised his eyes to look at Hua Tianjing and Hua Laolu and smiled contemptuously. You. Hua Tianjing completely broke his defense. Nima, this person is simply a monster. Hua Laolu, on the other hand, the corners of his mouth twitched and his eyelids jumped. You sis, why would I want to assassinate a character that's even more powerful than a martial Dao sovereign? I'm simply too full to do anything else, and I'm looking for trouble for myself. It's true that the longevity old man drinks poison and thinks his life is too long. I'm too puffed up, lol. How the hell am I going to get through this? What? Why don't you say anything now? Li Mu looked at the two people not speaking and skimmed over to the two people again. What do you want? Hua Tianjing gritted his teeth and spoke with some trembling. I want one arm from each of you, and after that, when you see me, Li Mu, you have to retreat. But whenever I ask for something, you guys have to listen to me. Li Mu laughed. Don't you go too far, young man. Spare the man when you have to. Hua Tianjing spoke through clenched back teeth. He had admitted defeat today, but he would have to get this debt back sooner or later. Ha! Spare a man when you can? When Hua Fei wanted to slam me into a cliff, why don't I see you guys being kind? When you sent someone to assassinate me, why didn't you show kindness? When dozens of people surrounded me and beat me up, why didn't you show kindness? Li Mu looked disdainfully in his eyes. He looked at Hua Tianjing with interest. These questions were like sharp swords with amazing killing power, stabbing at Hua Tianjing one after another. Chapter 45, Faster Than a Bullet. The series of questions left Hua Tianjing speechless. At this moment, he even cursed his unlucky son 10,000 times. Truly was unlucky in 8 lifetimes. How else would he have incurred such a strong existence? Say it, do I waste your arms myself? Or do you do it yourselves? Li Mu spoke lightly. It was as if breaking someone's arm was as simple as crushing a fly. You. Hua Tianjing's finger that was pointing at Li Mu was shaking non-stop. Where was the appearance of a business magnate left? Hua Laolu was stunned in place, hating that he couldn't disappear in place, but he knew that an existence that was several levels higher than a martial grandmaster, there was no way to escape. You guys don't want to do it yourselves, so I'll do it myself. Li Mu got up and stepped towards the two people step by step. It was as if a vicious wolf was walking towards the two little sheep. Each step created a huge pressure on the two people. Don't come any closer. In a flash, Hua Tianjing pulled out a pistol from his pocket. Come over again. I'll boom you. Hua Tianjing raised the pistol, his finger pulling the trigger. The gun aimed at Li Mu. You don't think bullets are faster than me, do you? Li Mu rubbed his nose and looked at Hua Tianzheng with amusement. What did he say? Could he still be faster than a bullet? Young man, you're too ignorant of heaven and earth. Hua Tianzheng huffed and pulled the trigger, the bullet bursting out with sparks caught in it. How can martial arts be faster than a bullet? Don't be too funny, okay? Be careful. Li Mu. Xiao Ziang was startled. She just wanted to step in to stop it, but she didn't realize that Hua Tianzheng, this old man, had already pulled the trigger. Hua Tianzheng and Hua Laolu smiled vaguely. You sis, let you pretend to be a pussy again. Let you break my arm again. Only to see the bullet break the wind, clamped with incomparable might. It was about to shoot at Li Mu. However, in Li Mu's opinion, the bullet was incomparably slow. That is, it moved a little faster than the group of big men just now. That's 0.1x speed, but it was still too slow. Only to see that Li Mu gently clipped his finger into the air, and it caught the bullet that was heading towards him. The crowd saw this amazing scene. At once, the room fell into an eerie silence. It was even quieter than when Li Mu had just instantly knocked down over 60 big men. How is this possible? Hua Tianjing's jaw had dropped. Nima, is this still a human being? How is this possible? Hua Laolu was more like he had seen a ghost. It seemed as if the words his master had spoken before his death were faintly ringing in his ears. The great Tao is one. The supreme unity. Is this the realm of celestial beings above the martial masters his master spoke of? Could it be that Li Mu had already reached such an incredible realm? Even his master did not move past such a realm in the end. Hua Laolu was not only afraid of Li Mu at this point, he was actually vaguely admiring him. This was completely out of respect for the strong. Xiao Ziying, who had just called out, was even more stunned in place. I didn't expect Li Mu to be able to catch a bullet. Among the Dragon Kingdom's secret guards, it seemed that only the general could do it. I didn't expect Li Mu to be able to do the same. This younger brother is simply too heaven-defying. I can't. This news, she must tell the general. What else do you have? Bring it out. The corner of Li Mu's mouth revealed an arc as he stepped towards Hua Tianzheng again. Although Li Mu's smile was handsome and unapproved, in Hua Tianjing's eyes, it was clearly a devil's smile. At this moment, Hua Tianjing's heart and body were in fear and shock, and cold sweat broke out behind his back. He was truly trembling. This once mighty big brother had never thought that he would be bullied by others. However, right at this moment, our Hua family is not one to be bullied by just anyone. As a voice came from outside the door, a noblewoman walked into the room, and behind the noblewoman were two uniformed constables. Although this noblewoman was over 100 years old, she still had her charm and was well maintained, so she could tell that she was also a beauty when she was young. She is no other than Hua Fei's mother, Hua Tianjing's wife, Qi Ning. The Hua family mainly monopolizes the coal and shipping business in Shanghai province. In addition to the traditional manufacturing industry, the Qin family has deep connections in the government. With the combination of the two centuries-old families, they can be said to be calling the shots in Jiangnan province. And it is Xiao Qinghong's Qinghong group that has to be courteous. Madam, second brother, third brother. Hua Tianjing shouts in surprise when he sees Qi Ning and the two constables arrive. Obviously Qi Ning and the two constables have an uncomplicated relationship. Are you the one who injured Feier? Qi Ning ignores Hua Tianjing and laughs as he asks Li Mu. Yes. Why do you want to take revenge for him? Li Mu lightly glanced at Qi Ning. It's a legalized society now. I don't want to fight and kill. The corner of Qi Ning's mouth curled up slightly. Oh, there's still a legal system in your eyes? Even Li Mu found it funny. Moving around and sending people to carry out assassinations. This still talks about the rule of law. This place has been arrested and quickly surrounded. I advise you to take it as it comes. Young man, a constable behind Qi Ning spoke with gloomy eyes. The threatening meaning in it was obvious. Obviously this was here to pull the strings. What if I have to make the two of them cut off their own arms? Li Mu spoke without the slightest fear. As soon as his words left his mouth, two miserable cries could be heard. Hua Tianjing's and Hua Lalio's arms were scrapped alive. Fast. It was too fast. So much so that the crowd didn't react. Hua Tianjing pressed his arm in agony. Hua Laolu. Because of his years of martial arts training, his physique surpasses that of normal people, so he endured and didn't continue to make a sound. But his expression was unusually twisted and agonized. That constable's face was clearly displeased. He had just finished warning himself, and this kid even directly struck out. Isn't this a direct hit to his own face? The young man in front of him was not up to speed. Young man, we suspect that you intentionally injured and trespassed. Now you come with us back to the bureau to investigate? The other constable held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Li Mu indifferently. However, right at this moment, you can't take him away. Xiao Ziying had already made a sound just now, and at this moment, she even stood out, only to see that while Xiao Ziying stood out, she was also holding up an ancient-colored token in her hand. This token had a simple and ancient aura, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it, so it wasn't a mortal object at first glance. In the center of the token was also written the word shadow. The moment they saw this token, a flash of shock flashed across the faces of the two constables. If they were not mistaken, that was the token of the Dragon Kingdom's Dark Guards. The holder of this token could kill or be killed. It was as if 007 had obtained a license to kill. The two constables quickly exchanged a look. Then the constable with the pipe in his mouth came to Xiao Ziying and Li Mu with a smiling face. Today is purely a misunderstanding. The two of you please forgive me and bear with me. This constable had a pandering face. How tuggy he was just now. How wimpy he was now. After saying a lot of polite words, he came in front of Qi Ning again. Little sister, I'm sorry that my brothers can't do it for you today. They are simply not a master that we can mess with. The two constables spoke only this sentence to Qi Ning, and then without further ado, they turned their heads and left with their team. It can be said that they come and go in a hurry, and they come and go quickly. When Qi Ning and Hua Tianjing saw this scene, they were directly dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 46, The Uncomplicated Sister Ziying. Hua family headquarters. Qi Ning and Hua Tianjing were dumbfounded. By this point, they vaguely understood that they might have messed with a big shot that they couldn't afford to mess with at all. It was just that they had just said all the harsh words, so how could they pull down their faces to bow their heads and admit their mistakes at this point? Therefore, the two of them stood dumbfounded, frozen on the spot. Sister, I didn't expect them to be afraid of you. Li Mu came in front of Xiao Ziying and was naturally very thankful. Although he had divine-grade martial arts on his side, if he really had to fight with the constables, he was afraid that he would inevitably have to go to jail. Li Mu, let me take a good look at you. You're not hurt, right? Xiao Ziying's eyes were filled with concern. This younger brother's ability was getting bigger and bigger. Just now, when Li Mu caught the bullet with his bare hands, it really made Xiao Ziying break out in a cold sweat. Seeing that Li Mu didn't suffer any injuries, Xiao Ziying was satisfied. She then takes Li Mu by the hand and leaves the Hua family straight away. Along the way, naturally no one stops her. Only the Hua family is left behind looking at each other in disbelief. Tonight, Li Mu has left an almost indelible impression on them. After Li Mu and Xiao Ziying leave, it's a while before Qi Ning reacts. She hurriedly fumbles for the phone to call her second brother, the constable who was just dangling a cigarette roll. One must know that her own brother was the director of the Magic City's citywide constable bureau. His identity was prominent and powerful. However, just now, his own proud second brother had actually conceded. Brother, what the hell just happened? Why don't you guys arrest which kid? Qi Ning's heart was a bit unhappy. His own son was wasted. His own brother even left his hand unattended and didn't take the heat for himself. Arrest? Sister, do you know who they are? The mocking voice of his brother came from the phone. Who are they? Why do you all suddenly not care? Qi Ning was also filled with doubt. Hua Tianjing, who was treating his arm wound next to him at this time, also perked up his ears and listened over to Qi Ning's side. Didn't you see the token they took out? That's the token of our Dragon Kingdom's Dark Guards. It's usually only those with the rank of general that have such a token, and holding such a token is quite literally obtaining a license to kill. The second brother on the phone spoke with palpitations. It seemed to be very afraid of having just offended those two people. What? They're that powerful? Qi Ning exclaimed in his heart. Admiral level. License to kill. She originally had some vague guesses about Li Mu and Xiao Ziying's identities, but she hadn't expected the two to be so powerful. Hua Tianjing, who was dealing with the broken arm, was even more terrified. He really did a good job of killing himself. He had sent someone to assassinate Li Mu before, and he had said so many things that offended Li Mu. In the future, don't even think about revenge. It's not something we can handle. A stern warning voice came from the phone, then it hung up with a snap, as if the second brother was very angry. Old man, what do you think we should do? Qi Ning put down the phone, and at this time, he was very demoralized, without his previous man-taking aura. Alas, concede and apologize. What else can we do? After a long time, Hua Tianjing endures the pain in his arm and speaks leisurely, and just on the way back to the villa, beside Li Mu's ears came, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of dry subjugating the Hua family. The host will gain god-level stock market operation experience. As the system's voice rang out, a warm current spread throughout Li Mu's body, and Li Mu's brain received a large amount of knowledge and experience in stock market speculation. He, who previously knew nothing about the stock market, had now directly turned into a predator that could set off the capital market. Cool. With this ability to manipulate the stock market, wouldn't he be able to easily wander through the sea of stocks and thus make easy profits? Li Mu was extraordinarily satisfied with this reward. In the following days, the villa received several waves of gifts, all from the Hua family respectively. The other people received gifts that were as big as a gift box. However, the gifts given to Li Mu were actually pulled in whole trucks, which surprised the security guards of the neighborhood and the surrounding homeowners. These gifts include 1,000-year-old ginseng, pearls and jade, high-grade cosmetics, brand-name bags, and even 2 top-class luxury cars. Because they didn't know exactly what Li Mu and Xiao Ziying liked, the Hua family bought some of everything, even if Li Mu was willing. Hua Tianjiang said he was willing to give up a portion of the family's shares. This Nima. As soon as Li Mu heard it, the Hua family is no longer just apologizing, but is completely trying to embrace the rhythm of Li Mu's thighs. The arrival of this gift made the villa look like it was the new year. Wow! This bag should be a limited edition. Big sister Xiao Nishan picked up a bag with sparkling eyes, excited as if she was a little girl. Where was the appearance of a business queen? It had to be said that no matter what, women had no immunity to cosmetics and bags. Surprisingly, there are so many gifts. What do you think we should do with them? Li Mu? Xiao Ziyang looked at the piles of gifts and couldn't help but frown. Take it in. Don't want it for nothing. And the Hua family has been duly punished. Li Mu thoughtfully preached. Still count on them to be sensible. Xiao Ziying crosses her arms, her chest swollen, as if she's a victorious rooster. Li Mu asked the servants to organize the gifts, gave the bag to Xiao Nishang, and gave Xiao Ziyang some high-grade tonic, and only then did he ask the servants to put the rest of the messy gifts into the storage room. As for the 2 luxury cars, they were naturally parked in the underground garage. Xiao Nishang excitedly received the bag and stood up and sat down with it, very happy. Xiao Ziying didn't seem to look at these high-grade supplements. Now that the weather had turned warm, the 2 sisters were dressed very coolly. Sister Nishan was wearing a casual dress with an exploding figure, becoming more and more of a beautiful woman. On the other hand, Sister Ziying was wearing a tight yoga clothes and pants, outlining her perfect figure. The 2 sisters had beautiful figures and were very eye-pleasing to Li Mu. Watching the 2 sisters happy, Li Mu was naturally in a good mood. Today happens to be a break. Do you guys want to swim together? Xiao Nishan looked at the hot weather, so she proposed. Good it's been a long time since I swam with Sister Nishang. Xiao Ziying was very excited. When they were young, the sisters used to swim together in competitions. I want to participate too. Upon hearing that they were going to go swimming, Li Mu immediately came to his senses. Soon, the 3 of them changed into their swimsuits and arrived at the wide pool in the backyard, possibly because of the presence of Li Mu. Both Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyang wore swimsuits that were slightly conservative. Xiao Nishang wore a red floral swimsuit today. Her body was a hot explosion. Her round and white thighs, and her plump and tight upper body made her imperial sister temperament show. On the other hand, Xiao Ziying was wearing a pink cartoon swimsuit, with a cute Hello Kitty on her chest, making people feel a little cute, but her body was equally explosive, simply provoking people to commit crimes. Let's warm up first, then we'll have a swimming competition. How about it? Looking at Li Mu's stunned appearance, Xiao Nishang spoke with some excitement and some shyness. Good. Xiao Ziying was very excited and directly jumped into the pool with a plop. Xiao Nishang was not willing to lag behind and directly jumped into the water as well. Looking at the 2 sisters who were constantly flopping and fighting in the water, Li Mu almost had a nosebleed. It was really too eye-catching. And right at this moment, ding! Please ask the host to win the swimming competition with the sisters. And upon completion of this task, the host will receive a randomized mysterious reward. Chapter 47, Reward Explosion. Ding! Please ask the host to win the swimming competition with his sisters. And upon completion of this task, the host will receive a randomized mysterious reward. Hearing the system's voice, Li Mu was happy. Mysterious rewards? It still sounded very enticing. I wonder what it will be. However, to swim to win over the 2 sisters, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Under the blessing of the divine grade martial arts, Li Mu's physical qualities had long been far beyond normal, and he was incredibly agile. At this moment, Li Mu was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks, with all his muscles exposed. His lines were hard and strong without losing their elasticity and suppleness. The 8-pack abs on his abdomen showed. His body was so good that it exploded. It was simply the right type of man. Even Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyang couldn't help but take a few more glances and even wanted to go up and touch Li Mu's muscles. Li Mu, why don't you come down? Xiao Nishan looked at Li Mu and didn't know what he was doing, so she opened her mouth to urge him. I'm coming. Li Mu took a few steps backwards at the poolside, then ran, directly jumped up high, and fell into the water with a splash, stirring up waves and splashing water in all directions. The water splashed onto Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyang's heads. Good, Li Mu, you're simply too bad. Xiao Nishang shook off the water on her head and spoke angrily. At the same time, she slapped up a piece of water to provoke Li Mu. Big bad guy, you're bad. Xiao Zishan also muttered her little mouth and cupped up a handful of water to splash at Li Mu. For a while, the 3 of them were playing around in the pool with an unusually joyful atmosphere. Finally, after playing around for a while, the 3 of them stood still at the side of the pool. What about the rules of the competition? It's actually very simple. Whoever can swim to the opposite side and return back again at the fastest speed wins. Xiao Nishan looked at Li Mu and spoke about the rules of the competition. When they were young, Xiao Nishan and Xiao Ziying often played swimming competitions, so they were more than familiar with it. However, it was the first time they competed with Li Mu, so she had to make the rules clear beforehand. Li Mu nodded his head to show that he understood. Good, let's start then. Ready, start. As Xiao Nishan's voice fell, the three of them jumped into the water with agility. Li Mu relied on his height advantage to take the lead, and Xiao Nishan and Xiao Ziyang were just a little bit behind. While swimming, Li Mu glanced at Xiao Nishan and Xiao Ziyang, and he realized that the two of them had very graceful swimming movements. It was as if they were water fish, truly worthy of being the pride of the Xiao family. But thinking about it, the sisters had a pool since they were young and Xiao Qinghong had hired a professional coach to teach them. So naturally, in terms of swimming skills, Xiao Nishan and Xiao Ziyang were very good. On the other hand, Li Mu's swimming movements didn't have any rules. It was only that he had a large range of movements and too many superfluous movements, completely relying on his super strong physique to swim forward. But in the end, Li Mu narrowly won by relying on his physical strength. While Xiao Ziyang was second, she was just a little bit behind Li Mu, and Xiao Nishan was third, just half a body position behind Li Mu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% of the shares of the Wanhong Group. The relevant transfer agreement has been placed into the system space. Wanhong Group shares? Isn't that the most powerful real estate company in the country? Although the light red group was powerful, it was mainly in Magic City, while the Wanhong Group was completely famous throughout the country. Such a top real estate group with a market value of at least 400 billion. Wouldn't that 10% share be equivalent to $40 billion? Gosh, this mysterious reward is too amazing, right? Li Mu was directly stunned, although he knew that the system was powerful. But this time, he actually gave so much. Humph, Li Mu. Surprisingly, you won. No, we have to compete again. Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyang were both a bit unconvinced. After all, they were professionally trained since they were young, and had even participated in the school league, both of which had gained good rankings. They didn't expect to lose to Li Mu this time, which made them very unconvinced. Moreover, they could see at a glance that Li Mu's swimming movements didn't have any skills to speak of and relied on brute force. Losing to Li Mu hurt professionals like them. Therefore, they wanted to compete again. Of course, Li Mu was happy to accompany them. The second round began. This time, Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziying swam with all their strength, but they still lost. During the swim, they realized that Li Mu's swimming skills were getting better and better. In fact, it was the result of Li Mu observing the movements of the two and then imitating them. And although the time was short, Li Mu was learning fast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Magic City Lishan Golden Horse Ranch. The relevant transfer agreement has been placed in the system space, just as Li Mu, for the second time, won. The system's voice rang out again. Holy, the system can even have a second brush? Li Mu was inwardly surprised. Originally, he thought that the system would only reward him once, but he didn't expect that there would be a reward. However, the Lishan Golden Horse Farm seems to be the topmost horse farm in the Dragon Kingdom, right? With this golden horse farm, there would be a place to go for horseback riding and leisure in the future. Seeing Li Mu winning again, Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyang couldn't help but doubt their swimming ability. Are they too bad? Or is Li Mu too strong? No way. We're not convinced. We'll have to compete again. And so, the third round began. As a result, Li Mu won again. This time, Li Mu's swimming technique became more and more perfect. Previously, Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyang were only one position behind Li Mu, but this time, they were directly left far behind by Li Mu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% of the shares of the Wanhong Group. The relevant transfer agreement has been placed in the system space. Ding! You can get 3 more? Li Mu was shocked. The system is practically bleeding today. At this moment, at the headquarters of Wanhong Group in the capital, the president's office. Asterisk. How is this possible? How is it possible? Jiang Wanxian looked at the share change notice that his secretary had just handed over, his face full of incredulity. Surprisingly, several directors have suddenly sold their shares in the group, and the buyer has already held 20% of the shares at this point? Jiang Wanxian's face was cloudy. As a powerful generation of business giants, he hadn't faced such a bizarre situation yet. Dad, what's wrong? The youth sitting next to him, Jiang Yu asked in surprise. His own dad, who he still knew, would rarely lose his temper like this. Someone just purchased 20% of the group's shares. Jiang Wanxian spoke in a deep voice. What? Jiang Yu was shocked. Their father and son's combined shares only amounted to 51%. So the person who purchased the shares had become the group's second largest shareholder, and even had the potential to threaten their position? You go and contact this person who purchased the shares and probe him. Remember to always befriend. Try to avoid conflicts. Jiang Wanxiong spoke at length to his son. Yes. Jiang Yu nodded as if he was on guard. Chapter 48, The Golden Racecourse. The sisters lost all 3 games of the swimming competition. This made Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziang even a little skeptical of life. Damn you. How did this stinky brother become so powerful? Obviously he didn't swim well in the beginning, but the more he swam, the better he got. And he won every time. This athletic ability is also too good, especially Xiao Ziying, who was clearly the strongest athlete amongst the sisters, even lost. However, Xiao Ziying, who had a strong desire to win, soon had a new plan. Li Mu, do you still have time tomorrow? How about accompanying me to the horse race? Xiao Ziying's eyes were filled with expectations. That's fine. Seeing Xiao Ziyang's eyes full of expectations, Li Mu could only agree. He hadn't raced a horse yet. It was estimated that it should be very fun. You guys can play tomorrow. I have to work. Xiao Nishang was paralyzed with exhaustion on the recliner. She had just used all her strength for the swimming race. Do you want me to give you guys a massage? Li Mu suddenly suggested as he looked at the two people's tired appearance. No good. Xiao Nishang remembered the way Li Mu massaged her last time, and her own face suddenly blushed with shame. It wouldn't be good if she made weird moaning noises in front of her sister this time. Fine. I want to try it. Xiao Ziying hadn't seen Li Mu's massage technique yet, but she was eager to try. I'll do it then. Li Mu made Xiao Ziying lie down on the recliner. Xiao Ziying's entire back was exposed in front of Li Mu. Only Xiao Ziying's freshly dipped skin was white and tight, and her peachy hindquarters gave rise to infinite fantasies. Li Mu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After secretly stabilizing his mind, he went up to massage it. To be honest, Xiao Ziying was just a little tired from swimming and let Li Mu massage her, but she didn't have much hope in the first place. However, when Li Mu massaged her back twice, Xiao Ziying immediately felt comfortable. This technique simply beat a professional massage technician. In a short while, Xiao Ziying comfortably let out a thin mosquito moan. Even though she was trying her best to endure it, Xiao Ziying eventually failed to hold back. This caused Xiao Ziying to be embarrassed, and her cheeks instantly reddened. Next to her, Xiao Nishan was also embarrassed when she heard her sister's voice. Hurriedly escaping, she ran back to her own villa bedroom. The next day, Li Mu and Xiao Ziying drove to the Mount Li Golden Horse Ranch. Yesterday, Xiao Ziying booked the venue here. Her thought was that since she couldn't beat Li Mu in swimming, she wouldn't lose in horseback riding, right? Li Mu naturally accepted Xiao Ziying's invitation. However, what he didn't expect was that Xiao Ziying had booked the Lishan Golden Horse Farm. Wasn't this stable one of the rewards given by the system yesterday? Li Mu was looking forward to this coincidence. I also wonder what this horse farm is exactly like. It would be a good idea to examine it today. Xiao Ziying wore an equestrian outfit today. White breeches, black leather boots wrapped slender thighs, tight polo shirt makes the chest quite dropsy. This dress up the Ziying sister set off can be described as valiant. Female heroine in general. Walking into the stable, Xiao Ziying and Li Mu, a pair of handsome men and women's turnover rate is simply bursting. Looking at the various supporting facilities within the stable, Li Mu had to sigh. This stable is worthy of being one of the most powerful horse stables in the Dragon Country. The entire horse farm covers an area of more than 5,000 acres, close to the Li Mountain. Water and grass is beautiful. Is a piece of feng shui treasure land shall not be more. Horse farm also has a horse breeding room, nursing room, guest hotel, etc. Can be said to be the top choice for leisure and vacation, and the facilities are equipped with advanced. Both horse and grass are maintained by professional personnel, and even undertake professional equestrian competitions in film and television drama shooting. Soon, the two came to the front desk. After reporting their reservation at the front desk, the receptionist arranged for a full-time housekeeper to come over to receive Li Mu and Xiao Ziying. The full-time housekeeper was a beautiful young lady, but after seeing Xiao Ziying, she couldn't help but be stunned. And she who had always been quite proud of her own appearance, even in front of Xiao Ziying, she gave birth to a trace of self-shame. Soon, the beautiful full-time housekeeper brought Li Mu and Xiao Ziying to select the horses and brought them to the booked venue. It had to be said that the venue booked by Xiao Ziying could be described as an excellent location. Not only was the venue planted with soft and plentiful lawns, all kinds of facilities were brand new, and there were quite a few spectator seats around, so organizing a small equestrian competition was not a problem at all. Li Mu, what do you think? Xiao Ziying led a day chestnut-colored horse and smiled at Li Mu. Very good. I didn't realize that Magic City still had such a good place. Li Mu couldn't help but marvel. Then let's get started. Xiao Ziying rolled onto her horse and beat her horse to move forward. Xiao Ziying's posture was valiant, and her horse riding movements were very professional. Li Mu, on the other hand, actually knew absolutely nothing about horseback riding. However, his physique was strong, so he thought that he would learn everything quickly. Soon, after Xiao Ziying took Li Mu for a few laps, Li Mu really found his form. Just as they were having fun, A group of people came to this side of the grounds. Sis, it really can't be done. People have already booked this place in advance, and they're playing inside. How am I supposed to tell people about this? The dedicated housekeeper sis spoke with great difficulty. Someone is using it, so just refund their money and let them go. A woman spoke in a deep voice in the middle of the crowd's embrace. This woman wore a large brimmed hat on her head, clad in a long red top, black pencil pants underneath, high heels on her feet, and a pair of sunglasses on her face. Queenly. Sis, how can this be? What if people don't agree? The dedicated housekeeper sis was also helpless when she encountered such an unreasonable customer. Then just give them a double refund. I'll use this place today. Can you afford to be responsible if it delays the progress of our shooting? The woman spoke impatiently. The people traveling with her thought so too. It was as if money could solve everything. At this time, they had already arrived in front of the venue where Li Mu and Xiao Ziying were playing. Excuse me, sir, this pretty girl wants to use your venue. You see? The dedicated housekeeper lady asked with great consternation. Hearing this, Li Mu couldn't help but frown. Li Mu and Xiao Ziying were having a good time and naturally didn't want to leave. Sorry, we just started playing. Don't want to leave yet. Li Mu politely refused. The front desk lady looked at the sunglasses woman just now. Double the venue fee for you guys. You guys leave right now. The sunglasses woman frowned slightly and spoke in an overbearing manner. Ha, we are not willing to give up the venue. You leave. Li Mu spoke indifferently. If this woman had spoken to him in a nice voice, perhaps he could have agreed. But the way she spoke just now, it was as if she treated herself like a queen, as if everyone else had to spoil her. Damn, this kind of woman has a big face. Li Mu did not want to be spoiled. You actually don't want to give up the venue? What if I give you 5 times the venue fee? The sunglasses woman didn't seem to expect Li Mu to refuse. Sorry, any more money? We don't want to let go. Li Mu balked. The sunglasses woman was momentarily speechless. The crowd behind her looked at Li Mu even more furiously. Good, if you don't let me, I'll have the person in charge here come over. The sunglasses woman angrily took out her phone, and then she called out. Not too long after, a middle-aged man in a suit jogged all the way over. Miss Yi, I didn't expect you to come today. This middle-aged man spoke to the sunglasses woman with a pleasing face. I want to use the venue here, but they're not willing to let it out. The sunglasses woman pushed the sunglasses on her face and pointed at Li Mu and Xiao Ziying. Well, I'll take care of it. The middle-aged man was busy pandering. As the manager of the stable here, it was easy to deal with the two unattractive goods, wasn't it? Only to see him smiling as he arrived in front of Li Mu. Young man, hello, my humble self, Zhao Sihai, is the assistant manager of the Golden Stable, and this is the popular actress, Ms. Yi Xin. Zhao Sihai pointed to the sunglasses woman and spoke. Oh, Li Mu took a look at the sunglasses woman. He didn't seem to recognize this actress in his impression, presumably a third or fourth line actress. However, this woman also took herself too seriously. This front and back row, it's almost like an international superstar. Young man, give brother face today. Ms. You wants to use this side of the venue today? See if you can give it up? I can refund your venue fees, and arrange for you to play at another venue for free. What do you think? Zhao Sihai was a Jianghu veteran. He thought his words were watertight. Ha, what if I'm not willing? Li Mu said disdainfully. Young man, don't eat the wine without honoring it. Zhao Sihai said with verbal impatience. Yi Xin as an actress from the capital. In the future, she would also be shooting promotional videos for the Golden Stables. Naturally Zhao Sihai did not want to offend. And see in front of Li Mu and Xiao Ziying, only looks outstanding. Estimated value is also general. Just now he also saw Li Mu not how to ride a horse. Is estimated to be a spur of the moment to learn to ride a horse of the rich bar. Furthermore, Zhao Sihai has been in this horse farm, and no one has ever dared to disobey his words. Oh, I won't allow it today. What can you do to me? Li Mu simply got off the horse, his eyes staring straight at Zhao Sihai and Yi Xin. Chapter 49, The crowd is surprised. Zhao Sihai's face was ugly. Originally, he thought that such a youngster would leave after a casual intimidation, but it didn't occur to him that this young man would be so hardened, and it also made him dial up his face in front of the outsiders. Good, you wait. Zhao Sihai pulled out his walkie-talkie and spoke. Not too long after, 7 or 8 burly security guards came, only to see that they were all tall and stout, and carried batons in their hands. Mr. Zhao, a leading security guard respectfully came to Zhao Sihai's front, and the other security guards followed suit and bowed. Seeing this, Zhao Sihai smiled smugly at Li Mu. Young man, now give up the venue, right? And Yi Xin at the same time glanced contemptuously at Li Mu, pulling out a wad of banknotes from her bag and handing it out. Here, take this money, give up the venue. Looking at the two people in front of him, Li Mu couldn't help but be happy. He really didn't read the yellow calendar when he went out today, but he met two such strange clowns. If you guys want to do it, just hurry up. I won't let the venue go. Li Mu spoke in a breezy manner. You, good boy, this is what you forced me to do. All of you get on me. Carry this brat out for me. Zhao Sihai's complexion froze, and he immediately roared angrily. He hadn't thought that the young man in front of him would be so unorthodox. 7 or 8 stout security guards came towards Li Mu at once. They had thought that Li Mu would be subdued right away, but what they hadn't expected was the amazing scene that appeared. Li Mu made a swift move and almost every security guard fell to the ground with a single blow. These sturdy security guards were just like paper mache. Simply unbeatable. Li Mu didn't even take a step away from his original position from the beginning to the end. He stood motionless the entire time, surprisingly knocking down this group of strong men. Is this young man so strong? The crowd was a bit surprised. Zhao Sihai's face was filled with incredulity, and Yi Xin was even more stunned. Next to her, Xiao Ziying couldn't help but want to laugh. Looking at the way Li Mu was pretending to be a pussy, she actually felt a little handsome. What other tricks can you use? At this moment, Li Mu was old and calm. Wait. Zhao Sihai took out his walkie-talkie and spoke again. Without a few minutes, another 70 to 80 security guards came inside the venue. I'm warning you for the last time. Young man, you're a very capable fighter, but you're ultimately a two-fisted fighter. Can you beat all these people of mine? I advise you to leave as soon as you can. Seeing so many people coming, Zhao Sihai once again laughed. Noisy, you guys go on together. What's the waste of words? Li Mu looked at Zhao Sihai speechlessly. Give me a hard fight. Zhao Sihai spoke viciously. This young man was still too youthful. The youngster doesn't seem to know what society is without suffering some setbacks. However, the next scene once again stunned the crowd. These 70 to 80 security guards were once again knocked down one by Li Mu, and Li Mu's expression was relaxed and even pleasant from the beginning to the end. Looking at the security guards who fell on the ground and wailed in pain, Zhao Sihai's face twisted as ugly as if he had eaten. How was this possible? Is the young man in front of him a monster? Yi Xin, who was next to him, was even more unbelievable. Her original eyes full of mockery and contempt had long since changed to shock. She had seen those who could fight, but she had not seen those who could fight so well. This made Yi Xin can't help but be a little scared. Do you have anyone else? You can call them all together. Li Mu laughed. Zhao Sihai couldn't help but shiver. These security guards were already all the security guards that could be mobilized at the moment. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so strong. This was outrageous. If you don't have a backstroke, then. Li Mu spoke and walked towards Zhao Sihai. Zhao Sihai wanted to run. However, his legs were like roots in place, and he couldn't even bring up the slightest bit of strength. It's a legal society now. I'm the assistant manager here. You can't move me, Zhao Sihai said in horror. I can't move you? Good. I'll make you completely soft. Li Mu smiled contemptuously, took out his cell phone from his pocket, found a number, and dialed it. The other party had just picked up when Li Mu spoke. This is Li Mu. I'm limiting you to arrive at the No. 7 Horse Ranch within 2 minutes, or else you won't be able to do your job as a manager. After saying that, Li Mu hung up the phone. The crowd was confused as they watched Li Mu's operation, but fearing his intimidation, they didn't dare to move. Li Mu, what are you doing? Xiao Ziying beside him asked curiously. Sis, you'll know in a moment. Li Mu smiled mysteriously. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, a tall middle-aged man jogged all the way over. May I ask who is Mr. Li Mu? The middle-aged man wiped his sweat as he asked with a gasp, although the injured security guards all over the ground made him puzzled. I am Li Mu. Li Mu responded indifferently. You are Mr. Li Mu? It's really Mr. Li Mu? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. As in fake. Do you want to see the ID card? Li Mu said in a deep voice. After Li Mu showed his ID card, the middle-aged man had no more doubts. Greetings, boss. The middle-aged man hurriedly bowed. What? The crowd froze. Boss? Which boss? Old G? You're not mistaken, are you? He's our boss? Zhao Sihai looked like he had seen a ghost. Just yesterday the Lishan Golden Horse Farm changed ownership, and the new boss is this Mr. Li Mu in front of us. There's no mistaking it. I've seen the owner's picture on the transfer agreement. Ji Long was busy explaining to the crowd. Hearing Ji Long's words, the crowd was shocked. This young man was actually the owner of the horse farm? Zhao Sihai directly dropped to the ground, as if he had lost his soul. His mouth was still chanting. It's over. It's all over now. Xiao Ziying was also a bit surprised. When did this brother acquire the Golden Horse Farm? This horse farm was at least $1 billion. At this moment, the crowd understood the identity of the person in front of them and naturally became afraid. Ji Long led the crowd to stand in front of Li Mu. There was another solemn introduction. After realizing what Zhao Sihai had just done, Ji Long was the first to go up and hit Zhao Sihai's cheek with a heavy punch. Immediately, blood flowed from Zhao Sihai's nose. This scene made Yi Xin look chilled. She hadn't expected today to turn out like this either. Yi Xin slowly moved her steps, wanting to leave this place of wrongdoing. However, wait, did I say for you to leave? Li Mu stared at Yi Xin's group with a burning gaze. Yi Xin and the others burst into a sweat. Chapter 50, Reality hits the face not too quickly. Lishan Golden Horse Ranch. Hearing Li Mu's words, Yi Xin and the others' bodies stiffened. What do you want to do? Yi Xin's tone was a little shaky. Where was the overbearing attitude from earlier? Apologize. Li Mu spoke in a deep voice. Just now, this woman was arrogant and domineering. Li Mu had clearly refused, but as a result, this woman was still unforgiving and encouraged Zhao Sihai to drive them away. This woman really didn't know what was important. Apologize? What am I apologizing for? This is all your stable's business. What's it to me? Yi Xin rushed to sophistry. Nothing to do with you? Wasn't it you who wanted to drive us away just now? Wasn't it you who wanted this venue just now? Li Mu stared at Yi Xin. This woman was really skillful. I didn't. It was all Zhao Sihai's doing. This is your stable's own business. I'm an outsider who won't get involved. Yi Xin hurriedly shrugged off her suspicions. Ha, you're really good at sophistry? Li Mu lightly laughed. Women being shameless was really invincible. Apologize. Slap yourself 10 times, then get lost. Li Mu ordered in a deep voice. He had already lost his patience with this woman. What? Let me slap myself? Who do you think you are? Yi Xin had a disdainful look on her face as she said, I'm an artist under Wan Hung Entertainment, and if you offend me, our boss Jiangyu, Duke Jiang, you know, right? He won't forgive you lightly. Wan Hong Entertainment? Wasn't the share he acquired yesterday owned by Wan Hong? Li Mu had a question mark on his face. Scared, aren't you? Humph. If our Duke Jiang just stomps his foot, small fishes like you will die without a burial place. Yi Xin's words became more and more outrageous as she spoke in a fox-like manner. In fact, Yi Xin was simply a fourth-tier artist under Wan Heng's banner, and had never even met Wan Heng's son, Jiang Yu. Listening to Yi Xin's fly-like buzzing, Li Mu was annoyed beyond measure. He just wanted to personally teach this woman a lesson. However, just at this time, Li Mu's cell phone rang. The incoming call was an unfamiliar number. Li Mu answered it. Hello, are you Mr. Li Mu? A man's voice came from the microphone. I am. You are? I'm Jiang Yu, the general manager of the Wan Hung Group. It's rumored that you acquired 20% of our company's shares yesterday? On the phone, Jiang Yu asked cautiously. He had also just investigated Li Mu's phone number. Oh, so it's this matter. That's right, I'm the one who acquired it. Yesterday, the system had rewarded some nonsense, and Li Mu was still very surprised at that time. In that case, brotherly, do you think you have time? Let's meet up? Meet up? Let's talk about it in a few days. I'm a bit busy right now. Li Mu shrugged it off. Don't, brother, look, we also have an entertainment company under our company, and there are many beautiful ladies in it. If you come out and we meet up, how about I let these actresses under our company give you some company? As soon as Jiang Yu heard that Li Mu seemed to want to hang up the phone, he immediately became anxious. He unexpectedly ghosted some words that fit his usual tastes. After saying these words, Jiang Yu even regretted it a little. Would saying it out loud like that make Li Mu feel that he was particularly frivolous? An entertainment company? Then do you recognize an actress named Yi Xin? Upon hearing this, Li Mu captured another point. Yi Xin? Wait, brotherly, I'll check for you right away. Do you like her? As soon as Jiang Yu heard that there was a door, he hurriedly wrote a name on a piece of paper and handed it to the secretary next to him to check. After all, although Duke Zhang's reputation for preferring women was well known and even shook the entire internet, there were so many female artists under the banner of Wan Hang Entertainment that he couldn't remember them all. Like her? This woman just offended me. Still dead set on not changing her mind. I hate that I can't burst and beat her up. Li Mu's head was filled with black lines. If he was given 100 such women, he wouldn't want them. His sisters are all outstanding. Don't they smell good? Okay, brother, I understand then. I just had my secretary check and she's really an artist under our banner. I'll go deal with her right away. You see about our meeting? Jiang Yu was anxious. The artist under his banner had offended this big brother. He must not leave a bad impression on him. A meeting? Let's talk about it again. I'm busy right now, Li Mu said and hung up the phone. Brother. Jiang Yu was helpless as he listened to the beeping busy sound coming from the phone. Before understanding the other party's intention to acquire the shares, he still hoped to do his best to make good friends, but the other party did not seem to want to meet, which made him very helpless. Over here, Li Mu hung up the phone and stared at Yi Xin once again. Still the same sentence. Apologize. Slap yourself 10 times, then get lost. Li Mu completely lost his patience. He didn't want to hang around any longer. Humph, why can't you understand human language? I'll say it again too. I'm an artist under Wan Hung Entertainment. If you offend me, our family boss, Jiang Yu, he won't spare you. He. Hearing Yi Xin's words, Li Mu couldn't help but laugh. It was almost as if he was listening to the funniest joke. What are you laughing at? How can a horse farm owner like you be compared to our family's Duke Jiang? I advise you to put yourself in your place. Yi Xin surprisingly became more and more pleased with herself the more she spoke, the more she got on top of her game. It seemed like a large rooster with colorful wings shining in the sunlight. The assistants beside her also seemed to be excited and honored. And right at this moment, Yi Xin's cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. He. Hearing the phone ringing, Yi Xin was a bit upset. She was talking up a storm, but as soon as she saw that the caller number was actually her top boss, she immediately changed her attitude. Ma da, bitch, what kind of trouble have you caused me? The opposite side of the phone came up and gave Yi Xin a scolding. What, Mr. He? I don't understand what I did wrong? Yi Xin hadn't expected her top boss to be so furious, which made her very aggrieved. You still have the face to ask? Just now General Manager Xiao Jiang from the head office called me and named you, Yi Xin, as having offended his business partner. Little General Manager Jiang said for you to go apologize. If you can't satisfy that Mr. Li Mu, don't come back to the company in the future. A vicious warning voice came from the phone. What? Apologize to Li Mu? Li Mu was actually the business partner of Mr. Jiang Yujian. When Yi Xin heard this, she immediately froze on the spot. Nima, causing trouble for me all day long. If you can't satisfy Mr. Li, I will not only scrape you, you'll be completely removed from the entertainment industry. The opposite party snapped and hung up the phone angrily. At this moment, Yi Xin looked at Li Mu blankly, not knowing how to act. Sister Yi Xin, are you alright? The calling voice of the assistant next to her finally pulled Yi Xin back to reality, only to see that Yi Xin slowed down. As if she had made a great determination, she directly jogged in front of Li Mu, and with a thump, she knelt down in front of Li Mu. Mr. Li, I was wrong. You are generous. Just forgive me this time. Yi Xin slapped herself furiously while kneeling. Seeing Yi Xin's sudden abnormal behavior, the assistant and the others who had come with her were directly dumbfounded. Where was Sister Ye's aura just now? Why did she suddenly concede? This reversal is too exaggerated, isn't it? Li Mu, on the other hand, had a black line, but he quickly thought of the reason. The general manager of the stables, Ji Long, who was watching this scene like a human being, quickly thought that Li Mu's identity was by no means simple, or else he wouldn't have made this haughty woman concede so quickly. However, the higher Li Mu's identity, the easier it would be for him to follow Li Mu to get ahead. Chapter 51, Why do I need to answer to you for my actions? Only to see that Yi Xin was kneeling while punching her face. That picture was simply too good to be true. Mr. Li, please forgive me, okay? Yi Xin was aggrieved with a handful of snot and tears. Her delicate makeup had long since been blown away by crying. If I knew it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Get lost, don't let me see you again. Li Mu was too lazy to see eye to eye with this kind of woman. Yes, Yi Xin got up, covered her face, and rushed away with a group of attendants. How commanding she was when she came, how wretched she was when she left. Afterwards, Li Mu brought Xiao Ziying to the manager's office of the horse farm. He checked the financial statements and business situation of the horse farm for the past 2 years. All in all, it was not bad so far. However, the fact that the horse farm could have an assistant manager like Zhao Sihai really made Li Mu uneasy. Li Mu, can't we ask Sister Nishang to help find a good professional manager over here? Xiao Ziying reminded Li Mu when she saw him fretting. Good idea. Li Mu nodded, so he picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Li Mu. Hello, Sister Nishang. I need you to do me a favor. Go ahead. What is it? Sis is listening. It's... Li Mu told the story of what happened. After hearing Li Mu's words, Xiao Nishang couldn't help but marvel. Li Mu had actually acquired the Lishan Golden Horse Farm? This would cost at least $1 billion, right? But thinking about Li Mu's attainments in antique appreciation, it seemed like it was no big deal for him to acquire a horse farm. The personnel department on my side happens to be training a few managers. I'll help you pick a suitable one to send over. Xiao Nishang suppressed the shock in her heart, then she spoke. Thanks then, Sister Nishang. You're welcome, but then, you also have to do me a favor. What favor? Just tell me. Sis, there's a business reception tonight, and I happen to be short of a male companion. So look, can you come over and be Sister's male companion? Of course there's no problem. Li Mu thought it was something. This matter was naturally not a problem. Xiao Nishang was very happy to hear Li Mu's answer. This younger brother of hers was handsome, and if he danced with himself tonight, he would probably become the center of attention in the room. Thinking about this, Xiao Nishang was a little excited, and her cheeks unexpectedly and unconsciously turned a little red. After the situation on the horse farm side was dealt with, Li Mu left with Xiao Ziying. On the way, as soon as Xiao Ziying heard that Li Mu was going to attend a business reception in the evening, she took Li Mu to the famous Taiku shopping center in Magic City. It had to be said that Xiao Ziying had a sharp eye. The clothes she chose for Li Mu were all high-class brands. None of them were below $10,000. Evening, the open-air top floor of the Xanadu Hotel. At the reception, all the bigwigs of the business world gathered. Today was the 100th anniversary of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, and in order to expand the cohesion of the Chamber of Commerce, the organizers were also going to select the top 10 influential enterprises in Magic City this year. And naturally, Light Red Group became a hot topic once again. In particular, Light Red Group's ancient cosmetic products that were just launched this year received unanimous praise in the market. At this time, a box on the top floor of the Xanadu Hotel. Zhang Yu had just taken the airplane to Magic City today when he was pulled over by his local little brother Su Qihao. Brother, I'm going to confess my love later. You have to support me. This little brother was called Su Qihao, and because of business cooperation, he was very close to Zhang Yu. Ha! What kind of woman do you want that you don't have? Still need to confess? Directly use money to smash not on the line? Zhang Yu still knew Su Qihao. Su Qihao, this person woman edge is good, is too flowery, and even in the circle of rich second generation flaunted he reached 100 people. Brother, this time is different. This is a goddess level woman. Must take a safe set. Su Qihao laughed, as if he knew a lot about women. Goddess level? Then I won't go to disgrace myself. In case your confession fails, where will I put my face? Zhang Yu had rushed from the capital to Mordor in order to meet Li Mu. He was not in the mood to blindly join in the fun, and what made him even more upset was that he didn't have the slightest clue as to where exactly Li Mu lived. Brother, you're not being interesting enough. Su Qihao whined in dissatisfaction. Alright, I'll see what happens later, okay? How can I say that you are also my brother? Zhang Yu was a bit distracted by Su Qihao's words, so he casually replied. At this moment, Li Mu and Xiao Nishang came to the venue. At that moment, the two of them became the center of attention at the venue. Li Mu was dressed in a sophisticated black suit and was very handsome. Xiao Nishang, on the other hand, was wearing a long fiery red dress. Her temperament was high and cold, sexy and charming. Right at this moment, look, there was a cry of surprise from the venue. In the sky above the open-air top floor, drones mounted with colored lights instantly combined and arranged a few large and gorgeous words, I love you, Xiao Nishang. With that, love balloons rose up around the top floor, and colorful ribbons continued. At the same time, on the top floor of the hotel, fireworks rose in all directions, brilliant and colorful, illuminating the entire night sky. A good business cocktail party seemed to have turned directly into a confession and courtship party. At this time, Su Qihao came to Xiao Nishang with a bunch of roses and knelt down on one knee. Nishang, I like you. Marry me. Su Qihao spoke with an incomparably deep expression. I'm sorry, Su Qihao, I've already said it many times. I don't like you at all. You die of this heart. Xiao Nishang frowned slightly. She hadn't expected that Su Qihao would appear here today. Xiao Nishang, I've been chasing after you for so many years in a horse, chasing you from elementary school to university, and you actually don't give me any face at all? Su Qihao laughed. As a love hunter, the more his prey rejected, the more excited he was. Su Qihao, don't think I don't know what you are. Who doesn't know about your affair in the Magic City Circle? It is impossible for me to like you. It's even more impossible for me to marry you. Don't embarrass yourself here, Xiao Nishang said with a disdainful face. Xiao Nishang, I made such a big scene for you. It didn't occur to me that you would give your face away. Today, if you don't give me face, I'll take over. Su Qihao was also considered to be one of the very best in the circle of rich second generation in Magic City. Due to his grandfather's official background, everyone gave him the benefit of the doubt. At this moment, in front of so many people and being directly rejected by Xiao Nishang, Su Qihao immediately played crazy. Can't you understand human language? My sister doesn't like you at all. Get lost. Seeing Su Qihao's hideous appearance, Li Mu hurriedly protected Xiao Nishang behind him. Who are you? How dare you tell me to get lost? Seeing Xiao Nishang being protected by this little white boy, Su Qihao immediately looked like he had been pinched by someone's penis and suddenly exploded. Xiao Nishang, you stinking, surprisingly looking for a little white boy. How shameless. Su Qihao got angrier and angrier as he spoke, and the obscenities continued. Li Mu suddenly shot out and pinched Su Qihao's neck. Instantly Su Qihao was dumbfounded. I'll let your mouth stink. Li Mu raised his hand and slapped Su Qihao with 2 slaps, causing Su Qihao's eyes to be filled with stars. Quickly let go of young Su. At this moment, more than a dozen black-clothed bodyguard-like strong men attacked Li Mu from all around. Li Mu let go of Suki-heo's neck, and Suki-heo directly sat on the ground, unable to catch his breath. "Finish this brat for me," Suki-heo stumbled and spoke. It was just that these fierce bodyguards were soon like papier-mâché, and they were knocked to the ground one by Li Mu. "This Nima?" The crowd present was astonished. The melon-eating crowd originally thought that this was the end of Li Mu, but they didn't expect the plot to be reversed. "You," Suki-heo panicked. "Any more helpers? Call them all together. I'll completely defeat them all at once, so that you won't have to annoy people like flies every day." Li Mu clapped his hands and looked at Suki-heo as he spoke. "You wait." Suki-heo hurriedly ran to the nearby box. "Brother, I've been beaten up. You can give me a head start," Suki-heo called out as soon as he opened the door of the box. "Who else dares to beat you up? Go, I'll go take a look." Jiang Yu looked at Suki-heo's wretched appearance and was slightly surprised. Soon outside the box, Suki-heo led Jiang Yu towards Li Mu. "Brother, it's him. Look at him beating up my bodyguards." Suki-heo pointed at Li Mu and spoke. "How dare you touch my brother?" Jiang Yu's gaze was gloomy. After all, they were all mixing relationships. Suki-heo was his little brother, and when his little brother was beaten up, it was natural for him as a brother to have a disgraceful face. "It's me. What can you do to me?" Li Mu opened his mouth indifferently. "Brother, don't do things to the extreme." Jiang Yu obviously didn't like it when people spoke to him like that. "When have I, Li Mu, ever acted with fear?" Li Mu spoke lightly. "Wait a minute, Li Mu, what's your name?" Jiang Yu said in shock. Chapter 52, Plot Reversal. "What's your name?" Jiang Yu was stunned. He who was still black-faced and ready to strike at any time just now turned into a curious baby. "Brother Jiang, are you alright? Didn't he say that his name is Li Mu? What's so strange about that?" Next to him, Suki-heo said in disbelief. "Are you really Li Mu?" Jiang Yu looked at the young man in front of him and asked again with confirmation. "Aha! What? If you want to make a move, just hurry up, I'm impatiently waiting." Li Mu bristled, his eyes impatient. "Ma da! You kid is too arrogant. Do you know who this person in front of you is?" Suki-heo laughed sardonically. "Oh, who he is none of my business," Li Mu said disdainfully. "Humph, you mongrels really have no eyes. This is the son of Wanheng Group." "Jiang Yu," Suki-heo spoke loudly. The sense of showing off was full. "What? He's Jiang Yu?" The melon eaters at the reception were shocked. Wanheng Group was the premier real estate company in the Dragon Kingdom, and its head Jiang Wanxian was the richest man in the country, and his son, Jiang Yu, was known as the national man god, who often tore it up with female celebrities on the internet. "I didn't expect him to appear here today." At this moment, the eyes of the people at the venue looking at Jiang Yu were unusually eager. If they were able to cooperate with Wanheng, their status and wealth would undoubtedly go to the next level. Compared to the giant that is the Wanheng Group, what is the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, the richest man in Magic City, and the top 10 enterprises in Magic City? These are all younger brothers. What the hell? No wonder even Suki-heo, who had a prominent family background, was willing to be Jiang Yu's little brother. For a while, hearing this news, there was some commotion in the venue. As for Li Mu, he couldn't help but laugh lightly when he heard Suki-heo talk about the Wanheng Group. Wasn't it the system that rewarded him with shares of this enterprise yesterday? "Kid, your time to die has come. After offending my brother Jiang, you're going to have to eat your words." Seeing the eagerness of the crowd, Suki-heo was arrogant. "You're the one who's been acquiring shares in Wanheng recently?" Jiang Yu didn't care about the surroundings. He just stared at Li Mu and asked, "Yes, what's going on?" Li Mu laughed, receiving Li Mu's affirmative answer. Jiang Yu couldn't help but light up in front of his eyes. It was really a step in the right direction. He was still thinking about hiring a private detective to investigate Li Mu's personal address, but was afraid of annoying the other party. He really didn't expect Li Mu to be right in front of him. See, Li Mu is so young, can spend tens of billions of dollars to acquire the shares of Wanheng, but also dared in the Magic City famous crazy Suki-heo hands. Think its background must be amazing. "Brother Jiang, what's the point of talking to him? Directly him." Seeing that Jiang Yu was slow to make a move, Suki-heo urged. However, the next second, Jiang Yu turned to Suki-heo. Duang is two heavy fists, directly smashed in Suki-heo's face. Immediately Suki-heo's mouth and nose blood flow. Incisors also lost too. His appearance looks very tragic. Even Li Mu's eyelids jumped. What is this Jiang Yu's madness? What is this Jiang Yu's madness? The celebrities around the Magic City were even more confused. Just listening to the conversation. Suki-heo is not Jiang Yu's little brother? Why suddenly Jiang Yu backhandedly beat up his little brother? "Brother Jiang, you this?" Suki-heo covered his nose. Unbelievable look to Jiang Yu, where there is just arrogant look. "Grass Nima, Mr. Li is also something you can bully." Jiang Yu kicked Suki-heo's stomach again. Under the heavy blow, Tsukiheo screamed miserably and fell to the ground covering his stomach in pain. His body twisted like a prawn. As if Jiang Yu was not too satisfied, he continued to stomp 4 or 5 more times, causing Su Qihao to scream repeatedly. The surrounding celebrities looked numb. Was Jiang Yu so ferocious? And how did he call Li Mu as Mr. Li just now? Could it be that Li Mu's background was even more impressive? Seeing Su Qihao fainted to death, Jiang Yu was satisfied and stopped. Mr. Li? I'm sorry. I don't know anything about what Su Qihao did. This little brother is something I didn't discipline well. Jiang Yu changed his ruthless face from earlier and spoke to Li Mu with an apologetic face. At the same time, he was having palpitations. It was fortunate that Li Mu had just reported his name, or else things would have gone terribly wrong. If he offended this current second largest shareholder, he didn't know if Wan Hong would change the sky? Oh, Su Qihao is always pestering my sister, but my sister doesn't like him at all. What does that say? Li Mu stared at Jiang Yu and spoke faintly. In the future, I will definitely not let him harass your sister. Otherwise he is my enemy. Jiang Yu swore viciously. Good. Your words. I believe it. If I see him harassing my sister again, he won't be so lucky next time. Li Mu spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Li, I believe you also know my intentions. There are many eyes and ears here. Why don't we go to the side box to talk? Seeing that the crowd was looking this way, Jiang Yu asked tentatively. Aha! Li Mu nodded. This Jiang Yu was a person who recognized the time. If he just now and Su Qiheo really wanted to join forces against himself, Li Mu wouldn't mind cleaning up both of them. Li Mu, are you alright? At this moment, Sha Nishang ran over and hugged Li Mu's arm and asked. I'm fine. I'll be right there. Li Mu patted Sha Nishang's hand and comforted him. The crowd saw Li Mu and Jiang Yu entering the box for a secret talk with a smile on their faces. Seeing how Jiang Yu was currying favor with Li Mu, the crowd couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Li Mu was even more powerful? Why else would Mr. Jiang be so flattering? For a while, many celebrities at the venue began to approach Xiao Nishang for a chat. However, Xiao Nishang was also confused about this. Box. Mr. Li, I don't know what you are purchasing our Wan Hong shares for. Jiang Yu helped Li Mu make tea and carefully probed. I am optimistic about the development of Wan Hong, and you don't have to worry about me seizing power or anything. I don't participate in the specific management. Just give me dividends proportionally every year. To Jiang Yu's question, Li Mu replied calmly. He couldn't tell Jiang Yu that it was the system that acquired the shares, right? And to engage in management and whatnot, it was better to forget about it. Wasn't it happy to be a salted fish? So that's it. Seeing that Li Mu only wanted to be a shirker, Jiang Yu's heart also dropped a big stone. Jiang Yu and his dad had been very worried that if the other party was trying to gain control of the company, then they would have to face a bloody storm. Mr. Li, I see that you and I are of similar age, so I'll just call you brother from now on. The big stone in his heart fell. Jiang Yu's entire body was very relaxed. That's fine. Li Mu nodded his head. More friends were better than more enemies. Brother, are you interested in any actresses? I can introduce them to you. Jiang Yu winked and asked in a cozy manner. Don't. I don't lack women. Li Mu refused. His own sisters were all beautiful. Didn't they smell good? When the door of the box opened again, the crowd couldn't help but look towards Li Mu and Jiang Yu, only to see that Jiang Yu was very attentive to Li Mu, with a mouthful of pro-brother. Just like a little brother. This made the crowd look at Li Mu a few points higher. They even began to scrutinize the relationship with Light Red Group. On the way back, Li Mu, what is your relationship with Jiang Yu? Xiao Nishang couldn't help but ask curiously. I just acquired some shares of their company. Li Mu spoke indifferently. So that's how it is. However, I still thank you today. With those words, Xiao Nishang kissed Li Mu who was driving. The soft lips intoxicated Li Mu, who almost didn't hold the steering wheel. Big sister, couldn't you pick another time? Chapter 53, Another Sister. In the evening, Li Mu and Xiao Nishang had just entered the door. Xiao Ziying couldn't wait to welcome them. Li Mu, let me introduce you. This is your third sister, Xiao Fei Xue. Xiao Ziying introduced with an excited face as she pulled a beauty beside her. One could only see this beauty, with eyebrows like distant mountains, skin like gelatin, a tall figure, and exquisite curves. Her eyes were extremely soulful, fluttering and blinking as if they were flowing with color. Coupled with the fact that she was wearing a knee-length white dress, it further emphasized her immortal aura. This is the third sister, Xiao Fei Xue? Of the 9 sisters of the Xiao family, currently he had only seen the eldest sister Xiao Nishang, the 4th sister Xiao Muyu, the 7th sister Xiao Zixing, and the 8th sister Xiao Yuqing. He didn't expect another sister to pop up today, and this sister was too beautiful. Li Mu looked dumbfounded for a moment. Seeing Li Mu staring blankly at himself, Xiao Fei Xue couldn't help but blush slightly. Even with her quiet and introverted nature, she couldn't stand a man gazing at her for such a long time. Li Mu, have you seen enough? Do you think it's me who's beautiful? Sister Nishang who's beautiful? Or Sister Feishue who's beautiful? Xiao Ziying laughed lightly. All beautiful. Li Mu swallowed and forced himself to calm down. This was a giveaway question. Hearing Li Mu's answer, the three sisters burst into a proud laughter. It took a while before the three sisters stopped. Li Mu, first time meeting, I still hope you like it. Xiao Feishue endured her shyness and took out an exquisite gift box, handing it to Li Mu. Her voice was as sweet as a yellow warbler. Thanks, Sister Feishue. Li Mu didn't see any outsiders and accepted the gift box smoothly. This exquisite gift box was long, and he didn't know what was inside. Driven by curiosity, Li Mu opened it face to face. Ha! It's a painting. Li Mu was slightly surprised. It was no longer common to see people still giving away paintings in this day and age, unless it was a valuable antique painting or something. Well, unfold it and take a look. Xiao Feishue spoke with some anticipation. Only her face was slightly red, and she didn't know if it was because she had just laughed, or if she herself was so easily shy. Xiao Ziying and Xiao Nishang also looked over curiously. Li Mu unfolded the scroll. It was an oil painting with a golden sunflower on it. Judging from this painting, the person who painted it had soft brush peaks and delicate workmanship, using warm yellow tones, and under the blue sky. The atmosphere of this painting was warm and far-reaching. With Li Mu's god-level appreciation, it was indeed a rare masterpiece. If this painting was put up for sale in the auction market, I'm afraid that the starting price would have to be $100,000. Even Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyang couldn't help but marvel at it. How about it, Li Mu? Do you like it? Xiao Feishue asked expectantly. I like it very much. Thank you, sis. This painting has soft and delicate brush peaks, and the blue and warm yellow colors complement each other. It's a rare masterpiece. I wonder which painting master it came from. Li Mu marveled. Hearing Li Mu's comment, Xiao Feishue's eyes lit up. This younger brother actually knew how to paint? On the other hand, Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyang's reaction was haha laughter. Did I say something wrong? Li Mu looked at his two sisters who were already laughing. With his divine appraisal level vision, he didn't seem to have lost his eyesight, did he? This painting expert you're talking about is far away, but close at hand. Xiao Ziying laughed and pushed Xiao Feishue forward, almost crashing into Li Mu's arms, causing Xiao Feishue's face to turn red and delicate. What? Hearing Xiao Ziying's words, Li Mu was shocked on the spot. To have such strong drawing skills at such a young age? Li Mu originally thought that it was painted by some old monster. He didn't expect it to be drawn by the young Xiao Feishue. The Xiao family is truly evil. It turns out that Xiao Feishue, the third sister of the Xiao family, is actually a great painter. Silly. Flying Snow started painting at the age of 3, held an art exhibition at the age of 5, and reached the level of top painter at the age of 15. Xiao Ziying finally stopped laughing. So that's how it is, Li Mu exclaimed. However, Sister Feishue has been furthering her studies abroad since then, and this time she came back in order to participate in the Centennial Painting and Calligraphy exhibition in Magic City. And this painting exhibition will be held tomorrow. Li Mu, you'll accompany Sister Feishue tomorrow, okay? Xiao Ziyang asked. Yes, Li Mu agreed very happily. Xiao Feishue was so young and had such a painting skill, so naturally Li Mu wanted to go and learn more about it. A calligraphy and painting exhibition or something seemed quite interesting as well. At night, the three sisters lay side by side on a large bed, speaking sweet words. Xiao Nishang was wearing a silky long silk nightgown. Her body was exquisite and sexy. Xiao Ziying was wearing a loose, large version of a t-shirt, her chest still spectacular. Xiao Feishue, on the other hand, was wearing cute cartoon pajamas that were bumpy and gave rise to infinite fantasies. Sis, is Li Mu really that powerful? Listening to Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziying rambling about all the deeds that Li Mu had done since he entered their home, Xiao Feishue had two big heads and would believe it. After all, even catching a bullet with his bare hands, who could accept that? Moreover, looking at the gushing of Nishang's sister and Ziying's sister, it seemed that they liked Li Mu very much. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she seemed to think that Sister Nishang and Sister Zio's esteem for Li Mu was more than a sibling relationship. I'm afraid, sister, could it be that both of you like Li Mu at the same time? Xiao Feishue's words had just left her mouth, and all of a sudden, Xiao Nishang and Xiao Zixing stopped talking, seemingly poking at the main point. The two of them actually blushed. Looks like I guessed right. Xiao Feishue laughed lightly. I think you're the one who likes Li Mu. Xiao Nishang reached out and twisted Xiao Feishue's waist. At once, the three sisters were fighting on the bed, and in the bedroom next to them, Li Mu was lying on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He met his third sister Xiao Feishue for the first time today, and she gave him such an expensive oil painting. What kind of gift should he give back? The key wasn't the value, but the intention of the person sending the painting. Against this kind of literary girl, it seems that you also need to use literary techniques. Couldn't one go and find some ancient paintings? However, Sister Fei Xue was hand-painted, so if he brought back ancient paintings, it seemed that Sister Fei Xue wouldn't necessarily like it. Just as Li Mu was thinking left and right, a voice came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine painting craftsmanship. Do you want to receive it now? Chapter 54, Art Exhibition. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine level painter. Will you receive it now? Hearing the system voice coming from his mind, Li Mu's mood was great. Claim! Li Mu recited silently in his heart. Instantly, a warm current struck Li Mu's entire body, and many more knowledge and experience of painting appeared in his mind. At this moment, he was as if he was an old monster who had been immersed in painting for hundreds of years. Whether it was traditional ink Chinese painting, foreign oil painting, or watercolor painting, pen painting, etc., he was able to master them all. At the same time, the arrival of new skills gave him a strong desire to create paintings. However, there were no professional brushes in his room. Therefore Li Mu got up and came to Xiao Feishue's door next door, wanting to ask Xiao Feishue to borrow some paper and brushes. And at this time, in Xiao Feishue's bed, the three sisters were fighting. When they heard the sound of knocking on the door, they couldn't help but look stunned. This time is already 10 o'clock in the evening. Say it's late, and I don't know who it is, but in their own home, it was probably the villa's maid, Wu Ma, right? Because they had just asked Wu Ma to send some refreshments over. Xiao Feishue didn't think much about it and got up from the bed to open the door. Only what she didn't expect was that it was Li Mu standing outside the door. And just now, the three sisters were fighting and their clothes were a bit untidy. At this time, the door was open and Li Mu could catch a glimpse of the flavor of the room. In front of Xiao Feishue wearing cartoon pajamas above the curve must appear. Clothing buttons open several, a pair of big rabbit in the black lace package. Hidden, very lively and lovely. And the bed of Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyang is no better. Xiao Nishang's silk dress strap slipped down, revealing a large portion of her delicate shoulders, pure and lustful, making people resist wanting to embrace into their arms. And Xiao Ziyang's big money t-shirt under the tight round roll of long legs is undoubtedly. It seems that the pink fat's exposed. Since they didn't anticipate that it was Li Mu knocking on the door, the three sisters were immediately embarrassed. Looking at the dark fragrance floating in the room, Li Mu's eyes directly looked straight. These sisters were also just too cute. Yeah, Xiao Feishue instantly blushed. She was already shy, but now she was even more flushed and delicate. Only to hear, the door of the room was closed with a bang by Xiao Feishue. Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyang in the room were directly covering their heads and pretending to be ostriches. Li Mu, why is it you? What's the matter with you? Xiao Feishue in the door asked, covering her blushing cheeks. It was like a bad student who was caught by the teacher for deserting class. Which one? Sister Feishue, I just want to borrow some paper and brushes for drawing from you. At this moment, Li Mu stood outside the door and was also crying and laughing. But the fragrant image that he had just glimpsed was just too strong a visual impact. Are sisters not all goblins? Here, Li Mu, do you want to draw? A good while later, Xiao Feishue opened the doorway a little bit and stretched out a small head, her white and tender arms handing out a set of painting tools. Because Xiao Feishue was wearing a pill head, she looked very droll at this moment. Well, I want to try if I can draw or not. Thanks, Sister Feishue. Li Mu received the set of painting tools and without stopping, he went back to his bedroom. This person, Xiao Feishue bristled and gently spat out her tongue, her cheeks reddening once again as she remembered her going bare just now. What's wrong? Sister Feishue, Li Mu wants to paint? Xiao Ziying and Xiao Nishang moved away the quilt covering their heads and asked curiously. Yes it is, Li Mu is here to borrow a painting tool. He said he wants to paint. Xiao Feishue looked at the two sisters who came out from under the covers. She was also speechless. It's all because you guys just had too much fun. Li Mu shouldn't be able to draw, right? It's something that requires long hours of hard work and talent. Xiao Nishang straightened the shoulder strap that had just slipped. I guess Li Mu saw Sister Feishue today, so he wanted to try. Xiao Ziyang twisted her tight long legs and boldly guessed. Immediately after that, she seemed to realize something, widened her eyes, and said, could it be that Li Mu has a crush on Sister Flying Snow? Otherwise, why would he suddenly paint? Is that really the case? That would be interesting. Xiao Nishang looked at Xiao Feishue and laughed with interest. What are you guys talking about? Xiao Feishue's face blushed with shame, and she milked her ferociousness to pounce on the bed, bullying her body, about to put the two smelly Sister Nishang and Ziying's sister, on the spot. For a while, the three sisters once again fought into a ball. The picture wasn't too erotic. If Li Mu was there, he would have spurted 3 liters of blood. The next day, although he stayed up all night yesterday painting, Li Mu still woke up in high spirits. Under Xiao Ziyang's numerous requests, Li Mu personally cooked a sumptuous breakfast for Xiao Feishue. The three sisters ate happily, Even Xiao Feishui, who had already eaten at Michelin restaurants many times, couldn't help but exclaim that it was delicious. After the meal, a little rest was taken. Li Mu then drove his sports car and took Xiao Feishui to the Bund Art Museum in Magic City. This time, the Magic City Centennial Art Exhibition was held at the Bund Art Museum. This time, the art exhibition could be described as a huge event, attracting many art celebrities and calligraphy and painting merchants from home and abroad. In order to participate in the art exhibition, Xiao Feishui had also dressed up carefully. Today, she was wearing a white knee-length dress, slightly powdered, waist-length hair, gathered behind her with green hairpins, and the whole person was fairy-like. Of course Xiao Feishui came over to participate in this art exhibition with several purposes. One was, she also had an exhibition hall to exhibit her paintings. Secondly, to increase her knowledge and deepen her artistic attainments. Thirdly, to visit her own teacher, the master of Chinese painting, Shi Dongfang, because her own teacher will also participate in this centennial art exhibition. But along the way, sitting in the car, Xiao Feishui always remembered the image of yesterday's sudden opening of the door. Thinking of her rabbit exposed at that time, her cheeks could not help but slightly redden. At this time, outside the Bund Art Museum, it was already crowded and full of people. This tall and historically heavy building had been exquisitely decorated. The museum had 5 floors up and down, all of which were open. Each floor had opened up many individual exhibition halls, with paintings and calligraphy, oil paintings, and sculptures. Entering the exhibition hall on the first floor, Li Mu couldn't help but see a bright spot. The 4 surrounding walls were full of paintings, and under the illumination of the magnesium lights, one could not help but want to immerse into the marvelous world of calligraphy and painting. Xiao Feishui brought Li Mu to his own exhibition hall on the second floor. At this time, the exhibition hall was already properly set up. With the help of the staff, it was already set up yesterday. Because the time was still early, there were sporadically some spectators entering to appreciate it. Looking at the paintings in the exhibition hall, Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. This sister of his was really an all-round talent in painting. Inside the exhibition hall, besides oil paintings, there were also some ink paintings. From Li Mu's professional point of view, Xiao Feishui had reached a high level of attainment in both types of painting. It could be called a genius as well. However, right at this moment, this damned painting? It's like garbage. A discordant voice rang out. It caused the people in the hall to look sideways, only to see that the person who spoke was a young man, dressed in a prestigious and sophisticated suit, his crocodile shoes polished to a shine. By the looks of it, he should be a painting and calligraphy businessman. And this man was currently pointing at an ink painting of a rooster announcing the dawn and unconsciously started spraying. Xiao Feishui could not help but frown slightly, because this picture of a rooster announcing the dawn was precisely painted by his teaching mentor. And it was also the only painting in this exhibition hall that was not Xiao Feishui herself. This painting was a gift from her mentor, and she had always treasured it very much. But it didn't occur to her that this young man in front of her would be so arrogant in his critique. This gentleman, please also respect yourself. Xiao Feishui had tears in the corners of her eyes and said with some aggravation, self-respect? Since it's laid out, isn't it just for people to critique? Have I said half a thing wrong? This young man didn't have the slightest intention of restraining himself. Xiao Feishui was momentarily speechless, her tears about to fall. And right at this moment, I thought who was barking wildly here. It turns out to be a good dog. Li Mu came to Xiao Feishui's side and held her shoulders, his gaze looking slyly at the young man in front of him. You, how dare you call me a dog? Do you know who I am? The young man was instantly enraged. He had never been insulted like this before. Chapter 55 Hanging Contemporary Van Gogh. In Xiao Feishui's personal exhibition hall, Li Mu and the man in the suit were looking at each other, and there was a vague flash of fire in his eyes. You stepped on a horse. How dare you call me a dog? Do you know who I am? The man in the suit spoke with incomparable anger. He, who had been raised with respect since childhood, had never been insulted like this before. It's none of my business who you are. Don't apologize to Sister Feishui yet. Li Mu stared at the man in the suit and spoke. Apologize? Apologize for what? Did I say something wrong? This painting is simply trash. The man in the suit screamed. It's you who doesn't know about paintings, right? This picture of a rooster announcing the dawn, with its smooth use of lines and deep drawing skills, is considered a superior work. How dare you just call it trash? Don't come here to show off if you have such a lack of vision. Li Mu narrated. As he explained, Xiao Feishui couldn't help but let her eyes shine. She didn't expect Li Mu to actually know about paintings. At the same time, these words couldn't help but attract the resonance of the people in the hall. This young man is right. Such a good picture of a rooster has been devalued by you to be worthless. Exactly. You should apologize. Hurry up. Apologize. Looking at the crowds pointing, the man in the suit's face darkened. You guys know, a real painting should be an oil painting. Not this trashy ink painting, the man in the suit screamed. You can get away with it. What our old ancestors left behind has turned into trash in your mouth. I'm afraid you don't even know how to draw, right? Li Mu had white eyes and was very indignant. The young people nowadays worshipped the foreign world, so much so that the art of Chinese painting had fallen out of favor. I don't know how to paint? Ha ha, that's the best joke I've ever heard. The man in the suit laughed maniacally. This laugh of his caused the crowd to be confused. This couldn't be a psychopath, right? Should we call security to get rid of him? But in the next second, the man in the suit stopped laughing, only to see him open his mouth and preach. All of you listen up. My name is Luo Kunren. What? Luo Kunren? Xiao Feishue was startled. She had long heard that there was a famous oil painting genius in the country by the name of Luo Kunren. The oil paintings he created were fought over by major auction houses in Europe and America. He was even jokingly called the Little Prince of Oil Painting, contemporary Van Gogh. I didn't expect him to appear here today. It's just that this person's character is also too bad. When the people in the hall heard this, they were even more stunned. The people who came are basically understand some general knowledge of painting and calligraphy, or directly in the circle of painting and calligraphy. So Luo Kunren's great name, they naturally are more or less heard of. This kind of casual painting can be sold to millions of geniuses, naturally should make good friends. At this moment, there are even a few people who come over to actively greet Luo Kunren, asking for signatures and contact information. These people completely forgot about Luo Kunren's arrogant attitude before. He, how is it? Luo Kunren looked at himself being touted by the crowd and was very flattered. Cut, isn't it just oil painting? What's there to be proud of? Li Mu had a disdainful face. This kind of person with talent but no virtue is the real trash. Kid, if you have the guts, do you dare to compete with me head-to-head in oil painting? If you lose, tear off this picture of some rooster and apologize to me on your knees. Luo Kunren provoked. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone in terms of painting attainments in oil paintings. Li Mu, don't be impulsive. He's very powerful. Xiao Feishue was busy pulling Li Mu's sleeve, speaking to Li Mu in a low voice. Even an oil painting genius like Xiao Feishue might not be able to compare to Luo Kunren, let alone Li Mu. What? Scared? In that case tear this cockerel ink painting off and kneel down to apologize to me? Luo Kunren laughed out loud. And right at this moment, ding! Please ask the host to completely crush the arrogance of the little prince of oil painting. Complete this task and the host will receive a random reward. Crush? Interesting. The corner of Li Mu's mouth curved into an arc as he spoke to Luo Kunren. You think too highly of yourself. How is it better than you say? If you lose, kneel down and apologize to me in public. I will lose to you. Ha ha. Luo Kunren let out a loud laugh, arrogant to the extreme. Li Mu was speechless. Originally, he wanted to watch a painting exhibition quietly, but he didn't expect to encounter such an arrogant person. Not only does this person have too much prejudice against Chinese painting, but he is also so arrogant. This is intolerable. Soon, the two of them stood still, each with a drawing board, brushes and oil colors in front of them. Luo Kunren also did not know where to pull the vice president of the Magic City Painting and Calligraphy Association as a judge. For a while, the spectators in the second floor gathered to Xiao Feishue's exhibition hall. Since you guys want to compete, then feel free to play. There is no limit to the topic, and the time limit is 1 hour to finish. The vice president spoke in a deep voice, and most of the spectators came for Luo Kunren's fame. As for Li Mu, most people threw him a sympathetic look, and Xiao Feishue even clenched her fists. If Li Mu really lost in a while, she would go on later and take back Li Mu's face. Soon after, Li Mu picked up the paintbrush in his hand. After dipping it in the oil color, it operated, only to see that Li Mu's brush was rounded and his movements were sophisticated and skillful. For a while, Xiao Feishue was actually dumbfounded. In her mind, Li Mu should be a very average painter, but how could he be so skillful? It even made her feel a sense of using the brush like a god. This was too divine. Originally, she was worried that if Li Mu lost in a while, she would have to fight back. She didn't realize that she was now vaguely looking forward to Li Mu's work. Luo Kunren also noticed the situation on Li Mu's side, and at this moment, he was a bit stunned as he originally thought that he was bound to win. He didn't expect Li Mu to really have some power. However, so what? Were there fewer genius painters who had been stepped on by Luo Kunren? Luo Kunren discarded his distractions and concentrated on his own painting. At this time, Li Mu's movements with the brush were getting faster and faster, and it even looked like there were residual shadows. Brush. The onlookers were speechless. Is this a painting? Or is it painting a wall? Shouldn't painting be a delicate job? It's a wonder if this is a good painting. In the eyes of the crowd, Li Mu had become a madman who was trying to gain attention. The vice president of the Composition Association's mouth was even more twitching. He was quite knowledgeable, but he had never seen anyone painting like this. Li Mu didn't care about the bystanders. He was still brushing. as if the video had turned on x2.0 speed. The painting that should have taken an hour to complete was completed in half an hour. He gently took the finished painting down from the easel and displayed it to the crowd, only to see that his painting was full of brushwork, natural carving, and spiritual charm. The crowd saw that Li Mu had completed the painting in one go, without any pause in between, and the finished painting was so perfect. The crowd, who had originally held a sympathetic gaze towards Li Mu, sucked in a mouthful of cool air at this moment. The vice president of the nearby Painting and Calligraphy Association's face even changed 3 times in a row. He drew so fast. It was also drawn so well. Is this a human being? And Xiao Feishue's eyes were even more beautiful. She, who had been drawing since she was 3 years old, definitely couldn't do such a drawing either. Is this younger brother of his so amazing? At this moment, in the hall, it was quiet as a pin could be heard. Luo Kunren suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right, and when he raised his head again, he realized that Li Mu had already finished his work. Heavens! How is this possible? How is it possible? Luo Kunren was directly dumbfounded. What surprised him even more was that Li Mu's finished product was so natural that it was secretly in line with the Great Tao. Perfect. Too perfect. He himself had only completed half of the painting, and at this point, he could no longer put down his brush. Suddenly, he had the feeling that both Liang and Yu were born. For a moment, all his pride was shattered. Chapter 56, A Painting Worth 100 Million. In the hall, it was uncharacteristically quiet at this time. It was even a bit awkward. Who would have thought that the entire competition process would be so absurd and out of reality? However, Li Mu's painting was right in front of him. Distant mountains, small bridges, flowing water, and people, outlining a quiet and magnificent idyllic scene. The still life scenery is rich and down-to-earth, inviting infinite reverie. Portrait expression lifelike, carving into the wood. Brushstrokes, colors, outlines. No matter which way you look at it, Li Mu's work is a first-class masterpiece. Taking out any aspect of it alone, it was textbook level. What was even more surprising was that it was also drawn so quickly. In the history of art, there was no genius who could paint with such speed, right? However, Li Mu had actually done it. Is this still a normal person? Li Mu looked at the dumbfounded people in the hall and smiled faintly. He gently stepped towards Luo Kunren, who was already petrified. His leather shoes stepped on the marble floor, making a da sound. Each step seemed to step on people's heartstrings. Also step by step stepped on Luo Kunren's pride. Luo Kunren suddenly regretted. Why did he come here today? He boasted contemporary Van Gogh, oil painting Little Prince. He has become famous. He has long been looking down on the world, unrivaled. He even criticized the paintings of his predecessors. And now this is retribution? The heavens had sent such a man to punish him. At this moment, Li Mu came in front of the statue like Luo Kunren. Li Mu's gaze was clear and light and dusty, as if even mocking the opponent in front of him felt redundant. You still have half an hour. Li Mu spoke indifferently. What? Luo Kunren detached himself from the state of downtime, his eyes regaining clarity. I said, you still have half an hour. Li Mu calmly pushed. Luo Kunren wanted to say something, but he just held his paintbrush and stood still. He looked at his semi-finished product and then looked at Li Mu's finished product. After a long time, he suddenly threw away the brush in his hand. Turning around, he was about to leave. What the hell? This is still a comparison. Even if his own painting is better, it's still not as good as Li Mu's. If he doesn't leave here, is he going to be a clown? Wait, you haven't kneeled down to apologize. Li Mu reached out to stop Luo Kunren and spoke in a deep voice. You, old me is losing, but you shouldn't go too far. Luo Kunren said angrily. Beep. The crowd was a bit confused when they heard Luo Kunren admit defeat. What did Luo Kunren say? He said he lost. How could this be possible? How could the little prince of oil painting lose? Wasn't the match not over yet? Since you admit defeat, kneel down and apologize to Sister Flying Snow. Apologize to the people who like Chinese painting. Li Mu's eyes were stern, no longer the calmness he had before. Tramp, don't go too far. Old me is losing, but how can I kneel? Luo Kunren said angrily. He was already in a bad enough mood today. It was you who wanted to bet on the match. Are you going to deny it now? Li Mu spoke word for word. If you don't kneel, I'll do it myself. Li Mu suddenly bullied his way up and shone 2 blows at Luo Kunren's leg sockets. Click, click. The sound of broken bones came. Luo Kunren instantly knelt on the ground and let out a heartbreaking scream. The crowd at the scene was in awe. This Nima is also too ruthless. You, the vice president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association's face was gloomy at this moment. Luo Kunren is no longer arrogant, but he is also the face of the Magic City Calligraphy and Painting Association. How can he let people bully him? Letting Luo Kunren kneel down. Isn't this hitting the face of the Magic City Calligraphy and Painting Association? Xiao Feishui covered her eyes. Although Li Mu's younger brother is a bit violent, why do people think he is so domineering? the good girl who had been well protected since she was a child. At this time, she actually had some inner turmoil. Kid, you've caused big trouble. The vice president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association let out a long sigh. He personally helped Luo Kunren to head to the nearby hospital. And right at this moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for crushing the little prince of oil painting's arrogance in public. The host has obtained god-level sculpting skills. Divine-level sculpting skill? Li Mu was happy in his heart. The system is really giving away everything. Just now in the other exhibition halls there seemed to be wood panel carving and stone statue carving. Li Mu, are you alright? You were too powerful just now. When did you learn oil painting? Xiao Feishue came to Li Mu and asked with concern. She had just turned into a little fangirl. I'm fine, Sister Feishue. As for learning oil painting, I just practiced a few days ago. Li Mu lied. He couldn't tell Xiao Feishue that he didn't know anything about painting before last night. Practiced a few days ago? Xiao Feishue was dazed and dumbfounded. However, it was probably Li Mu's brother's modesty, right? She also didn't go any deeper. And at this moment, several people came up to talk to Li Mu. This gentleman, can you sell me the painting you just did? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. I am also willing to pay a high price. If you are willing to sell it to me, my price is only higher than his. I am also willing to pay a high price for it. You just name your price. Li Mu's oil painting had just become the meat and potatoes that everyone was fighting over. This surprised the crowd that hadn't completely dispersed. Looking at the crowd scrambling, Xiao Feishue laughed lightly. Many calligraphy and painting masters selling their paintings did not have this scene, right? There was also the fact that these businessmen's sense of smell was really too sensitive. Think about it at this time, Li Mu has no fame yet, but he just defeated Luo Kunren. This painting will definitely rise with Li Mu's value in the future. You guys don't want to fight for it. Let's just go straight to the live auction. Xiao Feishue took the initiative to come forward at this time. Although she was relatively introverted and shy, but this kind of thing was obviously much more familiar to her than Li Mu. In the end, under Xiao Feishue's arrangement, Li Mu's painting was auctioned at a high price of 100 million. This caused the crowd at the scene to stare in disbelief. 100 million? Is it that simple? Li Mu was also skimming his lips. How could an art dealer be worth so much money? The final winner of the painting was a blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty. This big beauty happily received the painting. Mr. Li Mu, happy cooperation this time. If you have any more paintings, please give us priority. Of course you can contact me at any time if you have other needs. This is my personal contact number. This big beauty called Brown. Her eyes fluttered between words, and she even pretended to make physical contact with Li Mu several times. For this woman's frivolous behavior, this made Xiao Feishue next to her a little unhappy. Okay then, Miss Brown, if my brother has another good painting, he will definitely contact you. Xiao Feishue suddenly intervened between the two and hugged Li Mu's arm. In fact, even she herself was a bit confused as to what exactly she meant by this behavior. Chapter 57, This character comes alive. In Xiao Feishue's personal exhibition hall, after experiencing the hanging of the Little Prince of oil painting and the auction of $100 million of oil paintings, the entire showroom became crowded. It was not known whether these people came to see Li Mu or Xiao Feishue's paintings. Li Mu, my teaching master is exhibiting in the third-floor exhibition hall. Let's go over to visit him together. Okay? Xiao Feishue blushed and invited. In fact, she could have gone alone by herself, but for some reason she wanted to bring Li Mu alone. Good. Do you want to bring some gifts for his old man? Li Mu asked. Gifts? I brought some tea leaves. I'm sure he'll like it. Xiao Feishue spoke in high spirits. The tea leaves are what you brought. If I go, I naturally have to bring some other gifts as well. Li Mu thought about it and preached. No need to be so polite. No, I'll just bring some more tea leaves. Xiao Feishue saw that Li Mu valued his first meeting with her teacher so much. She was naturally very happy. That won't do. Li Mu refused. In a flash of his mind, he had an idea. There, you come with me. Li Mu brought Xiao Feishue, who had a curious baby face, to a wood-carving exhibition hall next to him. At this time, there were very few people in this wood-carving exhibition hall. Moreover, in the corner of the exhibition hall, there was an old craftsman wearing presbyopia glasses, sitting in front of the table, carving something into some wood. His appearance is very focused and serious. In this large exhibition hall, it seems that he is particularly unique. What's more interesting is that although this old craftsman is over 60 years old, he is carving wood in his hands while turning on the cell phone in front of the table for live broadcast. It seems that there are not many people in the live broadcast room to see. However, this old craftsman didn't care either. He was only focused on carving the things in his hands. Master, can I borrow your carving knife and a piece of broken wood? Li Mu walked over graciously and spoke to the old craftsman. Young man, what do you want to use these for? The old smith was naturally a little upset when he was interrupted from his hand's work. but his eyes were filled with curiosity when he heard that the young man in front of him wanted to borrow the carving knife and the wood. I just want to give someone a seal. Of course your wood. I can also pay for it. Li Mu was busy explaining. After all, this move of his was indeed a bit abrupt. You want to carve a seal? The old craftsman pushed the presbyopic glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked incredulously at the handsome young man in front of him. Currently in this era of rapid development, young people no longer had much patience to take carving seriously, and even now the market was flooded with machine carving. Young people who could still think about carving things with a carving knife could not be seen very often. Not bad. Young man, I'll lend you a carving knife. I have all types here. As for the wood, a seal doesn't use much wood, so you can use it for free. I have all the wood here. You can use whichever you like. The old smith spoke very generously. At the same time, he made way for Li Mu to sit in front of the table he used for carving. Then thank you, old sir. Li Mu was not polite, so he sat down graciously, and the old craftsman apparently forgot to close the jitterbug software that was broadcasting live in front of his desktop. In the live broadcast room, at this moment, a pop-up screen flew by. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little brother is surprisingly so handsome. Who is this? Simply star face. More than a star face. It's like 365 degrees of perfection, beating the stars of the world. I want to lick the screen. Li Mu picked and chose on the old craftsman's table, and finally chose a piece of dark brown yellow rosewood. This piece of wood was index finger length and 2 fingers wide, just right for carving seals. Watching Li Mu choose this piece of yellow pear wood, the old craftsman next to him couldn't help but nod his head. This piece of wood texture straight, tight material, good flexibility, can be said to carve seals of the top choice. It seems that this kid has a bit of a doorway, and next to him, Xiao Feishue had a curious look on her face. Li Mu, you can still carve seals? Aha, not bad. Li Mu slightly lowered his head, chose a smaller carving knife and started carving. Just now, he had already asked Xiao Feishue for the name of his teaching mentor, so at this time, he first had to level the bottom of the wood and then carve upwards. Only Li Mu tried the feel of the carving knife for a few times, then quickly moved. At this time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room once again flew, and the number of viewers unexpectedly and vaguely increased. Ha! This young man is going to carve a seal? There are still people who carve seals by hand now? Something that can be done by a machine in a few seconds. Yeah, it's not the same. A craftsman carves with more spirit. That's true. Watching Li Mu's movements, the old craftsman was somewhat pleased. Although 95% of the carvings on the market are machine carvings, there are still young people who like handmade carvings. As long as there were young people who liked it, the craft would be passed on. However, what surprised the old craftsman was that the young man in front of him was so skillful and perfect in his carving movements. This made him vaguely have a feeling as if he was seeing the way he was when he was learning from his master and watching him carve things. Could this young man have also reached the realm of a carving master just like his own master? Only to see. Li Mu held the wood in his left hand, and the carving knife in his right hand became faster and faster. One knife was not less, one knife was not more, without the slightest excess movement. It was extremely pleasing to the eye to watch. Even Xiao Feishue, who was next to him, couldn't help but open her eyes wide and came over to watch carefully. The live broadcast room also took off with pop-ups. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is something that a young man can do? This action is too professional. I can only say it's awesome. I've also seen many carving masters. I'm afraid that this carving, completely not lose the master awe. Why do I suddenly also want this handsome man to carve seals for me? Usually pay attention to the old craftsman live part are hand carving enthusiasts. At this time to see Li Mu's carving. Naturally very like. In just 5 minutes, the name at the bottom of the wood was carved. Li Mu blew with his mouth and blew off the wood shavings, and suddenly 3 beautiful words appeared. The writing was written in a long and strange style, flowing in the clouds and flowing in the water, and it was extremely artistic. This, a hint of amazement flashed through the old craftsman's eyes. Seals were usually made in song style, official script, regular script, running script, Wei or seal script in golden script, but a script like the one Li Mu had hand-carved seemed to be a self-created body script, and this self-created body seemed to be far more beautiful and spiritual than the existing fixed fonts. Even Xiao Feishue's beautiful eyes were wide open with excitement. Although she was a painter, but calligraphy and painting did not leave home. She had also practiced brush lettering and had reached a certain level of attainment, but Li Mu's self-created body of text was clearly very offbeat and extraordinary. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room flew up once again. This character is alive. It's so beautiful. I want this kind of character too. Everyone, this is the charm of handmade. This is too much of a name scene. The crowd in the live broadcast room was amazed. However, it was no wonder that the crowd was amazed. Li Mu was the one who had obtained a divine-level painting technique and a divine-level carving technique. He had merely allowed the two to combine slightly, and this had resulted in a qualitative leap. However, this was just the appetizer. Li Mu was again picking up the carving knife and carving. Chapter 58 Realm of the Gods. Li Mu flipped over the already formed seal in his hand and observed it for a moment. Getting an idea in his mind, he picked up a small, delicate carving knife and began to start carving around and above the seal's column. If one were to just carve a text seal, even if the carved text was beautiful, it would still be nothing more than an ordinary seal. However, Xiao Feishua's teaching mentor was a top-notch master of Chinese painting, and to give him a gift, it naturally needed to be a bit more colorful. No, more precisely not colorful. Rather, it needed to amaze the other party. Watching Li Mu pick up the carving knife again, the old craftsman next to him frowned and looked solemn. The young man in front of him was clearly proficient in carving. However, looking at his movements, it was obvious that he wasn't carving a simple seal, but was going to carve on the entire wooden pillar. But what made this old artisan wonder was why the overall carving was not carried out first before the text was carved. If the overall carving fails, the whole seal is not ruined? What was the use of a ruined seal, even if the carved text was beautiful? Even Xiao Feishue was also strange. She had thought that the seal had been completed, but she didn't expect Li Mu to have continued actions. In the live broadcast room, what else is this handsome man going to carve? This you don't understand, right? This little brother is going to carve the whole thing, but it's not easy to accomplish fine carving in this square inch. Little brother is so powerful. Look at his focused attitude. It really makes the mouth water. Wang Ming, a student of the Calligraphy Academy who was watching the live broadcast at the moment, had just watched the words carved by Li Mu and couldn't help but marvel. His own teacher had once said how difficult it was to create a new beautiful font. However, why was it so easy for this little brother to carve it just now? He took a sip of Coke, and with a full desire to share, he picked up his cell phone and sent the stamped text that he had just screenshotted live to his circle of friends. At the same time, it was also accompanied by a text: "This character is simply alive." Only, he just sent it out shortly. Weishin received several comments. At the same time, a Professor Chun from the Calligraphy Academy also sent a Weishin to Wang Ming. "Student Wang, who carved this character? It's simply beautiful." Wang Ming didn't expect Professor Chen to send him a prestige message. This Professor Chen was proficient in calligraphy, and he also lectured on the art of calligraphy in the academy. It was even more famous in the calligraphy circle. Previously, during class, Professor Chen had only added Wang Ming's prestige because he was pushing the progress of his homework. After that, there was basically not much contact. At this time, receiving Professor Chen's prestige, Wang Ming was a little excited. "Professor Chen, I just saw this while watching a live broadcast on Shake Shack, and I thought it looked good, so I shared it." Wang Ming fixed his mind and quickly typed, "Where's the jitterbug link?" Professor Chen asked impatiently. Therefore, Wang's student sent the link to Professor Chen. After doing so, student Wang didn't think much about it. Then he switched back to the old craftsman's live broadcast once again. At this time, Li Mu looked focused, the carving knife in his hand flipping. Unlike the general carver's grinding, carving and stopping, Li Mu did not have the slightest pause, and the speed was also exceptionally precise and rapid. It was as if the video was on X2.0 speed, picking, stabbing, breaking, tattooing, flying, chiseling, some series of professional carving movements skillfully and quickly. The spectacle is excellent. Even the old smith next to him looked directly dumbfounded, only to see that there was excitement, joy, and shock in his eyes, and all kinds of emotions surged to his heart. In his mind, a bold idea slowly generated. I'm afraid that even if his own master was alive, he wouldn't be as good as the young man in front of him, right? This carving realm could be the legendary realm of the carving god? The next Xiao Feishue even more mouth opened into AO shape. Engaged in literature and art was originally more emotional. Xiao Feishue belongs to the most emotional handful of people. At this moment, the thoughts in her head jumped off. Could it be that Li Mu can really pinch bullets with his fingers? How come he can do everything? Thinking of her sister's joke of having 9 daughters marrying one person, Xiao Feishue unexpectedly involuntarily clenched her legs. At this moment, she suddenly had an urge to deeply embrace Li Mu into her arms and squeeze him hard. Ah, what a shame. What's wrong with me? What's going on? And in the live broadcast room, it wasn't much better. Asterisk. Carved so fast? Speed experience so horrible? It's been a long day. Awesome. It's too awesome. To do such fine carving in this square inch and still be able to carve so fast. It's really rare. In the live broadcast room, at some point, an ID named Professor Chen of the Calligraphy Academy appeared. This ID just came to the live broadcasting room, then directly boom 10 big rockets to reward the start. Asterisk. 10 big rockets. Rare. How can there be rewards for such a boring live broadcast? Old Professor Brother is mighty. Old Professor Brother is mighty. The live broadcast room instantly became active, and Li Mu wasn't affected in the slightest. he only saw that he remained focused, and after 20 minutes of continuous carving, he finally finished. At this moment, a large, living, vivid dragon had been carved out of the originally ordinary seal. This dragon coiled around the seal column, the dragon tail at the bottom, the dragon head at the top. See, this dragon is majestic, body extension, beard and hair long, very powerful. It seemed to be about to overturn the clouds and soar to the 9 heavens, especially the eyes of the dragon's head were gleaming with astonishing aura. Alright, done. Li Mu put down the carving knife and rubbed his palms, looking at the final product, filled with a sense of accomplishment. You, little friend, you, the old craftsman stammered, half knowing how to express himself, and next to him, Xiao Feishue had long been excited. Li Mu, this is what you gave to your master? Xiao Feishue was unusually surprised, bearing a kiss on Li Mu's cheek. In fact, she had already been very restrained, and if it wasn't for the presence of bystanders, it was estimated that she would have been about to commit an even bolder act. Li Mu touched his cheek and was also a bit surprised. Sister Feishue was such a timid and shy girl, but she was so proactive? Li Mu couldn't help but raise his head to look at Xiao Feishue. Xiao Feishue shyly lowered her head, her face burning like fire, and she couldn't find a crack in the ground to drill into. I've been impulsive for a while. A moment of impulse. In the live video broadcast room, Li Mu was still shocked at the final product. Even when there were no more pop-ups, a girl with a super high face value suddenly broke in and directly kissed the handsome little brother on the face, which made the live broadcasting room, which had originally fallen into an eerie silence, suddenly boil up. Asterisk. Caught off guard. This dog food is enough to eat for half a year. What kind of divine face value is this? Which girl was so beautiful? Get out of the way. Let me do it. Kneel down and beg. Let the girl on camera again. Kneel down. Let the girl who was just there be on camera again. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, rows of rocket rewards floated straight through. Chapter 59. Who is the master in the end? In the live broadcast room, rows of large rockets floated straight through. Little brother, are you selling this seal? I'm willing to offer 50,000 to acquire it. 50,000? Older brother, you're too much of a chicken thief. I'm willing to offer $100,000. $100,000? You guys aren't mistaken, are you? This carving, this spiritual charm, this lifelike dragon, at least 200,000, right? How can it be 200,000? I remember the anchor carving Zhang engraved seals, at most only 100,000, right? Inside the carving showroom. Thank you, old man. Do you have a prestige? I'll send you a red packet. After all, I used your venue in wood. Li Mu spoke respectfully. This old craftsman was very kind from start to finish, which made Li Mu's impression of him skyrocket. Young friend, may I ask who you studied under? Finally detaching himself from the shock, the old smith no longer stuttered in his speech. Old sir, I don't have any teacher. I figured it all out blindly by myself. Li Mu casually lied. He wouldn't say that he didn't know anything about carving just before today. Figured it out by yourself? The old craftsman was stunned. Could someone really learn and practice on their own to reach the realm of a carving master? Little friend, your carving is far more than the old man. I don't know if the micro-carving technique just now is willing to teach to the old man? After the old craftsman finished speaking, he looked at Li Mu with a hopeful face. The old gentleman wants to learn? Li Mu was quite surprised. This old craftsman should be very strong in carving, right? Why does he still want to learn from himself? If young friend doesn't want to teach, then, that's just it. The old smith looked a bit forlorn. After all, what this young man had just demonstrated was an extremely exquisite micro-carving technique. How could he casually teach it to others? No, old sir, I don't mean that. I mean, you really want to learn? Li Mu hurriedly explained. Of course I want to learn. If young friend is willing to teach, I'm willing to worship you as my master. The old craftsman spoke respectfully. He had studied and pondered carving for his whole life, and thought that he had reached the end of his research, but he didn't realize that he was about to go into the ground. But he had encountered a carving master, which was a realm that even his pro-master had not reached in his whole life. As the saying goes, one can die at night when one has heard of the way. Since he was still alive, if he didn't make an impact on the realm of the carving master, he was unwilling to do so. After listening to the old craftsman's words, the corners of Li Mu's mouth twitched a little. I didn't expect that carving a small trinket would make an old craftsman worship his master. It couldn't be that the thing rewarded by this guy from the system was too top-notch, right? And at this time in the live broadcast room, It can't be? It can't be? Carving Zhang, the grandmaster of the carving world. Elder Zhang is actually going to worship this little brother as his teacher? Is there any mistake? But this handsome guy smells so good. I want to learn from him too. Little brother, I'm willing to offer $200,000 for the seal and acquire it sincerely. Please contact me at 137 *****************************************************************************$300,000. I'm willing to offer $300,000. Acquire it sincerely. My phone number, 125 ***********************************************************. I'm willing to pay $500,000 to acquire. I'm not a liar. My humble self is the shopkeeper of the Hanging Ink Pavilion on Nanjing Road. Please contact me directly at 151 ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈ Surprisingly, someone was willing to bid 500,000 for this disc dragon seal that Li Mu had just carved. This was really lying down. At this time, Professor Chen of the School of Calligraphy and Painting, Chen Yuanqing, was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. As one of the premier calligraphy masters in China, he was similarly invited to participate in the Centennial Art Exhibition in Magic City today. In his exhibition hall, there were also many people who came to see his works. However, it was hard to find a soulmate. Most of the people who came to see his exhibition were just ordinary calligraphy enthusiasts, for calligraphy is only a superficial taste. After all, how many people in modern times are still willing to be patient and practice calligraphy? However, at this time, in the live broadcasting room of the Shake Shack, that carving little brother carved out the text could not help but let his eyes light up. These 3 words are extremely spiritual, beautiful like a painting. These 3 words alone can be a glimpse of the leopard in the tube, a leaf to know the fall. The person who carved out these 3 words must also have amazing calligraphic attainments. For a while, Chen Yuanqing took the engraver as his confidant. At the same time, he wanted to buy the seal. However, someone actually offered a higher price than him, which made him quite frustrated. What if the seal was bought by someone else? But then Chen Yuanqing thought, that's not right. It wasn't the seal that mattered. It was little brother. However, he continuously sent several messages in the live broadcast asking for little brother's address, only to be overwhelmed by the overwhelming pop-ups, and there were even water users calling him a liar. This made Chen Yuanqing very angry. In desperation, he charged another 10,000 yuan into his account and rewarded 10 big rockets at once, and attached a message, may I ask for the address and contact information of where little brother is located? ********. Professor Elder Brother is mighty. Professor Elder Brother 777. Is the Professor Elder Brother really a professor? Doesn't Professor Elder Brother know? This live account is Carving Zhang's, and he should be at the Bund Art Museum at this time. Looking at the replies from his water friends on his phone, Chen Yuanqing was instantly elated. So it was Carving Zhang's live account. This old thing was quite trendy and had even started a live broadcast? If I had known it was his live account, why would I have rewarded him 10,000? Wouldn't it be better to go directly to him? It was no wonder that Professor Chen was feeling emotional. He usually didn't hear about anything, and was focused on teaching calligraphy at the university, and practicing calligraphy after class. So he really didn't use much of these live streaming software like Jitterbug. Since it was at Carving Zhang's showroom, Prof. Chen didn't linger any longer, got up and immediately rushed over. Inside the carving showroom, old sir, if you are willing to learn, of course I am willing to teach. However, the matter of worshipping a master should be forgotten. After all, you and I are too different in age. Li Mu spoke with a smile, which can't be done. A profession has its own rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Since I want to learn from you, you are my teacher. The old craftsman spoke without any doubt. This, Li Mu cried and laughed. But he also couldn't help but admire this old craftsman's spirit of good learning and respect for manners. And at this moment, Xiao Feishue next to him finally realized that the cell phone in front of the desktop seemed to have been broadcasting live. She had just focused on watching Li Mu's handsome carving. Ha, old sir, is this your phone? Xiao Feishue picked up the cell phone in front of the desktop and asked curiously. And at this moment, the cell phone happened to be facing Xiao Feishue. At that moment a beautiful face that was pouring out of the country was reflected in the live broadcasting room. Eyes opening up. Finally we meet again. The fairy has descended. You and others are still not retreating. Pretty girls, come here. Is this that guy's girlfriend? She's so beautiful. I'm so jealous of him. Chapter 60, speaking out of his mouth. Old sir, have you been keeping the live broadcast on? Xiao Feishue asked curiously as she picked up the cell phone on the desktop. Yeah. I seem to have just forgotten to turn it off. And I usually mute it when I'm working, so I didn't hear the sound alert just now. The old craftsman was busy explaining apologetically. Yikes, Li Mu, someone seems to be willing to offer $500,000 for your seal? Xiao Feishue looked at the pop-up on her phone and was surprised. Is that so? this seal is actually worth so much? Even Li Mu couldn't help but be surprised. He had just done it on a whim, casually, and didn't expect someone to offer such a high price for the seal he carved. However, the old craftsman next to him didn't seem surprised at all. He was even quite satisfied with the reaction of the water users. Master, in fact, my original master. He was just like you in that his carvings were out of this world, and the things that he carved were also once a rush for people, a mad scramble. The old craftsman's face was filled with memories of that year's grandeur. It's a pity that my original master has long since passed away. When it comes to me, the art of carving is also gradually falling out of favor. As he spoke, the old craftsman's face was again pained and somewhat depressed. Hey, old sir, this traditional skill will not be lost. If you want to learn it, I can teach you, but it's better not to call me master. Li Mu opened his mouth to comfort this old craftsman, but at the same time, he was also quite admiring his mood of wanting to carry forward the carving skill. However, letting the old craftsman with a head full of white hair call himself master with his mouth open and shut, Li Mu always felt a little embarrassed. Which can't be. There is no order in carving. The one who achieves is the master. The old craftsman was determined to recognize the dead reason. By the way, my name is Zhang Baoxing. I still don't know what is your name. Master? Zhang Baoxing asked solemnly. My name is Li Mu, an ordinary person. Li Mu laughed. Looking at this obstinate old man in front of him, Li Mu didn't mind befriending him. Yikes. Someone rewarded again. Heavens. 100 big rockets, yeah. Xiao Feishua beside him suddenly exclaimed again. Shen Yang, hurry up and show me. This live broadcast room of mine is usually clear of water, but I didn't expect there to be such a spectacle. This is all thanks to the blessings of Master and Auntie. Zhang Baoxing hurriedly stepped over and looked at the cell phone in Xiao Feishua's hand. It was just that when Xiao Feishua heard Zhang Baoxing call himself Master's mistress, her pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. Old sir, you called me wrong. I am Sister Li Mu. Xiao Feishua's red face was busy explaining. However, Zhang Baoxing had a face that didn't care in the slightest. He gave Xiao Feishua an I understand look. After all, he had just seen it all. You clearly took the initiative to kiss my master. Senior mistress. Zhang Baoxing's attitude caused Xiao Feishua's face to blush even more. Xiao Feishua looked at Li Mu for help, yet Li Mu just laughed lightly without saying anything. This exasperated Xiao Feishua so much that she stomped her feet and punched Li Mu with her small fists. Master, it was just a reward from the Hanging Ink Pavilion's owner. He said he wants to talk to you personally. He's coming over to this side of the art gallery right away. Zhang Baoxing looked at the rows and rows of big rockets in the live broadcast room and spoke in a great mood. He usually has more than 10,000 fans, usually small rewards, and usually open the broadcast. There are not many people watching, but he didn't expect that this accidental live broadcast, under the double boost of Master and Mistress, he actually doubled his fan value by 10 times. I'm not selling. Give as much money as you want and don't sell it. This is a gift to be given to Sister Feishua's enchantress. How can this be sold? We're leaving now. When he comes later, just tell him that I'm not selling it. Li Mu got up, put away the seal, and spoke to Zhang Baoxing. Then, after exchanging contact information with Zhang Baoxing, this led Xiao Feishua straight to the third floor's National Painting Exhibition Hall. Along the way, the two of them attracted the attention of many people. Originally, those who came here were more or less related to art, and their aesthetic ability was naturally stronger. As far as the entire art museum was concerned, there was actually no shortage of handsome men and women, but there were not many with top-notch face value. However, Li Mu and Xiao Feishua both belonged to the top-notch face value category. Naturally, as they walked along, their turnover rate was off the charts. Soon, the two came to Qi Dongfang's exhibition hall. As a leading figure in Chinese painting, his showroom was obviously bigger and displayed more paintings. Just after entering the door, Xiao Feishua was embraced by 5 senior brothers. Junior sister, you're back. Junior sister, let me help you carry your bag. Little senior sister, did you sleep well last night? And one of the senior brothers was the most attentive to Xiao Feishua. Senior sister, it's been a long time. You've grown even more beautiful in person. This person was ordinary looking, not very old, and was Xiao Feishua's eldest senior brother, Tang Yanji, who was also Qi Dongfang's most pleased shut-in disciple. He had been pursuing Xiao Feishua for a very long time. Only later did Xiao Feishua leave the country, which broke the idea of pursuing him. Now that he saw Xiao Feishua again, Tang Yanji was naturally very excited. Only when Tang Yanji saw Li Mu next to Xiao Feishua, his face was slightly unhappy. Senior sister, this one is? Tang Yanji asked with a slightly cold face. Eldest senior brother. This is my younger brother Li Mu. Li Mu, this is my eldest senior brother Tang Yanji. Xiao Feishua proudly smiled and introduced the two of them. Brother? Tang Yanji was a bit disbelieving. He didn't look like his own brother. He looked at Li Mu with a somewhat unfavorable gaze, obviously treating Li Mu as a love rival. Although Li Mu was aware of this, he was not in a good position to break it. Watching Xiao Feishue chatting with his brothers and sisters, Li Mu strolled around the exhibition hall on his own. There were quite a few ink paintings displayed in the entire exhibition hall, but the most eye-catching one was a picture of 1,000 birds and 100 mountains. Li Mu stood in front of this picture and admired it with interest. "How is it, brother Li Mu? Do you like this painting?" Tang Yanji came to Li Mu's side, wanting to probe Li Mu's bottom. "It's okay," Li Mu spoke indifferently. "Not bad?" This evaluation made Tang Yanji a little unhappy. As the chief disciple of the national painting master, how proud he was. How could he allow others to disparage his teacher? "It's okay, it's just not good. Why don't you say it?" Tang Yanji held back the anger in his heart, wanting to see what ivory Li Mu could spit out of his dog's mouth. "This picture, the atmosphere is majestic. The birds and mountains resonate together. The flying birds are high, the mountains and rivers are prominent. But the only drawback is that the meaning is so much worse. Just this one difference. This picture is just a better ordinary masterpiece." Li Mu spoke truthfully, word by word. "A tiny bit short of meaning? A better ordinary masterpiece?" When Tang Yanji heard this, he immediately became furious. You ignorant boy who knows nothing." Originally, he had already looked at Li Mu in a bad light, but he didn't expect this kid to be so unenlightened as to speak wildly in front of his master's most proud painting. However, right at this moment, Yanji must not be unreasonable. An old voice came. Chapter 61, Turning Stones into Gold. "Master." Tang Yanji turned back, seeing his teacher arrive, and hurriedly said respectfully, "Humph." An old man with white hair in front of him arrived in front of Li Mu along with Xiao Feishue. "Little friend, your critique really puts me to shame." The old man was no other than the famous Qi Dongfang. Not only was he not angry, but he also showed some appreciation for Li Mu. "Li Mu, this is my teaching master." "Teacher, this is my younger brother Li Mu." Xiao Feishue stood in the middle of the two and hurriedly introduced them. "So it's Sister Feishue's master. The old man is courteous. First time meeting, I hope you like it." As Li Mu spoke, he pulled out the just-made disc dragon seal from his pocket and handed it to Qi Dongfang. "Master, this was carved by Li Mu himself. You must accept it." Xiao Feishue was busy explaining for Li Mu. "Oh, you really have a heart." Qi Dongfang couldn't help but light up when he received the seal. The dragon carved on the pillar of this seal was lifelike, with majestic scales and claws, as if it was alive. Looking at the words engraved below the seal, it was even more beautiful and spiritual. Curious, Qi Dongfang took the seal, came to the side table. On the table there is ready-made sealing clay. Qi Dongfang also no nonsense. The seal was stained with some sealing clay, and then the seal with red clay was pressed on the white paper. At once, the words on the white paper were reflected in front of everyone's eyes. The words were dynamic and handsome, full of meaning, as if they had a soul. It even made Qi Dongfang feel that this character might be even more beautiful than the painting he had drawn. Next to him, Tang Yanji was astonished, and muttered in his heart, "This kid can have such good carving skills? This is a fake, right?" Xiao Feishue was equally agitated, even though she had already expected this outcome. Looking at the spiritual words in front of him, for a moment, Qi Dongfang was stunned. Other people said that he was an ink painting patriarch, a great master of Chinese painting, but he knew his own business. Over the years, he had continuously worked hard, wanting to improve his painting skills, but he had never been able to refine them, and it seemed that he was always that much short of a feeling. However, it wasn't until today, when he saw the words on this seal, that he finally realized what he was lacking. It was that hint of spiritual meaning. At this moment, Qi Dongfang was enlightened. He picked up the brush on the desk and started waving the ink on the brand new rice paper. "Master, his old man is going to paint in public?" Tang Yanji said in surprise. Upon hearing this, all the master brothers rushed over to watch. Xiao Feishue was also excited and hugged Li Mu's arm. How many years had it been since the master had personally painted? The people in the exhibition hall seemed to have heard the wind and couldn't help but gather around to watch, only to see. Qi Dongfang waved his brush and splashed ink. The master deserves to be a master. Hooking, tracing, pointing, dabbing, wiping, painting, and other strokes are skillful and old-fashioned, full of power. In the course of tea, a picture of birds flying in the distant mountains jumped onto the paper. This is Qi Dongfang's usual style of painting. That is, majestic, deep, but this time, if you look carefully, you will find that this picture is far better than the center of the hall hanging thousands of mountains and birds to be a lot better. Its meaning is more profound, more spiritual. At this moment, more and more people were watching Qi Dongfang's painting. After all, this was a national painting master painting on the spot. When Qi Dongfang was about to finish, I don't know whether it was the crowd, or a naughty bear child playing a trick. A little boy somehow suddenly touched Qi Dongfang's arm holding the brush. his arm was off balance, and a not-so-small line of ink appeared on the entire painting. At once, a good fine painting was destroyed. The crowd took a look and lamented. Qi Dongfang was also disappointed. He had just comprehended the spiritual implications, but he didn't expect that before the painting was finished, the Dao heart seemed to be crumbling again. Tang Yanji even grabbed the little boy's arm and angrily reprimanded. "You unlucky child. What's wrong with you? Running out all of a sudden. Do you know how much a painting of my teacher costs? Even if I sold you, you wouldn't be able to pay for it." When he said that, the frightened little boy wailed. Even Xiao Feishue frowned lightly. It was indeed a pity to lose such a good painting. However, just as the crowd was lamenting, Li Mu picked up his brush and sketched on the ink line he had just drawn, instantly sketching out several wonderfully strange rocks. At once, a painting became much more lively. In the distance, there are high mountains and birds, near the jagged rocks, reflecting each other, full of spiritual meaning. It was even several levels better than before. Wow! There were even quite a few people in the crowd who let out a gasp. If it was a diamond just now, it was a jade that had opened up, and the fluorescence was bright. Even Qi Dongfang was stunned. As the saying goes, an outsider looks at the scene, but an insider looks at the doorway. The modification is too wonderful. Simply wonderful. The young man in front of him is a genius among geniuses. Unless one had an extremely deep understanding of painting, one would simply not be able to do this. How is this possible? Tang Yanji, who had just been reprimanding the small child, looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Li Mu, you're fantastic." Xiao Feishue was simply thrilled and walked over to hug Li Mu's arm. The two large rabbits were very dropsy. Finally, Qi Dongfang came to his senses from the shock he had just experienced. "Little friend, can I worship you as my teacher?" Qi Dongfang looked at Li Mu with an eager face and asked respectfully. "What? National painting master Qi Dongfang wants to worship the young man in front of him as his teacher?" The crowd was directly dumbfounded. This was too unbelievable, right? And Tang Yanji simply had a eating expression on his face. What did master just say? How was this possible? And Xiao Feishue's face flushed red as her mouth directly opened into an O shape. "Although Li Mu's younger brother is very powerful, but you don't have to be like this, right, master?" If Li Mu became his master's master, wouldn't that mean that he would have to call Li Mu too master? And Li Mu was somewhat speechless. Why is it that each and every one of you old guys want to worship yourself as a master? And right at this moment, Zhang Baoxing from the carving hall, Chen Yuanqing from the calligraphy academy, and Tian Xieli from the hanging ink pavilion, gathered around. "Little brother, that disc dragon seal, can you cut me off? I really like it too much." Chen Yuanqing came over and looked at Li Mu with great excitement. "Little brother, I'm the shopkeeper of Hanging Ink Pavilion. I'm willing to offer $500,000 to acquire that pan-dragon seal." Tian Xieli hadn't been able to get a response from the live broadcast, so he rushed over. Li Mu looked at Zhang Baoxing who had arrived together. "Master, it's not my fault. You were already gone when they found me, but they had to drag me over to find you." Zhang Baoxing was also in tears, but both of them had rewarded him with so many big rockets in his live broadcast, so he couldn't afford to push back. "Master? You old man also worship Li Mu as a master?" Qi Dongfang was incomparably shocked as he looked at Carving Zhang and preached. Carving Zhang Baoxing was the grandmaster of the carving world. "Ah, what? Old man Qi, I can't worship Li Mu as my master?" Zhang Baoxing had an unhappy face. "Old Zhang, then I'll call you senior from now on." Qi Dongfang laughed. "What? Zhang Baoxing, Chen Yuanqing and Tian Xieli?" The three of them could not help but look at each other. Chapter 62 Vomiting 3 liters of blood. The lines of the art world are actually connected. For example, Chinese painting master Qi Dongfang and carving Zhang Baoxing had long known each other, and Professor Chen Yuanqing of the Calligraphy Academy naturally knew Qi Dongfang as well. As for Tian Xieli, the shopkeeper of Nanjing Road Ink Pavilion, who was originally in the business of literary house calligraphy, he was naturally very familiar with Qi Dongfang, Chen Yuanqing and Zhang Baoxing. The four old guys are all big names. Their ages add up to almost 300 years old. They were all like human beings. Nowadays, the way they looked at Li Mu was no longer eager, but fervent. Complete frenzy. A randomly carved seal produced a spirit-rich font, a lifelike dragon, and a randomly modified broken painting could be transformed into a miracle. This kind of ability to turn stone into gold was something that simply couldn't be done unless one possessed an excellent and keen mastery of art. However, how old was Li Mu to have such attainments at such a young age? This was already a rare genius, and when dealing with this kind of genius, naturally, one had to flatter and make friends. "Master, please must you accept me as your disciple?" Qi Dongfang bowed to worship Li Mu. Just now, Qi Dongfang had vaguely elevated his painting realm with just the perception of the font on the seal alone, and even more astonishingly, Li Mu had even casually modified it to make a dilapidated piece of artwork go directly to the next level. And just now when Chen Yuanqing from Calligraphy Academy and Tian Shili from Hanging Ink Pavilion were fighting for the Panlong seal, Qi Dongfang also finally realized how valuable the Panlong seal that Li Mu had just given to himself was. Little friend, is it possible to write more characters on the Pan-Dragon seal? Chen Yuanqing's gaze was wild, practically on the verge of worshipping Li Mu as well. Although there were only 3 characters on the seal, Chen Yuanqing could already see Li Mu's profound artistic skills. He was already a great calligrapher, and it was rare for him to meet such a person with profound calligraphy attainments. So how could he miss such an opportunity to exchange ideas? Little friend, this is my Hanging Ink Pavilion's Supreme Gold card. After that, whenever you want to sell any objects related to calligraphy and painting, our Hanging Ink Pavilion is willing to acquire them at a high rate. Tian Xiaoli respectfully handed over a VIP gold card with both hands. Originally, he had come to acquire that Panlong seal, but seeing that Qi Old Ghost was nervous about that seal at this moment, and also wanted to worship Li Mu as his teacher, how could Tian Xiaoli not understand that Li Mu was the one he should invest in and make friends with more than anything else? On the other hand, Zhang Baoxing was laughing straight. He hadn't thought that Li Mu would be able to convince these 3 old geezers. He himself felt that worshipping Li Mu as his master was really a big profit. Li Mu couldn't really help but cry and laugh in the face of the 3 people's eagerness, and Xiao Feishua's beautiful eyes flashed. This younger brother was simply wonderful. The onlookers of the melon-eating crowd had already been surprised. Did we forget to brush our teeth today? Or have we intruded into the filming scene of the 4 talents in golden costume? Just then, in the hall, a group of black-clothed strong men suddenly intruded. It's him, injured Luo Xiao. Among this group of black-clothed men, a dog-looking skinny monkey aggressively pointed his finger at Li Mu. The violent chiding sound resounded throughout the hall, causing the crowd's eardrums to shake. When the crowd in the hall saw this group of raging black-clothed men, they all stepped aside to avoid suffering from an undeserved disaster, only to see that the leader of this group of black-clothed men was an old man. He was dressed in a light blue tunic, with a solid, hale and hearty gait. I heard that it was you who injured Luo Kunren. The old man arrived in front of Li Mu. His voice was like a bell, and his aura was astonishing. It was me. What's wrong? Li Mu smiled faintly. Ha, good brat, has guts. The old man's eyes went cold for a few moments. Then he commanded the black-suited man beside him, drive him out of the art gallery for me. Yes, a group of big men in suits were about to make their move. Wait, Qi Dongfang suddenly spoke. At the same time, he looked at the old man with an unsettled face. Luo Tianjin, this is my master. How dare you touch him? Just after Qi Dongfang's words were finished, everyone in the hall was stunned. What? Luo Tianjin? Luo Tianjin, the president of the Dragon Kingdom Painting and Calligraphy Association? All the people here are in the art business, so they all know a little bit about it. It was rumored that Luo Tianjin was a scholar, with extraordinary artistic attainments, not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but also in the world is unique. But Luo Tianjin at this time is like suffering a bolt from the blue. He is your master? How is this possible? The national painting patriarch was worshipping a young kid as his master? If you kick my master out, then in the future I won't even go to any more laborious calligraphy and painting exhibitions. Qi Dongfang, however, said with a solemn expression, if you don't participate, you don't participate. Luo Kunren is my son. He injured my son. How can I not take revenge when I'm an old son? Luo Tianjin gritted his back teeth and spoke with hatred. Isn't it just a national painting master? Without you, our Calligraphy and Painting Association can still play around. Go on. What are you guys waiting for? Luo Tianjin spoke to the black-clothed man next to him with incomparable anger. Yes, the crowd of big men bristled in unison as they were about to go forward again. Slow down. Carving Zhang Baoxing stood out. Old Luo, let the people be spared. Why do we need to make things worse? Zhang Baoxing looked at Luo Tianjin and smiled playfully. Get out of the way. Luo Tianjin scolded. He didn't expect Carving Zhang to stop him as well. Old Luo, if you dare to touch my master, I'll break ties with you in the future. Zhang Baoxing changed his urchin appearance and instantly spoke with a cold face. What? You also worshipped him as your master? Luo Tianjin's jaw dropped at once. You're the grandmaster of the hallowed carving world. Ha? You still need to worship another master? Are you out of your mind? Not bad. I have already worshipped Li Mu as my master. Whoever messes with my master in the future will be my enemy. Zhang Baoxing looked at Luo Tianjin and spoke word for word. Luo Tianjin was stunned in place when he heard this. Old Luo, let's forget about this. At this moment, Chen Yuanqing walked over and was also busy speaking for Li Mu. What? Even you are stopping me? Could it be that you have also worshipped him as a teacher? Luo Tianjin looked at Chen Yuanqing incredulously. This was one of the premier calligraphy masters in the country. It's more or less the same. I'm brewing. Chen Yuanqing looked at Li Mu, his old face slightly red. Brewing? What the hell is this? How come all of you old uncultivators want to worship Li Mu as a teacher? Luo Tianjin couldn't help but take a few steps back, nearly falling over. However, this wasn't the end of it, only to see. Tianxiali came to Luo Tianjin's front. Our hanging ink pavilion. You know, we have branches all over the world. If you offend Mr. Li, we don't mind blocking the members of your calligraphy and painting association in the future. Or if not, we can establish a brand new art alliance. What the hell? The shopkeeper of Hanging Ink Pavilion also came to make peace for Li Mu? Luo Tianjin was simply thunderstruck. At once, a mouthful of blood spurted out. He just wanted to take revenge. Why was it so difficult? The suits beside him were also panicked, seeing the master's appearance. They were busy going forward to assist Luo Tianjin, who had fainted to death and left unhappily. Chapter 63, Surprised or Not, Unexpected or Not. The lively art exhibition finally came to an end. Li Mu brought Xiao Feishue back to the villa. When Xiao Feishue went out in the morning, she was embarrassed. When she came back in the evening, Xiao Feishue's eyes looked at Li Mu with admiration. Today's shock after shock finally made Xiao Feishue realize Li Mu's demonic nature. In particular, Li Mu's control and understanding of art simply touched the heartstrings of this talented girl painter directly. Li Mu had just parked the sports car into the villa's underground parking lot. Xiao Feishue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, came over with a kiss. Li Mu, thank you so much for today. I'm so happy. Xiao Feishue was soft and honeyed, her eyes as watery as water. Originally engaged in art, at this moment she could no longer suppress her feelings and kissed again. Feeling the two soft and sweet lips, Li Mu was also unusually intoxicated. However, just at this time, the car window glass was knocked a few times. The two of them instantly woke up, looking towards the window. They only saw Xiao Nishang and Xiao Zixing looking at the car with an interested face. Sister, you guys. Xiao Feishue's face turned red as she hurriedly got out of the car and ran back to her upstairs bedroom as if she were flying. Sis, don't run. Xiao Ziying looked at Xiao Feishue's back and laughed. Li Mu, you are not good. How could you do such things to Sister Feishue after not seeing her for a day? Xiao Nishang pretended to be angry. How could she not expect the timid and shy Xiao Feishue to be bold and so passionate? Sister Nishang, you're looking at it wrong. Li Mu scratched his head and sophistically said, I don't believe you, little slicker. Xiao Nishang's slender fingers lightly tapped Li Mu's forehead. Go upstairs and change your clothes. I'll bring you all together for a big meal tonight. Xiao Nishang turned around and walked towards the upper floor on her own, leaving Li Mu with a back that made people's imagination infinite. Good, Li Mu responded with infatuation. Finally, after changing and washing in the villa, Li Mu drove his sister's big car with Xiao Nishang, Xiao Feishue, and Xiao Zixing straight to Magic City Universal Hotel. Today, Xiao Nishang had managed to book a seat at the Magic City Universal restaurant. One was to treat herself for the busyness of this period of time, and the other was to welcome this return of Xiao Feishue to China. Xiao Nishang wore a burgundy-colored long dress tonight. Her poise was outstanding and her beauty was unrivaled. Xiao Feishue was still in a plain white long dress. Her temperament was out of this world, as if she was a fairy descending to the earth. And the most special belongs to Xiao Ziying. Today she wore a Scottish-style long skirt and tight t-shirt, and also put on a colorful eyeshadow. Her style is bold and bewitching, as if she is a peacock. The four of them traveled together and took the elevator to the restaurant on the 88th floor. As soon as they entered the restaurant, the four became the center of attention. After all, the face value of the three sisters, one was more capable than the other. The gazes that the men looked at Li Mu were completely envious and jealous. Under the guidance of the waitress sister, the four of them came to the table near the floor-to-ceiling window to take a seat. Looking out the window from this position, the bustling Magic City night scene was at their fingertips. Several people. Here is the menu. May I ask what to order? The black silk long-legged waitress lady sweetly opened her mouth and asked, please give us 4 steaks. Xiao Nishan opened her mouth and ordered. While Li Mu had just taken his seat, he looked at the neighboring table if he felt something, only to see that there was an ordinary-looking man and a pretty woman sitting at the neighboring table. And this woman, Li Mu recognized. She was Tanya, Li Mu's high school classmate, and at the same time, could barely be considered Li Mu's first love. In high school, this woman had once chased after Li Mu like crazy, but Li Mu didn't know anything at that time. At this moment, Tanya was sizing up Li Mu's side. Under the 4 eyes, they both saw a hint of fluctuation in each other's eyes. Tanya hurriedly avoided Li Mu's gaze. Tanya, you guys know each other? The boyfriend sitting next to Tanya asked curiously. Sort of. Tanya smiled bashfully and frowned slightly. Li Mu was handsome when he was in high school, and she had once been infatuated with him. However, Li Mu had later gotten into a second-rate institution in Mordor, while she herself had gotten into Mordor's top-tier Kainan College. Since then, she had stopped contacting Li Mu, because she knows, Li Mu comes from the countryside. In the Magic City does not have any background, and exam results and poor. Natural life ceiling is too low. At most is a small boss. Earn a few million, estimates of his life will be the top of the sky. However, what about her? She got into a top college and both her parents have stable careers. She had always been a rational person, so she could foresee that Li Mu and her were not on the same page at all. Therefore, she chose to be rational and stop contacting Li Mu. Even for high school reunions, she hardly went to attend them. However, she didn't expect to see Li Mu here again today. She was slightly surprised. How could Li Mu appear here? This is the top tycoon restaurant in Magic City. Every dish is incredibly expensive, and with a fixed 50 tables of guest seats every night, it takes 2 months to line up for a reservation, and she only had the chance to come here because of her boyfriend. Unless Li Mu Tanya was suddenly enlightened. That must be the case. How else could Li Mu come here? After all, Li Mu's biggest advantage was his good looks, right? Tanya frowned a few points deeper. Is it an old classmate? How about going to say hello? Ji Kaheo, who was sitting next to Tanya, opened his mouth to ask when he saw the change in Tanya's face. It's better to forget about it. Tanya's expression once again returned to normal, and she smiled as she spoke to her boyfriend. After all, going to meet a classmate who relied on selling her sex more or less made her a bit shameless, and the boyfriend in front of her was the one she should be pleasing. After all, Ji Kaheo is a securities private equity manager at a young age, with an annual salary of $2 million and a bright future, and his father is still the president of the Magic City Bank. Tanya, even because of the relationship with Ji Kaheo, only in the internship period of graduation to determine the work in the Magic City Bank. How could Li Mu compare to his boyfriend? At this moment, at Li Mu's table, Li Mu, do you recognize the opposite side? Xiaonishan's red lips lightly opened and she took a sip of red wine, matching her burgundy long dress. Under the illumination of the restaurant's magnesium lights, she was gorgeous. Aha! Sort of high school classmates. Li Mu nodded and didn't hide it. Only, for Tanya's attitude of being estranged from him after graduating from high school, this made Li Mu very unhappy. In these few years, Li Mu also came to understand that Tanya was just a woman who disliked the poor and loved the rich and was greedy for material things. Want to go over and say hello? Xiao Ziying laughed lightly, as if she could see a hint of sadness in Li Mu's eyes. Forget it, Li Mu replied with a faint look. Brother Li Mu doesn't want to, so why make things difficult for him? Xiao Feishue spoke thoughtfully. At this moment, Xiao Feishue's face was slightly flushed, and she hadn't completely come out of the blushing state of being seen kissing Li Mu by her sisters earlier. And just at this moment, on the stage in the center of the restaurant manager look-alike, holding a microphone, began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Universal Restaurant, and it's time for the weekly special lottery again. The restaurant manager spoke in high spirits. Special draw time? Li Mu, Xiao Feishue, and Xiao Ziying were all stunned. What kind of thing was this? Did a high-class restaurant also engage in this kind of circus game? You guys don't understand this, do you? Xiao Nishan then snickered. This is the Universal Restaurant. Those who can come here to eat are either rich or noble. So you guys think it's about eating, but it can also be about accumulating connections. Xiao Nishan spoke in a graceful manner, with an air of sis knows it all. Seems to make some sense, yeah. Xiao Feishue nodded her head adorably, her fairy persona crumbling a bit. So they came up with this crappy lottery game? Xiao Ziying was speechless. Aha! Xiao Nishan shrugged her shoulders. Li Mu listened from the side and only felt low. And just at this time, underneath each guest's chair is a corresponding number. Below we will draw out 2 guests to dance a song together in the hall. The restaurant manager's words fell, only to see a waiter holding a raffled cardboard box, came to the restaurant manager. The restaurant manager reached into the cardboard box and pulled out 2 folded up pieces of paper. He opened it up and took a look at it before he began to read out excitedly. Gentlemen, tonight the drawing was for chair position number 17, and chair position number 19. Will the guests of number 17 and 19, please come to the center hall and dance together? After the restaurant manager finished speaking, he took the lead in applauding. The crowd eating in the restaurant followed suit and applauded. At this time, Tanya at the table next to her gently stood up with a happy face. Her chair number was precisely number 19. She hadn't thought that she would be so lucky today. This was a good opportunity to accumulate connections. If she could get to know a few tycoons, her life might go to another level. However, Li Mu had a defeated look on his face because his chair position happened to be number 17. Li Mu, you're number 17, yeah. Xiao Feishue clapped her hands and preached. Brother, you're so lucky. Xiao Nishan laughed straight. Li Mu, you don't know how to dance, do you? Xiao Ziyang looked at Li Mu expectantly, only to see. Li Mu laughed, stood up, and pointed to his chair position being number 17. Tanya had looked around with a look of anticipation when her dance partner would be a super rich man. At this moment, seeing Li Mu stand up, Tanya's eyes couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 64, Tutoring a Gold-Digging Woman. Li Mu, under the urging of his three sisters, finally stood up with a flourish. Seeing that the dancing partner drawn was actually Li Mu, Tanya's face, which was smiling like a flower, directly froze. In order to come here for dinner today, she had dressed up very carefully. Her boyfriend had also booked the table 2 months ago. In order to attend this occasion, she had spent more than $80,000 that she had saved up from her university until now, and bought a silver sequined evening gown long dress, even borrowed another $50,000 from a friend to buy a Swarovski blue crystal necklace. Again, she deliberately left work early to get her hair done and apply 2 hours of exquisite makeup. Tanya was originally an 8-point beauty, and at this time under the magnesium lights, the tight silver sequined evening dress wrapped around Tanya's pretty body, and her chest, although not too alarming, was quite large, and under the exquisite makeup, she was also glamorous. However, at this moment, Li Mu's appearance directly destroyed all this beauty. Please ask the 2 guests to come here to the center of the restaurant and dance a waltz for everyone. Everyone warmly applaud and welcome. The restaurant manager spoke enthusiastically into the microphone. At this moment, the crowd in the restaurant all looked towards the 2 and applauded enthusiastically. The mood and atmosphere were all baked up to hear. Li Mu sighed lightly. It was also good. Go up and say hello to your old classmate. After all, this woman had once pursued herself madly before, and although she had later parted ways after the college entrance exam, she wasn't an enemy after all. Tanya, hello. Li Mu walked over and spoke nonchalantly. You, hello, Li Mu, Tanya said somewhat reluctantly. Before today, she had thought that she would never cross paths with Li Mu again. After all, in her concept, they were already people from 2 worlds. The 2 of them, urged by the applause from the scene, finally came slowly to the center of the restaurant. Thoughts were swirling in their respective minds, but both sides maintained a forced smile on the surface. A piano was placed in the center of the hall. At this moment, the pianist was sitting in front of the piano, and a classic and beautiful piano piece was playing. The lights of the restaurant were cast on the 2 people. At this time, the man should have taken the initiative to pull the lady's hand and start dancing. However, Li Mu stayed still as his thoughts turned over. Tanya had stopped contacting herself after the college entrance exam. He had called Tanya a few times at that time. However, the other party directly told him that they were simply not on the same path. Her path was incredibly bright, while his path was obliterated. He still remembered that Tanya had told him fiercely on the phone, "Don't contact me again. We'll be strangers afterward." Li Mu was in the atmosphere, and his heart was also unhappy at this time. Looking at Li Mu standing stupidly, hesitating to move, Tanya was immediately embarrassed. Damn you, how dare you make me wait here? Tanya was a little angry in her heart. You second-rate ordinary person. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be there nowadays? The crowd was also unsure. The 2 people in the center of the stage. What's going on? However, just at this time, Li Mu moved. The past is the wind. Living in the present, why cling to the past? Li Mu took the initiative to extend his hand and invite Tanya. Tanya, come along. Tanya blackened her face, endured some anger, and stretched out her delicate hand. Li Mu took Tanya's hand and swept up Tanya's slender waist, exerting a slight force. Tanya's face was slightly red, wanting to have a fit, but in front of the crowd, she had to endure it. Li Mu actually didn't know how to dance any laborious waltz. Although the university had a cotillion, Li Mu went to dance once and was embarrassed, and he usually had to work odd jobs, so he went once and never went again. As a result, his dancing skills could be described as sparse. Tanya, on the other hand, was a hard-working bully in high school, and after she went to college, she directly changed, learned to dress up, and became the vice president of the student council, and was a famous socialite in Kainan, so dancing was naturally not a problem. And for today, Tanya had practiced some rusty dance steps in advance, and even longed for a long time, when she was drawn by the restaurant, and then danced with a super rich man. However, she didn't expect that she was really drawn, only that her dance partner was Li Mu. It turned out that how much she loved Li Mu in high school, how much she hated him at this moment. In the center of the restaurant, Li Mu's dance steps were clearly not in rhythm with the piano music. His pace was disorganized, and he stepped on Tanya's feet several times in a row, causing Tanya to give him several blank stares. Li Mu's clumsy movements drew light laughter from the people around the restaurant. This further annoyed Tanya to no end, even wanting to just leave. It was too damn humiliating. Yikes, Li Mu actually really doesn't know how to dance? Xiao Ziying laughed lightly. He wouldn't be doing it on purpose, right? Xiao Nishang pursed her lips and bit a piece of steak, watching Li Mu's successive mistakes with interest. Impossible. Li Mu's younger brother is good at everything. Xiao Feishua beamed, dissatisfied with the words of Sister Nishang and Sister Ziying. Li Mu, can you dance or not? Tanya finally questioned with some anger. I won't, Li Mu said with this cold face. You, Li Mu, I originally thought that although you have an average origin and poor exam results, but by relying on your own efforts, you can at least live out an ordinary life smoothly for a lifetime. But I didn't expect you to fall. Tanya spoke in a contemptuous tone. What? Li Mu was speechless. Li Mu, I was quite fond of you in high school. You're a handsome person, but we ultimately do not have any destiny. My current boyfriend is a private equity manager, earning millions of dollars a year, and he's also the son of a bank president. And I also have a stable job at the bank before I graduate, and I'll be even better afterward. Tanya looked at Li Mu condescendingly, as if she was a queen on high, while he, Li Mu, was nothing but a small ant to be pinned down. After all, she and Li Mu were not from the same world. Li Mu, why is this talking more and more outrageously? What's your business got to do with me? Li Mu, you should also work hard instead of relying on selling your body and doing this kind of cheap work. The more Tanya spoke, the more agitated she became, exhorting Li Mu on how to behave as a good teacher. Li Mu, this is not done yet? I sold my body? I'm going to sell my body and do a cheap job? What's this all about? Li Mu couldn't reach out and slap her a few times. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine dance skills. Will you receive it now? Li Mu, damn you, even the system came to join in the fun. In that case, let's have some big moves. Li Mu's eyes flashed. He suddenly picked up Tanya's small waist with both hands and suddenly exerted force with an upward slam. Amidst Tanya's shocked cry that she was caught off guard, only to see, Tanya's body came to a 720-degree rapid rotation in the air. The men and women in the restaurant were originally laughing at Li Mu's awkward dance steps. At this moment, they saw Tanya being thrown high into the air and spinning rapidly, and even her silver sequin skirt flipped with her, while the scenery underneath Tanya's skirt was even more visible. For a moment, the crowd was stunned. Chapter 65, Skill to surprise the four seats, only to see that Tanya was once again gently caught by Li Mu after spinning several times in the air. At this time, she was dazed and her entire body was in a tingling pole tremor. It was so sudden just now that she herself thought she would be thrown 4 feet to the ground. Just when her fearful energy hadn't passed, Li Mu once again pulled her small hand and circled around her, and then suddenly Li Mu once again threw her out. Tanya's body was like a gyroscope, spinning on the ground again. After a series of 7 or 8 revolutions, Tanya, who was about to roll her eyes, was once again held by Li Mu's waist. At this moment, Tanya simply wanted to cry, but she didn't have the chance to rebuke Li Mu. Li Mu held Tanya's waist, bent his head down, bent over and turned around, and the two of their bodies were once again regularized. A series of super difficult dance moves were gradually staged one by one. Tanya's body seemed to have been turned into a scarecrow that Li Mu was casually holding. Li Mu guided her body to the left and she went to the left, to the right and she went to the right, without any resistance at all. Li Mu's dance moves were not only on point, but also raised the difficulty of the moves by several notches. What should have been turned around once, he turned around 4 or 5 times, or even 7 or 8 times. What should have been thrown 2 feet high, he threw 3 meters high, or even 4 meters high. In short, how to toss, how to come, how to take the piss, how to do it. Finally, the piano music stopped. Li Mu threw out his hand, and Tanya slid out and knelt in front of Li Mu, finally stopping after spinning around in place 4 or 5 times. Tanya, who wanted to stand up, at this time her body has completely not belonged to herself in general. Waist pain, back pain, leg pain, wherever it hurts. And with the end of Li Mu and Tanya's dance, a needle fell in the hall. Xiao Nishang originally held the hand of the red wine cup. Almost off the hand of the cup fell to pieces. Xiao Ziyangkatsuren's big eyes were unblinking, even wanting to become Li Mu's female dance partner to experience the series of amazing dances she had just performed. And Xiao Feishua's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her mouth, which was originally biting the steak, unexpectedly forgot to chew. The other guests in the restaurant weren't much better. Originally, the wine waiter was still pouring wine for the guests, but now the entire goblet was full and overflowing, and the waiter was oblivious to the fact that he was just staring straight at Li Mu's performance. A middle-aged guest was in a hurry to go to the bathroom, but at this moment, he was standing like a stone statue, watching Li Mu flinging noodles, leading his female dance partner to do one difficult action after another. Even the restaurant manager's eyes were wide open, standing on the spot in a daze. The only one who had been playing the piano was the female pianist who had been playing the piano with her eyes closed, mesmerized by the sound of the music, and had not seen Li Mu and Tanya's dance. And at this moment, when she pressed the last key and opened her eyes once again, she saw an astonishing image that would be worth recalling for the rest of her life, only to see that it was as if the crowd had been subjected to a fixation spell, moving as if they were statues. The female luthier couldn't help but freeze. Who am I? Where am I? What in the world is happening? Finally, after a few moments of silence, the restaurant resounded with applause. The applause was long-lasting and lasted for a full 3 minutes. Tanya, assisted by her boyfriend, ran to the bathroom and finally vomited with a wow sound. Tonight just ate the delicious, froze to vomit a 7 meat and 8 elements. After drinking a few mouthfuls of mineral water, Tanya is still in shock. Li Mu, this little brat is so vindictive. Originally, the old classmates still want to give you a face. In that case, do not blame the old lady is not polite. Hubby, that kid just bullied me. Tanya hugged GKHO's arm, beamed, and pouted with all her might. I just saw it all? However, the ones who come here are. GKHO was also depressed. That kid just moved too much. To say how out of character. It seems not, and even won the favor of everyone in the restaurant. Hubby, he doesn't have any background. Just a country boy. And this person is scheming against me. You saw it just now. The reason why he was able to come here was because he made ducks. Tanya could see GKHO's concern, so she was busy as bursting with information. Really? GKHO was a bit puzzled. After all, the people who came here were all rich and powerful. He didn't want to mess with people he couldn't offend. Although his old man was a bank president, this place, Magic City, hid crouching tigers after all. I'm 100% sure. His name is Li Mu. He is my high school classmate. He once pursued me fervently, but I directly rejected him at that time. I really didn't expect that I would meet him again here today. Tanya was busy lying. Good. In that case, I'll go and meet this Li Mu. GKHO was a little shaken by Tanya's words. If it was really like what Tanya said, then wouldn't it be easy to take down a man who was a duck? How dare you bully my woman? I'll make you look good. At this moment, Li Mu, who was in the restaurant, became the meat and potatoes. One by one, celebrities came up to talk to him. There were even beautiful women who kept throwing winks at Li Mu, and I don't know which one of them, but they also made a move and patted Li Mu's rear buttocks. This made Li Mu quite embarrassed. Nima, it turns out that when women play hooligans, they are not inferior to men at all. Dodging the pestering of a group of women, he finally returned to his seat. The three sisters, with 3 pairs of beautiful eyes, stared at Li Mu like curious babies. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Li Mu touched his nose. Did he have flowers on his face? Brother Li Mu, you're fantastic. Xiao Feishue was so excited that she practically wanted to eat Li Mu in one bite. This dead kid's art cells seemed to be exploding again. If she could, it looked like she was willing to directly sacrifice her life for art. Looking at Xiao Feishue's eager eyes, Li Mu hurriedly dodged. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. This damn charm of mine Li Mu, I want to dance with you too. Xiao Nishang pursed her red lips, not allowing by his preaching. I don't know if it's because she drank red wine or because of her makeup, but at this time, Nishang's face was flushed, and under the light, she was very delicate and attractive. I wanted to. Xiao Ziying was also not willing to lag behind, hating that she couldn't rub Li Mu into her arms at this moment. Good. I'm tired from dancing just now, and it's crowded here. When we get home, I'll dance with you guys properly. Li Mu promised in tears and laughter, and just then, GKHO brought Tanya to Li Mu's side of the table. This little brother, I heard that you and our Tanya were high school classmates. GKHO pulled out a chair with an unpleasant face and sat in front of Li Mu. At the same time, his eyes kept glancing at the 3 sisters of the Xiao family. Previously, when Li Mu and the 3 sisters came in the restaurant, GKHO was stunned by the 3 sisters' face value, and at this time, when he had the opportunity to strike up a conversation, he was actually secretly happy in his heart. If he could win the favor of the 3 beautiful sisters, he wouldn't mind showing off his social status and financial power, but at the same time as he was secretly happy, he also had a hint of surprise. If Li Mu was witch, then these 3 young ladies were also playing with enough flowers. And at this moment, in the restaurant's monitoring room, the manager of the restaurant was telling a handsome man with a big back hair and a cigar about how outstanding and good-looking the dance was just now in the restaurant to a handsome man with a big back hair and a cigar in his mouth. Originally, the cigar man had just slept in his office, and when he was called over at this time, he was actually very upset in his heart. However, after looking at the surveillance picture, his entire body trembled with excitement, and his eyes became incomparably worshipful. Isn't this Big Brother? Chapter 66, Why are they all pleasing him? In the restaurant, older brother, I heard that your name is Li Mu, right? My humble self, GKHO. My father is the president of the Magic City Bank. GKHO smiled as he looked at Li Mu, inadvertently raising his wrist to display his famous watch. Tanya was also standing next to GKHO smugly. For these 2 people, Li Mu and the 3 Xiao sisters had expressions of disgust. They were having a good chat. Why did such a greasy man and a demonic suddenly appear? However, concerned about Li Mu's feelings, Xiao Nishang frowned slightly and pointed to Tanya next to GKHO. Li Mu, is this really your high school classmate? Xiao Feishue and Xiao Ziyang looked at Tanya with the same curiosity. The gazes of the 3 absolute beauties still put some pressure on Tanya, and even made her feel a little ashamed of herself. However, Thinking about Li Mu's nastiness, Tanya regained a trace of her divinity. Ha! Once knew each other, but in the future? This kind of goods, it has nothing to do with me at all, Li Mu said with a disdainful face. You, old brother, what about being a human being? Don't be too desperate, as the saying goes, leave a thread in everything, and we'll see each other in the future. You say, isn't it? Jikiheo's face was instantly gloomy. However, he was an old man, and he still had his culinary skills. When Tanya beside him heard Li Mu's words, she was even more enraged and hurriedly hugged Jikiheo's arm. Jikiheo patted Tanya's hand to show that he was calm. Older brother. Brother, I came over today to ask you to apologize to my girlfriend. If you don't apologize and are still so mouthy, don't blame brother me. Jikiheo smiled grimly, seemingly wise in his ways. As the saying goes, when a smile hides a knife, a needle is hidden in a sheep's clothing. The most vicious is also. Li Mu and the three sisters of the Shao family were about to say, get lost. However, right at this moment, the restaurant manager pushed a food cart and walked over. This instantly attracted the attention of the customers in the restaurant. Those who had been here before were aware of it. However, anyone who could have the restaurant manager personally deliver the food was a bigwig on one side, or someone with an extremely deep background, in order to obtain such a privilege, only to see that the restaurant manager pushed the food cart and stopped in front of Li Mu's table. Hello, Mr. Li, due to your wonderful dance just now, our restaurant has specially presented you with a few small dishes and a bottle of good wine. Please also taste it. The restaurant manager was courteous and polite as he spoke and moved at the same time. This is the very best yellow-lipped fish. Excellent flavor, just right for this season. This is the dark chocolate pudding, the lady's favorite. But if you're worried about getting fat, you should minimize eating it. This is a bottle of billionaire vodka, Regal vodka, which, if consumed a little in the evening, aids in the effects of sleep. My humble suggestion is that you take small sips and savor it slowly, watching a delicious delicacy being placed on the table. Just listening to the introduction, one couldn't help but be tempted to eat. The three sisters of the Shao family looked at the dishes in front of them, their mouths watering, each one of them showing their proper foodie colors. And next to them, Jikiheo couldn't help but be staggered. Extreme yellow-lipped fish? Surprisingly, there really is this dish. I heard my dad say that he had eaten it once, and the gelatin of 500 grams of yellow-lipped fish cost $1 million. The fish on the table is just 3 or 4 pounds. This bite will cost at least a few tens of thousands, right? Is this eating fish? Or eating gold? And that bottle of Regal vodka, isn't this the world's most expensive liquor? It costs over $2.4 million per bottle. Nima, this bottle is only 500 milliliters. A mouthful of it would cost more than $100,000. As for the black chocolate pudding or something, Jikiheo has never heard of it, and it is estimated to be worth a lot of money. This global restaurant deserves to be the top restaurant in Magic City, and even in the world. Trench. It's so trenchant that it's uncontrollable. But how can this kid, Li Mu, how can he eat such good food, and taste such good wine? This kid's luck is too good. Even Tanya next to her was also looking puzzled. She who was very brand conscious and bent on breaking into the rich second-generation circle. Naturally she had known some of them. However, the dance that she had just done was done by her and Li Mu together, so she should be able to eat these dishes herself, right? Although Tanya was standing, she also hurriedly picked up her chopsticks and was about to taste it. However, at this time, the restaurant manager was busy with his quick eyes and grabbed her hand. This young lady, these complimentary dishes all belong to Mr. Li and the guests he brought with him. The restaurant manager spoke without being overbearing. Tanya was speechless and wanted to argue, but the restaurant manager had already snatched the chopsticks from her hand and put them down in a regimented manner, so he stopped looking at her. And this gentleman, please return to your seat. I don't want Mr. Li to have any unpleasant dining experience. The restaurant manager was speaking to Jikiheo again. Jikiheo was as if he had eaten a fly, his face blushing with embarrassment. He was the bank president's own son. Usually it was others who held him up and begged him to do things. When had he ever received this kind of cold shoulder? At that moment, a beautiful-looking woman walked over. Mr. Li, would you like to accompany me for a dance? This woman's face was like a proud flower. Her body was tall. Her temperament was out of this world. Especially her waist and back were straight. Her steps were indescribably elegant. Her beauty was second only to the Shao sisters. And if it was about elegance alone, I'm afraid that only the eighth sister, Shao Yuzheng, would be able to have a match with her. Her appearance immediately brightened up the eyes of the crowd in the restaurant. Isn't this the dancing genius Lin Yuxin? Heavens, the news said she just won the World Dance Championship. It's so beautiful. I want to get her to give me an autograph. Me too. For a while, the restaurant was a bit boisterous. After all, the celebrity effect was still very strong, and Lin Yuxin even directly invited Li Mu to dance. There was no one else with this face? Even Tanya was stunned. She didn't even know a few of this kind of big stars, and at this time, she even came to invite Li Mu? Jikiheo was jealous as hell inside. The four most beautiful women in the restaurant were surprisingly all with Li Mu. However, the three sisters of the Shao family looked at Lin Yuxin with a vaguely displeased gaze, and even secretly compared them. This skin, this breast, this hip, this waist, and Li Mu faintly looked at Lin Yuxin, who was wearing a backless long dress, and responded in a salty manner. Forget it, I just got tired of dancing, let's talk about it when we have the chance. Hearing this, Lin Yuxin's entire delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Surprisingly, she had been rattled out of her face. The people in the restaurant who were paying attention to this side were even more stunned. You sister, dancing queen Lin Yuxin invited you to dance, and you actually refused? Is this a human thing to do? This kid is too much of an ass, isn't he? However, Lin Yuxin didn't get angry in the slightest. Instead, she was polite and courteous, and even felt a bit sorry for not inviting Li Mu. Then I wish you a pleasant meal. We'll dance again next time we have the chance. Lin Yuxin's shell teeth lightly opened. After saying that, she retreated to the side. However, right at this moment, a handsome man with a big back haircut and a cigar in his mouth also walked towards Li Mu's side. The cigar man was clad in a black trench coat, and behind him were 8 minions in black suits. It was quite a windy walk all the way. No way? That's Chu Shao? Magic City. The mayor's son? That's right, it's Chu Shao. Only Mr. Chu can be so cool, so handsome. He has so many minions. Why is Mr. Chu here today? The crowd in the restaurant was stunned. They were originally some small tycoons, and at this moment, when they saw Chu Liang one by one, they all wanted to go over to flatter him, but they were all blocked by his little brothers. Only to see, he came in front of Li Mu and made a 90-degree deep bow. Big brother, how are you? The little brother behind him also followed closely with a bow. Big brother, how are you? Beep. The crowd in the restaurant was stunned. Nima, what kind of handful of big shots is this young man who just danced? Surprisingly, he made Magic City, governor's son, Chu Shao, to make such a big salute. Even the three sisters of the Shao family were stunned. Shao Nishang was aware of Chu Liang, but wasn't this poker face too high profile? Aha! Li Mu nodded indifferently. Chu Liang, this little brother, had used the little brother card at that time, and after that he hadn't cared too much about it, but he hadn't expected that he and Chu Liang would meet again here today. Please refer to chapters 7 to 8. You arranged all this? Li Mu pointed to the delicacies on the table and also glanced at the dancing queen Lin Yuxin next to him. Yes, big brother. I hope big brother is satisfied. If you have any comments, I will definitely correct them. Chu Liang had a doggy look and was very pandering. Don't play so fancy next time. But opinions? The guest next to me is really distracting. Li Mu glanced at Jikiheo and Tanya's side. Instantly, Jikiheo's hair exploded in a cold sweat. He knew Chu Liang. He was a famous dude in Magic City, and he had always acted in a vindictive manner, and can let Chu Liang convinced. That will be what kind of heavenly figure even if he was stupid. He could understand that Li Mu was by no means a small person, and remembering the offense he had just given to Li Mu, at this moment, Jikiheo couldn't help but give himself a few mouths. Damn you, it's all because this Tanya made me offend someone I can't offend. Hubby, he's a liar, he's a duck, how is this possible? How is this possible? Tanya looked at Li Mu with an incredulous face. Obviously he was a country boy without any background. What did you just say about big brother? Chu Liang had already arrived in front of Tanya at this time. Facing the imposing and vicious Chu Liang, Tanya trembled, but not waiting for Chu Liang to continue questioning. At this time Jikiheo raised his hand as slap 3 slaps on Tanya's face. Old husband. Tanya held her face with both hands, not daring to believe, but Jikiheo still does not stop. Duang is another ruthless 2 kicks in Tanya's stomach. Tanya immediately slumped to the ground, constantly wailing, but that wasn't all. Jikiheo threw up another dining chair and smashed it hard against Tanya's head. As he smashed it, he cursed, stinking, I'll let you offend Mr. Li, I'll let you offend Mr. Li. Finally, after a series of bursts, Jikiheo gasped and stopped. At this moment, Tanya was cloaked in hair, covered in blood. Her exquisite makeup had been spent, and her sequin long dress was already torn and tattered. Chapter 67, Sharing a Bed. At this moment, Jikiheo finished beating Tanya and came to Li Mu. Mr. Li, you see? Jikiheo lowered his eyebrows and was respectful. You said earlier that you wanted me to apologize? Li Mu spoke in a deep voice. No, I'm wrong. Jikiheo's heart was frightened. After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped himself. After a full 3 minutes, Li Mu faintly said, get lost. At this moment, Jikiheo's face was swollen like a pig's head, but he didn't dare to have any complaints. Hearing Li Mu's order, he was too busy to leave, and Tanya, who had fainted on the ground, was also taken to the hospital by the restaurant waiters. The entire restaurant returned to business as usual, as if nothing had just happened. Li Mu, why on earth did that woman just now call you a duck? Xiao Nishan looked at Li Mu and flirted. Li Mu, no wonder they just looked at the three of us with those eyes. Xiao Ziying was enlightened. Li Mu, what's a duck? Ah, what are you guys talking about? Ah, Xiao Feishui asked with a curious and dull face. Li Mu, Shu Liang, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He secretly sighed. Big brother is awesome. Overbearing female president style, cold and stern imperial sister style, and dull and cute fairy style. 3 different types of beauties. Big brother could even manage them all with ease. After a beautifully full meal, Li Mu left the restaurant with the 3 sisters. The crowd of suited little brothers were bowing again to see them off. It drew the attention of the crowd in the restaurant. Those who didn't know thought that they were some kind of black shark club bosses, and since all 4 of them had drunk some wine, so Chu Liang drove Li Mu and the others back to the villa. Along the way, Chu Liang called them sister-in-law in one breath, which made the 3 sisters' already slightly red faces even more red. Chu Liang left happily after sending the 3 of them off. He even asked Li Mu to give him a call anytime, so he could be at his beck and call. Li Mu also just laughed. He had to sigh. This little brother card is really good, and helping one sister to the sofa. At this time, the vodka's strength finally went to their heads, and the 3 sisters were groggy. Even Li Mu was a bit on top. The next day, it was dawn. Li Mu's bedroom. A burst of fragrance entered Li Mu's nose. Li Mu closed his eyes and tried to tighten the quilt, but his hand ended up touching a piece of softness. What is this? This feels so soft. This isn't a quilt, is it? Li Mu hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see that his hand had climbed on Nishang's pair of big rabbits. How could he have rubbed them so recklessly just now? Li Mu had a moment of fear, and looking at his lower body, Ziying's sister was clinging to his thighs, while Fei Shui's sister was resting on his stomach and even drooling. Because of Li Mu's movements, the 3 sisters seemed to wake up with their eyes open at the same time if they felt something. Ah, ah, ah! 3 screams resounded through the villa. At the same time, 3 pillows were thrown at Li Mu. The 3 sisters hurriedly ran back to their respective bedrooms. Li Mu patted his head and couldn't help but feel amused. Unexpectedly, they all slept in his bed last night. Of course, all of them were wearing clothes and did nothing. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the 3 sisters for sharing the same bed. The host has obtained the super black technology face recognition glasses. The prize has been put into the system space. The host can collect it at any time. There's a prize for this? Your grandpa's system. However, after taking out the glasses from the system space and trying them out, Li Mu felt that the glasses were really fragrant. It even has a ing see-through effect. If you were to look at a girl, it would be a big deal. Li Mu smiled and put the glasses back into the system space. Then, after taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he went downstairs to the kitchen to make breakfast. Just while eating breakfast, the 3 sisters were more or less looked at somewhat uncomfortably by Li Mu. To think that the 3 of them were actually sleeping in the same bed with Li Mu made them both excited and shy. Even the servants in the villa looked at the 4 of them with somewhat strange gazes. Xiao Nishang went to work at the company after breakfast. It was said that the Nishang brand was now going to be expanded overseas. Xiao Ziying, on the other hand, had turned on her divine concealment state again, and after eating breakfast, she ran off somewhere, and only Xiao Feishui, who had just returned to China, was more idle. Brother Li Mu, I'm going to see my girlfriends today. I haven't seen them in a long time. Can you drive me there? Xiao Feishui said with anticipation in her eyes. Good, Sister Feishui, but where are you guys going to meet? Li Mu naturally couldn't refuse and asked with a smile. Just send me to Magic City Century Square. We agreed to meet there. Xiao Feishui looked at her cell phone and then spoke. That's fine. Li Mu agreed. Soon, Li Mu drove his sports car and brought Xiao Feishui to Century Square. At this time, it was around 10:30 in the morning, and the crowd began to gradually increase. Li Mu originally wanted to drive away, but seeing Xiao Feishui's unwillingness to give up, he had to stay behind to keep him company. Xiao Feishui's girlfriends are also 2 lovely girls, and Xiao Feishui general age, one with round glasses, a slightly fat. Like Xiao Feishui, they didn't seem to have any heart. The eyes of the 2 girlfriends looking at Li Mu were also full of curiosity. Li Mu followed them and strolled in the shopping mall of Century Plaza. At this time, there were crowds of people. The girls played with catching dolls for a while, bought milk tea for a while, and went to try on clothes for a while. Just when the slightly chubby girl wanted to buy a dress and pay for it, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, I lost my cell phone." Xiao Jin, take a good look to see if it's in the pocket of your clothes? Xiao Feishui also rushed to ask, but the slightly chubby girl named Xiao Jin seriously looked through all the pockets and could not find her cell phone. It was really lost. Yikes! I remembered. It seems like someone touched me just now. It can't be her who stole it, right? Xiao Jin was busy being reminiscent. Really? Think about it. Xiao Jin, the girl with round glasses next to her, was also worried. It must be him. He seems to be wearing a black baseball cap. Xiao Jin spoke with certainty. Why don't we go have the security guards access the surveillance and take a look? Maybe we can spot him? Li Mu saw that the three girls were very anxious, so he suggested. Right. Let's go find the security guards in the mall together. Xiao Feishue spoke excitedly. The group of four quickly arrived at the security guard's monitoring room. According to this young lady's description, this is the footage we just captured. The suspect should be a young man with a medium build, wearing a blue sweatshirt and jeans with a black baseball cap on his head. At this moment, the security chief pointed at the playback image of the surveillance and spoke. On the surveillance screen, a young man could be clearly seen making a very quick move and stealing the cell phone from Xiao Jin's pocket. That's him. Xiao Jin also spoke excitedly. However, at the moment, your cell phone has been lost for more than 15 minutes, and it cannot be determined if the suspect has left the mall, and even if he hasn't, I'm afraid that there are tens of thousands of people in the mall at the moment, so it's a bit more troublesome to look for him. The security chief also spoke truthfully. Brother Li Mu, what about this? Xiao Feishue hugged Li Mu's arm and looked at Li Mu like she was praying. In her eyes, Li Mu was almost omnipotent now. Don't worry, let me try. Li Mu put his hand into his pocket and said, take out the glasses. Instantly, a pair of eyeglasses appeared in his hand. Putting these gold-rimmed glasses on his face, instantly Li Mu gained a bit more of an elegant temperament, and the lens in front of his eyes, but the white flowers of a piece of. Chapter 68, Trouble continues. Brother Li Mu, why are you wearing glasses? Xiao Feishue was very curious as she stood in front of Li Mu's eyes, staring at Li Mu's glasses and couldn't stop looking at them. It seemed that Li Mu's younger brother had become even more handsome. However, Li Mu was seeing white flowers through his glasses. Ahem. 404 warning. Sister Feishue, make way. Li Mu rushed to avoid Xiao Feishue. If he looked any further, he was probably going to have a nosebleed. Li Mu stared towards the surveillance screen, which was currently displaying a freeze frame of the suspect. Although the suspect was wearing a hat that covered half of his face, he hoped that the glasses would work. Turn on face recognition, Li Mu recited silently. Instantly, the face of the suspect was circled on the glasses and face recognition began. Not long after, a few words flashed on the glasses. Data entry complete. Li Mu hemmed and hawed. It looked like there was a door. Comrade Captain, may I ask if all the cameras in the mall are turned on? And the cameras here can all be remotely controlled to move the direction of shooting, right? Li Mu looked at the security chief next to him and asked. The security chief was also an old man in the society, and seeing that Li Mu and the others were dressed in extraordinary clothes, they were definitely not ordinary people, so he hurriedly replied. The cameras in the shopping mall are turned on 24 hours a day. Each camera can be remotely controlled to move the shooting angle. After asking some specific questions about the remote control camera angles, with the security chief's permission, Li Mu then operated on the computer, changing the direction of one camera after another. The security chief next to him couldn't help but shake his head. This young man is looking at them one by one. When is he going to see them? I guess the suspect would have run away by then. Although the mall has a total of more than 100 cameras, but at this time is at the peak of the flow of people, each camera captured on the densely packed people, at least 100 or 200 people, and the suspect deliberately wore a hat to cover half of his face, which can be found. I'm afraid that the chances are very slim. Next to Xiao Feishue and her two girlfriends were also a little discouraged. However, looking at Li Mu's efforts to find it, they couldn't say anything more. An ordinary person staring at so many images all the time would probably have their eyes blown out in less than a moment, let alone looking for someone seriously. However, only Li Mu was seen operating the joystick and controlling the camera. Then, again, he silently chanted, glasses for data comparison. Find the suspect just now. It took several minutes for other people to watch an image and compare them one by one. However, Li Mu was watching it very quickly. It was like the action was on 3.0x times speed. Looking at it, the surrounding security guards couldn't slap him a few times. What the hell is this? Is he playing? Can you find it this way? Who would be responsible for breaking the operating equipment? Just when the security chief wanted to stop him. Finally, on a surveillance screen, Li Mu's eyeglass lenses emitted a red blinking alert. The comparison was successful. There he is. Li Mu excitedly pointed at a display and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. That's really it. The security team followed the direction of Li Mu's finger to see a man with a black baseball cap on his head who seemed to be about to steal from a customer. And Xiao Feishue's expression was also stunned. Li Mu's brother had actually found it. The two girlfriends who were already disappointed were even more energized. Surprisingly, he really found it. This is too powerful, right? Just now they thought that this brother of Fei Shui's was not having brain problems. It seems that they had misjudged him. Where is this camera located? Li Mu hurriedly asked. This location should be on the 7th floor of the mall. I really didn't think he hadn't left yet. Go! Let's go over and catch him together. The security chief hurriedly waved his hand and ordered a few security guards to follow. Good. Let's go and take a look together as well. Li Mu brought Xiao Fei Shui and the three of them also rushed to follow. However, just as they arrived at the 7th floor and saw the thief, they were about to make a move to restrain him. The security chief's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. Captain! Captain! The police department called, saying that someone planted a bomb in the mall. What? Since the voice coming from the walkie-talkie was particularly urgent and also particularly loud, Li Mu and his party heard it. Li Mu and Xiao Fei Shui's trio were all shocked. Treadmill. What? Some criminals planted a bomb in the mall? The thief who was not far away was already on guard, but when he heard the intercom's voice, he immediately pulled out his legs and ran. Don't let him get away. Li Mu took an arrow step to catch up, and several security guards also hurriedly followed. But as fast as the thief ran, where was he as fast as Li Mu's legs? Without 2 minutes, Li Mu caught up. With a mix of his legs, the thief fell into a dog's poop. At the same time, their actions caused the people in the mall to continuously scream in shock. Xiao Jin, come see which one is your cell phone. In the thief's pocket, Li Mu turned over a few cell phones. This kid seemed to specialize in stealing cell phones. Thank you Li Mu. Xiao Jin was happy to find a cell phone with a pink casing and said. Several security guards came up again and together they subdued the thief. However, just at this time, the mall's radio suddenly came out. All shoppers, please leave the mall as soon as possible. We have just received an alert from the police that there may be an unknown explosive inside the mall. The mall will be closed in 5 minutes. Listening to the voice repeating over and over on the radio, the crowd was alarmed. A hive of people in the mall ran towards the downstairs exit, and between the pushing and shoving, so many people fell and trampled. A shopping mall would even be like this? Li Mu also pulled Xiao Fei Shui and hurriedly ran outside. Relying on his powerful physique, he finally brought Xiao Fei Shui out of the mall. But at this time, Xiao Fei Shui realized that just now, Li Mu brought her to run too fast, and she and her two girlfriends were actually separated. Xiao Fei Shui was in a hurry, so she called her girlfriends. However, after several consecutive calls, no one answered. This made Xiao Fei Shui anxious. Li Mu, Xiao Jin and Lily won't be in trouble, right? Xiao Fei Shui asked with great concern. This shouldn't be anything. No, let's wait a little longer. Li Mu also comforted. Then, that's fine. However, the two of them waited for a long time, but they didn't wait for any news. Xiao Jin's and Lily's phones were still unanswered, and at this time, almost no one in the mall was running out to the outside anymore. A police car had already arrived and surrounded the entire Century Mall building and pulled up a cordon. Li Mu and Xiao Fei Shui couldn't help but be staggered as they watched. Looking at this situation, there really was an unknown explosive item in the mall. Just how is it that Xiao Jin and Lily just won't answer the phone? If they had already run out of the mall, it was logical that they should also make a phone call and report their safety. Xiao Fei Shui unwillingly tried to call Xiao Jin's cell phone again, and this time, surprisingly, after ringing a few times, it was answered. Hey, Xiao Jin, you finally answered my call. Xiao Fei Shui was very excited and said. However, an icy cold voice came from the phone. Your two friends are already under my control. If you don't want them to get hurt, call $5 million into my account within an hour. Otherwise, the entire mall will be blown flat and your two friends will be finished. Jia 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 Jia. Chapter 69 System Explosion Equipment. Jia 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 Jia. Listening to the laughter coming from the phone, Xiao Fei Shui's entire body instantly went ice cold. Sister Fei Shui, are you alright? Li Mu looked at Xiao Fei Shui's face suddenly turning white and hurriedly asked. Brother Li Mu, Xiao Fei Shui stammered and pointed to her cell phone. What in the world is wrong? Sister Fei Shui. Li Mu was anxious and hurriedly took the cell phone. A cold man's voice came from the phone. My account number is 468-3839. Remember? Little girl, who are you? Li Mu couldn't help but frown and spoke in a deep voice. HM? The other party didn't seem to anticipate that the one who answered the phone had turned out to be a male again. Me? I'm Joker. GGGGGG. Horse. I don't care what you call yourself JK. If you dare to bully Xiao Jin and Lily, I will never let you go. Li Mu directly interrupted his arrogant laughter. You, kid, if you really have the guts, just come and find me in the Century Mall. Otherwise, pay the ransom obediently. If $5 million doesn't arrive within an hour, your two friends will go to hell. With that, the other party hung up. Li Mu, what do you think we should do? Xiao Fei Shui finally slowed down at this time. Sister Fei Shui, I think Xiao Jin and Lily might still be in the mall. Li Mu thought for a moment, then was speaking again. Let's go ask the police over there. Alright then, soon. The two of them came to the police car in front of the mall building. After explaining the reason for their visit, a small policeman brought them in front of a police chief. Chief, they said that their friends might still be in the mall, and that some kidnappers just called them saying that they have to pay the ransom or else they will tear the tickets and blow up the mall building. The junior police officer reported responsibly. However, the chief in the makeshift command vehicle just gave a sound. Without lifting his head, he stared at the structural diagram of the building in front of him, trying to find some clues, because just now, several waves of people had already arrived, all of them talking about their relatives or friends being kidnapped in the Century Mall building. At this point, it was certain that there must still be some hostages in the mall, and the kidnappers are only asking for money as of now, and the kidnappers' accounts are also overseas accounts, so it's hard to trace the money after it's been called. With such a big case, he could lose his official position if he didn't handle it well, so at this moment, he could be described as worried. Director? Chief? The young officer called out several times in succession before this director raised his head from his contemplation. Suddenly, he saw Li Mu in front of him and was suddenly shaken. Li, Mr. Li, there was a hint of excitement in this director's voice. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom's dark guards were also concerned about this case? If that was the case, solving this kind of big case wouldn't be a piece of cake. Are you? Li Mu said doubtfully. You don't remember me? I'm Qin Ying's second brother. Once at the Hua family headquarters, we had a meeting. This powerful director of Magic City immediately lowered his eyebrows when he saw Li Mu at this moment. Please refer to chapters 45 and 46. I seem to have a bit of an impression. Li Mu remembers that it was only when Sister Ziying showed that shadow token that she made these policemen retreat. Mr. Li's family is also inside? Director Qin Ming couldn't help but ask. Sort of. It's my sister's friend. We were just strolling through the mall and ran apart when we heard the alarm broadcast. It didn't occur to me that they didn't run out of the mall, but were kidnapped by the bandits. Li Mu described the situation again. So that's how it is. I wonder if you have any good methods to catch the bandits? Qin Ming asked cautiously. Li Mu was speechless. Big brother, I'm here to find you guys to solve the bandits. Why are you asking me? And the small police officers and the group of sheriffs next to him were also a bit surprised. Isn't the director's stance too low? What kind of heavenly figure was this young Mr. Li, that he made the director so cautious? On our side, we're going to send the bomb police into the mall right away to try and test the bandits first. Seeing that Li Mu did not speak, Qin Ming hurriedly spoke. He thought to himself, how could the plans of the Dragon Kingdom's dark guards be known to him as a small director? Soon after, Qin Ming gave the order, only to see, from an explosion-proof police car came down a dozen heavily armed police officers, who were wearing explosion-proof suits and explosion-proof helmets. The one at the head was also holding a long metal detector. This group of people also stepped towards the shopping mall door, but their legs have just stepped through the door. Suddenly bang bang bang, a burst of bombing sound. This group of riot police was directly blown out of the building. One by one, they fell to the ground, constantly wailing. Although there is the protection of explosion-proof clothing, but it looks like they were all shaken to the bone. The first few even fainted. Even where Li Mu and Qin Ming were, they felt a scorching wave of sonic shockwaves. The crowd was busy lying down. The bomb-proof police were actually directly stopped outside the mall. And just as they entered, the bandits detonated the bombs that had been set up in advance. And it seemed that the bandit who had designed all of this was an expert. Li Mu couldn't help but secretly frown. At this moment, it seemed that even the police didn't have a good way to attack in. Even if they did, I'm afraid that they would have to detonate a lot of bombs, leading to some unnecessary sacrifices. Do we have to wait like this? The kidnappers said that if they didn't hand over the money in an hour, they would tear up the ticket, and judging by the fact that they had just decisively detonated the bombs in front of the door, they would really do it. And just then, ding! Please rescue the hostages and defeat the bandits. The mission is complete. The system will open random rewards. Oh, the system is up to something again. Damn, this is a bomb. I'm no longer good enough. A few blasts from the bomb and I'm done for. But at that moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a black tech explosion-proof suit. This suit can withstand any explosion or bullet. Even if it's a nuclear bomb level attack, it can still achieve 100% protection. This explosion-proof suit has been placed into the system space. The host can use it at any time. Is the system that powerful? It's so flavorful. Li Mu came to the back of the police car, avoiding the eyes of the crowd, and silently recited, "Pick it up." Immediately, he had a black explosion-proof suit in his hand. Put on this explosion-proof suit. From the car mirror, this explosion-proof suit unexpectedly fit, like the movie Black Panther dress up. This explosion-proof clothing is not only lightweight, exceptionally, not heavy, and flexibility and elasticity full. There was no sense of bondage at all. After Li Mu gave a few words to Qin Ming, he handed Xiao Feishua over to Qin Ming for protection. Then, he personally swaggered into the mall. Chapter 70 Bomb Thug. Looking at Li Mu just strutting into the mall, Xiao Feishuai couldn't help but squeeze her delicate hands tightly, and there were tears in her eyes. Li Mu's younger brother, you must come back safely. However, thinking of Li Mu's often surprising strength, Xiao Feishuai's heart was slightly more at ease and expectant. The crowd of police officers and sheriffs were staggered. Who was this person? Why did he dare to go so single-handedly? Wasn't he afraid of death? However, this young man's death-defying behavior was actually approved by the chief. This made them puzzled. Director Qin Ming looked at the crowd of policemen and sheriffs casting questioning gazes, and a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. What the hell do you guys know? That's the Dragon Kingdom Dark Guards. I want to kill the four directions. Fist fight Harry Bear. Leg kick Fong Sauce. The real guardian god of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Ming was calm. The police were puzzled. Xiao Feishuai was worried. And everyone had different expressions. Only to see Li Mu swaggering just walked into the shopping mall about 10 meters. A warning bell went off in Li Mu's heart. Damn you. Does it look like there's a bomb again? However, Li Mu resisted the instinctive urge to dodge and stood motionless. He wanted to try this explosion-proof suit, whether it was really as resistant as the system said. Sure enough, the next second, the explosion sound boom boom rang out. Even the ground trembled. The police outside the scene were shocked. The bandits have detonated another bomb. Why isn't that young man moving? That's a death wish, isn't it? What kind of hero is he? The director's brain is rusty. Sending in such an unidentified young man. Qin Ming was also flabbergasted, because Li Mu had just walked in not far away. He also clearly saw that Li Mu was standing motionless and dumbfounded at the time of the explosion. Which play is this? Could it be that he was wrong? Xiao Feishuai's tears have been beaded and fell down. Li Mu younger brother, is I harmed you? If I didn't have to let you save Xiao Jin and Lily, you wouldn't have entered such a dangerous place. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be alive. However, in the very next moment, the smoke from the explosion dispersed, once again revealing that tall and handsome figure. Li Mu was still standing motionless. Li Mu gently twisted his head and looked behind him, smiling faintly at the police and Xiao Feishuai outside the mall. He was excited. When the explosion just happened, he surprisingly didn't feel injured at all. Even the sonic shock of the explosion in the air was avoided by the explosion-proof suit screen. And surprisingly, his body didn't even receive the slightest shock. Strong against common sense, and to his feet as the center of the surrounding area is a completely broken marble ground, completely cracked and crushed. Store display counter was bombarded, scattered. At this time, outside the mall, the professional explosion-proof police officers were directly dumbfounded. You sister, how is this possible? From the power of the explosion just now, it was clearly a C4 level explosion. Common sense would be that a dozen layers of pigskin would be blown apart. Even if they were wearing explosion-proof suits, their internal organs and muscles, and even their bones would be shaken apart. And even if they didn't die, they would still be crippled. However, Li Mu stood at the center of the explosion like nobody's business, unharmed. The other police officers were directly dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths were so big that they could almost fit into 3 eggs. Should we be surprised? Or should we be surprised? At the same time, one by one, they looked at the director. Qin Ming's gaze became incomparably excited and worshipful. The director must have known about it beforehand. No wonder he let this young man in. The director had strategized. Thinking about how they had just questioned the director's decision, they were suddenly a bit ashamed. Qin Ming looked at the eager gazes thrown at him. His face was light-hearted, but he was panicking internally. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. This Nima gave me a shock. Xiao Feishuai had already cried her face off. She thought that Li Mu was going to be injured this time, but she didn't expect Li Mu to be hurt at all. And even Li Mu waved his hand at her, which instantly turned her face from worry to joy. And in the building next to him, a man with a clown mask was also filled with shock. How was this possible? Being a weapons expert and proficient in all kinds of explosion-proof devices, it was completely like he had eaten a fly. At this moment, Li Mu fixed his mind, putting on the face recognition glasses rewarded by the system. Then he scanned inside the mall. Under the concentration, the walls of the entire mall were penetrated one by Li Mu, only to see that on the top 7 floors of the mall, a group of people seemed to be tied together. That was the place. Li Mu quickly ran to the top floor. Along the way, there were a lot of explosions. The police outside were frightened. However, if he was able to cause so many explosions along the way, I guess that young man is still alive and kicking, right? At this moment, the bomb police were not idle. Under Qin Ming's command, while Li Mu attracted the attention of the kidnappers, they also entered the shopping mall step by step. Not long after, Li Mu finally came to the top floor, outside a room. Through the lens of his glasses, he saw a group of people in the room sitting together with their hands tied behind their backs. His hand was just about to touch the door handle when he suddenly realized that there was a thin fuse on the door handle. A warning sign rose in Li Mu's heart and he hurriedly stopped his hand. You sister, is that bandit called what's his name Joker so cunning? Surprisingly, he secretly set up so many bombs. He was simply a bomb thug. Even if Li Mu wasn't afraid of being bombed, and if he opened the doorknob at this moment, he would probably detonate the bomb. Then the people in the house would probably be injured. Even Li Mu wasn't sure if there were more bombs planted in the room as well. And if there were more bombs, it would be difficult for anyone in the room to be spared. Damn you, what should we do? At this moment, the clown-masked man in the building next to him looked at the surveillance screen. Li Mu stood outside the door pacing back and forth helplessly. Clown-masked man issued jia. Laughter. The previous depression was swept away. Nimas, is not blowing up not dead you? Now blind, right? I Joker is to see your group of ants panic and fear look. Gigi. At this time, Li Mu really couldn't think of a good way to do it. And the bomb police were still conducting a full sweep on the first floor at this time. If the exhaustion reaches the top floor, there's no telling when, and sooner or later. There was no telling if the bandits would detonate the bomb at any time. And just then, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine bomb proficiency. Do you want to receive it now? Your great system, can't you give it out together? Really messing with people's minds. However, the system is so fragrant. Claim. Li Mu closed his eyes and recited silently. Instantly, all kinds of bomb-related knowledge flooded into Li Mu's mind. Opening his eyes again, Li Mu's eyes became deeper and deeper. The current him was no longer in a position to manually thwart an atomic bomb. At this moment, looking at the bomb fuse on the door handle again, Li Mu immediately had a judgment. Chapter 71, Defusing Bombs Like It's Fun. The bomb fuse on the doorknob is very delicately designed and hidden. The slightest touch might detonate the bomb. Through perspective, Li Mu realized that the fuse led to a pile of C4 explosives in the room. This made Li Mu stagger. With so many C4 explosives, if it exploded, not only would the 15 hostages inside die, but the entire room as well as all the surrounding rooms would be blown up. However, the most ruthless thing was that even the 15 hostages in the room had bombs of various types bound to them. If someone directly opened the door and detonated the C4 explosive beside the door, it would also trigger the other 15 bombs in the room to explode at the same time. This kind of superimposed explosion, I'm afraid that even the structure of the entire building would be shaken and changed. This clown is so evil. It's inhuman. But now, who told him to meet Li Mu? Only to see. Li Mu came to the side wall of this room and continuously threw punches. Each punch almost passed through the wall. After more than 50 punches from him, a one-person high hole was revealed in the wall. With the enhancement of this explosion-proof suit, Li Mu surprisingly didn't feel the slightest pain in his hands. Lifting his foot through the hole in the wall, Li Mu arrived inside the room. Inside the room, there were men and women, a total of 15 people. Their hands and feet were tied together, and they were sitting on the floor with their mouths sealed with tape. Seeing someone come in this way, they couldn't help but fill their eyes with horror, and Xiao Jin and Lily were right in the middle of them. However, Li Mu didn't rush forward to greet them. The most important thing was to disarm the bomb first. Just in case, he first came to the C4 bomb next to the door. Pulling out a delicate knife from his blast suit, he first dismantled the detonation device on top of the C4. After seeing the internal wiring, Li Mu gently cut a red wire. The C4 in front of the door was then perfectly dismantled. Ha! He actually knows how to dismantle bombs? Joker couldn't help but be secretly surprised as he watched Li Mu enter the room in such a crude manner and easily decrypt the bomb he had set at the door. He had once played the fused device bomb to perfection, and there were countless people who had fallen into his hands. Yet he didn't expect it to be cracked today. But, this is just an appetizer. You'll have to suffer below. Joker heatedly laughed, and then picked up the controller next to him, and pressed it with a beep. At this time, in the room on the top floor of the building, Li Mu came to Xiao Jin and Lily's side, tearing off the tape on Xiao Jin and Lily's mouths. Li Mu. The two of them, Xiao Jin and Lily, had expressions of incomparable surprise, both looking like they had seen a ghost. Was this brother of Xiao Feishu so powerful? This was simply a weapon on earth. Just now, he was so brave as to smash through the wall with his bare hands. Is this a human thing? Xiao Jin, Lily, are you guys okay? Li Mu couldn't be bothered to explain more and asked in a hurry. Li Mu, get out of here. The kidnappers have placed bombs on each of us. Xiao Jin was busy speaking. Yes, Li Mu, you have to leave now. It's too dangerous here. Lily was also speaking. They all seemed to have forgotten about Li Mu's incomparable bravery just now. Li Mu had actually noticed the bombs on the 15 people outside the door. And at this moment, he saw it even more truly. The bombs bound to the 15 people were of different models, and all of them had timing devices. This was obviously a kind of time bomb, but the timer on it did not start. And just at this time, red flashing numbers suddenly appeared on the timing panels of the 15 bombs. The countdown began. 059, 058, 057. What the hell? Surprisingly, each bomb still had almost a minute to explode. Listening to the beeping sound, the heads of the people in the room went numb. Nima, this is over. Some of the men and women in the room were stunned. Some fainted, some were crying, and some were praying for God's blessings. Li Mu, you hurry up and go. Xiao Jin and Lily shouted in terror. Time was simply too late, and at this moment, Li Mu settled down, ignoring Xiao Jin and Lily's cries. Xiao Jin, don't move. Li Mu, however, shouted in a deep voice. She was bound to a Russian-style traditional time bomb, and Li Mu quickly unscrewed the detonation device. Looking at the circuit leads, he then gently cut the leads with his knife. The first bomb, perfectly defused, took 5 seconds. Ha! So what if you know how to defuse bombs? There are all types of bombs in there. Do you know how to dismantle them all? And there are 15 bombs in total. You're simply running out of time. The clown man looked at the surveillance and saw that Li Mu unexpectedly didn't flee right away, but went to dismantle the bombs, which made him shake his head. What was there to cherish about the lives of these mole crickets? However, Li Mu was incredibly focused at this moment. He, who had obtained divine-level bomb proficiency, was simply incomparably affectionate towards these models of bombs. Right, you heard it right. It was an incomparable affinity. Not only was Li Mu not afraid, but he was also incredibly excited. Even during the dismantling process, he had all sorts of disdain for the bomb maneuvers laid out by the clown. Nima, this is so old-fashioned. If the fuse is more hidden, the effect will be better. Damn, this is so simple. Can't the wiring be more complicated? Just see. He dismantled one and another, and the speed is incredibly fast. American, Russian, Chinese, various types of detonators, Li Mu easily dismantled. The speed was staggering. Even Joker, who was observing Li Mu through the room's camera, couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The clown man had started out with a teasing attitude, but as Li Mu finished disassembling one after another faster and faster, his expression gradually became grave and eventually became more and more shocked. How is this? How is this possible? It was Joker himself who simply couldn't dismantle so many types of bombs within 1 minute. At this moment, he who was a bomb expert, the unrivaled one, the one who was playing the world, felt Li Mu's merciless mockery. Finally, after dismantling the last bomb, the timer also just came to 0:02. The last big brother who had been tied up with a bomb had already pissed his pants and fainted at this point. Damn it, brother, can't you hurry up? You're stuck at this point. You think you're playing life and death? Li Mu untied the ropes from Xiao Jin and Lily, and then asked them to help untie the others. 15 hostages were finally rescued. But where's the clown? This person was able to remotely control bombs, so it seems to be in this neighborhood. Moreover, he just ran up the stairs himself, and along the way, the other party was able to accurately detonate the bombs, and just now when he entered the room, the other party immediately activated the time bomb. So this shows that the other party should be able to see his actions. However, as soon as he entered the mall at the beginning, Li Mu, through his perspective glasses, besides seeing the 15 hostages in the room, there was no one else in the mall in. Therefore, the clown was definitely not in this mall. However, being able to remotely control the bomb explosion like this, he must be nearby as well. Li Mu came to the top floor and looked at the surrounding buildings, trying to find clues, and just then, he found a man wearing a clown mask, carrying a backpack of explosives, flying down the stairs from the building next to him. Nima, this man is also too bad at disguises, right? Should I say, you're too rampant? Or rampant? Li Mu flew straight downstairs. Just after he ran out of the mall's front door, he ignored the inquiries of Director Qin Ming and a group of police officers, and then he ran towards the exit of the adjacent building. Chapter 72 Li Mu vs the Clown. The man wearing the clown mask was humming a little song at the moment, fleeing the scene at a fast pace. Just what he didn't expect was that Li Mu was already waiting at the entrance of the stairs, only to see that when the masked man had just arrived at the doorway, a powerful punch came from Li Mu. The sudden punch caught the masked man off guard. The punch struck his face heavily. The clown mask was directly split into pieces. Instantly, an ugly, twisted, scarred face was revealed. You stepped on a horse. You're the one who ruined my good deed. The masked man covered his already collapsed nose in shock. He didn't expect that Li Mu would find him so quickly. Was this kid a human or a ghost? So you're really a clown. Li Mu couldn't help but laugh. Today was also considered a stroke of luck, letting him find the clown's trail so quickly. Kid, die. Joker indignantly pulled out a handful of bombs from his backpack and threw them towards Li Mu. Li Mu dodged in a hurry. The street was suddenly ablaze with fire and explosions, and the pedestrians rushed to avoid it. The clown took out another grenade and gently threw it towards Li Mu, but Li Mu didn't retreat. He leapt forward, backhanded the grenade thrown by the clown, and gently threw it back to the clown. Worry. Joker didn't expect Li Mu to catch the grenade with his bare hands. There was no one else with this kind of guts. Even he wouldn't dare to play so boldly. The grenade exploded in the air with a bang, and Joker hurriedly got down. Avoiding the shockwave of the grenade, Joker pulled out another C4 explosive packet and threw it at Li Mu. However, Li Mu once again didn't retreat but advanced, and directly went up to him, holding the C4 explosive packet that was about to explode, and rushed straight at the clown. Worry. Looking at Li Mu actually holding the C4 explosive packet that was about to explode and rushing towards himself, Joker's eyes steeply widened. Nemas, does this kid not want to die? However, thinking about the fact that in the mall, Li Mu wasn't afraid of any explosive attacks at all, this made Joker really unable to understand. Is this person an Iron Man? Or is he Superman? After the explosives exploded, Li Mu might be fine, but what about him, Joker? So, on the road, there was such an amazing scene, one chasing vigorously, the other running in a sorry state. Li Mu was vigorously chasing behind, and the clown was fleeing in front of him. If this image was spread to the underground dark world, then his clown's face probably wouldn't have a place to rest. The clown who started out playing with bombs was actually being chased by bombs. Thinking about that image, he probably lost his face to his grandma's house, only to hear a boom. The explosive packet in Li Mu's arms exploded, sending out blinding flames and a terrifying shock. Joker was almost hit by the shockwave caused by the explosion. The gusts of heat baked the clown's twisted and ugly face, causing his heart to palpitate. If he had just run slower, he would probably have hung up, but Li Mu was smiling, unharmed. How could this happen? Now he finally saw with his own eyes how Li Mu was not afraid of bombs. Joker guessed that Li Mu might be wearing some kind of special explosion-proof suit. However, he was well versed in explosion-proofing. What kind of explosion-proof clothing hadn't he seen before? It seemed that there was no explosion-proof clothing in the world that could perfectly withstand a bomb attack, right? Yet Li Mu was just standing in front of him unharmed. This made the clown wonder about life. At this moment, the clown no longer dared to throw any more bombs at Li Mu. Nima, throwing it over there would be giving someone else a headache. What a pain in the ass. At this moment, Joker was just running, and Li Mu was in hot pursuit. When Li Mu was about to catch up with Joker, a deep red modified sports car sped over. The car's body was coated with golden yellow flames, and under the roar of the sports car, it was as if it had come from hell. Joker, get in! This sports car drove to Joker's front. The door had been opened in the high-speed driving, and the one who drove the car was actually a red-haired girl, only to see her full head of long red hair tied up high, heavy eyeshadow, long eyelashes. The left side of her white face was tattooed with a demonic pattern. The upper part of her body was wearing a tight white t-shirt wrapped around a pair of big rabbits, which could be described as shocking, and the lower part of her body was wearing denim hot pants, with her white slender thighs brightly shining brightly. Just when the clown wanted to leap and jump into the speeding sports car, next to the street suddenly and rapidly ran a blue sports car. This blue sports car, bang sound, it crashed into the red-haired woman's sports car. The red-haired woman hurriedly took control of the steering wheel, stabilizing her sports car, and her other hand has picked up a golden desert eagle from the passenger seat, toward the blue sports car. Bang 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 of 3 shots. The blue sports car hurriedly dodged left and right. At the same time, from the windows of the sports car, stretched out a mounted grenade launcher M14. Boom sound, a cannonball shot out, with a fiery red smoke, blasted to the red-haired woman's sports car. In a flash, the shell hit the rear of the red-haired woman's sports car, and the car was directly lifted up in place. In the nick of time when the car flipped over, the red-haired woman jumped down from the sports car and rolled several times on the ground one after another. After spinning several times in the air, her sports car crashed to the ground with a duong sound, hitting the surrounding vehicles and causing the surrounding people to run away with their heads. Looking at the sudden appearance of the 2 cars, both Li Mu and the police in the distance were stunned. Damn you! Even in the busy streets of Magic City, there were flying cars and gunfights. Just when Li Mu was a bit stunned, the door of the blue sports car opened and Xiao Ziying walked down from the sports car. Xiao Ziying was as she first met, wearing a black tight dress with long flowing hair, like a famous warrior of the generation. The tight clothes wrapped around her explosive figure, and at this time, under this kind of flying car and gun battle, it was especially remarkable. Damn! Surprisingly, it was Sister Ziying. Sister Ziying. Li Mu hurriedly took off the headgear of the explosion-proof suit, revealing his real face, and for a moment, he was a bit teary-eyed. Your sister. I'm just lying in the villa's swimming pool. Isn't it good? Why do I have to do so many things today? There are sisters to protect me. Doesn't it smell good? Li Mu. Now is not the time to talk. Let's go subdue the 2 of them. For Li Mu to be present, it seemed that Xiao Ziying wasn't the least bit surprised, and with an arrow step, she just rushed up and fought with the red-haired woman. and Li Mu himself was busy chasing after the clown. At this moment, Joker's strongest bomb tactic was directly ineffective against Li Mu. This made him very frustrated and even a bit tearful. However, the clown was not a vegetarian when he mixed with the jungle, only to see, he pulled out a dagger, which was bright and dazzling under the sunlight. "You sister, it's all because you spoiled my good deed. Today I have to take your life." GG. Joker stabbed at Li Mu full of anger. He thought to himself, since this bastard can't be blown up, I'll stab him to death. Li Mu hemmed and hawed and sent a backward leg that had kicked the clown in the stomach. The clown let out a wail. The dagger in his hand directly fell to the ground. He frowned tightly, his face in agony. Li Mu greeted him with another punch. At once, the clown was beaten to a pulp. Where was the brashness and decency from before? A generation of the Dark World's bomb maniac was defeated at Li Mu's feet, and not far away, the battle between Sister Z Shadow and the red-haired woman was still continuing. Chapter 73, Fame Fighting. Not far away, the red-haired woman and Sister Zing fought back and forth, only to see, the red-haired woman's violent sweeping leg swept towards Z Shadow Sister's chest. Z Shadow Sister hurriedly dodged and retreated. When the red-haired woman's legs had just stepped on the ground, Z Shadow Sister again rushed towards the red-haired woman, and attacked the red-haired woman's doorway with heavy fists, and the red-haired woman hastily lifted up her hand to block. The two super fit women were actually fighting in a very beautiful position, both wild and violent, and when the red-haired woman saw the clown being knocked to the ground by Li Mu, the red-haired woman's face couldn't help but change, only to see that the red-haired woman steeply exerted her strength and feinted towards Xiao Ziying, who hurriedly dodged, and taking advantage of this stall, the red-haired woman got rid of Xiao Ziying's entanglement and steeply ran towards Li Mu's side. With the help of her running, the red-haired woman jumped up high and kicked Li Mu with a raised foot. Li Mu smiled, and just as the red-haired woman's foot was about to hit him, he swiftly flashed behind her, and clenched his fist and struck her back. The red-haired woman was alarmed and hurriedly changed the direction of her legs and feet. Li Mu's fist and the red-haired woman's feet collided, and the red-haired woman immediately felt the heartbreaking pain coming from the soles of her feet. Suddenly, the red-haired woman's movements stagnated, and Li Mu took advantage of the situation and stepped forward, striking with his other fist, without any mercy. The redhead blocked with both hands, barely holding on to Li Mu's heavy fist. It could be seen that the red-haired woman's martial arts strength was quite not bad, besides having seen the amazing martial arts strength of Xiao Ziying and Xiao Muyu. This was the third person who had surprised him. Of course Joker wasn't in this category. People took the technical route. What about martial arts? Joker left the bomb. It was simply rare. Within a few moves, the redhead was overwhelmed by the pressure. She didn't expect the young man in front of her to possess such terrifying strength. However, how come she had never heard of such a character in the underground dark world? At this time, Xiao Ziying also rushed over, and it was too late for the red-haired woman to leave. In the end, the red-haired woman was subdued by Xiao Ziying and Li Mu. At this time, Qin Ming also rushed over. After Xiao Ziying told her about it, she let the police escort the red-haired woman and the clown to leave. The explosion-proof police officers had also finished defusing all the bombs in the Century Mall building at this time, and all 15 hostages were rescued. Li Mu, thank you. Xiao Ziying smiled sweetly. You're welcome, Sister Ziying. But, what the hell is going on? Li Mu was confused. Such a major case, with so many bombs, pistols and heavy artillery shells. This seemed like it was more than just a simple kidnapping, right? The red-haired woman and the clown are in cahoots. Specifically, I'll tell you about it when I have time. Xiao Ziying didn't make any more explanations. After all, why would an ordinary person need to know anything about the underground dark world? She only hoped that this brother would live an ordinary life peacefully. However, Li Mu's performance was getting better and better, more and more demonic. I'm afraid that by then, even if she wanted to hide it, I'm afraid that she would soon be unable to do so. It was estimated that soon, Li Mu's reputation would spread throughout the entire underground world. After all, he had directly defeated the Joker today who had never failed yet. In the evening, the villa, on the TV in the dining room, today's news events were being broadcast. Today, an explosive kidnapping case occurred in the Century Mall building in Magic City. Due to the bravery of a warm-hearted citizen, this vicious kidnapping case was quickly solved, and the thugs involved have been subdued. Brother Li Mu, you are truly divine. I didn't expect you to defeat the kidnappers in 3 moves. Xiao Jin and Lily's parents all said that they would treat you to dinner some other day and solemnly thank you. Xiao Feishui listened to the news broadcast on the TV and spoke with a face full of excitement. It's better to forget about dinner. It's like I want to rest and relax right now. Li Mu smiled faintly. After today's toss, although it was very exciting and cool, but it was too much of a toss. He just wanted to honestly be a salted fish. That won't do, and I have to thank you. When you went into the mall, I thought you were in danger. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't have gone into such a dangerous place. Brother Li Mu, I truly thank you. The more Xiao Feishue spoke, the more excited she became. Feishue, since you're so grateful to Li Mu, how will you repay Li Mu? Xiao Nishan looked at the blushing Xiao Feishue and asked flirtatiously. This well? Whatever brother Li Mu wants to do, I'll agree. Xiao Feishue was already shy, and at this time, her face was even more flushed. Under the illumination of the villa's lights, she was very colorful. Oh, can I do anything? Feishue, then you can't give your body in return? Xiao Nishang teased. What? Promise me your body? This. Xiao Feishue's brain directly short-circuited. Although people also like Li Mu's younger brother, but to blatantly and directly say it like this, it was really so humiliating. Xiao Feishue directly covered her face. Ha ha, I'm joking with you. Xiao Nishan cackled with laughter. Ah, Sister Nishan, you're so annoying. Xiao Feishue was both angry and shy as she ran back to her room. Just at this moment, the villa's doorbell rang. The maid quickly came to report that it was Li Mu's little brother, Xu Liang, who had come to see him. Xu Liang? Why did he come at this time? But after all, it was his own little brother. Li Mu asked the servant to open the door and invite the person in. Soon, a middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit and Xu Liang walked into the villa's hall, while they were followed by a group of bodyguards. Brother Li, this is my father. Xu Liang very doggedly came in front of Li Mu and busily introduced him. Xu Liang's dad? Wasn't that the Magic City? The chief? At this moment, Xiao Nishang couldn't help but look shocked and hurriedly stood up. Li Mu also stood up. Uncle, hello, Li Mu, you showed your face to me today. The top is very satisfied. That's why I came over to specially thank you. Xu Xiong smiled, with the aura of a superior, but he was pleasant and cordial to Li Mu. He followed up by instructing Li Mu that if there were any matters or difficulties, he could call him directly or something like that. Then with a wave of his hand, the bodyguards brought many gifts to the villa. These gifts were pearls and agates, paintings and antiques, gold jewelry. These people came and went quickly. Only these gifts witnessed that they had come. At this moment, only Xiao Nishang and Li Mu were left in the villa's dining room, while Xiao Ziang had already escorted the red-haired woman and the clown to the capital. Li Mu, you really surprised me. Xiao Nishan looked at Li Mu with a scorching gaze. This younger brother was simply too demonic. It could even topple the bomb berserker with his bare hands. Even the big shots seemed to have noticed Li Mu. The sisters all seemed to like Li Mu more and more. Even she herself had fallen. I wonder if the other sisters would like Li Mu as well. If that was the case, was it really necessary for the 9 daughters to marry one person? Xiao Nishang actually had some hidden expectations, while Li Mu sat at the dining table, boring his head to dry his rice. Just at this moment, ding! Congratulations to the hostage rescuer for successfully rescuing the hostage and capturing the kidnapper. The host has gained the divine transfiguration technique. Chapter 74. Even a sow can turn into a beautiful woman. Ha! Divine transfiguration? This one is fun. Li Mu finished eating and rushed back to his room, pinched his face up in front of the mirror. Not long after, his face transformed into that of a clown. Ugly scars, distorted face. The details were simply too realistic. I'm afraid even the clown himself couldn't tell the difference, right? Next, Li Mu did some more kneading. This time, his face turned into Sister Nei again. The face in the mirror had a charming face, with a pretty nose, curved willow leaf eyebrows, and a beautiful autumn wave. Even Li Mu was dumbfounded. Can this be pinched out of my face? At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Li Mu didn't think too much about it and got up to open the door. Li, Ni, Nishan's sister? Xiao Feishue outside the door directly looked dumbfounded. But, did Sister Nishan cut her hair? Why is Sister Nishan wearing Li Mu's brother's clothes? Looking at Sister Feishue's days outside the door, Li Mu had a smug look on his face. Now all that's missing are some details? If there was another wig and the figure undulated a bit more, it would probably be able to pass off as real? And just as Xiao Feishue froze, Xiao Nishan walked over. Just now, Li Mu left furtively after eating, which made Xiao Nishang very curious and wanted to find out what was going on. Feishue, are you looking for Li Mu too? Xiao Nishang smiled sweetly. This third sister although she was timid and shy, sometimes she would always engage in some unexpected behavior. She seems to be a bit crazy when it comes to art. You can see that she just ran away shyly in front of her, and now she's looking for Li Mu. However, when Xiao Nishan came to Li Mu's door from the corridor as well, and saw Li Mu's current appearance, Xiao Nishang also immediately froze. This, she pointed to her own face and then to Li Mu's face, stuttering, her brain directly going down on the spot. Li Mu was also very satisfied with Sister Nishang's reaction, and was even more playful at this time. Sister Nishang, I'm your long-lost brother Nitao. Li Mu smiled faintly. Against this face his smile was surprisingly a bit evil. Who in the world are you? You, Xiaonishang is after all a female president. Rationality and might are still there, she immediately questioned loudly, only to see her beckoning again, about to call the servants over. Don't, I'm Li Mu. As soon as he saw that Sister Nishan was about to recognize him as a thief, Li Mu hurriedly transformed back to his original face. This, Xiao Nishang and Xiao Feishu had directly looked dumbfounded. This can't be it? This is also possible. How is this possible? Sister, this is a disguise technique. Li Mu laughed out loud. Good. How dare you tease us? Xiao Nishang's small fists punched Li Mu straight in the chest. Brother Li Mu, you're so bad. Xiao Feishu was also playful and reached out to tickle Li Mu. All of a sudden, the three of them were in a mess. For a few days, Li Mu was very addicted to the disguise technique. However, if it was just a simple change of face, it still seemed almost interesting. In order to strive for perfection, this day Li Mu drove to a boutique prop store. Li Mu made a sweep. All kinds of glasses, eyeshadow, foundation, wigs, women's dresses, men's hats, fake beards, fake breasts, bye. With these props, it is not a big deal for Li Mu to turn a sow into an absolute beauty. Looking at Li Mu buying so many things, even the store clerk thought that Li Mu was from some kind of drama program purchasing team. After the purchasing was done, just when Li Mu wanted to drive away, Li Mu found that not far away by an alley, a few hooligans jumped down from a van, and with steel rods in their hands, they surrounded a girl who was walking into the alley with a ferocious air, and this girl was no one else, but the granddaughter of Li Mu's next-door neighbor, old Chinese Dr. Qin, that is, the granddaughter of the great disciple Qin Guanhua that Li Mu had taken in at the beginning, Qin Ruobing. Qin Ruobing was almost as pretty as her sisters, and several times when Li Mu had nothing to do, he would instruct the Qin family's grandparents and grandchildren in acupuncture methods. At this moment, seeing that his disciple's granddaughter was in trouble, how could Li Mu do something and not care? Li Mu put down his purchases and ran over. Inside the alley. Little sister, look at your appearance. I'm afraid you don't have a boyfriend yet. Go with brother. If I'm happy, I might even let you go. The leader of the gangsters, a hideous scar on his cheek, said to Qin Ruobing with a smiling face. You guys don't come over. I'm going to call the police if you come over again. Qin Ruobing's delicate and pretty face was in a state of shock. For such a wonderful young girl, how had she ever seen this formation before? Call the police? He. The scarred man's face was contemptuous as he greeted his men. Take her away from me. As the scarred man waved his hand, 7 or 8 gangsters were about to swarm up and grab Qin Ruobing into the van. And right at this moment, stop, Li Mu rushed over. The 7 or 8 punks twisted their heads in shock. Surprisingly, an unenlightened one had come. Li Mu. Qin Ruobing was ecstatic to see Li Mu suddenly appear here. Little brother, I advise you not to. Before the scarred man could finish his words, Li Mu had already punched him hard in the face. Instantly, the scarred man's nose collapsed and blood flowed out. So ruthless. The surrounding juniors also looked stunned. You've got to be kidding me. Kill him for me. The scarred man covered his nose and stared viciously at Li Mu as he spoke. The crowd of little brothers had just been a bit stunned. At this moment, seeing the boss giving the word and relying on the crowd, they all copied the steel rods in their hands and swarmed towards Li Mu. Li Mu took the lead in grabbing the steel stick in the hands of a gangster. Whistling with the wind, he swung it all the way over, and at once 7 or 8 punks fell to the ground on all fours. Watching a group of juniors being knocked down in the blink of an eye, the scarred man was stunned. He was an old man, and he had never seen a body like Li Mu's before. Strong, too damn strong. Li Mu didn't say anything, and kicked the crotch of scarred man with a duong kick. Immediately, the scarred man let out an incomparably mournful wail and fell to the ground with his face twisted. Sister Ruobing, are you alright? Li Mu rushed over and asked with concern. Li Mu, this group of people colluded with human traffickers, and threatened me to shut my mouth. Qin Ruobing's heart palpitated as she grabbed Li Mu's arm. What's going on here? Li Mu couldn't help but ask. Li Mu, last week, a child with a broken hand came to our traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Out of love, I didn't charge any money and healed him. However, this child told me that he was disabled by human traffickers. He also hoped that I could rescue other children who were taken by traffickers. And just when I wanted to quietly call the police, such a group of gangsters came to trouble me today. Qin Ruobing hurriedly spoke. So that's how it is. Li Mu was puzzled. Li Mu, let's think of a way to save those poor children. Qin Ruobing said with a hopeful face. Well, Li Mu wanted to be a salty fish and just hand the gangsters over to the police. But Li Mu was afraid that if the gangsters didn't go back to resume their orders, they might have spooked the snakes and let the traffickers get away. Li Mu thought about it for a while and had an idea. After he squatted down and asked for the name and identity of the scarred man, as well as how to contact the traffickers, Li Mu turned his back, pinched his face, and put on some makeup, facing the crowd once again. The Scarman and the crowd of minions were directly dumbfounded. This guy is even more of a Scarman than Scar Guy. The scars on his face were so lifelike that they were completely replicated. Even Qin Ruobing was in awe. Li Mu was just a handsome and invincible face. But in the blink of an eye, how did he turn into the face of a gangster? This face change is also too fast, right? Chapter 75 All in One Net. Li Mu, what are you? Qin Ruobing's beautiful eyes were wide open as she looked at Li Mu's face after his disguise with an unbelievable expression. Sister Ruobing, you go back first. I'm going to penetrate inside the human traffickers. Li Mu laughed. He was quite satisfied with the crowd's reaction. Break into the traffickers' inner circle? Qin Ruobing was filled with questions. Wait for my good news. As Li Mu spoke, he tied up and gagged 7 of the 8 gangsters, stacking them one by one into the back of the van. Then he was saying to the remaining gangster, you, drive ahead, lead the way. Yes, big brother. Having just witnessed Li Mu's ferocity, this gangster was as obedient as a lamb at this time. How dare he disobey? Wait, Li Mu, I want to go too. Qin Ruobing was enlightened and busily followed her to the car. You're going too? Sister Ruobing, this is no joke? Li Mu couldn't help but frown when he heard that Qin Ruobing was also going. Li Mu, if you go back like this without me, it's expected that the traffickers will get suspicious. Qin Ruobing analyzed for Li Mu. Alright then, but you'd better follow me around, and call me Brother Scar now. Li Mu reluctantly nodded in agreement. As for the real Brother Scar, he was also piled in the back of the van along with his 6 minions. The van drove all the way to the countryside. An hour later, the van stopped in front of an abandoned factory. Brother Scar, we're here. The little brother driving the car spoke in a hurry. Li Mu nodded. Then, he directly knocked the punk out as well, tied up his hands and feet, and gagged his mouth with a strip of cloth, and piled it in the back of the van once again. Li Mu brought Qin Ruobing out of the van and then walked into the factory. Brother Scar, you're finally here. Li Mu just went in and saw a half-aged woman sitting at the desk drinking tea, seemingly just waiting for him. At this moment, seeing Li Mu come in, she rushed to welcome him, a hand on Li Mu's arm. Her body even wanted to snuggle up. Li Mu was secretly surprised. Scarred man seems to have a relationship with this woman. People, I've brought you here. Where are those kids? Li Mu wanted to push her away, but in order to get the word out, his face was unmoving and he spoke with a suppressed voice. Yo, Brother Scar, you don't like people when you have a new love? This rubbed against Li Mu's arm and was even a bit pouty. While squinting her eyes at Qin Ruobing, Li Mu immediately got goosebumps. This old woman who was over 40 years old was even pretending to be young. Qin Ruobing couldn't help but cry and laugh, but her face remained taut. Where are those children? Don't give me crap. You're the one who said that by bringing this female doctor here, you're going to let me get into the business of selling children and give me a cut. Li Mu pushed the old away in feigned anger. Yo, you're in a monkey's hurry. It's been a few days of hiding for the group. Is it easy for us? This, however, kept on talking like a series of beads on her mouth. However, in order to find out where the children were, Li Mu and Qin Ruobing could only endure for the time being. Just a dozen minutes later, this mouth still doesn't stop. Don T bull ********. Lao Zi is not here to listen to your bull ********. Where the hell are those kids? Li Mu finally couldn't help but ask. Cut. What are you being mean about? Come with me. The rolled her eyes and twisted her waist in slight anger. Leading the way in front, the three quickly came to the back of the factory, in front of a house. Outside the door of this house, there were 2 strong men guarding it. Here, it's right here. If you can find a buyer, I'll give you 30% of the proceeds. They pointed at the house and spoke. Li Mu stretched his head and looked in through the window, only to see that the room was densely packed with many small faces. Seeing this, Li Mu was furious in his heart. There were more than 30 children in the house. There were even some who couldn't walk and were lying on the cooler. Are there any other children? Are these the ones? Li Mu asked icily. No more. They're all here. If you want more, you'll need to keep searching for them. This didn't even notice that the scarred brother in front of her was already about to explode with anger. However, this female doctor you brought today can be sold deep into the mountains for a good price. This looked at Qin Ruobing with eager eyes, as if she was looking at a commodity. Qin Ruobing shivered when she looked at her. She was busy moving towards Li Mu. Did you abduct all of these? Li Mu asked word for word. Who else but my old lady? You old men can't do it as well as I can. The woman was quite proud. But the next moment, Li Mu made a futile move and grabbed her by the neck. You, Scar you, the woman babbled, her face astonished. Li Mu slapped 2 slaps up. Immediately the woman's cheeks swollen like a pig's head, nose blood flowing. Seeing this, the 2 strong men beside him rushed over to save this woman. However, Li Mu took care of these 2 strong men with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. You, Scar, you're not moralistic. You want to monopolize this business? The woman who fell to the ground at this moment angrily spoke to Li Mu. Scar? Li Mu hemmed and hawed. Look carefully. Who the hell am I? Li Mu instantly changed back to his original face. You. This was directly dumbfounded. A look of having seen a ghost. The two strong men who fell to the ground were even more directly dumbfounded. How the hell is this possible? Obviously before was Scar. Although Qin Ruobing knew that this was Li Mu, she was still amazed to see Li Mu change his face like magic again. However, after fixing her mind, she picked up the phone and called the police. In less than 10 minutes, the police rushed over. After seeing that so many small children had been kidnapped, the police officers were all very angry. This horse simply hurt heaven and earth. Genocide. Scarred man and his group of juniors, as well as that and two strong men, were all handcuffed by the police. The woman was handcuffed, but she was still staring stupidly at Li Mu. I don't know if it was indignation or surprise. The 30-odd children, both big and small, were also taken care of by the police officers and would do their best to find their families and send them home. When Li Mu and Qin Ruobing finished taking statements and left, a group of police officers saluted them in a neat line, and a police officer personally drove Li Mu and Qin Ruobing back to the prop store location. Li Mu had wanted to take Qin Ruobing back to the villa in his sports car, but Qin Ruobing suddenly received a phone call saying that something had happened to the medical center, and asked her to come over immediately. Currently, Qin Ruobing had been gradually taking over the Qin family medical center, and when she heard that something had happened to the medical center, she was naturally very anxious. Therefore, Li Mu drove Qin Ruobing straight to the Qin family medical center. However, when the car arrived at the Qin family medical center, he saw a large brown coffin parked in front of the front door of the medical center. What a long time to live. Surprisingly, a coffin was placed in front of the front door of the medical center. Seeing this, Li Mu and Qin Ruobing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 76 Zombie Movie Title Scene. Under a clear and bright sky, a large coffin was placed in front of the Qin family medical center. It was as obscure as it needed to be, and a dozen or so people wearing white mourning clothes were standing in front of the coffin at this moment, vociferously denouncing old Chinese Dr. Qin. Qin Guanhua. You must give us a statement today. My father died after seeing a doctor here in the morning and drinking the medicine you prescribed at noon. You said it was a minor problem that could be cured soon. How come the person is suddenly gone? People say you're a saint of Chinese medicine, but I think you're just trying to make a name for yourself. Cursed. Bull famous doctor. This group of people were furious with grief and all kinds of obscenities. Soon, in the midst of these people's vociferous insults, countless melon eaters gradually gathered around the medical center. Even the traffic on the road was also blocked. The traffic police had to come over to maintain order, but the death of people for big. At this time the traffic police are also big head, do not know how to appease. Qin Guanhua at this time was also helped out by the medical center fellows. A helpless look at this group of people. He wanted to explain, but the other side of the crowd, a mind that it is drinking the medicine of the medical center to die, so simply do not give him the opportunity to open his mouth. Li Mu and Qin Ruobing hurriedly got out of the car and walked over to support Elder Qin. Master, look at this. Qin Guanhua looked at Li Mu, who was also helpless. Obviously the formula he had grabbed did not have any problems at all, and somehow the patient had suddenly passed away. He lifelong fought to help the world, upholding the medical path, dying, but even encountered such unreasonable medical trouble. After listening carefully to Qin Guanhua's account of the patient's situation, Li Mu came to the coffin in front of the door. He pushed his palm vigorously, and the lid of the coffin was opened. Watching Li Mu move like this, the crowd was immediately stunned. Who would have expected this handsome young man to do such a thing out of the blue? Is this a human thing? Under a clear sky, letting the dead see the light. Is this letting the dead not rest in peace? Kid, you want to die? You've got to be kidding me. You don't call it rest for the dead. Grass. Hit him. These 10 or so people in mourning clothes were the first to seize up, looking at Li Mu in anger, practically gnashing their back teeth. As they spoke, they were about to punch and kick Li Mu. This young man is also too unintelligent. Not only is he unintelligent, he's simply unethical. Yes, the death of a human being is a big deal. When a human being is like this, he still goes to arch the fire. Isn't this looking for death? Even the onlookers who were eating the melons couldn't stand it anymore and pointed their fingers at Li Mu. For a while, the crowd was furious, and Li Mu became a target. However, Li Mu turned a deaf ear to this. He carefully observed the old man lying in the coffin, then lifted his head, faced the crowd, and faintly spoke. The man is still alive. Ma da. What nonsense are you saying? Even the dead are not allowed to rest in peace. A middle-aged man wearing white mourning clothes has long been furious. His name is Wang Hao. This is the son of the deceased. At this time, Wang Hao even raised his hand to greet Li Mu with a slap. Next to the relatives are also followed by punches and kicks. Mang up. Seeing that, Li Mu was going to become a human target. However, Li Mu's expression was calm, only to see him strike out gently, but it was incomparably swift. Suddenly, the attackers fell to the ground one after another. Wang Hao's hand was even grabbed by Li Mu to death. It hurts. It hurts. Let go. Wang Hao, whose face was in pain from being grabbed by his hand, was busy screaming. Li Mu let go of his hand with a gentle push. At once, Wang Hao's complexion lightened, covered his hand, and looked at the young man in front of him with palpitations. Nima, how did this person possess such terrifying strength? I said, he's not dead at all. Li Mu once again spoke loudly to the crowd. The crowd of onlookers and eaters were only amazed. This young man hadn't even been knocked down. How could he even say that the person wasn't dead? Could it be that he really wasn't dead? However, the person in the coffin, whose face couldn't be paler, wasn't he dead beyond death? The person is lying inside, and this still says that he's not dead? This person is stupid, right? It can't be that he just came out of the mental hospital, right? The onlookers were all sorts of puzzled. Master, is this true? Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were also busy walking to Li Mu's side at this moment. The two of them knew Li Mu's medical skills very well, and Li Mu was bound to have full certainty when he said so. I need a few silver needles. Li Mu nodded and spoke. Qin Guanhua was busy ordering the fellow in the medical center to fetch the silver needles. In less than a minute, the fellow trotted and fetched the silver needles. Li Mu just wanted to place the needle. Grass Nima, you little bastard. We came to seek justice. You bastard even let the dead not rest in peace. You even said that you're not dead, and now you're going to touch the victim's body? Your medical center is simply too heartless. A middle-aged woman in mourning clothes ran to Li Mu like a madwoman and cursed at him with her eloquent teeth. She was Wang Hao's daughter-in-law, the dead man's daughter-in-law, named Chao Zhilan, who was naturally furious when she saw her husband and relatives being beaten up. Chao Zhilan cried and cursed at the same time. Her crying instantly gained the sympathy of the onlookers. Young man, hurry up and admit your mistake and apologize. Right, compensate if you have to. Why do you have to make people angry? That's right, it's good for young people to suffer. As the saying goes, people's words are fearful. However, Li Mu laughed. Originally, it's up to your families to cure or not. It's just that today, you've denigrated my disciples' reputation. You have to cure even if you don't want to. Li Mu dropped these words, and the silver needle in his hand stabbed the old man in the coffin. Holy, it can't be? This young man is doing a big death. The young man is too ignorant. The surrounding melon-eating crowd simply had their scalps numb. In broad daylight, to do this to the body of the deceased, this is to be the wrath of the heavens and the people. Even Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were sweating on their foreheads at this time. The pressure was very high. If Li Mu didn't let the deceased wake up, they were afraid that they would have to be beaten up by the deceased's family, and they even didn't need to open the door of the medical center in the future. Li Mu didn't care about the crowd. The silver needles quickly stabbed the old man's Baihui, Tanzhong, Naguan and Shanmen. In less than a few seconds, it was finished and stood aside with his arms folded. Grass Nima, I'll fight for you. At this time, Wang Hao's grief and indignation. He stretched his head towards Li Mu and crashed into him. Li Mu slapped on Wang Hao's head, and Wang Hao fell to the ground with stars in his eyes. Seeing this, the surrounding relatives just wanted to launch a second wave of attacks. But at this time, no one in the crowd suddenly said, "Look, the person in the coffin seems to be alive." The crowd rushed to look, only to see that the old man in the coffin originally had a bloodless dead face, but it was gradually red and moist, and the originally cold body even had a few points of warmth and vitality. The old man in the coffin slowly opened his eyes, and looked around suspiciously, and suddenly sat up straight from the coffin. Holy, how is this possible? How is it possible? Oh my god, the corpse has changed? You think this is a zombie movie? The old man is clearly alive. Grass, the dead came back to life. This young man's medical skills are simply amazing. The onlookers were directly petrified in place, both shocked and frightened. The electric tingling sensation of shock went straight from the soles of their feet to the sky. Although Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing knew the power of Li Mu's medical skills and were psychologically prepared, they couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air when they saw the dead man resurrected in situ. Nima, this in the history of medicine, only in the book to see, practicing medicine for a lifetime. Did not expect today once again open eyes again. A crowd of people wearing mourning clothes is frozen on the spot. This is the whole Nima. Sure this is not a fraudulent corpse? Thinking of just their misunderstanding of Li Mu, this time cannot help but some shame. This your sister. Dog bites Lu Dongbin do not know good people This time, they have really lost their face to their grandmother's house. Wang Hao and Chao Zhilan's mouths were so wide open that they could have stuffed down a few eggs. This old uncultivated man actually returned to life? They had wanted to come here today to take advantage of Pop's death to extort a sum of money from the medical center, but they didn't realize that Pops had suddenly come back to life. It's a big mess. Chapter 77, Reverse Face Punch. Watching Pops resurrect, Wang Hao and Xiao Zhilan couldn't help but glance at each other. The two of them were worthy of being husband and wife, and immediately knew what the other was thinking. Even if Pops hadn't died, he had taken the medicine from their medical center and fainted to death. Since so many relatives were involved and had put up such a big show, how could they not make some money? All of a sudden the couple had a plan. Wang Hao ran out of the crowd to call the police, while Xiao Zhilan was busy pretending to be filial to help her old dad who had just woken up. "Father, are you alright? I just thought you. If you're gone, what should we do?" As she spoke, Xiao Zhilan cried and wept, just like a playwright possessed. The more the onlookers see, the more Xiao Zhilan filial piety. For just before Xiao Zhilan also shrew like elephant, naturally by the crowd have to forget. After all, just now the emergency is a normal person's reaction. "Xilan, what's wrong with me?" Wang Bagua at this time was surrounded by the crowd, very uncomfortable, not to mention that he is now even sitting in the coffin. "Father, you just fell ill. We thought you passed away. This is all because of this Chinese medicine hall." Xiao Zhilan directly dumped the pot on the Qin family medical center, not mentioning in the slightest the medical treatment that Li Mu had just brought back from the dead. "Qin family medical center? Right. It seems like I just took their family's medicine earlier." Wang Bagua also nodded and recalled. The crowd also reacted at this time. Even if the person was revived, so what? It still wasn't caused by the Qin family medical center's prescription? Who would dare to come here to get a prescription for medicine? And right at this moment, two police comrades walked over through the crowd. "Dr. Qin, we just received a report that there was a problem with the medicine you prescribed to the patient, and the patient almost died, so we came over to find out the situation." A tall and thin dry police officer spoke ably. Qin Guanhua was speechless. After a lifetime of being a doctor, he was actually reported by someone today. However, Qin Guanhua just wanted to continue speaking, but as a result, Wang Hao rushed over. "Comrade police officer, it's what I just reported. It was their medical center that almost killed my father." Hearing this, Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing couldn't help but frown. Practicing medicine was most afraid of encountering such a report. Even if it wasn't your problem, it would still cause a ruckus for you. "Comrade police officer, I dare to personally guarantee that the medicine I prescribed for this old gentleman is neutral and calm. It's used to regulate the body, and it definitely won't harm the body." Qin Guanhua was busy speaking. "Traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Qin, if that's the case, then first I'll trouble you to come back to the bureau with me to investigate." The tall and skinny policeman spoke in an official manner. Of course, since the person concerned is now fine, this kind of matter can also be resolved privately, and if the family withdraws their report, then it would be the best. "Private?" Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing couldn't help but stare. "Go private. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Qin, if you bring it back to the police station, I'm afraid it won't be good for your reputation." Wang Hao hemmed and hawed at Qin Guanhua. When the crowd of onlookers heard this, they also agreed. If the doctor was taken away by the police, it was expected that the Qin family medical center would be open to the end. In the end, even if it's not your problem, this reputation is still stigmatized. Who would dare to come to your medical center in the future? How do you want to settle this? Qin Guanhua's face was ugly. Obviously, he had no problem, and as a result, this had developed into this. "Private? You pay this amount." Wang Hao spread out his palm with a smile and stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000? Qin Guanhua couldn't help but ask. "Where does that fit in?" 500,000. Wang Hao grinned. At once, Qin Guanhua's color changed. Although this money is nothing for him, but this is the average person years, or even decades of savings. The crowd of onlookers were also in shock. This Nima, this person is want money crazy, right? The two police officers were also a little surprised, but this kind of lion's share of the money is also the case. But since the private will eventually talk about both sides are more satisfied with the price, right? Li Mu also couldn't help but frown, thinking that this Wang Hao was also shameless enough. And right at this moment, "Little Hao, there's nothing wrong with Dr. Qin. How can you make someone lose money?" Wang Bagua had already come down from the coffin at this time. His head had cleared up a lot, and hearing the crowd's conversation, he was busy speaking for Qin Guanhua. He often came to the Qin family medical center, and through Qin Guanhua, he had also cured himself of many minor ailments. This time also because he felt weak, only to let Qin Guanhua to take a look, but did not expect this time after drinking the Chinese medicine taken by Qin Guanhua, but even fainted to death. When the crowd heard Wang Bagua's words, they couldn't help but praise Wang Bagua. "Elderly man, do you remember what meal you had at noon besides the Chinese medicine you took?" Li Mu was busy asking Wang Bagua at this time. "What did I eat?" Wang Bagua recalled. "Grandpa, The food was mushroom-stuffed buns. At this time, a little boy who was also wearing morning clothes suddenly stuck out a head from the crowd and spoke in a milky voice. As he spoke, he even pulled out a small bun from his arms. Little Bao, how did you? Chao Zhilan hurriedly wanted to snatch the bun from her son's hand, but Li Mu shielded the little boy behind him at once. Let the child finish his sentence. Li Mu glared at Chao Zhilan, stopping her movements, and turned his head to ask the little boy again in a soft voice. Little friend, is this the bun that Grandpa had for lunch today? This is the mushroom bun that Mommy specially made for Grandpa. There are only 2 of them, and Mommy doesn't let Little Treasure eat them. But Little Treasure wanted to eat it, so Grandpa secretly gave me one. It's just that Little Treasure isn't hungry yet, so he hasn't had time to eat it yet. The little boy spoke in a milky voice. Little Treasure is so good. Can I show this bun to my brother? Li Mu was all smiles. Aha! Give it to Big Brother. The little boy handed the bun to Li Mu. Li Mu took it and gently broke open the bun, and a rich fragrance wafted out. The bun filling was actually red mushrooms. Li Mu grew up in the countryside and he happened to recognize it. This was a mushroom whose scientific name was orthored mushroom, and it was a highly poisonous mushroom. When Li Mu was a child, he was often reminded by his old dad not to pick or eat these mushrooms. Moreover, one year in his village, there was a young friend who was the same age as Li Mu who died of poisoning because he accidentally ate the red mushroom. So Li Mu was extremely impressed by this mushroom. Why are you asking children this? Chao Zhilan hurriedly went to grab the mushroom bun from Li Mu's hand. Where could Li Mu let her get her hands on it? The hands that Chao Zhilan reached over were all easily dodged by Li Mu. You step on a horse and give it to me. Chao Zhilan simply had to gnaw her back teeth. Ha! This is evidence. Li Mu looked at her with a light smile. Evidence? What evidence? Chao Zhilan was a thief and broke out into a cold sweat when she heard Li Mu's words. The crowd was also puzzled. This side is solving the problem of the medical center grabbing the wrong medicine. Why are they fighting over a bun? Comrade police, look, this is a highly poisonous mushroom. Li Mu was busy handing the bun to the 2 policemen. What? Poisonous? The crowd froze and looked at the bun in Li Mu's hand. Wang Hao and the relatives in morning clothes were also startled. Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were worrying about how they could go private now. But as a result, when they heard Li Mu's words, they couldn't help but look at Li Mu as well, only to see that the bun in Li Mu's hand was a bizarre reddish color. According to common sense, most people also know that colorful mushrooms tend to be somewhat toxic. This is the orthored mushroom. Eating it will cause severe diarrhea and even organ failure. And in severe cases, you will die of heart failure right away. Li Mu busily was popularizing it. And this old man also died suddenly and violently because he ate this poisonous mushroom bun. Only that his body was still quite hard, just in a state of fake death. So he was saved by me. Li Mu directly transformed into a detective like Conan and narrated. This? Oh my god, how could it be like this? The onlookers were directly dumbfounded. Even the 2 police officers were stunned. If this was the case, then it wasn't a simple civil dispute. Ha! You're the hero who once defeated the airplane hijackers. The other fat policeman actually recognized Li Mu at this moment. At that time, he happened to be present when Li Mu was presenting the award for bravery, but he was just sitting in the back row and didn't see it too truly. Recalling it at this time, he gradually became certain. Of course, the last clown incident, because it was too big a deal. The top just secretly rewarded Li Mu, and the case of arresting the traffickers that just happened in the morning. It was estimated that they all didn't know about it yet. If they all knew about it, it was estimated that Li Mu would have to draw a series of salutes from the 2 policemen again. Ha! I didn't expect to be recognized. Li Mu lightly laughed. Comrade Li Mu, you are our hero. The fat cop and the thin cop were quite excited, watching the 2 policemen and Li Mu being polite. The crowd listened to their conversation. This young man had also saved an airplane full of people? Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were also quite surprised. Qin Ruobing's beautiful eyes were wide open. The first time she saw Li Mu, she actually fell in love at first sight. It was only because the other party was her grandfather's master and Li Mu had so many beautiful sisters that Qin Ruobing had been too embarrassed to take the initiative. At this moment, after seeing Li Mu defeating the traffickers, saving the dead, pointing out the real cause of the old man's illness, and even hearing that Li Mu saved the airliners of hundreds of people, Qin Ruobing's adoration for Li Mu could no longer be suppressed. At this moment, Wang Hao ran over, grabbed Chao Zhilan's hair, and snapped 2 slaps. Say, what's going on with this horse? A tiger's venom doesn't eat its son. How could you victimize father? Wang Hao spoke with great righteousness. Husband, Chao Zhilan, with her cloaked hair and bruised cheeks, was also flustered.